Yahweh come from? I just always wanted to ask that.
You asking me?
Yeah, the one who subscribes to Yahweh.
I think
Oh
he
no, I
asked
don't.
Jesse.
I don't subscribe to Yahweh. Like I said, I just read
Jesse's
different
the
books.
one who said Allah. He
Yeah.
understands Allah to be Yahweh.
Hold on, real
Yes,
So,
sir.
quick,
but
briefly.
let me clarify.
I gotta jump in real quick.
Let me
Smokey,
clarify.
you
Oh,
gotta
go ahead.
look at the comments. You got somebody on your page. I can't get to him. You gotta take care of that for me.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
But if I remember correctly, the origins of Yahweh started in Assyria, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Assyria. Started in Assyria. He wasn't even a
That's
high
not my
god. He was,
page, buddy, by the way, just so you know. That's not mine.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
streaming it right now, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
It's not
It
me.
says it's
Sorry.
oh,
No, that ain't
apologies.
me.
Let me see.
Assyria.
Somebody got to give
yeah.
me a wrench over there though, so that way I can get it. It may be Solomonic. If it's either Solomonic or the Argument League. If you look in the comments, there's somebody going crazy. If I can get a wrench on both of your channels, so I don't have to interrupt next time, I'll go on both of your channels right now and drop a comment. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
You
No, no
streaming?
problem.
Are you
So
streaming live
But
from my
I like
channel?
to
Or you want? I
clarify.
can't see.
but
No.
hold on. But from my studies, I'll find biblically that Yahweh is a Midianite deity, possibly from Edom, Seir,
Mhm.
Transjordan region, that area. Those are my sources. I don't know if you have anything outside biblically that may dispute
I
that.
do not have anything outside biblical. I do not. Like I said, the first time I ever looked up the origins of Yahweh, it said Assyria, and I've just been running with that. And I think also, if I'm not mistaken, the original tongue of Assyrians were Aramaic.
When you say Assyrians, what do you mean Assyrians? Like,
Like the nation, like
are
Assyria,
there,
like
so when we look
Assyrians.
at, so there's like when like we look at
Like
like the steles, right? We can find like the Sashu of Yahweh. We find the Sashu of Reuben. We find Sashu of Seir,
mm,
Seir,
mm,
but that's not Assyria. Assyria probably didn't, wasn't a
let
nation
me
at that time.
see.
And Solomonic, it's on your page. I dropped a comment over there. If you can toss me a wrench, so I don't have to interrupt you if it happens again, I'll be able
But
to remove
you
it.
would agree that it's not a deity that was a Levantine deity, a indigenous Canaanite deity. Would you agree to that?
Oh shit. Hello. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all.
You would agree. You would say that Yahweh is a Canaanite deity, a Levantine deity. You would agree with that?
So I'd also like to say, this is the reason why I would say that Allah is equivalent to Yahweh, but at the same time, it depends on who I'm talking about, because with this concept of there being lesser and greater deities, I totally reject that concept. So when I do say, if I say that Yahweh is Allah, this is with the understanding that uh, Yahweh would be this, the one and only creator, and the way we would know that God and Allah are the same is based off of the stories. So when we talk about who created the heavens and earth, this is Allah. If we're talking about who created Adam and Eve, this is going to be Allah, the one who led the
Turn it
children
down.
of Israel out of Egypt, and had them escape the persecution of Pharaoh. Uh, this is going to be Allah, the one who came to the burning bush of Moses. Uh, that's Allah. The one who sent Jesus, the Messiah. We're the one who Jesus was praying to. Uh, this is who Allah is to us.
But
So
where do
I
you get
mean,
that from? Where like you made all of that up? Like where are you getting that from? Like I just want you to be able to not just on a tangent. I just want you to be able to say stuff like you can verify because
so all this can be verified.
in
Excuse
no
me.
pantheon is Yahweh the supreme deity father of any. Like, can you give me some like some sources?
So my source is going to be the Quran. The Quran is going to be the book that's going to remind us that Allah did these things. So like everything that I pretty much said, there's going to be like a Quran verse that can back it up.
Uh,
And
I have no problem with the Quran, but you're saying that this is Allah. You said that the burning bush was Allah.
right,
You said that the beginning of the Bible is Allah,
right.
where it says Bereshit bara Elohim, like it identifies the deity explicitly, and that Elohim just say stuff because it sounds good. I wanted to be able to like, okay, this is verifiable. This is actually truth. Besides a narrative, you know what I'm saying? Like hearsay.
So the Quran is going to be the book that's going to tell us or make these clarifications as far as his attributes, the things that he's done in the past. Now,
Mhm.
as far as like the concept of there being multiple deities within the Bible, I am of the belief that these are like still one God. In Islam, Allah has 99 names, which are His attributes, but it's still the same God. So
Are you familiar with Northwest Semitic languages and deities? Yes or no?
no,
Okay, well that's why you have that understanding because in the Canaanite deities, they're a pantheon, right? So that would allude to polytheism, correct?
the pantheon,
A pantheon, Elohim.
right?
That 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 alludes to duality, multiplicity, a pantheon of deities. We find that in the Ugarit and the Eblet tablets, and all through Semitic languages and deities.
I'm of the belief that this is going to be a deviation. So I think Allah was always one God, but like I said, somewhere along the path, people started to make pantheons,
So when
make
a brother said that Allah was in the pantheon and it was 369 other deities and he was one of them, is that not true?
that's it's true in the fact that that's how people used to believe, but it's not true in the concept that that's how it is. So Allah is only one God, and when He sent His Quran is supposed to be like a revelation or a reminder. So it's basically correcting the previous scriptures or how the previous people believed. So
He was one God amongst 369. So that alludes to polytheism, not a monotheistic or henotheistic type of religion, correct?
this is how people believed, but this is not true in faith.
That's not true in faith.
So yeah. So what I'm saying is like a big thing about Islam is that there's no other God but Allah. There is no like God. Allah is the only God. But I do agree with you in the fact that people in the past have worshipped a pantheon of gods and have associated Allah with this pantheon.
Are you familiar with pantheon reduction and how lesser deities climb their way to the top of the top of the pantheon to become the Elyon in that pantheon?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Look up pantheon reduction, and it tells you how through synchronism, right? The deity is introduced and takes over. Um, a lot of times, the higher deities epitaphs, right? Like in the Levant, there was a deity called El, right? So, my questions about Yahweh was because I just wanted to see how familiar you were with the deity and its locale and its transmission into the Levant, right? Because it wasn't an indigenous deity to Canaan or the Levant area. El was.
You know how old the theory of pantheon reduction is?
Is it false?
And
No,
Is it
I was
false?
just asking a question. Do you know how old that theory is?
I don't know the date of it.
And the final message, please
but I know
feel free to help me out whenever you if you hear them talking about something that I don't know.
Of it, but we can talk about through the Pantheon reduction. El is at the top of it, and he has 70 sons, and through the synchronism and through that Pantheon reduction, some of those like Baal becomes the Elyon of a particular group of people. Yahweh becomes the Elyon of a particular group of people. Mot becomes Molech. So all these sons of the supreme deity actually are assigned through a story, a nation, a people, a god. Every god is assigned a nation.
So
And
do you know who came up with this theory or how old it is?
yes, a white lady.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, but it still applies. So, and I've been.
No, I wasn't talking about it still applying or not. I just meant like, I guess how overthrown you would just doing my question was crazy.
Is anybody on opinion familiar with Yahweh? Like the
What
history of
he's
Yahweh?
what he's trying to say is that when
Oh
you
my
deal
God.
with Yahweh and Allah and Islam and Judaism, there's definitely a cultural and a linguistic connection to the two.
Joey, you just made that up. Linguistically, Yahweh does not. There's no
Hold
linguistics
on.
between
So
Yahweh
look.
and Allah.
King J.
So please just shut up.
Hold
Like,
on.
this is not
King
your field.
J,
We're not
King
in
J, don't do that.
metanator
King
class
J,
right now, Joey.
King J, I'm streaming this to my platform.
So let the man
Don't
speak
mess
for
up the
himself.
stream, bro. Don't mess up
Joey,
the
well,
stream,
you
King
need to
J.
not
King
speak.
J,
If you don't want to
don't
get
mess
embarrassed,
Brothers,
just
all
shut
right,
up.
do that. Don't do that.
all right. So I'm
do
gonna
that.
I'm
Don't
just
do
gonna
that.
interject real quick. So we're gonna let Jose speak, and then Kenjay can respond. But let's try not to interrupt each other.
What I'm saying is this: when you hear people talk about this, they point out the idea that Yahweh and Allah are basically the same deity, and there's a connection between the Jewish culture and what we call the Islamic culture today. I've heard people say it, and they're making a good point that yes, there is. So I think he's trying to explain it, and maybe he's not bringing it across clearly that he's trying to say that, because there's clearly a connection between the two cultures. Because when you read the Islamic text, it says that the Prophet Muhammad used to hang around Jewish people, and he swore on the Torah, and he had respect for the Torah. Am I correct, Jesse? If I'm wrong, correct me.
So like the best way I could describe it is like, we in Islam, we're gonna believe in the previous scripture. We believe that God sent the Bible. He sent the Torah and the Injil, but the Quran is going to be the final revelation that would correct wherever the Bible deviated. So like, we believe Allah to be like the Most High, the supreme and only deity. And if you consider that to be Yahweh, then you can say that, but ultimately, just that one and only supreme deity is Allah.
Okay, I'm with you on that, but do you agree that there's definitely a cultural connection between the people that we call the Israelites and the Islamic people? In some way, there's some actual historical connection outside of the Bible that we can prove?
Yes. So
right.
Of course, the Israelites are going to be the descendants of Isaac, and then the Prophet Muhammad received the Quran. He's supposed to be the final the revelation. He is from the descendants of Ishmael, so they're practically cousins or brothers.
Okay, now I agree that that's the biblical or Quranic narrative, but I think that there's an actual historical connection outside of that does not necessarily agree with that. I think that there are two different narratives. One is for believer and one is for people who are more into history. So, I think we need to explore that when we talk about these things, there's a scriptural history and an actual history, and sometimes they don't line up. Do you agree with that, or do you think I'm reaching too far?
No, I think that the scriptural history should line up with the historical history.
Okay, I'm with you, but do you agree that when you dig into it, sometimes it does not? Sometimes you can't find archaeological evidence of these things?
I would agree. Yeah, because I mean, I don't think all the answers have been to show, everything, but I do think there is enough evidence out there to show otherwise, to show that it does line up. Like we're not gonna have we don't have the answers for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't have the bones of the prophets prior to the Prophet Muhammad or anything like that. But based off of some of the scripture and things that have been found within archaeology, science, and things of that nature, we can draw the conclusion that
Okay, I'm with you on that, Jesse.
Okay,
That's
so
a
maybe
good
I can
start.
jump in now.
So I'm with you on that. I'm going to say this again, and people are going to get mad at me. This is being streamed to other people's platform. This is content that I don't normally use. So I don't want us to go off and mess up the stream where I or someone else have to take it down. So if we're going to talk, let's be respectful. So this is what I'm saying, because I want to keep this up.
Brother,
Rather than this
okay, so now
content before.
it's time for other people to talk now, Joey. So I can get my okay. So for one, you don't know what you're talking about, respectfully. So stay in your lane, okay? So when the brother is mentioned, the brother who's talking about Allah, right? Do you know what a theophoric name is?
All right.
do I know what it is?
Explain.
I'm not talking to you, Joey. Just shut up.
You see,
I didn't. You
see?
spoke 2 minutes
All right, guys,
uninterrupted,
this is
brother.
what
let's try to be respectful. Let's try to be respectful.
This is what
please.
I'm talking about,
You
King
spoke
J.
2 minutes uninterrupted. Give me the same
issue,
respect.
hold on,
I'm not even
hold
talking to you, Joey.
Hold
Brother,
on.
quit filibustering my conversations. I'm not
Let
talking
him
to
get
you,
off,
nor
Jose.
did I interrupt you, brother. Please, thank you.
I'm not filibustering your conversation. I'm telling you.
And Joey, the
this is
conversation
big.
isn't even
Hold
to
on.
you, nor is the question.
Hold
Why
on.
are you talking?
Hold on, Jose. Let him get it off,
This
Jose.
is not about the conversation.
Why are you talking, Jose?
I'm talking
Because
I have
Joey,
2
you
minutes
talked
to
2 minutes uninterrupted. Nobody interrupted you.
Hold on.
And I'm not talking
Hold
to
on.
you.
King J, listen to what I'm telling you.
You have. It's not your time to talk, so I'm not going to.
Yeah. All right.
So respectfully mute your mic and let somebody else talk. You spoke.
You still don't hear what I'm saying, do you?
I don't care what you're saying. It's not your time to talk.
Jose,
Decorum, gentlemen.
let Ken J get off what he got to say.
Thank you, respect. I'm trying to get some clarity
I would try
some clarity, and I'm talking to the
give
brother.
a response to Ken J, and feel free to you can put your 2 cents in after, Jose.
Yeah, when we're done, Jose, you can respond. But I'm just trying to ask the brother to see where his actually intelligence is at. Because I asked the brother specifically, do you know what theophoric names are?
A theophoric?
Yes, theophoric names. Theophoric. Theophoric.
No, I'm not familiar with theophoric.
Okay. Theophoric names are names that contains the names of the deity, right? So when you're saying Ishmael, right? That's
right.
a theophoric name. Because why? Because it contains the name of what deity?
Okay.
No, not okay. I'm asking you the question. What deity does the name Ishmael contain?
I would, from your point of view, I would probably say El, right?
From the theophoric, the definition of the word,
right.
Point of view.
Let's say El.
Israel.
Okay.
Michael, right? Joel.
All right.
Elijah, right? Those are names that are theophoric that contain the name of the deity El. right?
So what
Not,
language
not.
were these
Wait,
people's
shut up,
name?
please, brother.
What
Wait till I'm
what
done. If you
what
have any
language
questions,
what
please just
language
wait till
were
I'm
these
done.
people's name in?
Huh?
What language were these people's name in?
What language? These are Canaanite scripts, Semitic. These are Semitic languages. To be specific, Northwest Semitic languages, right?
So you're
So
saying Israel was attributed to who?
I'm saying Israel. I'm saying so. Comprehend. That's why I asked you that you know the definition of the word theophoric names. Theophoric names are names that contain the name of the deity, right? So when
Mm-hmm.
you want to talk about deities that contain the name Yahweh, names that contain the name Yahweh, none of them are, right? None of them contain the name Yahweh. So that's one. That's just I want you to understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So
So
when the brother was, he don't know what he's talking about. So
would you
when you
consider
so when you
Yasharallah?
so wait,
Would
hold
you
on, hold
consider
on.
Yasharallah theophoric or theophonic, whatever?
Yeah, yeah, yes, it is. It
Yasharallah,
contains the name of
Yasharallah,
the deity, and there are
Yasharallah,
names
and
like
Israel.
Elijah,
Right.
that contain
So
both, right?
slow down, brother. Don't be so quick. It's crazy.
Explain. Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause you don't know. Okay.
No, I said don't be so quixotic. Just like slow down. I'm saying Yasharallah
All right.
and
Theophoric
Israel
name.
would be the same name in two different languages.
No,
Correct?
there's not two different
Oh,
languages.
okay.
What's the different languages?
Yasharallah, that would go back to the Hebrew, or what one would call Proto-Semitic,
Okay.
Proto-Canaanite,
Mm-hmm.
ancient Phoenician.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this name would go back to that language. When you say Yasharallah, that would be the name that you're looking for in ancient archaeology to try and follow the children of quote unquote any ancient archaeology. So I understand
Nobody
that, but
said
what I'm
Israel
saying
was.
is these names are attributed to the same person, as well as the same
What
nations
names
of
are
people,
attributed to the same person? What
as
names?
well as
Be specific.
the person Jacob in the Bible, whose name was changed to quote unquote Israel, but
Mm-hmm.
the name that you should actually follow is Yashar Allah.
Where are you getting that from?
I'm getting that from history, brother, of the
Where?
scripture.
No. Where? What source are you talking about? Is Joshua Rala? So this is the question. This is why I'm asking the
Israel is
question.
in no ancient scriptures. That's in the English version of the Bible.
Nobody. First of all, you made that up. Second of all, you don't know
No,
what you're
I
talking
didn't.
about. Yes, you did.
Okay.
Israel is in the Myrna Patah Stela. Let's just stop right there. That's ancient history, 1250 BC. So just stop. You don't know what you're
For
talking about.
documented for what though? That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean? It's the Myrna Patah Stela. It's a stela.
Okay. So when we're dealing with the Bible, brother, what I'm
Brother, we're
telling you
talking
is
about history.
exactly, but we're dealing with the history of the Bible.
Right, which is historical. We have to have
Exactly. So you don't have to
we deal with
separate it
we
as if
deal
we're
with
talking about two
archaeology.
different things. You don't
We
have
did
to
no, we're
separate
not.
it as if we're talking about two different things. I know
If
we're not.
we're talking about two different deities. So that's why I asked you about theophoric names. Let's get back to comprehension. A
Exactly.
theophoric
The
name
name.
is a name that contains the deity. So
Right.
when you say
So in the
Yasharah,
Bible,
wait,
who
quit cutting
is
me off,
Israel attributed
brother.
to?
El, the theophoric name that Israel
In
contains
the
is El.
Bible, Israel
In
is
El,
attributed to El.
El. That's the name. Is the name El? What are you talking about? Israel.
I'm sure everybody sees what's going on here. So let me dumb it
No,
down just a little
you're
bit more.
lack, you're
The
lack.
first time you see the word Israel in the English Bible, where would it be? Who would it be attributed to? Are you familiar?
The first time we see the word Israel in history is 1250 BC, right? And
Right.
that's the
Okay.
Myrna Partah Stela. That's
Okay.
and the King James Bible is based off of the Masoretic text for the Old Kingdom, for the Old Testament, and the Textus Receptus in the Greek for the New Testament. So
Mm-hmm.
what are you talking about? And
Mm-hmm.
those all drop off primary sources. So what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And
All that.
and then we go to the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, all that is cool. So
And then we go
you're
to the step two
you're
again.
telling me in the Greek language,
You're not ready
or
for
you're
the
telling me
conversation.
in the Hebrew language that you
Hmm.
can go find Israel in scripted. That's what you're telling me?
That's not the argument. No,
Yes, it is.
no, it's not the argument. That's
Okay,
why
brother.
that's why comprehension is key, brother. Just instead of cutting me off, just listen because
Okay,
you
brother.
don't just and then ask the question correspondingly. Okay.
No, I
Theophoric
busted
name.
open the point
Theophoric.
you were trying to
So
prove when I
listen.
showed you
So
that
brother, now you're filibustering,
that
huh,
name wasn't actually what you should have been trying to use to make your point when it's translated from another language.
brother? Okay, so let's stop right there because you just made that up. What are the two different languages? You said one was Yasharel, which was Hebrew, and the other name you said is English. That's
So,
okay.
Israel is.
Brother.
You're
I help
saying
you,
Israel is
brother.
in the
Listen,
English of the Aramaic
brother,
Yisrael, or
brother.
you're
Listen,
saying it's
brother,
not the
brother,
English of the
brother.
Hebrew Yasharallah? Is that brother is cool,
Brother.
but what I'm saying is you have Yasharallah in Hebrew, you have Yisrael in Aramaic, and you have Israel in English. Am I incorrect?
You're incorrect in everything you just said. Now
Okay, what
give me
Okay.
language
1
is
minute.
Israel?
Let me give me
Hold
1 minute.
on, hold on. Let me hop in because we are maintaining a high level of decorum on Jesse's show.
We are,
Um,
but you just gotta
I
say one
want
thing before
let's
you
let
jump
him.
in. Okay.
I just want him to reiterate his point so that way he doesn't have to jump in when you're explaining. So go ahead and say it one more time. You said what you thought, and then you said that it wasn't where. So just so that way everybody can hear. Emmanuel.
At
All
this
right. So
point, I'm asking what language is Israel
okay.
because he's making the
so
point of
now
it
I can
being
answer. Thank
a
you.
theophoric name,
Because
a
yeah,
theophoric name.
okay. Because comprehension is key, right? So that's why I asked the brother his familiarity with Northwest Semitic languages, right? Okay. So when we talk about cognates, right? If I'm talking saying words that go over your head, just let me know, right? Cognates, right? You know what a cognate is, right? It's words that have the same meaning and the same root, right? So when I mentioned the word ill, when I'm talking about ill, right? And we're talking about ill in the Ugaritic text, the Iblet tablet, and they're talking about, and I mentioned these theophoric names, these are words that contain the deity El, not Yahweh. They contain the name of whatever deity that they are. So when we say Israel, it's containing the deity Il, El, right? That's that. That's in that. So this deity goes back to about 3000 BC. So this language is. So I brought up the word Canaanite lexicon, Ugarit, Ibla, Hebrew. They all share the same lexicon. So that means when I'm saying ill in Ugarit, I'm saying ill in Hebrew. When I'm saying Ilhim in Ugarit, I'm saying Ilhim in Hebrew. It's not a different language. So the brother is making that up. It's a different language. Well, no, it's not. Il is the same as El. It's the same. They both mean the same.
Brother,
Elion,
you said Israel. I'm talking about the fact that you have
Elion means most high.
Israel
And
in the Aramaic, and then you have Yasharallah in the ancient Hebrew. That's what I'm saying.
they both are theophoric words. So if you know the definition, that
So
tells you
all
that
I'm
so
asking you is
listen.
it the same deity with it being two different languages saying two different words? Because one has Allah and one
Brother,
is saying
brother,
El. That's what I'm asking
they're
you.
both theophoric words. One is
I
there, and
understand
quit
that.
cutting
I
me, brother. Why
understand
are
that.
you cutting me off right in a minute every time I'm trying to explain it? Because
I just let
Oh, I'm sorry. I still
I
got you on the
just
big
let you
screen, King J.
explain
My
twice.
apologies.
brother, I'm not because every time I'm trying to, you keep cutting me off dead middle sentence like you do it on purpose.
I literally just let you finish.
So listen, brother. So just for clarity, so you can understand. El, theophoric word, Israel. It contains the name of the deity. The deity in the name Israel, whatever language it is, it's the deity El. When you talk
Yes.
about
What
Yasha,
is you?
when you talk,
All right.
wait,
What point
brother,
are you
I'm
making
still
there?
speaking. Why do you do this? Right in the middle of the sentence. So you detract from the point being made. You do it on purpose every time. It's detracting.
Go ahead, brother.
So I'll start over again. When you look up the definition of the word theophoric name, it is the name a name that contains the name of whatever deity that it may be. So any word that you see a name that contains the word El, it's referring to the deity El. Anytime you see a name that contains the word Yah, it's referring to the deity Yah. Simple. Yah don't mean it's referring to the deity El. El don't mean it's referring to the deity Yah. That's whatever language it is.
I understand that. I don't. What's Emmanuel? What is he getting wrong?
The contention is that the brother is saying that.
Go ahead.
The contention is that the brother is saying I'm wrong because he's saying that El is Yahweh.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
That's where your confusion is coming in, because you presuming something and you not understanding what I'm saying. But because of
what are you saying then? Because
I've asked you several times, and you're not taking the question.
You didn't comprehend it because everybody understood, but you.
No, I think a lot of people understood when I said I think everybody sees what's going on.
Can you explain it? I'm about to put you on the big screen.
I'm pointing out. I don't think the screen is going to help, but I'm pointing out the fact that in a different language, you would have a different deity in this same name.
So are you saying that Yah transliterates to a different deity to El in some sort of different language? What are you talking about?
I'm asking you, is that your understanding with that case, with that fact of the matter that we just brought up?
And I said it 500 times. No matter what language it is, the name that it refers to the deity. So if that name has Yah in it, it's referring to Yah. If a name has El in it, it's referring to El. So what are you talking about?
Okay, so with that being what do you mean? What am I talking about? I'm asking you questions. And
I answered it 500 times, brother, and you answered it again, and you kept asking it again and again and again, as if you didn't comprehend the point being made.
No.
I got the timer out if we need it, because I want to be able
to
people to be able to learn from this dialogue.
Now that you've answered that question, I'm going to ask you again. So if something has Yah, like Yah, Shar Allah, what deities?
Name.
You said what?
It's a theophoric name, and it contains the name of the deity Yah.
And that's not the same as Yahzrael or Yisrael or Israel. You're saying those aren't the same.
Israel contains the name of the deity El. So that's what you need to have some.
So what about the Aramaic? What about the Aramaic?
So this is where you have an understanding of linguistics, right? And Joy is here; he might can help you. When we talk about the Myrna Patastella, right, and they try to argue it's the first time of Israel being written, right? It's not written. It's written in Meterneter, right? It's written in Meterneter.
Brother, we did. What I'm asking is this same name that you talking about, it's pronounced different, spelt different in different languages, and it would be spelt different, meaning
the deity
Yah
doesn't
would be
change
in a different language.
So regardless.
So you're saying Yah and El are the same deity?
That's what I'm saying. Where are you?
So why do you keep saying the deity doesn't change?
Where are you even getting?
Now I see the confusion. Just as me watching and trying to understand
exactly
based on what King J explained and based on Emmanuel's response. Where do you connect El and Yah as being the same God? So that way maybe he can understand where your point of contention is and what he needs to focus on to respond to.
That's all I've been asking for the past 5 minutes.
I haven't accused you of being wrong. I'm just trying to gain clarity as well, being somebody who's following the conversation from the crowd.
I feel you, and I appreciate you finally understanding, but I have been consistent and how I'm asking these questions.
Just answer I mean, you don't have to go over how you were answering it prior. I just asked you right now. You can just answer.
Thank you.
So we can move on with the flow of the convo. Good, you looking, big dog. It's on you. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes to go ahead and you got 2 minutes if you
wait.
Need
hold
that
on.
much.
What am I answering?
Okay, I asked you a question. Where do you associate Yah and El being the same? Like in what text? Or because I see where
I never said that. He's the one who said the deity doesn't change, even though the word and the spelling change in a different language. He's saying that.
Can we bring up a source so that way we can understand what's going on by looking at it?
Okay, bring
I'm on
pull up,
Google. Just tell
spell
me what you want
Yah.
me to look at.
All right, cool. Google this: YASHARAH.
That's not how you spell it. That's not even how you spell it. So maybe
All right, cool. I hear what you're saying, but now he should be pulling something up on the screen. Let's see what the screen say. I can't see him looking.
It's asking about a reggae musician. How you spell it again?
Exactly. You don't even
YASHARAH.
Can I jump in here for a second?
No, you can't. Because he made
Hold
that
on
up.
a second, Jose, but we're gonna come right back to you.
It's Yisrael with it's YISRAEL.
That's Aramaic. That's Aramaic.
Right.
Are
So
you going to an older?
there's no hint to a deity Yah anyway. You're making that up. That's why the brothers ask you where are you connecting Yah to El? There is no correspondence even in the name Israel. Isis, Ra, and El. That's the pseudo bull crap. What people like to say. It's in regards to the god Isis and the god Ra and the god El. There is no Yah in Israel. It's spelled YIS.
Is this
Yeah.
Sean?
A1, I'm finna come back in 10 seconds. My phone finna die.
Okay, I'm about to read what when you come back, you will see what I'm about to say. I just asked, are Yah and El connected? Okay. Right here is saying yes, which goes against what King J said, but it also, I think, affirms what King J said if we read further. It says, yes, Yah, Yahweh, and El are connected, but they were originally considered separate deities before being synchronized into a single God in the Hebrew Bible.
Drop a bomb.
Just off that sentence there, that's what I've been
the whole argument.
he's been saying the whole time.
The whole argument, period. And the synchronism and assimilation and pantheon reduction. They need to comprehend. They don't comprehend words. They don't even know. They didn't even know what a theophoric name was. But his name is Emmanuel. That's invoking the deity El.
So
they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, let me continue reading. So that confirmed what you have been saying. Initially, El was the supreme Canaanite god, while Yahweh was likely an Israelite god who arrived later. Over time, their worship merged, leading to the use of both names and titles to refer to the same God. That's exactly what you just explained, if I'm not mistaken. But I think his contention was at first you were saying they were separate, and then you were saying they were the same. But
his contention was that he thought that Israel was Yahrael. Okay. Yah, that's why he tried to spell it YAH. That's how he spelled it to you. YAH. Yahrael. That's not how you spell. A lot of times people make these arguments based off of lack of comprehension. And that's why I asked him, how familiar are you with the Northwest Semitic languages, Northwest Semitic deities, Northwest Semitic pantheon? And he wasn't familiar with it at all.
And the sources on here are reasonablefaith.com, Qora. I don't really mess with Qora. I don't see any reputable sources on this. Not that it's not accurate, but
type in theophoric name Israel.
And while I'm doing that, let's go to Jose. He had a comment or a question that he wanted to interject.
Now, I'm going to say this. For once, I'm agreeing with something that King J is saying. I'm agreeing that they were separate deities to a certain extent, and they became one deity. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Yahweh was one of El's sons in the original culture. And they still have people today arguing over which one is supreme, El or Yahweh. So I'm not disagreeing with that. But he mentioned the Mur and Ptah stele. And I'm going to say, they think it says Israel, but they're not sure if it says Israel. There's a debate on whether that word is actually Israel. If it's Syria, what the actual word is. So
I'm being nice. I was being nice giving him that. I don't even agree with that it says Israel. I would make a different argument, but I was just giving him that in history, and he can't even. It's just
King J, I'm with you on what you're saying, but I'm just saying with the Mur and Ptah stele, it's not a surety that that word is necessarily Israel. They think it might be. They're not sure. There's a disagreement over what the word actually is. So if we're going to bring it up, we need to say we're not sure. It sounds like it, but they're not sure. If it really is Israel, if it's Assyria, what the word actually is.
Right.
So in that sense, I'm with you on everything you just said. I want to keep the stream clean. I'm not going to argue unnecessarily. So I'm with you on what you just said. We have to understand that there's still a academic debate over whether the word is really Israel or not. They don't really know.
Yeah, I didn't know any. I mean, I really didn't know too much about this. I just heard you guys going back and forth, and I wanted to try to bring some clarity to the situation, so I interjected. It wasn't to try to prove somebody wrong or right, but just to bring clarity because we're all about growing and learning. And if let's go to the source instead of going back and forth.
See, but A1, there's history between people on this platform and people on here on other platforms that you don't know about. So sometimes that comes up. And
every day I see.
And it has nothing to do with you. So I want you to know that when you hear little squabbles, it's not necessarily have anything to do with your platform.
Every day it's been going on. I'll shout somebody out and somebody will be like, oh, no, I'll mess with them. I'm like, dang, that ain't got nothing to do with me. So, I still got your back.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. But I'm just saying, since I'm streaming this content for the first time, I want to try and keep it clean to see if I get good results and if I can stream some more of this content.
Definitely. Every time you come up here, just stream it automatically. If you're on the channel, you don't have to ask.
So am I allowed to go? Or did y'all end up getting to what I was saying? I ain't see.
Yeah. Let's go back and review this for Emmanuel from the top. I just have to go back one screen. Because he was getting some bombs dropped. Does anybody want to read that? I'll read it. It says, yes, Yahweh, and El are connected. So I'm just keep reading. But they were originally considered separate deities before being synchronized into a single God in the Hebrew Bible. Initially, El was the supreme Canaanite god, while Yahweh was likely an Israelite god who arrived later. Over time, their worship merged, leading to the use of both names and titles to refer to the same God, eventually establishing a monotheistic belief.
Okay, so I guess
that's actually name part.
That's actually my first time, I guess, hearing it broken down like that. That would possibly be my understanding according to geography and certain covenants that was made in the Bible. Y'all everybody know that's my foundation. So I guess I can agree with that, but that's not even what I was coming at the brother with. I was
go
to
the theophoric name part, brother.
That'll
clear all that up.
I was asking him if his understanding was that they were the same deity when he was saying that, because of what you just seen as far as the etymology coming from Yah being in that name. So when
it's not in that name, so let's go to where you just talked. Here we go. Because you keep saying that and it's irritating. All right. Theophoric names are personal names that contain the name of a god or a divine element intended to honor, invoke, or show devotion to a deity. These names are common in antiquity across many cultures, including Hebrew, Greek, Mesopotamian traditions, are still used today, such as in the name Daniel, God is my God, or Elizabeth, God is my God is oath. So you scroll down to where it says examples from different cultures.
Yep, and shout out Free Spirit because we taught somebody something new today. So I don't care what else happens. Somebody learned something as well as me because these are new terms, theophoric names. I haven't heard that, so I appreciate you dropping this info.
For sure. But just go down to where it says examples of the different cultures.
Got you.
Hebrew. Many Old Testament names are theophoric, containing El, God, or Yahweh, right? Daniel, God is my judge. Elijah, that's the double one. My God is Yahweh. Isaiah, Yahweh. Michael, all the Michaels are El. Samuel, can you see the difference? Right? It'll go down, it'll say where it goes to Israel. Just type in Israel. Just type in Israel right after. Just type in Israel, and it'll tell you what it contains. That's it.
So listen, brother.
The name Israel is a theophoric name, meaning it contains from a divine element and is often translated as El Strive, or one who wrestles with God. It combines El, a name for God, with a verb related to striving or contending. Many other theophoric names in the Hebrew Bible from this pattern include divine element like Yahweh. or El. So the name Israel. It just said the name is interpreted as. So the, what are you talking about? The name Israel has Yahweh in it.
Yep, I like this. They got some better sources on here. Armstrong
So
Institute of
you
Biblical
Because you made that up,
Archaeology.
brother.
you asking me where I got it from, and I asked y'all, did y'all find anything? And he just read something to you that you said you agree with, and then said, yeah, that's cool, brother, but go down to Theophorus name.
Keep scrolling down or go back, you mean?
Are you
No,
comprehending the
I'm
point?
saying when you just read what you read and said I had some bombs or whatever, I that wasn't
He
even my
didn't say
point.
you had no
But
bombs. I had bombs.
how would you have bombs if he said Yah and El were ended up being synonymous as one, and
Brother,
you just told me?
No,
your
that's not what
comprehension
it's
like,
no. That's not what it said. It
Okay,
said
so
that
go back to it.
El comes first. Yahweh was a later addition. The two merged through cultures and became one. I'm reading it verbatim because I read it 3 times, so I remember. Later became one over time, forming a monotheistic religion. But I'll go back so you can read it too.
No, I'm saying it
your
said
problem is comprehension, brother.
what
That's all.
I don't understand how you like the names that you just pulled out. It was names with Yah in it, and then names with El in it, and like what were you saying? You were pointing out the
Those
difference.
are called theophoric names.
I understand what a
Wherever
theophoric
deity,
name is.
then why you keep asking? If you understand, you wouldn't be saying the same thing. You don't understand. Because
Okay,
your point that you're making comes from lack of understanding, brother. I'm not being disrespectful to you, but I'm just saying that everybody comprehends
okay.
it, but
Where
you.
where is the name El in the prophet Jeremiah?
It's not. It's Yah.
Okay, so would him and the prophet Daniel or Daniel be prophesying about two different gods according to what you're saying?
Brother. So when we talk about the Bible, brother, they say there's Elohist, there's Yahweh, there's priestly sources, there's 4 different sources from that are taken that compose of the text of the Bible. Some sources have L, and we'll see the names
You
that are
said
theophoric
L
that contain,
L
and
L.
we will see the names that contain L in their name, like you mentioned, Daniel. Those are Elijah. Those names, right? Samuel, Ezekiel, Michael, the angels. So later on we see names that contain the deity Yah. So the theory is that it's synchronism, right? Do you understand what synchronism is?
Yes, bro.
Syncretism.
I'm familiar.
Syncretism, right?
I'm
And how Yahweh came in later and adapted the epitaph. You know what an epitaph is?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yahweh adopted the epitaph of El. So when you talk about Yahweh as the Elyon or the Most High, those were indigenous epitaphs of the deity El. And that's
Okay.
all I'm saying, brother. That is, and there's nothing. It's comprehension and later assimilation. You know
Okay.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But
Yeah.
we don't see
Okay. But
Yahweh.
see, you
Go
don't
ahead.
have to say it. You don't have to say it is comprehension when you already projecting a presumption as if you don't think I comprehend.
Because you're the only person who don't comprehend it, brother. Everybody on the panel understands it.
What are you saying that I don't comprehend? Because I was asking you questions, and I'm sure that the questions that I was asking you wasn't being clearly answered to everybody, because it was even a point in time where I wasn't asking questions any differently. You just finally clearly answered my question, and then A1 understood what I was asking just because you clearly answered my question.
Brother, you kept saying different languages, and Yahweh is a different language than El, and in Israel, it's like it was just your
I
first of all,
never
your
said anything
comprehension.
about Yahweh
They
being a
they
different language from El.
That's okay though. I mean, we figured it. I think we have it figured out now. At least I
Uh,
have some understanding and some clarity, and I learned something new.
Yeah, because he tried
so
to spell Israel with Yah. So that's why I'm like your comprehension is like you don't even it's even
yeah.
correct
So
spelling.
look, when you say that's the thing, that's what you're saying that my comprehension is off from, and that's what I was asking you. So if you didn't see where my comprehension lined up with what A1 pulled up from the jump, where my phone died at, just go back and search what I asked you to search. Yasharallah. I could spell it for you again. I spelled it right the first time. You might need to add Paleo Hebrew on it or something. Because it's definitely not just a reggae rapper. I ain't gonna take away from the reggae
No,
rapper.
let's look that up again. How do you spell that name?
Yeah, YASHARAHLA, and type in Paleo Hebrew.
Brother, you made that up. So I don't.
Okay,
That's why
brother.
you're not getting the. Go
Okay,
ahead.
brother, you can say what you want. I done already been here. That's why I'm
Okay,
asking to just
this
look
term is an alternative spelling or phonetic rendering, often used within some groups of Hebrew Israelites. And it's, it's damn, this is crazy because I was doing a show with Chris Harris, and it was showing how the linguistics has been changed by the modern Hebrew Israelites, and how they when they do the Yahweh Shai, like that's like they've made up
They
their own
made it up.
language. They
That's
literally
crazy.
have made
That's
it
crazy that
all up.
that's what you see, because that means that shit is algorithm based like a motherfucker. Because
Mm,
I just typed in the same exact thing. It literally just says Yasharallah in Paleo Hebrew is written as, gives the characters and says this term translates to Israel and is a transliteration of the name, and it is composed of Paleo Hebrew or ancient Hebrew script for the letters Yod, Shin, Resh, Aleph, Lamed, and Lamed.
Let me share the screen on this one.
Yeah, brother, you
I'm
made
not
it up.
sure
That's what.
what
That's
you
why it's
pulled up.
important to do your
Okay,
own
you're saying I
research.
made it up as
And
if ancient Phoenicians didn't have a language and the
brother, it
Hebrews
wasn't
didn't like.
that. It
But it
wasn't
wasn't.
that.
That's
It
the thing.
wasn't
It
that.
was not that, and I can show you. I can show you that, and
You saying what wasn't that?
I'll show you
What you're
shortly. But
saying.
first, what I have on the screen here, like I'd rather show you with the source, so that
Yeah,
way you
so
can. But this isn't
I'm
that.
one of
I'm
them
going to
people.
read
I'm
this
one
to
of
you.
them people who don't want to hear what somebody, I don't want to say no names, but just because somebody got a name said some shit to try and go
Nah,
off of
bro,
it. Because
you're
niggas say shit
regurgitating a bunch
all
of bull
day.
crap.
It's books that niggas write to fit whole doctrines, etc. So I don't give a fuck just because a nigga got a name and he's saying some shit. If there's multiple documentations of ancient Phoenicians having a language that nomadic people bit their language, and there's a whole rendition of this language that's documented and carried away, and there's writings of Torah with this same language, then or and inscriptions of these people in this language.
Brother, you made that up. First of all,
Okay.
it's an abjad. You know what an abjad is? A jab is a alphabet with no consonant, with no vowels, brother. So there is no I's in it. That's Yiddish. That's some Yiddish bull crap. Okay, that they made up.
Okay.
And that's it. And when you're talking about Phoenician, you know what Phoenician is? It's an Iron Age word for Canaanite.
Right.
That's it.
Ancient
Let,
Phoenician, Proto-Semitic, I'm sure they're synonymous.
let me see what's
What?
on the screen. It says it
Ancient
looks like.
Phoenician and Proto-Semitic, I'm sure, are synonymous.
The Proto-Semitic script was discovered in the minds of Sarah B. El Kadem by Semitic workers that they copied from the Metanetter.
So what are you saying?
I said it, brother. Where you need to study more, familiarize yourself with history, linguistics. Study more, study more, study more. Because I
I'm
said
saying
it, and then and I
I'm
said it.
familiar
I
with
said it.
linguistics,
I
but
said it.
it seems as if you're saying just because it came from another language or somebody's naming it something else, or people might have put their own twist to it, that invalidates it from being a language. That's what I don't understand that.
It's not a language; it's a script.
Okay, well, script. I'm not understanding how you're saying it invalidates it because it came from something older. I'm not getting that point,
Well,
because
I'm not.
most
I'm not saying.
languages.
I'm saying that what you're saying it is that's not it. You just you regurgitated some bull crap you heard from ISUPK and ran with it, and it was not right. You got to study your own stuff, brother, so you can know where they're wrong at,
Brother,
brother. I'm telling you, brother.
you're
I'm telling
totally
you, I can
incorrect.
read. I can read and write both of them.
Anybody that
Huh?
knows me, I don't like to throw too many jabs, but you're totally incorrect. I don't deal with them
What am
type
I
of
incorrect
brothers.
about?
I don't deal with them type of brothers in their doctrine. So you talking about
Well,
me just running
but
with some
where?
shit
But
that some
your
niggas
doctrine was
said
based off
that's
of theirs, and it was incorrect.
well, it's not a doctrine. I'm telling you facts that there's ancient Phoenician. You can look it up. Everything I'm telling you, you can look it up.
Brother, I
Ancient
have.
Phoenician is a language. Proto-Semitic is a language. You're saying that it came from
It's a
somewhere else,
script,
which means
brother. It's not a language. It's a
okay,
script.
these are scripts.
Semitic is the language. Semitic is the language, brother. Proto-Sinaitic is the script. Like,
So,
come on, brother. Yeah,
so
you're having arguments based off lack of comprehension. That's why I keep saying this to you. Because everything you say, I'm correcting you as you go. You're saying, and that's why your premise is wrong. It's not a language. It's not a language. It's a script. Proto-Sinaitic script. The language is Semitic.
okay,
Learn,
you
learn
think
linguistics,
I
brother.
think
Learn
yeah, I
linguistics.
think you think I'm saying Semitic and I'm saying Sinatic. I think that's the problem.
No, I know what you're saying. You don't comprehend what I'm saying. I'm saying the Proto-Sinaitic script is a script, not a language. The language is Semitic. Semitic. Can you comprehend? Are you following me? But I'm just saying.
Ancient Phoenician was
What?
a Canaanite language. Okay, so that's a language.
What? No. Phoenician, the word itself is Greek, so it can't
The
be a
language
Canaanite language if
is
it's a Greek word.
right. Is closely related to Semitic languages spoken in
Brother, stop talking.
these languages.
Just stop talking.
Hebrew, Moabite shared a common origin and were spoken in the region known as Canaan. Phoenician was particularly influential due to trade becoming a lingua franca in the Mediterranean, and its alphabet was the source of all modern European scripts. Relationships between Phoenician and Canaanite. Canaanite is the family. Canaanite refers to the group.
Well, the Phoenicians are Canaanite.
Phoenician is a branch. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm reading this source to you. So for you to keep saying that you're proving
You
me
can't.
wrong,
You're reading a source that you don't even comprehend. That's what I'm saying. Telling you. I already stated. Phoenician is the Iron Age word for Canaanites. There is no Phoenicians that
so if you're telling me that it's not
different.
a language, where am I supposed to look up that it's not a language if everywhere I'm looking is calling it a language?
Brother, for one, that wasn't the point of contention. You
I know,
said
but that's
proto.
where you keep trying to. That's where you keep trying to get your points
Let's
at
be
because it wasn't
specific.
no
No,
point of contention. All I
yes,
was
there
doing was
was,
asking you a question,
brother.
but your presumption was wrong. So you
Brother.
didn't get no points off of your presumption. So now you're trying to grab them from somewhere else, and you still not gonna grab them with a nigga like me.
Brother,
so what I'm telling you is just pipe down and quit thinking that you dealing with a Rudy Poo before I put you on Front Street a way that you don't want to be put on. Because I can debate you about a lot of this shit that you talking. I can debate you about a lot of this shit that you talking and pull real sources.
We on the debate Coliseum, so that we at the spot for that.
Exactly,
so we ain't gotta run. We ain't gotta run nowhere.
But you ain't popping none of that. You just talking like you correcting somebody and you're not. Because I just pulled up sources twice to prove you wrong.
No, what did you prove me? What did you prove me wrong?
Because Yahshua comes before. Well, it ain't even about it becoming before. It's its own separate script or language than Israel, and it would contain a different deity, but be referring to the same word.
You made that up, brother. That's Yiddish.
Right. You keep saying I made that up, but every time I pull it up, anything on Google is supporting what I'm saying, and you just talking out your ass.
No, for one, let's be fair. The brother that just pulled up before you pulled it up.
Let's be fair. You just put a couple people down on what a theophoric name was, and I learned about that shit in high school. You just put a couple people down on that shit. That's the only thing you done did.
Brother.
So you might as well pass the mic because you just dragging it, trying to grab points. And you ain't doing that. If you I'm a Hebrew and I believe in the Bible, that's my foundation. If you want to debate me about anything inside of that, I'll smack your ass. Anything in history that you feel like you want to build some contention on and debate me about it, that I'm telling you that my understanding comes from, bring it to the Front Street.
I do.
Because we could have just debated whether or not ancient Phoenician was considered a language, and you would have been on your ass looking stupid.
Ancient Phoenician? Okay, so let's just stop right there. We just
let's not stop right there. I just read a whole paragraph and a half to you.
So let me respond to what you just said.
So you gonna pull up a source and read some, or you gonna keep talking out your ass? If you gonna keep talking out your ass, everybody wants you to pass the mic right now. I promise you.
Okay, so you spoke uninterrupted. Now it's my turn.
I'm finna mute up for good till you pass the mic.
I appreciate that. So the brother Aeon, when he just pulled up the brother spelling of rendering or whatever he
A1
tried
like
to.
the steak sauce. A1 like
Yeah,
the steak sauce.
yeah, it went. It didn't go. The brother. It didn't. It just said it was some made up stuff. It didn't read what you just read, brother. That's for one. For two, you were talking about the proto-Sinaitic, and you were trying to say that was a language, brother. I corrected you on that. It's not. The proto-Sinaitic is a script. It's
Can
not
I
a.
interject? Oh, I'm
It's,
sorry. When you finish, let me go next.
yeah, and the proto-Sinaitic is a script, not a language. It's a script by Semitic speakers, and that's all I was saying. They're Semitic speakers, and they're writing a proto-Sinaitic script. That's it. And when you're talking about Phoenicians, brother, that is a Greco-Roman word. You can't even apply it until they come in until about 600 BC to when they even come into Canaan. And they're using the word Phoenician to describe the indigenous inhabitants of Canaan, the inhabitants of Sidon, the inhabitants of Tyre, in regards to the purple, whatever
Bro, I got a book sitting
dyes.
right in front of me
Brother,
about
you
why
don't
the
have to
Phoenicians, why the
syllabus,
Greeks
brother.
started calling people in
Brother,
Africa
you don't have
Phoenicians,
to syllabus,
etc.
and I'm
Stop
telling you
talking
right
out
now,
your
brother.
ass. Don't nobody
I'm
want to hear you
syllabus.
just talk out your
Well,
ass.
brother,
That's
I
what
debate
you're
me
don't.
one
doing.
I
time,
don't think
brother.
he's talking out of his.
That's
I'm not.
literally what you're doing, bro.
I'm not
But
talking about my ass.
You're talking
Because
about
every
why the
brother,
Greeks started calling a certain
brother,
people Phoenician, etc.
brother,
okay, you
brother,
guys went
listen.
somewhere else with it. Are you familiar with the Lashon Kodesh?
He's not familiar with the holy language. He's not. So let's don't even bring
I'm
them
most
words to him.
definitely, I'm
No.
most definitely familiar with the Lashawan Kodash.
Okay, and Allah's gracious warrior is sharing his screen. We're going to go to him because this is his show. After I share my screen, and then I want you two to comment on this.
Please, let's get back.
The Lashon Kodesh, often spelled Lashon Kodesh, whatever, is the term used by many One West Hebrew Israelite schools for what they call the Holy Tongue. And I know you're not part of One West or any of these.
Yeah, Lashawan is language, Kodash is holy, etc. And that's
Yeah. And it's their version of ancient Hebrew. Here's what it really is and where it comes from and why it's controversial. What Lashon Kodesh means, language, tongue. Kodesh is holy or set apart. So it literally means holy language. It was created in the 1960s through the 1990s by early One West teachers. It is not of Hebrew, so it doesn't come from the Dead Sea Scrolls. And it doesn't come from any of these.
correct.
What makes it
So
unique,
he debunked
One
you.
West teachers created several rules that do not appear in any historical Hebrew dialect. Every vowel becomes an A. Historically, A, E, I, O, U vowel sounds. All vowel sounds to be pronounced like an A. The reason that this is important is if I go down, this is how you guys get the Yahweh Shai, like that whole long name that you guys come up with. Like it's nowhere ancient. This
They
is
made it
all
up.
modern. It's all made up. But I only know this because I've studied the Lashon Kodesh and because I was confused. Like, where do I find this? Yahweh Shah, like I can't even say it all. I've heard people do it, but
Yeah, that's
like,
like
where does that come
break
from?
it down.
And
I can
It's
break.
some Yiddish bull crap that they added the kooks for that. You know what I'm saying? It's Yiddish. So
Yeah,
that like the brother don't know what he's talking about, and that's why a lot of his arguments are just from arguments of just ignorance. Because
yeah. You haven't heard me mention that shit not one time, and I ain't gonna call it bullshit out of respect that some niggas did some work and came up with their own shit.
well,
But
is the first name that you had me look up? Does it fall under this? You had me look up. What was I looking up at first? And it came up with the
y'all is some bull crap.
yeah. Like I'm thinking that it falls under this same dialect. That's why I brought this
Yeah,
up.
why would you automatically presume that on me when all I said was ancient Phoenician and ancient Hebrew?
Just because it sounded the same, so
It does, and there
it
is no
sounded exactly the
That's
same.
cool.
pronunciation
And
of
I don't
raw
see
ass.
that name.
That's cool if it sound the same, but what I'm saying is being
And we
straight up.
don't see that in the
All
murder
I'm saying
Patah
is ancient
Stella.
That's
We
Hebrew
what I
don't
was
see
going to
that.
say. We
and
don't see it
ancient
anciently. So it was my assumption that since it's not ancient, it would be modern. I haven't seen that I don't see that in the Sept. I don't see it anywhere. I don't see it in the Talmud, the Torah, the Septuagint, any of those old texts. I've never seen these Yahweh Shah, none of this stuff that people are speaking about. This is all, I'm going to the old text and I'm like, I haven't read any of this. Who are they calling out and who are they invoking when they say these names? These are
Exactly.
I have as well, but I don't like to be argumentative and bash, hey, to each their own. That's what they're doing. If it's working for them, I'll usually leave it like that until it's debate time. Then I'll bring my sword out and I'm slashing everything.
I see you
But
got some daggers.
yeah, but I'm the host. I try not to be the person. I don't want to be the person with the mute button controlling the conversation and dominating and over talking people
That
because that's
same
just
that
rude.
same language that we talking about,
Mhm.
this word that I'm talking about is on multiple ancient inscriptions.
Can
So
you spell that word for me one more time? And I want to see how it correlates to this right here. Spell it one more time for me. Y-A.
yeah, the what you always got to remember is when we're spelling something in English, it's according to an expression of these characters. So it would be more accurate for me to give you the characters to look for in history and ancient archaeology. You see what I'm saying?
Can you
Yeah, but
spell
they
that
don't
for me?
exist. They
Can
don't
Yeah,
you
exist.
spell that for me though?
yeah. You talking about the English spelling that I just gave you?
Sounds great. You're saying it goes not wait, you know what? Before you give it to me, repeat what you just said again
I
for me.
said what you have to remember is when we're saying these words in English and you're
Mhm.
dealing with these languages, it's only an expression of characters. So me giving you the ancient characters that they were using in script would be more accurate for you to understand why I'm pronouncing it the way that I am.
Okay, I understand that, but just for the sake of the term that you continue to use and made me look up several times, can you spell that again for me? Because if that's not, because it sounds like you're
Yes,
almost like
what I'm
backtracking, like, well, I know that's not what it is, but it was what I was trying to force on you. Am I correct? And am I hearing that right, King
no,
J?
no, you're not hearing it right at all.
Okay,
Why would I be telling you that? That's
that's just what it
that's
seems like. Because
no.
you were adamant about it, but now you're saying, well, you know what? If they didn't actually use that back then, but you were, I don't know, you were pushing it. Shout out Domo the plug,
No, so
KKK.
you are familiar with dealing
Wild.
with the English
I don't know what he
alphabet
talking about,
and
but
the
have a
words
good
that
day.
I'm telling you to spell, right? You familiar
Uh,
with dealing with the English alphabet, right?
BTA, brother. Yeah, I'm familiar with it, brother. Aleph.
Talking to you, I'm
Listen,
talking to
listen,
A1.
listen, bro. Listen, brother.
I'm
Aleph,
not talking to
bet,
you, I'm talking to
demo.
A1.
But listen, Aleph,
You got a
bet,
problem with
demo,
being quiet? It's
dollar.
been too long.
d-
You've been quiet too long.
decorum, value of
Yeah, I'm talking
decorum.
to you though, A1.
I
Are
know.
you familiar with dealing with the English characters though, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so if we're dealing with the English characters, why would I be trying to backtrack as if I'm saying, well, they weren't using the English characters back then, so let me slow down.
If
No,
my
that's
assumptions were
that's
wrong, my apologies.
no, that's me kind of proving my point that we're just using an expression, but you can follow this English expression I'm using, and there are characters to go along with it.
And what's the source? The primary.
Let's talk
Uh,
about it.
ancient archaeology. You want to just put it on Front Street?
Yes, I want you to tell me the name of the primary source. Like I named you the Moriah Patah Stella.
I
You
know,
gotta
but
name me a
bro,
source, brother. Or
I,
let you talk now. It's
I
BTA.
be taking time though, bro. I can't just put you down like that.
Brother, we ain't taking time. I ain't taking no time with you. I've been beating your ass all night, brother. Like, stop.
Mm,
Don't go hard. Don't. I'm sorry, I'm trying to cuss, but brother, it's been BTA all night.
I got you.
Hey, I just
You
caught
know
on
you
real
know
quick to
I
interject. I just caught on to what Dobo talk about. Shout out Smokey the Saint, the Cone Club co-founder. That KKK is really throwing people for a loop. But I like
Oh
that you
man,
lean
it's gonna be
into
a
it.
thing every time now. I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
keep explaining it. Yeah,
No, we're
I
not going to explain
promise.
it. If they want to know, go back to the first time he came on the show. It was
There you go.
an open
Yeah.
panel
You know what I'm gonna
with
do? I'll
him
just go
versus
clip that
Leandre.
out. You know what I'll do? I'll go clip that out and make it its own video, and then whenever anyone
Yes.
asks, I'll just
Let's do
post
that
that
and do a
link.
recap. We need to do a
And
recap on
it'll,
that.
yeah. Oh,
Because
it was a troll from a guy. My best friend's name is Will Kincaid with a K. We played off of K's because we trolled him and ruined his life with an ice cream cone emoji. So it was coffee cones and comments, and then the Cone Club cult, and it all just emerged. It was an inside joke, and now we just use it for a group of our family friends that we talk online. It's not. It's not. Trust me, it's nothing malicious or racist.
I
I
like it. It's triggering. It gets them excited. This is one of my
Well,
favorite
yeah, I
ones.
mean,
I like when you
and
changed it
yeah,
to the Slim Shady
it
debate.
pays
That was my
homage
favorite
to
one.
my lore a bit, too, and and you're right. Yeah, there's a trigger factor to it because my best friend's a shitlord and he likes things like that. So
Hey, let's keep triggering them, man. They keep coming back to
there you
comment
go.
about it. So I'm sorry about the
No,
interruption,
I love
guys.
everyone here, and peace to the debate room. Panelists are awesome. Chat's awesome. Love all you guys. So yeah.
People are always looking for a reason to try to be divisive. I welcome it. You know, these people are from other platforms that are doing really well. So the fact that they come over here to do that, I'll take it as a win. And I appreciate you guys for tuning in. No hate my way coming towards you guys. And shout out to you guys and what you were doing as well. I'm fully in support of all other platforms. So let's continue. Sorry about that, gentlemen.
So I did want to say something real quick. Can you go ahead and share my screen?
Yes, sir.
So this is going to be Quran. Let me clarify. Quran 7:180. It says, Allah has the most beautiful names, so call upon him by them and keep away from those who abuse his names. They will be punished for what they do. I'd like to point out that Allah is one God. He has multiple names. According to Islam, he has 99 names. A majority of these names are going to be his attributes. So he's the most high, he's the destroyer, he's the most merciful, he's the compassionate, he's the compeller, he's the judge. But in a different, it's going to be said in the language that the Quran was given. So with that being said, y'all have been arguing about Yah and El, and I can see where this argument would arise because I did a little bit of research into it, and it did say that they used to be separate deities, and then they formed into one deity, and my belief on that is going to definitely have to be that it was one deity from the beginning, and at some point they recognized that that one deity is the same deity. So Allah has multiple names. You can call him by whatever you like, as long as pretty much respectful. But our God is one. He's not multiple deities.
Shout out you for that source. That's what I like to see. Jesse got my favorite line. This is my slogan for Jesse. He got a verse for every bump on your face. You feel me? If y'all watch Paid in Full, y'all know where I got that from. I think he said I got a stat for every bump on your face. Jesse got a verse for every bump on your face. So that's why I went ahead and threw him this show, because I knew he would be able to hold his own up here with you gentlemen. Anybody want to expound on what he just read? Let me pull it back up.
I had a question for the brother because he speaks Arabic, I would assume.
If not, his brother does.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's fluent, but he's got somebody up here too as
And he
well.
can just give context of points I was making earlier when we talked about cognates, right? And Northwest Semitic lexicons, right? So when you say there is no God but Allah, can you say that in Arabic for me?
Jesse, I believe he's asking you.
Oh, I apologize. I put myself on mute.
Can you say there is no God but
Allah? No, I can only say that in English. I'm gonna be real with you, brother. I'm not a language expert. I'm more of a Islamic expert. So with that being said, like I'm not 100% fluent in Arabic. I'm not 100% fluent in in Hebrew.
But you know enough
like
to know about common nouns and place names, right? Common nouns and proper names. You know enough to know about that, right?
Right.
To answer that. Okay. So in that sentence, there is no God but Allah. What is the word for God in that in that instance?
Allah.
Allah is the proper name.
Right.
So the common name. So there is no God but Allah. In that sentence, God, Allah is the proper name. It's the name of the deity. The word God that's used in that sentence is Il. Il Allah, right? The God Allah.
Okay.
Which is the same word in the Ugarit, Il, right? Which is the same word in the Hebrew, Il, El, which is the same word in the Ugarit, Elhim, Elhim. These are all the same. So I'm giving you it's a shared culture, right? Using the same using the same lexicon, of Canaanite lexicon, and that's all I'm showing. Is even in there is no God but Allah. The word for God, is the deity Il, not Yahweh. So that's why I was just trying. The brother was like, well, there's a cognate between Yahweh and Allah. Linguistically, there's not linguistically at all.
There
So
might be.
I just wonder how he was making that comparison. But linguistically, I can show same root cognate from in the word il or elu and Allah.
Yeah. To be real, man, I'm like I said, I'm not really that deep into languages like that. Don't I like I'm gonna know more as far as like languages go. I'm gonna know more on the basic level. I think when it comes to understanding what these scriptures are going to say or mean, I'm going to have to look into the multiple translations to get a comparative understanding, and also looking into things like the lexicon when we're talking about the Bible and things of that nature. But for the Quran, we have multiple translations as well, and I would just use the multiple translations to get the best understanding of what the
Hmm.
verse means, or what the verse is actually saying.
So in the English, it's a bad we have our bastard language, right? So is it true that there are words in English that we can't express what was actually being said in the Aramaic? Like, is that a safe
I would agree that, yeah, that there are words in the Aramaic language that we would not be able to say in the
in
English
English?
language.
Hmm.
But I still think that we can get a very comprehensive understanding of what the word means by going through the multiple translations.
So why don't you want to learn it, the Aramaic, just the Arabic, so you
Oh,
can?
believe me, I do. But that's time. A lot of time that I had to spend in the masjid to
Hmm.
learn, and I'm currently you know working just about every day. I'm pretty much off this week for the holidays, but I'm it's just a timing thing, and believe me, I'm well studied with what the Quran says. So
Hmm.
like I'm very I have a very good understanding of like what the English translations of the Quran. I don't now I'm not I don't want to say I don't think it's sufficient, but I think what we have is going to be somewhat sufficient to understand uh, the meanings and the context of what is said in Arabic and English.
Hey, Jesse always got a good rebuttal for you.
A1.
I
Let me
can't wait.
tell
I
you
can't
what.
wait to get Jesse in the ring over here, man, because he got something for everything you coming with. Whether you like it, agree with it, he's gonna stand on his square. He's gonna stand in the pocket, and he's not running from anybody.
Yeah.
So
So,
A1.
any responses, Jose? It's on you.
You know, I smell a Solomonic TV response video to this live.
Let's go. That's how you go get them
You know
followers up.
why? You know why? I think we're doing pretty good with keeping decorum.
Mhm.
So when it's all said and done, I think no matter how long the video is, I'll keep it up and see what response I get. And
Amazing.
once
I
I get a good,
appreciate you.
and once I get a good response, I still think we need to do a response video because I have a lot of information that I can present relevant to some of the things that we're talking about, and I think that you appreciate it.
Let's go.
And it
We'll do that
and it
after
will
your
also
interview Tuesday, or
and
maybe
it will
even
all
before.
and it will also help to promote other Black content creators who have good information on the subject.
Yep, you doing a
So
review on this material will make people double back and watch the next one. So I know tomorrow I have all day open. I do have a game show coming up with it's called "Is That Pseudo or Facts?" Hosted by Shekmet, one of the Queen Barbarians. She's going to be hosting this game show. So if everybody can come through tomorrow and check that out, it's going to be trivia style. We're going to group people into teams as they come on the panel. and people will be playing for items from my I have a shopping cart on the website, so you can get T-shirts and things like that. We'll be giving stuff away to the winners. So yeah, tomorrow's open all day. If you want to do a watch party, review this, stop it, break it down, touch on the points that you think need to be addressed.
I think that'll be a good idea because it allows me to promote my platform, your platform, and possibly a couple of other black content creators. So I think that would be a good thing.
Perfect. I'm gonna talk with you after this show for sure, so that way I can get you some more advertisements set up, so that way people can follow your page as well.
I appreciate that.
Yep. Pass it around. Anybody want to comment on what Jesse just expounded on? You made some good points. Don't get scared now. Sharab, you've been in here for a minute. Am I saying your name right?
Hold on, I want to say something.
Shout out Silky D in the building. One of the Titans in the tournament. He has a debate coming up this weekend against Yaya. Make sure you be on the lookout for that one. Go ahead, Silky D. It's on you.
Yeah, what I wanted to say was what the guy was talking about the interpretation. And I guess when y'all talking about the Quran, how you need to read Arabic and all that stuff. I'm just saying, if they translate, they're using 3 words and then another language, it might take 10 or 15 words. Regardless of the fact is, if the message is still basically similar as the same, I just don't know what they're complaining about.
I would push back on that, Shuki, in regards to as simple as the great ox, and showing how in the Hebrew Bible it went from a great ox to a rhinoceros to a unicorn. So you have to explain to me how, if the initial translation was a great ox, tell me how it got to a unicorn and how a unicorn is the same thing as a great ox.
Okay, the great, and you're talking about in the Quran.
No, I'm talking about the Bible. You're talking about how words change. Period. Right? It's the same in the Quran as in the Bible. How through transliteration the meaning of words are changed. Right?
Okay, slow down. I'm glad you went to the Bible. Now, in the Bible, coming in what, Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic?
Well, no. The example I gave was how the word "great ox" became a unicorn. That's what I want you to explain.
I hear you on that.
Okay.
But you brought up multiple languages. So, and I'm telling you, then you brought up the Bible. In the Bible, the Dead Sea Scrolls is found in that cave, and that's in Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic and Arabic. So that's multiple languages. So you're trying to come at this man because he knows English, but wouldn't knowing multiple languages be the way anyways?
No, follow the point, Silky, that I'm making. Through transliteration, meanings are supposed to stay the same of the words, right? So even if you're transliterating a word from Hebrew into English or Latin, the meaning of the word through transliteration stays the same. Do you understand that? So my question is to you, if they're saying in Hebrew that this word is a great ox, right? How did it go to, when it got to Latin, become a rhinoceros? I can tell you how, but I just want you to, you know what I'm saying? So, and how did it come from Latin, the rhinoceros, to in English to be a unicorn? Those are 3 different distinct animals, and we give you an impression of, like a unicorn. You're not gonna think, oh, that you in the original translation there was really an ox. So I'm just asking you through transliteration, how is that possible that the definition of the word was lost?
And before you answer, Silky, I want to go to a real quick word from our sponsors to let everybody know why this channel is created and why it's growing so fast.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
And everybody make sure to check out the debates. We are more than halfway through the first round. We have completed 5 of the 8 debates of the first round. We will have the rest of it wrapped up by the end of this week, and we'll be moving into round 2 going into December. And back to you, gentlemen.
Okay, so you asked me about the translation in the Bible, right?
I asked you about transliteration and how in the King James version it mentions a unicorn, but in the original translation it's not a unicorn. It's a great ox. So basically, I'm
That's
just
supposed to be the
asking.
rhino, right?
Huh?
That's supposed to represent the rhino. You're referring
So
to the rhino, the unicorn. Oh, that's the great ox.
In Latin, it was expressed as rhinoceros, but then in English it went to unicorn. I'll answer it because.
Well, first off, you're talking about the Bible, and that's a Coptic language in Latin. Latin is the prestige. I think Latin is the prestigious one compared to the Coptic, or Coptic's over Latin. But that's all your Bible stuff, anyways.
So you're not answering the question. So how does the transliteration? How does the meaning get lost in the?
So you went from unicorn to the great ox, right?
That's not what he said. He said it was an ox. Then it became a rhinoceros. Then it became a unicorn. What I think he's trying to say is that is an example of mistranslation. It ended up the original meaning got lost, and that's what happened. Sometimes when you go through different languages, sometimes there's just no word that you can use. Sometimes it's just no word.
Exactly. And that's all I was trying to get to.
You would have to come up. You would have to take some words to form that picture, right? To make that come to life. To get that charade, you would have to basically use a couple extra words to get that image, right? Or make up something similar to it.
That's not what he's saying. He's giving an example of mistranslation from whatever language to another language. And
so what
that
they
was
did
just a mistranslation. And it's
not even a mistranslation. It was they didn't have a word to express the meaning in that language, but they put something similar. So the word great ox, right? When it went to the rhinoceros, the common theme in the great ox and the rhinoceros and the unicorn is what? They are all one horned animals.
Right.
So that and it symbolizes power and strength. Right.
That may be true. That may be true, but
when you're talking about translation, though, like if it's modern day, you're getting a translation from modern day, and then you're coming from ancient. They're gonna use modern terminology.
That's not what he's saying.
That's not what I'm trying to say. Exactly.
He's trying to say he made a mistake and said transliteration, but he means translation. He's trying to say that the reason for that is because they might not have had an animal or a concept to express that, or they just use something that makes sense in their culture. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, you would have to go to your 60 authors, right? Or
no, Silky. He's repeating that because there was obviously some discussion that he was in, and that was brought up. So he's just saying sometimes mistranslation is deliberately mistranslation, and sometimes when you put your things in your own cultural paradigm,
right? For sure.
I mean, but when you're messing with the Bible, are they calling it scripture? No.
He's not talking about the Bible. He's talking about a specific instance that is discussed in academia about a particular animal, a particular story being translated to different cultures.
Unicorn.
And they think the reason. Hold on. And they think the reason why it's that way was because they didn't have anything to express it, so it became something else, which may or may not be true. That's what he's saying. He's recounting a particular instance in academia why they think that happened. That may not be true in that instance.
Yeah, it's like dragon and dinosaur type thing, right?
No. He's just pointing out sometimes mistranslation deals with cultural paradigms and you just can't express something in another language.
I mean, it's all interpretation, though, right?
That's not what he's saying. He's saying What I just said is like in Medu Necha, when they translate things to English or other languages, they use words that they can relate to in their language because that's the
Right.
only
Your
they have to relate to
your
each other.
metaphorical mistranslation.
No.
Gotcha.
Let me give an example. Just like in Medu Necha, right? They have a word that means tati, right? It's a government official. But they use the word vizier because our people who translate it speak Arabic. That's the closest thing they could find to the word. While in the actual language, it may not mean that. It may have a deeper meaning that we may not be able to express. That's what he's trying to say. They're just using the closest thing in their language to the term, to their understanding. But that doesn't necessarily cover the whole meaning of the word to the ancient people. And that happens a lot. Sometimes people just deliberately mistranslate because they want to promote their paradigm. And that's what he's saying. There's different reasons why you get mistranslations. Sometimes it's deliberate, sometimes they don't know. Sometimes they're picking up some crap somebody else said and running with it. And you have to point out that's not what it is. That's what I think he's trying to say.
Oh,
If I'm
all
wrong,
right,
correct
yeah,
me.
y'all are good. Yeah, all right, I feel you.
And that's the way he's making at this point in time. Right? And this conversation started with Jesse saying, why doesn't he know Arabic? And he said he doesn't have the time to do it. So this is where the conversation stemmed. Now we're going off on something else. But, I mentioned earlier that learning the languages, when you get involved with these paradigms, is very important. So you understand that sometimes things are deliberately mistranslated. And sometimes we're doing the best that we can with the language that we have because we can't express it. There's some sounds and letters and concepts that don't exist in English from other cultures. So we just put something in there that's the closest to it. So we can express it in our language, and it doesn't always fit. Or sometimes one word, like Ma'at, has several different meanings. So we try to pick one of the meanings that we think encompasses everything for our language. And that happens a lot. We believe me, I have these conversations all the time. King J knows exactly what I'm talking about. So we get into these conversations all the time. So we have to be aware of that if we're going to talk about languages. If you don't know the language, leave it alone. If you study the language, stay in the lane with what you know.
Didn't Meta start off with like a couple hundred and then shoot up to like 1,000 or something like that?
Silky, study and then do a live on what you're saying because you're just pulling stuff out of your backside right now.
So you're saying I'm making it up?
No, I'm saying respectfully, you're not well studied enough to know what you're trying to say. So
is it true, yes or no?
I'm one who's not gonna agree with that because somebody said it. Medu
Hold on, so you do. Hold on, so you heard that?
No, I've never heard that.
You never heard that? Okay.
No, and I'm not gonna say something.
All right. And you got her to tell me not to speak. All right.
Listen.
Well, Silky, everybody got their own lane. I think you more like a metaphysical type of a guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, this might just not be your lane,
Is that right? She's gonna tell me.
You more fine because I'm listening to what you're saying. Like,
it might not be my lane either. You don't know that. It might not be my lane either.
But you expressed what I said fairly well. You have you know what I'm saying? That you articulated my point.
No, I understood exactly what you said because I deal with people who deal with languages and we have these discussions all the time. So I'm not against what you're saying. But Silky D is an individual who says a lot of things. And while he's an intelligent individual, he needs to study a little bit more like some of us have to be able to express his points a little bit better. And that's no insult to him. Because when I came on and I started dealing with people, I wasn't to this level. Somebody taught me. And I think that
you're telling me I need to study the Metanata.
I'm not a Metanata expert, but I know what you're saying is not being expressed the way that you want it to be expressed. That's nothing on you.
And
I understand what you're trying to say.
You know
what? You're not expressing it well.
It's all good. All right, good. I'm gonna let y'all have for now. Give me 1 second. I'm almost to my office.
Let's go.
And
let's go ahead and pass it around, man. Who haven't we heard from? Real quick. Who haven't we heard from? I haven't heard from Jesus. It's him. Sharab, if I'm pronouncing your name right. I think we've got everybody else. Shout out King J, family man. We love to see it, brother. We love to see it.
That's Karab Ben Yasharallah, man.
No. It's not Karab. So what I'm gonna ask the panel is there's a couple of people on the panel. Y'all took my name from me. So since the Lashawan is not correct, y'all tell me what my name is.
And go ahead, feel free. Anybody jump in there. I think King J, maybe. I think you were the one leading the charge on that.
Yeah, I have to be renamed.
You probably do
Yeah,
because
so
uh,
give it to me.
no. What is your your name? What is your name? Yahweh,
I
Yahweh.
just told you my name is Kai Rob and my brother did too, but you said it's wrong, so tell me what my name is.
No, I'm looking at where it says "brothers bound by Yahweh." That's what I was
Right,
looking at.
right. We're
So,
talking about my name though. So my name is
but I'm just slow down, brother. This conversation, we gonna unpack it. I guarantee we're gonna unpack it. So, brothers bound by Yahweh, right? So that Yahweh, that's a textogram. That's a textogram, right? That's not even a name. It's a title.
hey brother, that's
Would
not
you
my
agree?
name. Hey, excuse me. You told me
Oh
to
my
slow
God.
down. You should slow down. All right, listen very carefully. That is not my name. That's an organization that I'm a part of. My name, you'll have to ask me for my name. All right. So my name is Karab, right? That's how I pronounce it. All right. That's the only word you should be focused on as far as my name. And I'm asking you, what is my name?
Okay, it has vowels in it, correct?
No, sir, it does not.
Or how do we know without the nakuk how to pronounce it?
I'm trying to get it from you. You told me my name was wrong.
Did he say Karab was wrong though, or was he?
No,
Well,
that's the understanding of the Lost Shawan Kodash, which everybody keeps mispronouncing, right?
okay. I
So
appreciate you for correcting me.
yeah, yeah.
The,
Since
the
since it's
point the point
wrong,
that the point that the brother brought up was this, that the ISUPK or whoever doctrine that they're using when they're introducing all these A's and all these Yahs and stuff, that's some Yiddish bull crap that they made up. So if all these names with Yahweh, Yahshua, Yahshua, your God name, Yahweh, all of that. So if I destroy your God, I destroy your name. So that's why I just went straight to the source,
yeah.
Yahweh. That's some
So
bull crap.
The
yeah,
So
so
Yiddish.
that is Yiddish.
so
A
so
mixture of this and that with Nakooks that people who can't pronounce the word can know how to pronounce
yeah,
it.
we gonna deal with that Yiddish part right
Okay.
there. I'm asking you, did you satisfy the requirements of my question?
I have no problem with your name, Kassad or
No,
whatever,
I didn't
however you
say
want to
that you
pronounce it.
did.
Okay.
I asked you something, and I'm looking for an answer. Did you give me the answer?
Re-ask it again because I didn't hear you correctly.
The Lassa one is incorrect according to you, and you
I
assume
didn't.
that
I
I
never.
have
I
vowels in
never.
my name because you see an A.
You made that
What
up.
is my name?
I've never said that La Shawan was incorrect. I never said that.
Then say it's factual.
Say what factual?
Say the Lassa one Kodash is factual.
The word. Okay, so this is what I would say. I wouldn't say that it's factual. I definitely won't say that it's factual. And so let's just pull it up.
No, okay, so it's in between a lie and the truth.
So I guarantee you probably can't even read it. So
That's cool, but
we can pull it up. And I can
anybody,
read it
any
more than you can, huh?
is anybody up here that took my name from me? Are you gonna leave me without a name, or I leave, or I just what's my name?
What does your name mean? Just enlighten us on that because we
Knife,
don't know. It
knife,
means nice,
knife.
aside. So I'll just go with the consonants root CSD. So we should be able to go back and find words with the consonant roots of CSD that will allude to nice. Correct.
What?
So Kasad, there shouldn't be no vowels in
No,
your name.
I said Ka Rob.
Karab. Okay, so CRB, right?
You are way off.
Karab, DRB. Those are the consonants in your name.
Yeah. So I would say
So
Ka
how am I
Rob.
off? Your comprehension is off,
Yeah, I
brother.
got you. I heard you. I heard you. I heard you. So
Like
what's my
God, I'm
name?
trying to, huh?
Yeah, that's my bad, brother. That's my bad. You have a dialect. I'm Southern. I'm from Mississippi, right? We country down here. You understand what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
sometimes when we come across, where you from, brother?
I'm from Illinois.
You from Illinois, right? So you're by the Great Lakes and everything, right? That allowed me to deal with this Yiddish thing. So let me ask you something: is Yiddish a language or it's a spoken dialect? Which one?
Both.
It's both. So how many letters does Yiddish have in it?
I'm not quite sure, brother. You can
22. I got my answer. So you don't know.
so 22, the same as the Aleph Bet, correct?
So
So
you
so
so you
22, the
you
same
just
amount
said,
as the same amount as the Aleph Bet, correct?
so you gonna get that from me, or is that your answer
Brother,
before I
I'm
answer?
telling you, I'm making a point by telling you it's the same thing.
So why didn't you answer when I asked you the first time?
Brother,
He
I
had to
just
look it up
answered it.
real quick. He was a linguistic scholar
I'm
a
not
few
hmm
looking
minutes
at
ago, though.
brother. I'm live, brother. I'm on my head. I don't got no computer in front of me, brother. I
So
ain't
you
looking up
saying
nothing,
so you're saying Yiddish is a language?
brother. I said it's both. I said
You
it's a
say
dialect and a
so if it's
language,
both, then you can declare it to be a language and a dialect, which focuses on the way it is spoken. Correct?
that's what I just said. Why do I gotta
So
repeat the
so
same thing
so
over
so
again,
so if I ask you, is it a dialect, you can say yes, right?
brother? I just said 5 times. Yiddish is a dialect and a language. Don't ask me the same
So
question,
exactly, and I heard you. So if I ask you, is Yiddish a dialect, you can say yes.
nigga. Didn't I just say yes 5 times?
Ask the panel, because I didn't hear it.
Brother, I just said Yiddish is both. It is a
And
dialect
that
and
is
a
what you're
language.
doing. I isolated the dialect and the language in my questioning.
Oh, well, it's
So I'm
both.
not talking about both. I asked you, if I ask you, is Yiddish a dialect, can you say yes? I did not mention a language.
It's both.
Now let me jump in here for a second.
You
Now,
got it. You got it, Jose.
Yiddish is considered to be a mix of Hebrew, reconstructed Hebrew, and German. So
Correct, which is what
according
I
to
understand. Yes.
academics, they would consider it to be they may consider it to be a dialect of Hebrew, which I
Uh-huh.
don't agree with, and I'm sure you don't agree with either.
Right.
But based on what they're saying, they could call it a dialect,
Uh-huh.
and not really a language because it's
Uh-huh.
definitely not original. Or it's
It
not.
was translated off that guy in like what 1950 or something.
Man,
The
that
white.
shit
Yes.
is no, it's way before that. That shit's Germanic in origin. And you would have to study everything between the black and the Black Sea and the what's the other sea where you got the Caucasian slave trade from?
Caspian
Right up,
Sea in
Yeah, he
Russia,
made
yeah,
that.
Black and Caspian
Caspian
Sea in
Sea.
Russia.
Yeah. The Black Sea and Caspian Sea, right? So we know what's up there, the Caucasus Mountains, right? And that's where this language came from. Now look, brother. I don't mean to jump on your case. If you want to call it a language, that's on you. Get my number and drop me some sources because I got so much more I want to deal with other than that. And if that's what you believe, make me believe it and give me sources. All right. And I want to move on to some more things. What?
Real quick, before you move on, I do want to get King J some type of discussions or maybe even some baby debates set up. Whatever he's, I know he said he wants to hop in and start participating more. So I see
Give me some.
you. You're very passionate in your stance. If you do want to set something up, just let me know. We can get that in the works. Go ahead, though.
What
Yeah, I
is my
do.
name?
I definitely do because I like I like history. I love the debate, but I do like to because a lot of times people like this brother just basically lied. Okay, so like for instance, here I'll read it. It says Yiddish is generally considered a language in its own right. So the brother just said that it's not a language, right? So it's a language. It says it's classified as a Western Germanic language, right?
Now, y'all remember he told me I was wrong when I did what he just did right
I
now.
said it's
I
both.
did that to him about ancient Phoenician. He said I was wrong. And he still didn't prove that it wasn't a language. And that's what I told him ancient Paleo Hebrew, or not ancient Paleo, you're not supposed to say both of them. That's what I told him ancient Hebrew came from. And he tried to discredit what I was saying just because I told him it came from something earlier because I said it was a language. He tried to discredit it and say, no, it's a script, but it's not a language, to take away the point that I was making. Because niggas hate when you actually know where Hebrew came from because they can't say, oh, well, find me somewhere this language is called Hebrew. Find me something where people are speaking a Hebrew language. Where is your Hebrew language on ancient archaeology?
No,
I
that's
I
not.
done been down them
But
routes years ago. So when I pull out a point of what language that you should look for, you try to outshine that because I said language instead of script, and then you rode that shit for 15 minutes like I didn't do exactly what you just did and just do a quick search and prove you wrong.
Emmanuel, I don't think the issue is with the language. I think the issue is you are a Hebrew Israelite and you're going to say things that people are going to disagree with based on you being a Hebrew Israelite. And I think that we should separate the history from the religious argument. Because sometimes you're going to say things that really are considered, at least in this community, as religious arguments. Like when you start talking about words like Yasha Allah, that is a religious argument in this community.
How is that a religious argument when it's a transliteration? That's not a religious
Well,
argument.
I get what he's saying, Iman. Let me help you out, and then you'll still be able to steer your own boat. Just focus on archaeological artifacts that have Yashara Allah on the steles, right?
Yeah,
Like
and
for,
I that
on
that's for
prisms, right?
that's for debates. Come try a Hebrew Israelite with that bullshit because you think he a one West nigga, and I'm gonna show you where it's at
But
on
brother,
ancient archaeology.
that's where you die at. Because brother, I study archaeology. There is no stela that says YAH Yashara. There is
I
none.
told yeah,
I
not
did.
it's
There
not gonna
is
say that,
none.
but I know the
Did that brother
characters
say
to look for.
Yashua Allah?
I know the characters to look for, and we're going to pronounce
Right,
that verbatim when we see
right,
them characters.
right.
brother, and I do too. And I that's why I keep going
So
to the
what's my
Myrna
name?
Patah. Listen, hold on, brother. You filibustering. That's why I keep going to the only primary source that y'all have that archaeology goes to, Myrna Patah Stela. And
You
when you
talking about the
read that,
Merneptah Stela?
whatever you want to say, however you want to pronounce it, I'm familiar with it than you. I
No,
guarantee you
not
that.
that's not the only. That's the
Let me
oldest.
talk, brother. You're filibustering.
That's the
And
oldest. That's the
let
only.
me talk.
Yeah, I'll let you
That
talk.
is the
I'll let you
oldest.
lie.
And
You been lying enough tonight.
let me talk, because none of you know what you're talking about.
All right.
When we talk about the Myrna Patah Stela, Myrna, how you want to pronounce it, it's 3 words, 3 letters, Y, S, and W. Y, S, and W. That's it. It don't say no. You show me the Stella, and I'm gonna show you where it say Yashara Allah and all that. It's only 3 letters, and it's in Meternetter. It's in Meternetter. Do you not know? You're not even comprehending the points being made. It's not even in English. It's not even in Hebrew. It's not even in Aramaic. It's in Meternetter. So you can never even look at the Myrna Patah Stela and decipher it and say where it says Israel at, because you can't even
Okay.
read it. So
Right.
you don't make an argument that you can't even, like, that's the point that I'm making. Like
Right.
you're just saying stuff.
Right. And I told you let's go to Front Street with it. Let's
Bro, we can set up any hundred debate on anything you want to, and you're gonna
what?
lose.
Okay, so let's go to Front Street and let's see if I can pull up any type of archaeology and we can look at an
Man,
ancient word and pronounce Yasharal.
hey, hold on. Can I interject? Y'all, I'm gonna be very polite with this.
All you gotta do right.
Brother Jay, you say that one right there. Cause I don't want to go too deep into this, because this could turn into a debate on an actual platform. Just a quick question: what language did you say the Renepta Stela was written in?
Meternetter.
Okay, so is that the language of the Egyptians?
Yeah, that's what it was written in. That's the
Uh-huh.
writing. That's
And they had
the writing
22
script.
characters, and they had 22 characters, right?
That may not be
No,
true.
Huh?
right, right, no,
Bro,
Well, I'm
no,
asking a question here.
no.
no, no,
So
no.
how
The,
many
When
how
you,
many letters did the Egyptians have?
listen. The Proto-Sinaitic script was the first alphabet script, alphabetic script. That's the first alphabetic script, the Proto-Sinaitic. So just go ahead. But
So what
when you
about the cuneiform script?
it's not alphabetic. It's not
It's not alphabetic.
it's not an alphabet. The first alphabet was the Proto-Sinaitic script.
Gentlemen, I got to run around the corner real quick. I'm only going to be a couple minutes. Like, Emmanuel, you're a host on this channel. Jesse, this is your show. Jose, you always have shown amazing decorum. Can I count on you 3 to hold it down for 15 minutes?
I'm gonna
Please
try.
do not let this get wild.
I'm gonna
If it
try.
gets wild, I'm going to be listening in the car. I'll be able. Dang, can I just tap in and end it? I don't want this to get wild. I'll be really disappointed if this turns into something
We
while
do
I
it
run
good
to the
so
corner
right.
store.
I'm
Nah,
We
crashing
do
bro,
it
out.
good so
it's not
far.
gonna
We do
get
it good so
wild. I
far.
can.
Emmanuel,
I'm
please
crashing
don't.
out in 5 minutes.
Karab, if you could scale back on the passion just for until I get back.
Now let me
And back to you, gentlemen.
Oh no, that's my brother, man. You know I got the panel. We good, brother.
I know 3BY in the building, baby. I see y'all.
We good, man.
now
All
let
right.
me jump in.
I got
Now let me jump in here and say something. With the Mur and Ptah stele, they're not really sure if the word is Israel.
open this
They
laptop.
think it might be. So there's an academic argument over whether it is. Some people think it might be Assyria. So I understand where they're coming from. But when you look at it and you examine it linguistically, they recognize that in the stele, it has a lot of, how should I say it? They're trying to translate foreign words. So when you read the glyphs, some letters don't translate. And those words are considered to be loan words, which means they don't fit the typical idea of what
Exactly.
Medu-Neter would be. So they would replace this letter with that letter, and then you have to know the nuances of the Medu-Neter and the history of it to understand how you should read the stele. So it may not, the word indeed may not be Israel. It may not be, because the people they were fighting in the stele were actually Libyans and Assyrians and those sorts, because it says that Libyan princes bowed down to them in front
Well,
of
it says he was bragging about a Libyan battle.
No. I'm not bragging about Libyan battle. I'm saying that
No,
particular
I'm
stele.
saying in the Minetta Stella is what it's saying. It talks about Libyans and it has everything.
Yes. Yeah, it says that these Libyan princes got beat up so bad they were on their faces shouting peace. They were surrendering to Mur and Ptah and his army. So now
Well,
when they
it was kind of like their first victory against him, I guess, because he's supposed to be celebrating.
no. The stele is about these people getting beat up by the ancient Kemetic or Egyptian people. They got beat up and they were on their faces.
Yeah, because they was in charge, so they finally got a little power. Like they won a little battle.
Who?
The people that fought the Libyans.
No,
They didn't
that's
win.
not
They
what
didn't. They
happened.
didn't win.
In the Mur and Ptah stele, they got beat up and they were on their faces. The princes, the leaders of the Libyans, and other people were on their faces, bowing down to Mur and Ptah and his army.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
one.
happened.
I mean, that was
They
one.
got-
Yeah, that was one little. Group of Libyans. Yeah.
That's the
How many letters did the Egyptians use? I don't understand.
that's a complicated question because it depends on what time frame we're talking about, because the language changed. So this might have been somewhere around Middle Egyptian.
Yeah. So I'm talking about the Meneptah stele in that time period. How many letters were they using?
You know what? I can't answer that
Joey, probably
question.
about what, 1,700, 1,000.
Hold on, Kenji. I can't answer that question, and that's a question that's muddy in the conversation. We're trying to establish if the word was Israel or if it was another word, and there's no academic conclusion to whether the word means Israel or not. They know that they were fighting people who were Libyans because they had a beef with these people traditionally. So that's what the stele is about. One particular word they pull out that sounds like Israel, but it could be Assyria, it could be something else. They say
But
Assyria makes.
But
Go
so
ahead.
can I ask you a question? Did the word on the stele, did one of them, that I'm trying to be careful in muddy waters, right? Did one of them start with a Y sound?
Yeah.
That
We're talking about.
so
Brother, it's
let-
YSW. You see the two releads for the Y for sure. Yeah, YSW.
yeah.
So
So
that could be Yahweh Asir.
No. Hold on, King J. We're trying. You're going too far off into another argument. We're just simply saying if you look at the stele or you research it, they will pull out a particular word and say that this word is Israel.
Right.
But when we deal with the stele and what it says, they were not fighting any group called Israel.
Right.
They don't know that word means Israel, because there's an argument that the word didn't exist. The word didn't exist back then, so it couldn't be Israel. Yes. I think it talks about Canaanites, But the argument for people who have studied, the word Israel didn't exist back then. So it couldn't be Israel. That's not what the word is. They were referring to some sort of Assyrian or Libyan or possibly Canaanite people. The word is not Israel. It can't be Israel. And that's the argument that people are making.
Well, if it is Israel, it's the first occurrence of it. You know what I'm saying? It's not.
If it is, that's
Yeah.
if it is.
Mhm.
Yes, it would be considered probably the first or oldest occurrence that they could find if they could prove that.
Oldest
not-
is the most accurate way for us to, you know what I'm saying, word this and use terminology. The oldest for sure.
You know what's interesting is
If it is, then I'm sure if it is.
so is this still a proof of multiple military conquests?
No, in this particular case, it was the leader of the country was called Mer in Ptah, and he was having a fight with certain groups of people, so it was a battle stellar. And when they saw this
1208
word,
BC.
they pulled out that particular word and said they think it might be Israel because
Right.
it sounds like Israel.
Okay. All right, got you. So I don't think you understood my question. Does this still record multiple conquests against multiple nations?
Yeah. Just for the sake, it's a battle stellar. He says it's a
So
battle stellar.
when we go to Ashkelon, nobody disagrees with that. When we go to Gezer, nobody disagrees with that. We go to Noam, nobody disagrees. Then we say, oh, that's Israel. Oh shit, no, it can't be Israel.
Well,
Nah.
because they don't. Because
Nah.
for instance, like if we go to the prism, I can't forget. I can't never pronounce it, but the Assyrian prism. They
Sennacherib's
don't.
prism.
They never refer to them as Israel. They refer to him as the house of Omri, right? It's actually Ben Omri, right? It's the house of Omri. There is no mention of Israel. They actually call them Samaria. It says Samaria is laid to waste in the house of Omri, right? So there
Hold
is
on,
mention
I'm
of
lost. You mentioned the Assyrian prism, which I'm thinking is Sennacherib's prism.
Mhm.
We were talking about the Merneptah Stilla.
Yeah, but we're talking follow the conversation. We're talking about the same people. I'm letting you know that even in that stela, they're not even mentioning them by the name of Israel. They're naming them by Samaria and by the house of Omri. The house, their house, not Israel. They're not naming Israel at all.
King J, hold on. Let me repeat it again. The stele is about one particular battle, but multiple groups of people who would be considered Libyans and possibly Canaanites, possibly even people that we call Nubians, were involved in the battle. But the main group of people that they were fighting would have been the Libyans or the Syrians or those kinds of people. So this was about them surrendering, and they saw a word. Some religious people saw that word and said, we think it's Israel. But the ancient Egyptian or Kemetic culture goes back so far, we have to determine if that makes sense or not. And according to people who really know, the word is probably not Israel. That can't make sense.
You said something else interesting. You said you mentioned Nubia, right?
Yes.
Oh
So
my God.
where is Nubia?
Listen, bro.
Joey, they're not ready for these conversations, brother.
Bro, I'm with you on the geography, but I'm simply saying the stele would have mentioned those people because these are people that fought with what we call the ancient Egyptians or Kemetic people. And they also had beef with them in this particular case. I think, and the stele mentioned them fighting those people too.
But I don't know if you're actually with me on the geography, because the question didn't get answered. Where is Nubia according to the Egyptians?
Well, listen, first of all, Nubian is an anachronism. They wouldn't have used the word Nubian. They'd have used the word Nehesi.
That's where I'm headed, brother. And the reason why I'm headed that way, because if you go look at Phineas's name, his name is Phinehasi, which means
I'm with
serpent
you.
of brass or mouth of brass, right?
Bro, I'm with you.
So
I'm with you.
Phineas,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
So you
I'm
get where
with
I'm
you.
going with this, and I want everybody to know this. So I agree with how you pronounced it, and I just gave what it means. Now, you said you agree with me. I just want you to answer one question. To the Egyptians, where is Nubia?
Now, to the Egyptians, they would have known the place called Nubia.
Where is it?
No, hold on. They would not have known that place called Nubia. People that we call Nubians Some of them would have been in the southern part of what we call ancient Egypt or Kemet.
So it will
They'd
be in
have been
Egypt.
not. Now you're going somewhere, and we have to have a nuance to this conversation. Yes, they had Nubians who fought with the ancient Kemetic people. They had Nubians who fought against them. But
Some of the Israelites were Nubians too, right? Because Phineas has a Nubian name. Do you know his name? His name, Phinehas. Y'all go look this up. His name literally means the Nubian when it
let's
gets
say
swapped
this.
over to Hebrew. Is that correct?
Let's say this. There is a Bible story mentioning a man named Phineas who they think was a Nubian. So that's a whole nother conversation on how that ended up in there and if that has any actual historical value in terms of what we're talking about. So I'm with you on that. But that's another conversation that we could get into why this guy appeared.
So
and
you
what
did
his
admit
significance may be.
that Nubia is in Egypt, though, correct? By the Fertile Crescent?
I'll say this.
Goshen?
No, hold on. I'll say this. When we dealing with modern standards, Nubia, the people that we call Nubians, haven't always been in the southern part
correct
of what we call it Egypt up until this day. So there's no argument on that. I see where you're going with that. But we're still going far off again onto something else because it's an open panel. We're going too far.
Well, I'm dealing with the time period that's in question, which would be give or take on a range from scholars from 1400 BC to 1350 BC. I'm dealing specifically with this time.
Right, but then we have to, but then we also have to put into consideration what dynasty it was, who was involved.
I keep up
in
with
the
that, brother.
dynasty.
You could just ask me. See, I have Joseph in the 12th dynasty, which resets the whole archaeological clock, as people may understand. Yeah, I mean, you can giggle. This is a platform.
No. I was coughing. I was coughing, bro.
So I don't think. I hope people listening right now. I have Joseph in the 12th dynasty, and if I can go back and lock in Senseret and all of them, I know exactly when the Exodus was. Right?
Hold on.
So,
who am I talking to? I don't even know who I'm talking to.
I don't know my name.
I think it says something like cherub on it.
Well,
that's
no, that's not my name. It's several people here said that is not my name, and I still haven't got my name. I don't mean to play charades here, but I've been told that that's not my name. I'm living a lie, and I'm gonna keep pushing this, and I'm gonna get off of it again. But at the end of the day, if y'all gonna not you, brother, the one that that's talking the most, somebody got to give me a name. Because you strip my name and you won't give me one. And in stripping my name, you're telling me that my name is wrong, which means you have the right one. And what I don't agree with is...
Let me put this into context. You're going to a particular paradigm which is called Hebrew Israelite, being a Hebrew Israelite, correct? Am I correct?
Yeah, I would agree to that.
Right. So you see, now you're coming on a platform with people who don't agree with that. So the issue is not a historical argument. We just don't agree with your religion, and we're saying we think that you probably shouldn't be identifying with that particular group of people. And that's it.
But I do, and my grievances are with the pronunciation of my name.
Okay, well, let's talk about it, brother. Let's talk about it.
So tell us how to pronounce it.
When you do, in all that you talk about, I think that's Jay. At least when you get done with your mic drop, give me my name.
I said it's Yiddish. So we can start there.
Okay. So I need to change my name to Yiddish.
Brother.
So my name is Germanic in origin.
Yes. Hold on. Explain to us the name.
You know
about with the name.
Well, y'all can read it.
Hey,
hold on, Jay. He got this brother is genuine in his questions, right? So my name means knife, right? So I got named Knife for various reasons. Knives are sharp, knives are this and knives are that. My name literally means knife, right?
Pronounce it for us so we can pronounce it for us.
Huh?
Pronounce it for us so we can call you by the name the proper name.
No. It's not the proper name. I don't want to play charades because if the Lasha one is not true, then y'all got me living a lie. I don't just call me Trey, right? That means 3 in English. Right?
Okay.
Call me Trey.
But you see what you're doing now.
Okay, so brother, when you say your name means nice, in what language does CRB mean nice?
You see,
It depends
KJ,
on so if you go to I don't want to make this religious like the brother said, but
were you ready to rabbit hole? You might as well go ahead and just deal with it.
yeah.
Because
So if you
we done
read
down the rabbit
Ezekiel,
hole already.
yeah, if you read Ezekiel 5, everybody knows that in the first verse Ezekiel shaves his head. I am what he shaved his head with, right? And if you go to the Masoretic text, right, and you go, uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh, I thought
There
you
you
was
go.
shit. Somebody, damn, I gotta admit that's my name now. I just answered to it.
Right. Because I thought I was tripping. I know it said that on there. I was just we were
Okay.
just butchering it.
Okay, so this is where we headed, y'all. So when you read Ezekiel 5:1, all right, and told him to take a sharp knife or barber's razor, right? When you go to that knife, that's my name.
Okay. So bro, we're with you on where you got it from. So now that we know where you got it from, be prepared for people to attack you and tell you we don't believe what you believe.
Yeah,
And we think that you are.
Nor do I believe his etymology of his name. So
He
like
may
when
be
he
right. I don't know.
No,
He
I
may be
never
right.
tried to break down the etymology of my name. I told
that's why you don't know what you're talking about, because it's etymology.
No.
You're talking about
King J,
etymology.
hold on, King J. King J, don't do that. Because the
But if
brother
we're
read
talking about
something.
etymology, Jose,
Hold
and he's
on,
talking
hold on,
about
No, I'm
hold on.
not talking
No,
about etymology at
no.
all.
That's not what he's saying.
yes, we
He's
are.
saying no. Hold on, King J. He's saying he read something in the Bible. He took the Bible as God's word, so he
And ran
took
with
that
it.
honor his particular tradition. That's not an etymological argument.
No, actually, let me add clarity to what you said. Uh, I was in and around one Westerns, right? And I
Exactly.
yeah. Well, you finna feel real crazy with
That
it, right?
that's
So I
yeah,
was
mute it,
in and
Shay.
around them, and I spent a lot of time around a couple of different brothers, and actually, um, I started to go that route and didn't change my mind, and by design, the Most High didn't allow me to fall directly into One West. But on the way out the door, so I ran across a group of brothers, and through discussion, they became my brothers, and they said, "Man, you are sharp as hell. Man, we gonna call you Kara because prior to that, I was calling myself Tazapah, right, which is the word for watchman in Ezekiel 33, and I believe Ezekiel chapter 3, right? So they changed my name from Watchman to Knife because I was sharp in conversation. So I did not pick the name. The name was given to me, right? They called me Knife, and I found that they named me that because I was sharp in conversation when I asked them later. So it was given to me. I didn't find it and give it to myself or whatever. It's a name that I took that was given to me, and I just been rolling with it because I was proud that they even acknowledged me like that. So that's
Okay,
that.
we with you, and that is simply a paradigm
Hold
argument.
on, Joey. Let me just bust his ass out real quick, right? Because your name, right? And I keep saying this, right? Try consonantal root words, right? They always keep the same meaning, right? CRB, right? CRB alludes to cutting, knife, and sharp, right?
hmm
But guess what language? Not in Hebrew. Guess what language is in?
What?
Proto-Indo-European.
Proto-Indo-European.
Proto-Indo-European. It's
Okay.
that definition for that word, the CRB,
Uh-huh.
the consonant roots of your words, of your name, that alludes to knife and sharp and cutting, is a Proto-Indonesian, Indo-European word. So it's not Hebrew at all, brother. So
So
just
you're pronouncing letters
study,
and then saying
study.
it's a word. You said
Now
CRB and said it's a
It is a
word.
word. It is a word.
Hold
So
on.
CRB is a word.
Because you
Hold
don't
on,
know
hold
what
on,
because you don't know what an abdab is. An
hold
abdab
on,
is are words that don't have vowels,
hold on. Let me jump
and
in
you
here.
gotta and you gotta pronounce
Hold
it,
on,
show
hold
you
on,
you don't know who you talking
and you
to.
gotta and listen.
hold
I'm about to
on,
show you
hold
you don't know
on,
who you
hold on,
talking
hold
to,
on, hold
brother.
on. Wait,
I do.
hold on, King J, Karab, hold on a second. We're having arguments about things that some of us are probably Googling on the spot and may have heard things about this. So both of you may be right, both of you may be wrong. You're coming up with arguments on the spot, and it may be a Yiddish name, it may be an ancient Hebrew name. None of us don't really know the answer to that, because all of us can Google it, and we're going to get 5 different answers. If you don't speak the language, you shouldn't argue and tell somebody that they don't understand. Anybody here who can tell me that they speak ancient Hebrew or any ancient language, put your hand up. If you can't say that, and you read something like I read it, then don't say it
Yeah.
with a surety.
So
Don't say it with a
brother,
surety.
And to that point, Joey, they couldn't have spoken because they wouldn't have known how to pronounce it.
yeah, I got something for you though. So this is what I want. I want everybody to
What do
get
you
their Google out, and I
why do you
want y'all.
think hold on, brother? Why do you think Nakooks are added? For people who can't speak the language to know how to pronounce the
Now,
word.
hold on, King J. What we understand about these languages, such as Hebrew and the ancient Kemetic language, sometimes when you transliterate them and you look at the actual glyphs or the language, they don't have any vowels.
They don't, of course.
Hold on, they just have consonants.
Yeah, I'm about to get to
Sometimes,
that. Can I finish my own point because you're stealing what I was just about to say?
Yeah, Joey, we
He's
don't need
stealing what I was about to say. This is for you,
J.
King J.
King
Y'all,
J.
everybody
King J.
listening, y'all go Google this. He said that my name with vowels, well, he said that my name is Yiddish in origin, right? But
That's not what I said.
the whole approach of the pronunciation of my name, as if in how I'm saying it, is taking what I consider an Abijad approach. I might not even be pronouncing this, but for anybody that want to look it up, it's Abijad, right?
No,
And
brother,
so
it's ABJAD. It's called an
yeah,
abjad.
what he
King
said,
J.
and you know what? I'm humble enough to correct you.
Hold on.
So if you know
Hold
what
on,
that is,
brothers.
then that means that language is
I already said
consonantal.
it, brother.
It's
I already
consonantal.
said it.
Hold on a second. Let's dial it back for a second. We're having a linguistic argument.
Exactly.
And most of us on this panel, most of us on this panel would not be qualified if you walk into an academic room to make these arguments. And that's a fact, myself included. So we're going off on a tangent where you might be right, he might be right. We don't know.
Joey, we're not going to do this. Everybody right,
Let's not
wrong,
do that.
bull
Let's
crap.
not
We
do that.
all on here, and we study
And I
enough,
am
and we know
back.
what's
I
right
am
and what's
back.
wrong.
Well,
So
I'm gonna get in and out on this right here. Here's the point.
King J, I'm with you. What I'm saying is you're going too far afield in the argument right now. We're not sharing our screens. We're trying to have a discussion. So if those discussions want to be had, we can come back on. You can debate him on it, and you can be judged on who's right and who's wrong. Because both of you could be right.
At this point,
both of
Joey,
you could be wrong.
But no, Joey, at this point, we're not going to act like our audience is stupid, right? We're smart. Our audience is smart, and they know what the heck we're talking about, and they can distinguish in between who's right and wrong. So let's not play. Listen, you listen.
No, you're
we're not
going
going to
too
play
far,
who's
King
right,
J.
who's wrong. I'm
King
right.
J.
Shit,
King J.
he wrong.
King
So
J.
we get Joey. Just
King
shut
J.
up.
You might be
Joey,
wrong.
you're not even in our
You
conversation.
might be wrong. You might be
Joey,
wrong.
Decorum,
your
gentlemen.
opinion,
Decorum.
Joey.
You might be wrong.
Joey,
And he might be wrong too.
Joey, if you feel like I'm wrong, show me. If not, just please be quiet. You ain't even in a conversation.
Hold on.
Okay?
Yes, I am, because we're all on a panel.
What we're going to do is get this set up for a face-off this week, because I like where this is going. We're going to get this set up for a face-off, and we'll iron it out, at an actual debate. I see someone sharing their screen. We have Emmanuel Halawaya, I believe, sharing their screen. Let me make this bigger for everyone.
Let's get it.
The Hebrew.
That's crazy how my points keep getting cut off. All I was trying to say is the brother, my pronunciation tries to mimic that of an Abjad, but he says the source of it is Yiddish, and Yiddish is impossible for it to be an Abjad.
Brother, that's not what I said. That's how you know your comprehension.
Everybody heard you say my name is Yiddish. I'm done. Everybody heard you. You asked them, I'm out.
Can we, if we can talk without interrupting each other, like you get 2 minutes, nobody say nothing, I get 2 minutes, then we can have some clarity maybe. Because you're misrepresenting my arguments. Or maybe the comprehension just doesn't. So I can articulate myself better than anybody, right? So
Putting the timer on the screen right now for you gentlemen. Give me 1 second. Don't start yet. Let's keep this fair for everyone. 2 minute timer. I love that idea, and that's what we're going to start doing on this show specifically. I can't say for everyone, but we want to keep the decorum high on Jesse's show because he has, a lot of people from his community watching, and they don't deal with the riffraff. 2 minute timer. So when you come in here, act like you're at the mosque or the church. That's the type of decorum I'm expecting from gentlemen over here. Why am I on Yahoo and not Google? My apologies. Okay, 2 minute timer. And go ahead. Time started now. I'm putting it on the screen.
peace. It's simple. So when I'm speaking about the Yiddish, right? So when you look at the German word Yiddish, it is the word for for Jewish. Yiddish is Jewish for German. That's point blank period, right? So that's that. So in regards to the brother name, right? Proto, I'm walking. I'm sorry. So Proto Indo European. Is so when I'm mentioning root words and consonantal root words, triliteral root words, the K, R, and the B, what he say his name means, the cut or the carve or the curve is not Hebrew. So, I mean, we can argue that. We can set that up for a debate if his name has a Hebrew root word or a Proto-Indo-European root word.
Wow, I haven't seen anybody put anything together that nice in a while. How do you feel about
This is
that,
off the
crowd?
top of my head, brother. If you have any understanding of just, he said abjad. I'm trying to say it like it's abjad, brother. Abjads don't have vowels. So how are you saying it? And if you wasn't initiated to know you wouldn't know how to pronounce it. That's why they have an acute. For people cannot speak the language, but know how to pronounce it and know where the vowels are hinted at. A, E, I, O, U. Go ahead.
And you have 17 seconds left. You yield your time.
I get.
Okay, time starts when you start, Karab.
I mean, this linguistics 101. The brother is assuming that since we speaking about my name being abjad, then that disallows me to pronounce vowels, but abjads do have vowels. They just not seen in the writing of it. So people that actually know the language infer that they are there, which is why when you hear the pronunciation, it may even sound like a vowel, but coming from any written text or anything, like especially ancient or well, that's what paleo means. Paleo Hebrew text, paleo Phoenician text, and things like that, you don't see vowels. But the people living during that time, I can actually prove that people were pronouncing things that sound like that there are vowels in them, which is what my name is to me. So he's taking it as if an abjad just means that you just look at the letters as he understands, and like he tried to say kara, he says it's CRB. That's just not gonna stand up. That's all I have to say. And I could prove that at a later date. Abjads don't mean you can't speak it or phonetically pronounce the vowels. It just means that when in writing, they're not there. And be careful, people who you listen to that don't really know the difference in speech between a transliteration and a translation. Because the brother said something earlier, and I know this is off topic. I'm just showing you. Be careful who you listen to. A transliteration hardly ever has the capability to change the meaning of a word. A translation has that danger. So y'all be careful.
21 seconds. Do you yield your time?
I won't yield it out further, educate the audience. A transliteration is really when you're trying to get a word that's in one language to another language letter for letter, and the meaning stays the same. Hence why the brother talking about rhinoceros and everything like that. The Latin Vulgate relied on the Greek Septuagint to get the translation, and he failed to mention that rhinoceros and unicorn is mentioned in the Latin Vulgate. So let's dig in. I'm ready.
Yeah, brother, I definitely said everything you said. I just got done saying that abjabs
Time
are
restarted.
yeah, I just got done saying abjabs are continental based and they don't have vowels. I said the people who I'm sorry, I'm out of breath. I'm walking. The people who know how to speak the language don't need the nakuts. The nakuts are added for people who can't speak the language. I said that. And in regards to transliteration, that's exactly what I said, brother. I said transliteration retains the meaning of the word through the translation. Look, that's what I said. It retains the meaning. Right? So that was the point of me um giving that whatchamacallit, of the gray ox and the rhinoceros and the unicorn, showing that through transliteration it lost its meaning. That's the point. Comprehension is key, brother. Comprehension is key. Transliteration, the word is supposed to retain the meaning through its translation. And that's what I said. I gave the example of how through transliteration it went from great ox to a unicorn and lost its meaning. So that was the example that I gave, brother. I'm willing to debate you on anything you want to debate. So let's set it up.
Now let me jump in here for a second, A1.
Real quick before you jump in, it's definitely on you next. I just want to see if Karab is going to accept that challenge, or do we have to further iron out a title or topic?
Yeah, let's iron out a topic, and me and the brother can be orchestrated through you on what's going to be discussed for purposes of preparation and presentation. I'm okay with that. I'm a little rusty, but I'm still well known in the debate community, especially like on the Lions Den, and it's a couple of other people and groups that know me.
I'm hip to you, brother. Your name ring,
Yeah,
both of your name rings bells. Actually,
yeah. So
I'm
I've
excited
been
to have
out there.
both of y'all on here, let alone
Yeah,
set y'all up for a debate. That's dope to me.
yeah, yeah.
We'll worry about the title later. I am going to pass it to Jesse. Real quick, King J, are you on Facebook? You don't have to say the Facebook name, but are you on there? King J?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook. My bad.
Can
I'm
you
walking outside.
put your Facebook name in a private chat for me, so that way I
Okay.
can add you to the group where we have all of the debaters, because that's usually where most of the discussions and things are ironed out at, and then we do a little group calls there, so I can have both of you on the call at the same time, and we can
Okay.
figure out
And quick
times and
question:
dates.
what's the brothers' availability tonight? Like I'm up. So
Yeah,
anybody want any smoke tonight?
no, I can't let y'all do it like that. Debaters get paid $50, win, lose, or draw.
Okay.
I need 4 episodes out of y'all though for the $100. I need the
Okay.
face off where y'all come together and iron out the title publicly and get the date set. Then we have the actual debate. That's the second episode. Right after the debate, we do an after show called The War Room, where I interview you guys. I have a list of 20 questions that I ask both of you gentlemen, and then we take questions from the audience. And then the fourth show would be the results show.
Let's get it.
So, like I say, I'm paying win, lose, or draw. So let's set this up. No more debating and putting these presentations together for free. And I appreciate you guys. So we're gonna set that up.
Appreciate you as well.
And I'm gonna pass it to So if you could drop your Facebook name in the private chat, and I'm gonna add you right now. I want to make sure you're added before you get off of this platform. Karab, you're already in there, and 3B Emmanuel gets in touch with you if I can't find you, because I know you 3BY. Go ahead, Jesse. My apologies. I said Jesse. Jose. I'm sorry.
Now, I'm gonna say something here. Transliteration is really how the word is pronounced or how they think it's pronounced. It's a pronunciation key. It doesn't necessarily go toward translation. Translation means what they think the word in. Like, for example, if you have a Hebrew word like Yahweh, they take that word, break it down, however they break it down, and put it into English and say they think it means God. So God would be the translation. And when you see the Y, H, and some of those things, some of those are transliterations, which is a way for us to get a
That's
pronunciation
incorrect,
of the
brother.
word.
That's totally incorrect. The transliteration would be somebody spelling the Hebrew characters YAHEW, or however they spell it.
Okay,
That would be the transliteration.
okay, bro. I'm with you on what you're saying. When you
Yeah,
do a transliteration, but no, hold on. I'm with you. But in languages like Medu Necher, and you have these transliterations, they explain, they know the consonants and the letters, but they don't know the pronunciation. So they make up what they think is a close pronunciation. They
Yeah,
may know the
but
pronunciation with
the
Hebrew and other
Hebrew word Yahweh, or for however people pronounce it, you pronounce it how you want. That word being uh changed into God is a translation, not a transliteration.
Bro, I'm with you on what you're
Yeah,
saying.
I
But
think
King,
he agrees
Okay.
with that.
no,
Okay.
but King J,
I just wanted it
no,
to
it
be
wasn't for
clear
you.
because
I
that
said
wasn't
that
how
Decorum,
it was
gentlemen.
being
Decorum.
translated.
One mic.
Yeah, my bad, brother. I
No
thought you were
problem.
saying
I
No,
didn't
it
contrary.
know.
wasn't
I
for
don't know who
No,
was
you.
doing
I'm
what. I
talking to
just
It
got
wasn't.
called in the
No,
middle.
I'm talking
that
to
comment wasn't
Jose.
for you. That comment was for King J because I think that he's confusing translation and transliteration.
Oh,
But
okay.
I think he's gone though.
I'm sure he'll be back. He dropped off. I'm pretty sure that was an
You
accident.
know,
I know he
I
wants to
don't.
debate, and I didn't get that information yet.
So
So yeah, I
that
definitely.
was
You know
for
what?
him.
I
I don't think.
have King
I
J's
don't think.
information. Actually, I do have his information, and I know how to
I don't
contact
think
him.
he understands the difference between translation and transliteration. I'm arguing with you. That wasn't for you. Because
Yeah,
what
that's
you're
Anybody,
why I
saying
was
is
trying to
correct.
let him know he made a
anybody,
fatal error. He made a fatal error when
He
he was
didn't
trying to
realize it.
break down the
He didn't realize what
well,
he
I
was
think he
saying.
was referring to the Jerome Vulgate, which was written in Latin. That's why I figured it because he said Latin. But what he don't realize is that that whole translation is off. You can't even use that. He referred to that as the earliest or the first translation. But that don't make no sense because the Vulgate or the Latin Vulgate is based off of the Greek Septuagint. So which one is the first? I think it should be the one that the Jerome Vulgate used, which is why that shit was
Yeah,
so
but
much trash.
I'm with you. But what I'm saying is, I think he is confusing transliteration and translation.
No, I'm
Transliteration.
agreeing with you again, brother.
Right.
You have been spot on the majority of the night, and I get
No,
what
but I
you're
said that
saying.
for him. But he wasn't here for me to say that. So it wasn't against you. Because
He
Wait,
I
heard
think
it.
who?
he
He
doesn't know the
ignored it. He
difference.
heard it.
Oh
What?
man, you know what, Karab? You sound like somebody I know named Jalen, and I keep thinking he's in the room, and I keep looking at the screen like, wait. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm
Hey,
not sure.
one. I was not allowed to respond to this dude because and I well, I hope he ain't cheating and listening and watching. But as far as my name, hey, I'm gonna say this for everybody. I don't know. I don't think the Lashawan Kwadash is 100% correct. But you know what? What they are, because even the modern Assyrian Hebrew is different from Yiddish. Languages change. That's like y'all saying y'all speak English, but you don't even speak the original English. You got old English. You say holiday instead of holiday, right? So nobody has preserved the original pronunciation of things. My name is an expression of an attempt to get back to the old path. That's all. So one, people do need to understand that I'm not declaring this 100% factual, but when people try to take my name, give me one in return. Don't snatch my name and make me fit the prophecies that I believe, because the prophecies from a religious standpoint says that people want to make me a proverb and a byword and make the name of Israel no more. So it's only convincing me of my truth and my conviction when somebody say that can't be your name, that's all the way wrong, and then you give me nothing. Now, I was not able to respond to this brother with
Bring
this.
that back one more time. Bring that back.
I forgot what I said because it's coming straight from the heart.
Hey, I could tell with you were from a totally different place than Emmanuel, but when y'all snap, I hear the same conviction. Like, and it's a tone that y'all have. Go ahead.
Yeah, and as far as the Abjad is concerned, I wasn't allowed to respond. But this is what I think is crazy, right? You know, some of the people on the planet that still mirror one of the original Abjads is the ancient Samaritans, that are still in the land today, who claim to have never left, and they speak one of their language is used as an example of what an Abjad is, right? And it proves my point. So, what I would tell that dude, Jay, I'd be like, listen, man, you just misunderstanding what an abjad actually is. When an abjad does not mean that the language don't have no vowels. It just means that the writing system don't bother writing most of the vowels. That's it. The language itself still has vowels, and the people still use them when they speak. If you go to Samaria today, it's spoken of I think in John chapter 4. Try not to make this religious. But these places still actually exist with the same names. I think it's called Mount Gerizim, right? And if you go look at the Samaritans today, they still use the ancient Paleo Hebrew script. So that means that they got the letters. And the original Israelite alphabet is pure Abjad. It's no vowel letters. But when they read the Torah, they pronounce every vowel loud and clear. He said earlier, and y'all remember this, he said earlier that if they know the language, they don't say the vowels. But the very people who preserve one of the most original Abjads on the planet, who know the language better than us, I can't declare I know the language. They know it. They still pronounce the vowels. He's contradicting himself, right? It's pure Abjad, no vowel letters. But when they read it, they pronounce every vowel loud and clear, right? With full vowels. They don't walk around saying YH, WH. That alone proves him to be wrong. If Abjads had no vowels at all, the modern Samaritans on Mount Gerizim wouldn't even be able to speak their own language or chant scriptures. It don't make no sense. The writing drops the vowels, the speakers don't. Tell me my name is CRB. That's you making yourself look like a fool in mine. That's just my opinion, man. So excuse the past. I love everybody. If y'all fell down and I had a pocket full of money, I bet you it'll come your way. Bet you that.
So, Karab, you came on the panel with the right man. You said, if I don't like your name, I should take away your name and give you another name.
Not if you don't like it. I was saying that by declaring the Lhasa one is not the language, that would mean that you know the language.
Here's what
In
I
order
say
for
to
you to say it's not right, like if somebody came here from speaking Mandarin and they tried to say, I want to go to the store, and then let's say they decide to name themselves, I want to go to the store. You can tell them that is not your name. Your name is not whatever they pronounced it. You would say, I'm gonna take that name, but here is the original. Is I want to go to the store. What people are telling me is that they said the last one is incorrect, and I wanted to jump in then, but I was using decorum. Just the way, man, Chat GPT done got so much stuff wrong, man. I don't even. It's funny if I could tell y'all some of the stuff it got wrong. It jacked me up a couple of times, right? But to take it, when you say the last one is not correct, and I agree partly with that. Give me something. Don't just strip me bare.
well,
The
you're
brother
talking
with
to the
no
right
name.
person to say that I could give you
Y'all
another
done took this
name.
brother's name on this platform. How y'all do that, man, like that?
No. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I understand what he's saying.
We
But you
debating
don't
his
wanna...
name.
No. I'm not debating the meaning of his name, but I'm saying you're challenging me to give you a new name, and I could come up with 5 African names I could give you right now if that's your challenge. If that's
No,
what
I'm
you
talking
want
about
to say.
Hebrew. I
Well, how
love
you
your
know
name.
that
Yeah,
man
we
How
gonna
you
give
know
you an
he
Arabic
African?
name, brother.
Why you
We
just
gonna
gonna
give
Hold
you
put
an
on.
Arabic
African
name.
on the man like
We
You
that?
gonna give
see,
you.
you're
We
going too
call this
deep.
brother
You're going too
Muhammad.
deep. You're going too deep.
We call him
Hey,
Abdul.
technically, I am African because I'm Nubian. I'm from Goshen, where Phineas is from. Pinihasi.
Really?
Yeah, Pinihasi. Serpent of brass, mouth of brass.
Let's give
But
him
he
a good
understands.
Muslim name, Abdul.
He understands what I'm trying to say. He understands
Yeah, I
exactly
do,
what I'm trying
brother.
to
I
say.
do. You're a great
You know
communicator,
exactly what
man.
I'm trying to say.
Yes, sir. You're a great communicator. Where
Yeah.
you from? Jamaica? Where you from?
I'm actually from Brooklyn. I've been in Trinidad for 20 years.
Oh, Trinidad. Oh man, I know some good history over there. Oh
So,
man.
so, so, I'm just making a point. I'm not King J. So you're not going to challenge me, a person
Uh-huh.
who studies
Yeah,
African history, to tell me to give you a name because I'll give you 5 names right now.
I
So,
believe you.
so don't bring that challenge up to me, because I could definitely give you 5 names right now.
Well, I want
That's
them to be
your name.
Hebrew though, brother.
Well, I don't know Hebrew, brother. So
So,
and
but
Brother,
you wouldn't
Hebrew
be
is a
willing to say
reconstructed
Hebrew don't
language.
exist, right?
Hebrew is a reconstructed language. Let's give you a good Muslim name. We'll call you
no,
Abdul.
don't do that. Don't do that.
We'll
Don't do
call
that.
you a Muhammad.
So I
Don't do
would much
that.
rather it be Phoenician because Arabic is not older than that.
I'm not even going to debate how old the name is.
Your
You know what I'm
language is
saying?
too young. I would actually go to a pure language and give it to me in Akkadian because that Arabic stuff just popped up.
No, I don't think so, brother. I think Arabic's a very old language.
It's old, but I'm just making fun of it because I know languages that predate the one that you're talking about.
Of course.
And Phoenician and Aramaic is way more closely related to Hebrew that you're saying was made up. It's way more closely related to that than Arabic.
Now, let me tell you something that you might not know. Medunetra is considered to be some kind of relation to Arabic and Hebrew.
You talking about the one on the Meneptah Stele?
I'm talking about Medunetra in general is considered to have some sort of
What's the language on the
relationship.
Meneptah Stele?
Medunetra. Hieroglyphic.
Okay, all right. So now we back to it. Are you willing to say that are you willing to denounce that they had 24 letters?
I'm willing to say that we need to have a further discussion to understand the basis of the language before you say 24 letters. Because what I think you're trying to say is that they have a phonetic value to their language.
Nah,
Right?
I would say close to what you're saying. What I'm saying is that it's so closely resembling Phoenician Aramaic and what I consider Hebrew is so closely related that you can sit the scripts of all these languages together and pull identical equivalents represented in the language.
I'm with you. I'm with
Just
you.
like that. Like for instance, I would say I'm gonna say it how I understand Lasha One Quadas. So his name would be Panaha Panahas, right? So his name would be Panahas, right? In English, in the uh literation, it would be Phineas, right? And then in Egyptian it would be I think Pinihasi. Pinihasi. That's as close as I can get, right? So what I'm saying is if I spelt his name from all three of those languages, they all got the same exact amount of characters.
Yes,
So
but
the P is the P is the P in every single one of them.
no. I'm with you. I'm with you. But what they're saying is that name is connected to what we call Nubians today. I'm with you on that. There's no disagreement with that. But then the disagreement comes in when you're talking about things like Israel and Hebrew Israelism and Judaism. There's a biblical history and there's an actual history. And all of those things that they're saying don't line up. In some cases, you can look at something like Hezekiah and say, yeah, he was a real person going through ancient Egypt and other cultures, that he was a real person. So there's an argument for that. And I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
But the
very
whole
strong
Bible,
argument for that king in general. He still got literal monuments and stuff that still exist today. I mean, so yeah, I agree with you.
no, I'm with you on that. But we have to separate some of those things in the Bible. We're saying at least before Hezekiah may not have been historical. Anything from Hezekiah back, we might have find history in that. And I think that's the best compromise we're going to get on this panel, because all of us can agree that Hezekiah was a real person. So if we do that, we can have a better conversation. So anything before Hezekiah, we can just say that's not real for purposes of this argument. Anything after Hezekiah, we can dig deeper into it and see what's real about that and things like that, right? Just to keep it civil.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you on that. So we have to separate the religious conversation from the historical conversation. Because you're a Hebrew Israelite, so you're going to bring a lot of religious things that we just don't agree with.
I actually like being challenged to have one hand behind my back and prove my history. See, so what I found out is that history lines up with the scriptures.
Some
So
of it, not all of it.
I could line up with the scriptures. Like you know what one of my favorite debates would be is to prove is to prove that Israel was in Egypt during the 12th dynasty and Joseph is Numhotep under the reign of Sennacherib II. I would absolutely love that.
You know what? I love your enthusiasm, but let me tell you the honest truth. If you come up against someone like me, you're not going to win that argument in any academic circles.
I would actually try it, and I just got my second debate. I'll take you on that, and we'll set that one up.
I don't think.
Hey, he does. I don't know if he debates.
Respectfully, no. Respectfully, brother, you're not going to win that. You're not going to fully win that argument in a debate from an academic standpoint.
I respect that from academia. Can I just put together 5 quick questions that I don't even respond to?
Okay, I'm with you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, is the Fayoum Oasis or the Fayoum Basin one of the first agricultural feats of its kind that allowed multiple harvests? with enough potential to save people from a famine and thirst? Do you have any other uh uh archaeological indications of a basin or an oasis that large in and around the 12th dynasty that could support multiple crop harvests in a year? Did that exist prior to the 12th dynasty?
Let me stop you here, brother, because I'm gonna just put it this way: these people that we would call proto-Israelites or Canaanites or whatever did exist during the 12th dynasty. That's not the argument. The argument is the biblical Exodus correct? Not
No,
that.
no, I
Not that
wasn't
they.
making an argument. I just had a question, brother. I was trying to see, are there any other oases or basins built to this extent existent in any dynasties prior to the 12th dynasty?
You know what? That's a good question, and I don't want to rush into answering the question
Uh-huh.
because you may be right, you may be wrong. So I'm not prepared to answer that question, and
That's
that's the best.
cool. Can I do my second question?
Yes.
Uh-huh. So what side, northeast, south, or west, is most or the majority of Egyptian tombs in the form of pyramids? And I know there are multiple different versions, right? I know what like, I could break it down into different periods, right? I'm talking about Middle Kingdom, right?
Wow.
Where were the entrances to the pharaoh's tombs or whoever they were memorializing? What side?
Once again, that's a good question,
Uh-huh.
and I think I know where you're trying to go with this. But if I were
Yep.
to give you, a general answer, if we're talking about pyramids, the most pyramids on the planet exist in what we call Nubia or Sudan. They have the most period. They have the most pyramids in the world. Even more, I think even more than Kemet. So that is where you're going to find the most pyramids.
Well, I'm talking about, where do they place the entrances? Is there a commonality on where they place the entrances according to their custom and culture? And would one particular pyramid during one particular time period, which I'm labeling as this guy, signify that the culture was disrupted by invaders?
I'm not familiar with it. Repeat the
Uh-huh.
name of the person.
I would go with Senusret, right? And his
Senuseret.
and his viceroy.
Senuseret.
Yes.
Now,
Yes. Yes. What what
here's what.
what what side what side did he place the entrance on the tombs that he built?
I can't necessarily answer that question right here.
Uh-huh.
I would know the significance even if I answered the question.
Mm-hmm. I got another question. At what point in time during your knowledge of uh, uh what would you call them? Nubians? You call them Kemet? Your Kemetian knowledge. At what point in time did someone share a dual title of viceroy and I think it was a governor and something else? They shared dual titles.
You're talking about the Dual Kingdom.
No, dual titles. Dual titles. Did you? All right. So you're
No,
familiar
no, no,
with
no, no.
with
Hold on, let me help you. That's what they call the double kingdom, where there was an individual who was a Cushite, who was the ruler of Cush and Kemet at the same time.
No, sir. I'm talking about. Are you? So you know who Numhotep is, right?
Who?
Numhotep.
I think you might be mispronouncing the name. The name doesn't sound familiar.
Who was viceroy to Senusret that you just mentioned? I'm gonna say the second.
I'm not sure.
I'm talking about him, even if you're not sure. You don't have to know the answer to that question. That's who I'm talking about. And I'm saying that he has archaeological evidence still remaining today. And scholars go to this guy right here and say, that is interesting. We've never seen a guy with dual titles like this. I'm not talking about you know what? Actually, I get what you're saying, because Senusret had a father who was also king. So I get what you're saying.
Listen. I know where you're trying to go, and I'm with you to a certain extent. But what I'm saying is, in actual, real history, there's no definitive answer if the biblical story is true or not. There's no real archaeological evidence. It's all,
I got you. I got you another one. Now, these are questions. Remember, I told you I'm not going to make any declarative
Yeah,
statements.
just real quick. I think the pronunciation that you're looking for would actually be Num Hotel.
Numhotep.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Dang, I forgot my other question. Yeah. So. Damn. Oh yeah. So you study your history. So on the south wall of Tomb Beni Hassan, are you familiar with that?
go ahead.
Are you
Go ahead.
familiar with that though?
Not as familiar as I probably should be. And I'm gonna
Okay.
get flack for this when they see this live later. Trust me.
I got you. All right. So all right. So on this now, I'm gonna take you on the fly with this. I'm asking questions. Am I able to read the documentation in Numhotep's hand on the south wall of Tomb Beni Hassan?
I would
Is it
imagine
still readable today?
it probably would be.
Okay. And you would you be able to go on that paper and tell me that if it has a date and a time and some words, would you be able to tell me what they say?
I'm almost certain if you show me, I probably could figure it out.
Okay. So we'll tap back in with that one. And would I be able to find Numhotep swapping out grain for cattle from
I
foreign
mean,
to foreigners?
I'm following where you're going, bro. Even though
Mm-hmm.
I'm following where you're going, I feel you. But once again, I'm gonna say, when you're doing that, you're going back to the Hyksos again. And
Uh-huh.
when you look at the story of the Hyksos, you recognize that the Hyksos didn't come in as invaders. The Hyksos came in as people who invited in, who brought tribute,
Yeah.
and then later on, they took over a specific part of the
Uh-huh.
country.
Yeah. During the Great Humiliation
So
period when your government started falling, right?
so hold on. I'm with you on that.
Uh-huh.
But that story doesn't word for word line up with the biblical story. It's two different stories that people are trying to read
Oh,
into that.
all right. So let me ask you another question since it don't line up with the biblical context. Who brought the horse into Egypt?
You see, there we go again with biblical things that may not be true.
The horse
Oh
was
yeah.
brought in by it.
Oh.
We'll say the Hyksos brought him in, but he doesn't understand, brother. Because just one little thing, I can just destroy his whole world, brother. 14. So what's the? I missed a lot of the conversation. What date are we at right now?
He trying to.
We in 12th dynasty. If it's different dates on the 12th dynasty.
So give me a year.
Uh, hold on. So I'm gonna do this right here. I have the Exodus at 1496 BC. So
Okay.
you're gonna roll back, just roughly. I got a timeline
We'll
wrote
we'll
down.
we'll we'll, we'll stay right
So
there.
I
Just
would
for
say
your
the
argument's sake.
Hyksos. I would say the Hyksos brought the horse into Egypt close to 2068 BC, and I have and I say that they exited Egypt in 1550 BC while Moses was still in Midian. So
You
therefore, the Hyksos
you
cannot
made all that
be,
up.
huh?
Let me handle this way just real quick. 'Cause I got some dates for that. So so when we look at the Soleb inscription, right? That's 1450 BC, right? So during this time period, we see Semites, particularly identified as Shashu of Reuben, Shashu of Yahweh, Shashu of Shir, in the Soleb inscription, and they are enslaved during this period of time, right? So that's one thing. Well, by 1250 BC, we see in Amara West, Ramses II, we see those same groups, right, enslaved as well. So that's 200 years later. From 1450 BC to 1250 BC, we see as particular groups, Yahweh groups, Shashu of Yahweh groups, enslaved in Nubia. Not even in Egypt. This is in Nubia. Solib is in Nubia, if I'm not mistaken.
Where is Nubia?
South of Aswan or first, second cataracts around that area.
So so
Wawat, before Kerma.
so you basically talking about where all the main tributaries in South Egypt, right?
where the Nahesi groups will be located at.
So still in Egypt, right?
No, not in
Oh yeah.
Egypt. No, it's not anything south of Aswan.
You
Past that first spot is not Egypt. That's
are you talking about Ascalon, the ancient Phoenician city of Ascalon, but like
no,
No.
brother.
right next
No,
to
brother.
Gaza?
I said Aswan.
As,
ASWAN.
oh, okay, I got you.
Aswan.
I got you. I got you.
Anything south of that is not it would be not considered the pot of Egypt. So we could say first, second cataracts, Wawat, Ta-Nehesi, that could be considered Nubia.
Oh, okay. I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
Okay.
Let me
Yeah.
jump
So,
in here.
but
Let me jump in
I'm
here.
Yeah, back to my brother, man. We was
wait,
really
wait.
building.
We're trying to identify these Hebrews in this Exodus because the story's online. When we talk about migration we talk about Hatshepsut and the expulsion of the Asiatics by Hatshepsut. She has Stella that talk about migration out of Asiatics, but they're different groups. They're Amu groups. When you look at the Beni Hassan's mural and we see these Amu coming in doing trade with these Egyptians, those are Amu. Those aren't Shashu of Yahweh groups. Those are Levantine Canaanite groups.
Now hold on,
So
hold on, hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I agree with that. I agree with that. So I vehemently deny that the Shazu are Israelites, and I also vehemently deny that the Hyksos are Israelites. And I actually linked the Hyksos to the ancient Hurrians,
okay,
which
but
is
so
which
listen,
is
if we're
which is
doing
the Canaanite, based people going all the way back to the Mari Empire.
you're not all the way correct with that. But I do want you
Right.
to realize that you do see the first worship of Yahweh with the Shashu groups. So
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's the first worship of Yahweh. I wouldn't say that.
well, those are Midianite groups. So I don't know any groups of before then that worship that or historically that we can say, hey, this is the source that shows Yahweh
Sir,
worship.
sir, did you know that the ancient Canaanites worship Yahweh?
No,
No, he don't know that.
I didn't
No,
know that,
no, he doesn't.
I don't have any sources for that
Well,
as
they're
well.
easy to find. You could just look those up yourself. That's like small fry stuff right there.
Now
You
let
So
get
me
what I'm
why
let
haven't
me
saying?
why haven't I found it then? Because I ain't a small fry.
I mean, just look for it, brother. I'm not trying to be facetious or
Brother,
nothing.
I have looked for it. So just tell me if it exists. Tell me because I've looked and I don't find. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I don't be saying shit just to be saying it, brother. I ain't gonna lie. I've
now can I
studied it.
jump in here?
Go
Can I
ahead.
jump back in here,
The
King J?
Canaanites had Yahweh as a deity, brother.
Where?
Let's jump.
Where?
Hold
When?
on, hold on, hold on. Let me jump back in here for a second. I'm gonna say this, brother. When it deals with talking about ancient Kemet, King J is not a person that I think you should look to as an expert in talking about ancient Kemet. And that's no
Right.
disrespect to King J. He has some facts. But I would not
Joey, neither,
look.
and Joey, that's because you don't like me, and I understand that. You don't
No,
understand.
brother, no, brother. No, 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 no,
Basically,
no, 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 brother.
Joey, you don't
Brother, it's
comprehend very
not
well
because I don't
either.
like you. It's not because I don't like you. It's because I have an honest academic and intellectual disagreement with you on what you're saying. It's not because
Well,
I don't like you.
but okay, but that's fine. But you would need to actually show me something that disproves what I'm saying because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. We're not talking about
Okay,
we're not talking about translating.
bro.
We're not talking
Bro,
about
I'm
trans.
gonna
Let me
accept you. You
quit
know
quit
what? I'm
quit
gonna accept that.
quit
No, 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 no,
filibustering.
no.
Quit
You
filibustering,
don't
brother. Let
need
me
to go any
talk.
further. You don't need to go any
Brother,
further.
you're not my daddy. I can talk and say what I
You
want
don't
to
need to go
say.
any further.
I
I
do
agree
because it's
with
my
you,
turn to speak, brother. I don't
bro.
care if
I
you do or
agree with
not,
you.
Joey.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
have to
care if you
show
do
you.
or not, brother.
Hey, let
It's
him
my
I'm gonna
time
land,
have
to
to show
talk.
Joey.
you.
Let him land, Joey. Let him land, Joey.
He
Damn,
land. He crashed about. He crashed about
Joey,
2 hours ago, brother.
go
He
ahead.
crashed about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, okay. I'm back to fly my plane on your ass. So shut the fuck up. So check this out.
You can't be serious.
We're not translating Meta Netter. So if you don't agree with my that's totally different. Well, I'm talking about history, brother. And I'm a historian on your ass. And nothing that I say you can disprove. So you don't gotta agree. But if you don't if you don't agree, pull up a source and show me wrong. Or not, please just don't shut up. Please just shut up.
Here's what I'm gonna do for you.
Pull up a source.
Here's what I'm. No.
Because guess what,
Oh,
Joey?
can I speak?
You're supposed to
Can
show a
I
source.
speak? Can I speak? As to
And
why
what
I'm not
day?
showing the source?
On
Can I
Thursday, right?
speak? Can I speak to why I'm not showing the source? Because I'm on my phone and I can't pull up a
Okay,
source.
but Joey, we've already established you don't show sources, so we don't care what you say.
You
So
don't care.
I'm talking to
You
this
don't
brother
care.
right now, but what we notice is this: every time I'm talking to somebody else, you interject. We don't care.
Because
We're not talking
you
to
know
you.
why?
And you
And you know
if
why?
because you
Do you know
disagree.
why?
You disagree.
No. You know
Well,
I'm
shut up.
interjecting? You know I'm
Shit.
interjecting?
Because it's none of your business and you
Do you know I'm
disagree.
interjecting? Because you're talking shit. You're embarrassing yourself.
Well,
That's
prove
why
me
I'm
wrong.
interjecting.
Prove me wrong, Joey. Or shut
You're
the
proving
fuck up.
yourself wrong because nobody agrees with you.
They don't have to.
Yes, they do.
But
Somebody
guess
has
what?
agreed with you.
No, they don't. To me, no,
Nobody
they
agrees
don't.
with you,
For
bro.
me to be right, somebody got to agree with
No,
me.
nobody agrees
That
with you.
sounds dumb as hell.
Yes.
But guess
And
what?
when you
Guess what? We can
and
show
when
and
you
prove the
challenge
difference between me and you, Joey.
bro,
If I can show and prove,
listen, when
you're
you're
gonna sit
right,
there. You're gonna sit
when
there
you're
and just
right, I will
talk,
agree with you. When you're
Joey.
right, I will agree with you.
Joey. You're not
When
the
you're
person who
right, I
decides
will
who's right or
agree with
wrong,
you.
Joey. Joey,
When
you
you're
don't
right, I
decide,
will agree
Joey.
with you.
No, that's not how that works.
When you're right, I will agree with you.
When you agree with me, you agree. That's all
I
that
don't agree
means.
with you, and
You
that's
don't,
it.
and that doesn't mean I'm wrong because you disagree.
No,
Joey.
no, you know what?
That
You know
sounds
what?
dumb
That's
as
fair.
hell.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I know it's fair, and you don't set
That's
the
fair.
stage.
That's
That's
fair. No,
egotistic,
hold
and
on. Hold on. That's fair.
you don't run
Hold on.
shit, Joey. You're not
Hold
the smartest
on,
person on
bro.
this. You're
You're
not the
going too
smartest person in
far.
this room, Joey.
You're going
You're
too
not the
far.
smartest person in this room, Joey.
Who said that?
So I'm saying that.
I don't have
You're
to. I
not
just
the
have to be
smartest
smarter
person in
than
this
you.
room. You're
I
probably
just
one
have
of
to
the
be smarter
slowest.
than you.
You're probably one of the slowest. Now listen, if we get back to actually academic, let's talk about it.
I want you to ask everybody in the room who they think is slower between me and you, and let them answer that question.
Okay, we can actually prove. We can prove what we say.
I want
Now,
you to.
if you want to-
No. You just said something, and I want you to ask people.
You dumb as a box. You dumb as a box of rocks, Joey. You're dumb as a box of rocks, Joey. So let's don't get on this platform and act like you know anything or
stupid people
perfect.
say.
Joey,
And
on
that's
any
what
panel
stupid
that we're
people
on,
say.
you're never nobody
That's what
who says
ignorant people
anything.
say. That's what ignorant people say. So you
Now,
continue.
if you're done filibustering and Joey,
No, I'm not
I would
gonna
like
stop.
to get back to busting his ass. You ain't talking about nothing. You're not going to show any information.
No.
You're not going to talk
I'm
about
not gonna
anything.
let you keep talking foolishness.
Okay, we'll get
I'm
off the
not gonna
panel.
let you keep doing that.
We'll get off the panel.
You can't tell me that.
Well, shut up.
You can't tell me that either.
Well, we're talking about when two grown men are having a conversation that has nothing to do with you.
There's only one grown man in this conversation.
Shut the fuck up, please.
There's only one grown man in this conversation.
Thank you. Please.
It's not
Thank
you.
And we're not
It's not
talking
you.
to you, Joey.
It's not you.
Well, go ahead. Let's finish your 2 minutes diatribe and then I'll fucking speak.
You see, this is what happens.
You have no information, Joey. So now you're trying to
be quiet?
We're talking about the Shashu of Yahweh.
Okay,
and,
can you be quiet?
And El and Canaan. You have no information. You have no information on any of that.
And after this, I want to try to shift the convo back to Islam because we do have Allah's most gracious warrior, Jesse Valdez, in the building taking all questions. I don't know who was doing. I'm doing something else over here. I'm listening to y'all though, but so I can hear when somebody's saying, "Hey, I need a little help." You know what I'm saying? Can you two figure it out? I don't know who cut who off or what, but
no.
Yeah, me and the brother was having a conversation. Me and the brother was having a conversation, and then
the brother Islam, brother.
Me and the brother,
they might as well be Muslims.
Well, I don't even. So for one, it seemed like the brother Joey just is deriding me wherever I go. Like if I don't like a person or disagree with the information, I'll present a presentation, and I'll disprove it that way.
Tuesday, he's pulling up with his presentation. I'm about to send him his graphic. I'm over here working on his graphic right now.
He didn't hear you. He didn't hear you. He didn't hear you when he said that 5 times before.
Yeah, Tuesday, he will be doing a presentation on this channel. I'm about to have the flyer up, and you'll be able to see it. Can you give him the title one time? At least give him that.
The title is, can Joey put together a presentation? Because that was his challenge.
Okay, see, there you have it. And that's what I put. That's what I put on the flyer. That's all he would give me. So I was hoping I would get something.
And that's all we want to see.
And you know what?
Bar has been set, never been set lower.
And that shows you how childish you. And that shows you how childish you really are.
I believe this is going to be a solid presentation. I don't know. Every time I hear Jose,
but he challenged me. He challenged me if I could put together a presentation. So let me put together a presentation. Then he can challenge my information, and we'll see who's right or who's wrong. If we're doing a debate and the debate is judged that his information is correct, then I have to accept that, and I'm gonna up my
What?
ass.
Jose talk about presentations and debates. Y'all better get ready. Only here
That's
on
what
the
I'm saying.
Coliseum of Arguments, brother.
This
I
is
don't
what I'm
know.
saying, right?
He came over here like, you
Based
know what? This is the place I'm gonna do it at. So I
based on
appreciate it, man.
This is what I'm saying. It's fair to ask me to put together a presentation because I say that about other people. So when I put together my presentation now, if you want to challenge the presentation and we do a debate, if you are just the winner of the debate, I will say you won that debate, and I will move on. I don't have to agree with you. I don't have to have a personal beef with you.
Joey, with
That's
all
what
due
debates are about.
Joey, with
You
all
think
due,
you think I have a something against you personally, and I don't. It's not a personal thing with you, bro. It
well,
really isn't.
well,
And I don't want you to think that.
respectfully, I would appreciate it if you don't. If when I'm talking and with other people, we're not directing the conversation towards you, to quit filibustering and narrating it as we're asking
I'm
that
with you.
of you.
Okay, okay, I can do that. I can do that.
We don't value your opinion, Joey. And
Okay,
we're not
you
asking
don't.
for it.
Come on. Let's
And
not bully and down people,
I'm just
man.
saying,
Come on.
we're not
We're
asking
having a
for it.
light
So
evening. We want
yeah,
Okay,
everybody
all
to
right.
leave here
Okay,
that's
feeling
all.
good.
That's it.
okay.
So I'm dropping a question in the chat. We're going to go ahead and get this rolling. We're about to roll into the West Coast edition of the show. That's when we go into the wee hours of the night with this. The question is the Quran a continuation of the Torah or a correction of it? Jesse, what do you think?
I'm gonna say both. It's a continuation and a correction. It's the final revelation. You know, first came the Torah, then came the gospel, and the Quran is going to be the final revelation. But it also takes it also corrects both the gospel and the Torah.
Now we have Quran, but you agree with that?
I vehemently disagree with
I was waiting for
that.
it. Go ahead.
You know, but I do agree that there are some nuances and some similes in the Quran and you know, the Torah.
Well, maybe that's what I like. See, I like to touch base where people have common ground, not necessarily where everybody's beefing and wanting to butt heads at. Like, so what would you say those nuances and what was the other word you used?
Basically meaning the same, but I see things that where they contradict each other too. Like for instance, you know, the Quran would say that Noah had 4 sons, Shem, Ham, Japheth, and Yam. But the Torah says that he had 3, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The scriptures never really allow us to really strike our wife, but in the Quran, it say hit her and withdraw sex from her. That goes against the Torah. You see what I'm saying? So it's things like that that I see contradicted. It also says that the prophets come from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and what's y'all prophet? I'm not trying to disrespect the man. Is it Muhammad?
Muhammad, yes.
Yeah. So
And Ishmael.
yeah. So you know the Quran says that the prophets come from this bloodline, and even when you go and read the story of Joseph, he said he follows in the bloodline and of the prophets, which are, you know, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You feel what I'm saying? And some of the things that I see that are nuances or similes is that the characters are you can find similarities into it. You know what I'm saying? It's things in the Quran that I could actually kind of believe, but I can't validate it with facts. Like I could have sworn that I read in the Quran that Christ came out, one of his first miracles was speaking as an infant. You know what I'm saying? I don't put that past him being who I believe he is. It's a lot, man.
That's dope, though. Let's see.
But they gotta deal with that, man. The Quran say hit your wife.
Talk to us, Jesse.
So
know you got a scripture for that.
And then touch on the infant baby talking.
First, I wanted to focus on Noah. Okay. So give me a second, pull up the Quran verse. Okay. So this is going to be Quran 1142. And so the ark sailed through the waves like a mountains. Noah called out to his son who stood apart, "Oh, my dear son, come aboard with us and do not be with the disbelievers." He replied, "I will take refuge."
Up, you cut out. I can't hear you. I don't know if anybody else can.
I can't hear him, but it sounds like he's describing yam.
Okay.
Who is Yam?
You have to ask Quran that. That's when he popped up.
Is one of the sons. So would it be safe to say that the person who wrote the Quran had read the Torah? If
Definitely safe to
yeah,
say. Go ahead.
yeah. Here is the fact that one thing about it, Islam spread by the sword, and everywhere Islamists went, Jews was already there. That's a fact. I just started right there. That's one thing that I haven't seen them be able to disprove.
That's a lie.
So,
there wasn't Jews already in West Africa when Islam spread it in 600 AD.
you say in 600 AD, Jews went in West Africa?
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
Who were they? And when did they spread there?
Well, you know what's interesting?
You don't have a story?
Yeah, I got. All right, so
Y'all
first,
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I get in
I
it.
read that.
No, you cut out like in a couple sentences in, and you didn't make
Okay.
it too far at all. Did they say it sounded like you were talking about yam?
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and reread it.
Gotcha.
It says, or I'm just gonna cut to the part where
Turn your mic up a little bit.
All right, can you hear me now?
Go ahead, I got you.
Okay. So it says, and so the ark sailed through the waves like mountains. Noah called out to his son who stood apart, "Oh, my dear son, come aboard with us and do not be of the disbelievers." He replied, "I will take refuge on this mountain which will protect me from the water." Noah cried, "Today no one is protected from Allah's decree except those whom he shows mercy." And the waves came between them and his son was among the drowned. And it was said, "O earth, swallow up your water, and O sky, withhold your rain." The flood waters receded, and the decree was carried out. The ark rested on Mount Judy, and it was said, "Away with the wrongdoing people." Noah called out to his Lord, saying, "My Lord, certainly my son is also of my family. Your promise is surely true, and you are the most just of all judges." Allah replied, "O Noah, he is certainly not of your family. He was entirely of the unrighteous conduct. So do not ask me about what you have no knowledge of. I warn you, so you do not fall into ignorance." So I want you to just understand that with that verse, he's not considered Noah's son because he became of the unbelievers. So he was basically, him not being mentioned in the Bible is for that reason.
But the Torah was written first.
Right. So this is a final revelation, but I'm explaining that the Quran it's going to inform you of some stories that might not have gotten to you, or stories that y'all might not have received. And
Are you familiar with the Atris Hashish,
No.
the Epic of Gilgamesh?
I'm familiar with Gilgamesh a little bit, but I can't
So
recall.
it's called the Atris Hashish. So those stories, that flood story. So this is why I would argue that transmission probably didn't come directly from the Torah, but instead of it's a shared culture, brother, and that's all it really is. So like these probably are like Sabians. You know what I'm saying? These people, these Sabians that you're calling Arabs, or you know what I'm saying, during that time period, that who probably are synonymous with the same nomadic. You know what I'm saying? Like they all are coming in and out of the Levant.
Right.
So I mean, like they have the same stories. So I would assume that they just, they're people in the book. You know what I'm saying? They have those patriarchs, those eponymous ancestors, right? I don't think none of them lived, to be quite honest. So, like, So let me ask you this: in the Epic of Gilgamesh is a flood story. So does that mean that every culture that has a flood, like, did it really happen? No,
Yes,
it did. There was a flood
there was a flood.
in every culture.
Yeah. The story of Noah's Ark is going to be universal.
It was universally stolen and incorporated in most everybody's oral tradition.
So
Because at this time it wasn't written down; it was an oral tradition that would have been just
that's fine. The Quran is an oral tradition
exactly,
that was written down.
exactly.
But
So we're getting just okay. So the Bible has Noah. He said, "Was it Shem, Ham, and Japheth?" The Quran has adds another character to it
right. But I'm just
that
saying
didn't
that
that didn't exist
so the reason why that character is not mentioned in the Torah is because he was the unbeliever.
according to the Quran,
Yeah, according to the Quran.
a
And the
book that
Quran
was
says,
written
and the
was
Quran says that he was not his son because of him being of the unbelievers.
I did not hear that. Can you read that Quran verse back again that said he wasn't his son?
Okay.
now I get it. You're the guy who's making the argument that Yahweh is Allah. Okay.
So it says, Allah replied, "O Noah, he is certainly not of your family. He was entirely of the unrighteous conduct. So do not ask me about what you have no knowledge of. I warn you so you do not fall
I
into
told you
ignorance."
that from the jump, Ken J, and you dragged me for 25 minutes thinking that was me saying that shit.
Right, it's him. My bad, my bad, bro. My bad.
So that was it right there. He's not
Yeah,
considered a part of his family.
uh-huh. But he is the seed of Noah, right? He's still his son, though, right?
I mean, it's very clear that because of his unrighteous conduct, he it's as if Allah stripped his title
So
of his son.
so allegorically he's not his son, but he shared the XY chromosomes from pops and mom, though,
Right,
huh?
right, yeah.
Oh, so you could be there and still not be a son allegorically, but still be a son, huh?
Yeah, he was excluded from the family.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is why he's not mentioned as a son in the Bible.
How deep do you hold to the
So
Quran?
he was on the
And
ark. He wasn't on the ark, or was he on the
No,
ark?
he wasn't on the ark. He
it's
decided to stay back and be on the mountain.
yeah,
And leave.
it's
He was.
it's not,
So he was of the unbelievers.
Wait. So wait. So there were people who lived on. So according to the Quran says that Noah's Ark, the people who went on there were other people on the highlands.
According to the Quran, I believe his son and his mother. Noah also had an unbelieving wife that stayed back, and they tried to go in the highlands, but they were of the drowned.
Mhm. So there are people called unbelievers, those that were on the highlands that weren't on the ark with Noah.
Right.
That's new to me. What
Yep.
surah is that?
That's going to be Surah. The one that I just read with him talking to Noah is going to be 1146.
In that surah it says that there are unbelievers on the island.
Oh, the one that says that is going to
Mhm.
be.
Man, this nigga finna make me pull my Quran out, bro. I don't
Cause he's
believe it.
making up stuff. I don't even read it. I know I can. It don't say that.
That shit buried in my closet. I'm finna go bring it out.
It say that it's unbelievers
So
on the high.
this is going to be
And read the verse.
1143. This is 1143. He said, he replied, "I will take refuge on a mountain, which will protect me from the water." Noah cried, "Today no one is protected from Allah's decree except those whom he shows mercy." And the waves came between them, and his son was among the drowned.
Right. So
Yeah,
he just
I agree.
they
That's what it
didn't
Noah
read
say.
never.
that. So he
Hold on,
drowned.
y'all. So
Didn't
Noah
nobody
never got
live.
on no
Yeah,
ark.
that's what I said.
What? Why you keep saying Noah got on the ark, but right there it say he was on high ground?
No, his son. His son was tried to. His
But he
Where
son
in
made,
the
stayed
but
Quran?
he
back on the
tried to
Where
ark.
make
in
it.
the Quran do it say Noah got on the ark?
It don't.
It's
And
going
he
to
just made that
say
up.
this is
Yeah,
going. This is going to be the verse before it.
read it.
Okay, hold on.
To Apollo Bay,
This is
man,
going to
just joining
be.
the
Let me go
platform.
back.
Peace. Shout out to Apollo Bay joining the platform.
Yeah. Hey,
So
Shalom, brother
I'm gonna
Apollo.
go.
Shalom.
I'm gonna go a few verses up. Man, this is a beautiful story. I don't know where to stop. Let me see. Okay, so I can start right here. You just want the verse where it talks about him on the ark or aborting the ark. It says, okay. And when our command came and the oven burst with water, we said to Noah, take into the ark a pair of every species among
Okay.
with your family, except those against whom the decree to drown has already been passed, and those who believe, but do not believe, but none believed with him except for a few.
Uh-huh.
And he said, board it in the name of Allah. It will sail and cast the anchor. Surely your Lord is all forgiving, most merciful.
Okay. He proved that.
So you believe that the Lord is Allah? That's what you believe?
Yeah, I believe that Allah is going to be the correct name for our Lord. When we talk about the concept of Yahweh, Yahweh is up for debate. Between the Jews, they're still debating on the proper pronunciation of Yahweh.
What's it?
I believe someone said it right when they said that Yahweh is a tetragram, which was because the term or God's name was too
To speak. Holy
The
to speak.
special to say out
tetragrammaton.
loud.
The
Thank you.
tetragrammaton is 4 characters.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah,
I
but
said that earlier.
Yahweh is the best way that they're trying to pronounce it. But this 4 characters is just
So
it's like a blank
once you
filler.
say but, you're trying to find a problem with somebody's pronunciation of 4 characters.
Well, there is no correct pronunciation of it. That is still up for debate.
So why
Where
find
do
a
where do
problem with it if we understand the 4 characters were rendered for a specific name for this deity?
for deity for
Because
sure.
because as believers, you should be able to pronounce your God's name.
Exactly. So if that's not your God, for you
But
to tell them Yahweh isn't correct or Yahweh isn't correct.
So we believe in the same God. It's just some of the
You
things
just
that
separated them. That's the only reason I
no,
separated.
I didn't separate it. If you recognize that story of Noah's Ark, and,
You
and, and
said
you
you should be able to pronounce your
recognize that
God's
Yahweh,
name.
and you recognize that Yahweh is the God of Noah's Ark, then
that's
we
not
believe.
true though. But that's not true because look, can I say this to you? Bereshit bara Elohim, right? That's the first sentence in the Bible. Tell me the deity that's being mentioned in that sentence. Bereshit
That,
bara Elohim.
Elohim.
that's the Alahayim. That's the multiple and plural at the same time.
Elohim. So
Yeah.
is that the brother? I'm asking him where is Yahweh in that? But it doesn't say Yahweh.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's what I keep saying. Why do you keep? Because it seems as if you have it in your head. Yahweh is the God of Israel. It's not, brother.
It
And later
is.
on, later. Listen.
They we just went on
Later,
this.
brother.
We just
We
went on
just.
this conversation earlier
So why?
today, and,
So
and,
why
and
are
it's
you
been
cutting me?
declared.
So
It's
it's
been
not been
declared.
declared. It's not been
It's
declared.
been
So
declared
why?
that they merged those two deities together.
Exactly. They merged them. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. So
It's the same
understand that.
God.
I got to bring the
Listen,
timer out, gentlemen. I got to bring
yes,
the
we
timer
do.
out.
It's
Yes,
the
we
same
do.
Got you.
God.
Now
Yes,
let
we
them work.
do.
Let them work, God. Let them work.
Now give us the 2 minutes for clarity because it gets more clarity like that.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does. And I want to keep this. I want to see how high we can set the bar on decorum on this show to
For
see if
sure.
it trickles down.
For sure.
Appreciate you, King J. And I know Jesse appreciates it because he
Yes.
like he wants to be able to explain as well. Uncut, just like you. Okay, sorry about the delay. Share the screen. Timer. Boom. Restart. Time starts to restart.
So I guess I'll go first. So the brother said that Yahweh is Allah, which is crazy. But we're talking about this tetra. Yeah. So, okay. So wait. To the brother, what's his name? Jesse.
Yes.
What were we in the dialogue? Where were we at? Just to refresh my memory on the point that we were just being.
So what I was saying was this tetragrammaton is going to be was made up with the concept that Allah's name was too precious or too important to say out loud. So what they did was they came up with the tetragrammaton, and then ultimately forgot God's real name.
Okay. And then I said Bereshit bara Elohim, and then I said where in that context a sentence was Yahweh, right?
False.
Right.
Right. Okay. So let's start from right there. So when we say, you would have a better argument to say that El was the God of Allah instead of Yahweh, but we would because of the cognate same lexicon and same roots, right? But what you did just say was that Yahweh and El were the same God. So they're not, right? At one point they did merge, and that's called synchronism and assimilation. I do have a presentation on that, actually. In that, and we talk about the pantheon reduction in that and syncretism, and how the first the God Yahweh that comes from Midian and a Transjordian deity, how that actually comes into the Levant and takes on the epitaph of the older indigenous deity of El, right? The El Malek, right? The father El, that we see indigenous to the Levant and Canaan, that goes that we find in the Ugarit text and the Ebla tablets, and just the pantheon of Canaanite deities, right? We see that Yahweh is introduced later, right? And that's when we see the assimilation of Yahweh taking on the epitaph of El. So it does happen, but it happens later. So we have to keep in mind that they were two distinct deities from two different regions. So that's all that I'm saying. So if you ask me, what was the deity of the Israelites? And we talked about earlier theophoric names. The deity contains the name contains the name of the deity. We see El is the deity in Israel. We don't see Yahweh in that name at all. So that I would just say El is the deity, and that initially the to be specific, I would say El is the deity
It's
that.
time.
Give me 30 seconds, please, just to land my
Go
plane.
ahead. I'll give Jesse the same time. Jesse
I
get 3 minutes.
would say that when we talk about Israel, we're talking about two distinct groups. One group from the Levant, a Canaanite, maybe Levantine origin, and then we have that worship El indigenously, and then I will argue that later on we see a group of nomads from the Transjordian highlands coming down that worship El, and that later merge and submerge and take on, that later becomes the national cult, deity of Israel, or even Samaria. Because Samaria was the name that we find in history more often than Israel. But go ahead.
So
And what
I
did that have to
agree
do
with
with
you.
anything, man? That's crazy.
I agree with you when you say that these names came from two different groups, but I don't agree with you when you say that they're two different gods. I believe that they're going to be the same God, but one group is going to have a way to describe their God, and they described it as Yahweh. Another group is going to have the same God, but they call that God El. So you know, the combining happens when you put the books together, and they basically merge the books to make the Bible, or make the scriptures that in which y'all read. But it doesn't take away the fact that when we talk about the God and you describe this God, it's a one God. It's just multiple names for that one God.
Are you yielding your time?
Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Okay. Well, so we're not too far apart, and I see where the contention would be. So you do agree in the syncretism, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about it. So we don't see Yahweh as a son of El, or indigenous to the Levant or Canaan at all. I don't know any sources. You know what I'm saying? The only source I have actually of Yahweh is and through, mechanism and transmission, is through the Bible, when it talks about Jethro and Moses going to Midian, right? And being introduced to Yahweh through via Jethro, and bringing it back to um, the Israelites, right? That's the only mention I have of it in the Bible. Outside of that, we have Egyptian texts that mention groups of Shashu that worship Yahweh, right? And they live in the Transjordan highland areas, right? Seir, Edom. When the Bible talks about Yahweh comes from Teman, that's where that's at, right? That's not in the Canaan or Levant area. So I even so I would argue that you couldn't show me Yahweh in the Levant. I would argue you couldn't show me Yahweh in Canaan at all, in any text at all. Even in the ball cycle where it talks about El portioning his um, 70 sons, giving them nations. Yahweh isn't given a nation in the Ugarit script. Yahweh is given a nation in the Masoretic text in the Bible, in Deuteronomy 32:8. That's the argument. That's the synchronicity. That's when the assimilation has already taken place, where Yahweh has already taken the epitaph of El. Yahweh will be mentioned as El Elyon, right? If Yahweh is mentioned as El Elyon, you know at that moment in time that Yahweh has already taken upon the epitaph of El, right?
Right.
Hey,
Okay.
Man,
you sharp as a knife, brother. Brother A1, I would like to jump in and add and try to build on what was just spoken.
Go ahead,
Let me
brother.
restart this timer for you.
bunch of sentence salad, man. That's crazy.
I'm
Yo.
gonna take. Hey,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
try and bond it together.
Go
Uh,
ahead, do your thing.
my
You
brother
rolling?
Morris Judicator. Uh, so I'm not finna sit up here and act like I disagree with majority of what you just said, because I study history too. So like all the like I think that was you that had jumped in earlier where you was talking about the Canaanite deities and all that stuff. And I was trying to let him know I seen the gods that they worship, and I saw that El and Yahweh was on the list. But if just I'm here to represent the Hebrews, or the people that calling themselves Hebrews that people deny that they are. That's who I'm here to represent. So I'm here to represent a false people. But our understanding is that when you go to, I believe it's Exodus 3 and 15, or I think that's it, 3 and 15 or 3 and 14. The scriptures clearly tell the Hebrews that his name was not given until Moses came along. So I can go with the narrative that Yahweh don't pop up, or as y'all say Yahweh, I call him Yahweh. He don't pop up till after Midian and Jethro, which is while Moses is gone, the Hyksos are being expelled. But long story short, when you read this verse, it clearly says that your forefathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, he said, by the name of Yahweh was I not known to them. He said, but I was known unto them by the name of God Almighty. And when you go and look into that, it's El Shaddai. So I actually have El Elyon predating the El Shaddai predating the El Elyon that you said, so I can feel you on the El, but we understand it through a scriptural lens where
he tells why the name wasn't given, because the name was specifically for Israel to manifest as a nation. So prior to then, the scriptures that we call the scriptures say that he was known by all the patriarchs as El Shaddai, which means like mighty God, or it even says demon God, right? Like he was terrible. And they were saying that's one of his attributes, that he was powerful. So El was the name that he was being referred to, even if you're a Hebrew.
And you wrap that up. You wrap that up in a smooth 2 minutes too. You ain't need that extra minute.
He did, but can I ask him a question?
Definitely.
So go ahead.
Well, it's just a question. No, go ahead. It's just a question. He probably about to get to talking after you ask it. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
he is. So when we see Abram, right, and he comes into the Levant, because at this point he isn't Abraham yet. He's just Abram, right? God hasn't given him the name of Abraham yet, right? He's coming from his father's house, Terah, right? That has all of these different idols, right? So my question to you is, which are you suggesting? Because remember, I brought the point up earlier. Midian is the son of Abraham. So are you suggesting that Yahweh is coming with Abraham at this point? That was the deity that he took from his father, right? Would it be Yahweh?
No.
No. Okay. Because they're gonna have to show where this Yahweh is coming from then, because if he's not even coming into, because I would argue, my argument would be yes. I would say yes. Abram is bringing Yahweh into the Levant, because guess what? When he encounters Melchizedek is already the priest of El Elyon.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and respond there. He's bringing
Okay.
the God, but he's not bringing the name of him, because the entity hasn't changed. So he's definitely bringing the God. So I don't want to look like I'm shifting, stance, because I do recognize that even if he's not calling him Yahweh, he's still talking about the same essence of Yahweh, which means that existing. It's just like, just know he exists. It ain't no start or stop to it, right? And then on top of that, there are scriptures that literally is talking to Israel, and it says, your mother was a Hittite and your father was an Amorite. And in the context of those precepts, it's talking about Abraham. So I wholeheartedly believe that he was in and around some very idolatrous kinfolks. You feel what I'm saying? And it was something else you had said about what was that you said about when he actually came into the land? It was some the Shazu. I forget what you said.
His name was Abram. But so where do you think Midian got it from then? If Midian is Abraham's son and Midian is the group who we identify with Yahweh worship, where did they get it from?
That's the thing. They passed down. I think that it's easily possible that they passed down traditions. Because you got to think about it's two Babylons in the scripture. It's two Egypts in the scripture. You feel what I'm saying? So when you're talking to a Hebrew, the way he understands it is that the first Mizraim was between the Nile and between the Tigris and the Euphrates, and
Okay.
later it became to be established by what we call the Nile. Same for many other nations. You feel what I'm saying? So what I'm pointing out is that all these nations was all compressed together, and they left out of this one fertile crescent, which is still one of the most fertile places on the planet, and they migrated, and they brought with them different traditions and customs as they settled into these places that they went to.
Makes sense. That makes sense.
I'll tell you something else. Here go my archaeological evidence. When they're constantly digging up Amorite burial and worship sites all through the Levant, right? What was interesting is they found a Canaanite library which still had Akkadian script in some of the tablets that they had in the library, which shows that even though they was Canaanites, they was already starting to speak what the Greek term Phoenician. They were speaking this language already. They still was sourcing out of Akkadian knowledge, which of course it had to be. They knew how to pronounce that shit, right? So they, Yes,
well,
sir.
Akkadian was the lingua franca, so that's the language of trade.
I would say that it was close to being
phased out by this point, but it clearly had to been the lingua franca because you got all these empires. You got all these empires from Acadia. You got the Maori Empire. You got Ur of the Chaldeans. You got the Chaldeans. A lot of people don't even know that the king of Babylon. It was like the Amorites were like the original kings of. I mean, they was the second kings of Babylon. Babylon's throne got usurped by Hey, it's a Moorish guy here, right? It's who
So
was in charge. It's a guy. You know, he got this. It's a guy. All these historians, y'all know who I'm talking about. There is this code that people. The Hammurabi. Hammurabi. Hammurabi got usurped by the Amorites, right? So it's what I'm saying is that there were multiple kingdoms taking place here, and they eventually spread out, and then so now that's why you got all these different flood stories. That's why you got different people telling different things. But I think what they had in common was El. It was a lot of people talking about El.
Well, not only that, and biblically, the Amorites are Abraham's nephews. They are
He's
related.
very closely related to them. I'm tell you something, right? So when you go into Egypt, with my Kemet guy still here, I show him I study a little bit.
They all are. They all are. Will be Hebrews. Like even Arab Muslims are considered Hebrews. They like are all Semitic speakers. You know what I'm saying? They all are through Abraham. Like they all got stopped. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
Arameans, you know what I'm saying? You mentioned Chaldeans, you know what I'm
Right,
saying?
the Syrians and basically Iraqis, Persians, you know what I'm saying? Well, I would say the Persians was closer to Japheth, but I get what you're saying.
They are related, you know what I'm saying? They gotta be,
Yeah.
especially if it's only Shem, Ham, and Japheth populating everybody, it's gotta be them and then mixtures of it. That's why sometimes
Actually, it would be from my lens. You remember me talking to a Hebrew. I never see anybody taking a wife from Japheth in the whole entire set of the scriptures. Not once. So when I look at history and I start lining up some of the biblical history with, archaeology, because I'm looking at everybody telling, it's a lot of people saying what I believe is false. So I start studying history independently of it. And what I run into is I'm like, man, Japheth is no damn where. You got the people in Ham saying we the people of Ham, the land of Ham, and this and that, right? And then you got these Semitic speaking people over here. Clearly, you know where they came from because of the Semitic language branch. You can follow that. You see what I'm saying?
Would Japheth be like the Hittites and Matani people?
Now you're talking about language. I want people to know that I study. So when I link the Hurrians to the Hyksos earlier, I say the Matani and the Hurrians are one people in the same. And I think that upper echelon of Canaanites, these were Amorites and Hittites primarily, right? They were so close to Japheth. That's why people believe right now that the ancient Canaanites was black as tar when that's far from true. They were so close to the Caucasus Mountains in Japheth that they had the first opportunity to not be monogamous but become homogenous. And I'm gonna tell you what convinced me this. This is how I also know that Ramses II is not the pharaoh of the Exodus. You can look up some murals of Ramses II, and he is depicting him and his armies fighting against Hittites, and he drew them white as hell.
Yeah,
I done slapped so many people over the head with this ancient artifact. They just get mad at me. They never have a way around it. But if the Hittites was white, it's lining up with what I'm saying. The Mitanni people who wore those, you talking about the people, a warrior tribe who wore these fancy ass bright robes and skirts, and they was fighters. Those are the Hurrians to me. Those are the people that came into Egypt with them same dresses and skirts on that you see the Mitanni wearing from the Levant.
With the feathers in their hair. But see,
and guess what else they brought with them? That's why I asked earlier, they brought the horse with them. They brought the horse with them. The horse is from up there. So my story is still linking up. And the horse is still in Egypt, the oldest Egyptian horse specimen you can find. Y'all look it up. It's called the Buhen horse, Buhen. And it lines up perfectly with what I call scripture.
Hey, brothers, y'all dropping jewels. I mean, y'all dropping some heavy jewels. But this is about y'all just changed the whole narrative of the show, man. This is
We back on
supposed to
L, but
be
we talking
This
about
is
the
supposed
people
to be
that brought
Jesse.
L to the Levant.
I know, but this is supposed to be Jesse. He supposed to be standing on business, and he supposed to be getting questions and answers. Though that, like y'all just took it way over there.
Oh
Like,
man,
man,
they brother, I get excited because I live in
Hey man,
Mississippi
they ain't
and
got no
nobody
beef with
talks about
Islam, Aki.
this.
Nobody
Yeah,
got no
because
beef with
the
Islam.
brother was on point with what he was saying though. Because I was just finna say,
yeah,
after
with the point, the information good, but yo, that's the
we took
wrong
over the
show.
show.
My
No,
bad,
it's
Let's
y'all.
not.
stay
It's
on
I
not
just
point.
because
Let's
cause,
stay on topic and on point.
yes, sir.
Appreciate you,
So
Apollo. Appreciate you. Thank you.
so
right,
if we
right.
so if we
Because I,
talking
I
about
also want to
Yahweh.
say, man, earlier it became about language,
Mm-hmm.
and they went far long conversation about
Oh man,
the
it
proper
was way over.
pronunciations.
Y'all just took a whole half hour.
No,
Today.
I'm gonna tell you why I didn't. Because I just said that the Mitanni are the Hurrians, which are the Hyksos, and these are the people that's bringing of Yahweh to Egypt as the Egyptians recorded.
Now,
So
can I?
And I agree.
But this
I
is
agree.
when the
this
I
brother
agree.
said El was first and then come Yahweh, I'm literally lining up with history, but I just need to find a way to compact it and drop it on people who haven't heard it like this before.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, brother, but this the wrong show.
Now let me.
I
I
thought
could.
we was talking about the deities of the
We
Amorites,
are
and then we
we
Nah,
are
had
this
we
is
No,
are.
he
about this is
I
about
could
Quran
jump in
right
there for
though.
a second,
Quran
A1.
right though, because you got to give context, man. You can't just it's especially with what he's saying. Yahweh is, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'm
I hear
telling
what
you,
you
the
His
saying.
Hebrews agree
explanation
with it.
was
He
on
didn't
point though,
even.
but we do want to make sure we bring it back around to him at the end when you land your plane. You
Now
feel me?
can I jump in there for a second, A1?
Jose, it's on you.
Now I think that was Apollo based speaking just now. What happened was we started out with Islam, then we started to compare Yahweh to Allah, then we started to go into Kemet, and we kind of veered off on topic but off topic. So that's how we ended up here.
No,
We off
I
topic,
said
But
but we kind of
I
on
don't
topic.
think we off. I don't think we off topic though
No, no.
because you got to keep the premise that the brother is saying that Allah is Yahweh.
Yeah, but y'all
We're
took
going
it
back.
way
We're,
over
Yeah.
there. Y'all not even
Just bring
talking
it
about
back.
Allah.
Yeah, just bring it
okay.
back. It's on you, Jesse. Go ahead and respond to what he
Y'all
was
not even
saying.
talking to Jesse.
So real quick, um, the
Shut
point
up
that
to
I was
Morris
making that
Barbarian.
Allah
Hold it
is one
down.
God, and I think where we went with this was some people typically believe that El or Yahweh are two different gods, and I was trying to point out that they are one God, and Allah is that same God. So Allah has 99 names according to the Quran, but we do not think that these are different gods. We just think that these are just 99 names or 99 ways to say our Lord's name, 99 attributes, and I believe that it's going to be the same concept with El and Yahweh, but I do want to focus more on Allah. I want to focus more on Quran scriptures. If y'all have any problems with
Yeah,
something
there's a
that the
lot of
Quran
problems with
says.
what you're saying, Jesse. Because at the end of the day, right? There's the ancient of days, right? So once you say that Yahweh is the ancient of days, so you saying the Father is the Son.
Don't
No.
do that, Apollo. You finna go to Daniel.
I'm
Come
I
on,
about
was
to,
going to say
yeah,
in the
come
because
video.
he
on.
In the
gotta
No,
get
video.
no,
this work.
I know. No, no,
In
no,
the
no, no,
video.
no,
He
no.
said he about to
That,
get this work. Let's go. No, let
you,
Apollo
but
finish. Let Apollo finish.
Daniel is definitely right around the corner. Like he about to spin Ben right around the Daniel, right?
You going to
Because
get
we gonna have to
BPA.
understand when you say Yahweh, that Yahweh is the Son, and that's what the scriptures say. That
he
there's
thinks
only
his
one
text is a
Lord.
correction, though, brother. So he's not gonna believe what you read.
He got to believe in the Torah, right?
Exactly. No, see, I believe in
You
the
see the
Torah.
question at hand,
I believe in the
Apollo?
Torah to where it deviates. So wherever the Quran and the Torah differ, I see the Quran is going to be right on the matter.
hold on. Let's understand something, right? When Muhammad was around, was there a Torah?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So and there was a Tanakh too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So didn't he ain't he supposed to be aligned with the other prophets? So it don't matter what is the Torah or however you saying is a correction.
I have a
Whatever he's
question.
saying has to align with the other prophets are saying, right?
Right.
All right. So does the other prophets say that does Daniel say that we have the ancient of days?
Feel free to bring up that verse because I'm not familiar with where you're going with that.
Could you pull that up for
The,
him?
the vision of Daniel, where he talks
Gotcha.
Yeah,
about the ancient of days.
7.
You want me
Yeah.
to
Daniel
share the
7.
screen? Oh, you
Yeah,
got it.
share the screen so he can understand what I'm
Daniel
Where
actually
he talk,
7
saying.
where,
what?
where he talks about the son of
7.
man, and the ancient of days.
Yeah,
Yeah. The Son of Man is approaching the Ancient of Days.
Exactly.
right.
He's not
Hmm.
familiar with that scripture though, so he don't understand why you said it.
Yeah, he got to get familiar to just stand on what he's
Yeah.
saying.
Daniel,
7 and
Shout out
13 and
Apollo
14.
Bay, man. Where the sword sounds at? Where the sword sound?
you
Jesse
you
been
you
Jesse
ain't
been
on the
getting beat up
admin.
all night.
Hey, which one of y'all on your PC? You on your PC or you on your phone?
I'm on my phone. There you
Okay.
go.
Jesse and
Shout out Emmanuel. You like
We,
the sword sauce? I'm about to put the Lil John ad libs in here. What? Because
Did you
every
hear the
time somebody
sword
say
sound
something
when I
crazy,
just
I'm gonna hit
played
them
it?
with the Lil John what?
Did you hear the sword sound when I just pressed it?
Yeah, I heard him. I heard
yeah,
him.
All right, bet,
Okay,
bet.
Daniel 7.
yeah.
I'm
You
going
can
down here to
start at. You can
13.
start at. You can start at. I think
13.
hey,
10,
hey,
9
hey,
or 10.
Yeah,
You
let
can
me
start
hey
share the
at
one.
screen.
Hey
Well, the
one.
earliest you
either
can
one.
start is 9, but I think you're trying to read because it go out. It's in clearly in verse
We can
9,
start from
13,
1.
and
Shit,
22.
I ain't tripping. We can start from
I
1.
say start from 9.
Okay, I'll
That
start from
yeah,
9.
that is where
Can
it's
you
at.
remove your screen? I think that's you, Emmanuel. You got a screen share that's still down here.
I
That's
hate
it.
saying that.
Yeah, I don't know what stream y'all be doing sometimes. Do you
I'm gonna
see
do
it?
a I'm gonna do a
Thank you. I
presentation
appreciate
on
it.
I'm gonna do a presentation on L and get y'all familiar with how L is not Yahweh.
You
So I
got
want
my
to make
direct line, man. Let me know.
what's
And
up.
I'll be waiting.
I want to make this correlation. I'm gonna
He
make a
said he gonna be
correlation with
waiting.
Allah linguistically. I'm gonna make a correlation linguistically with Allah and Ilu.
Oh, let
Okay,
me share the screen. I'm tripping. I'm over here listening.
and we all know that's the Hebrew guy L. L.
So you saying L? Okay, so Ilu and L is the same. Okay, okay.
We could say I could if I want to use the word L as a generic as a common noun, I could say Ilu. So the
Yeah.
God Ilu. You know what I'm saying? I could say just like I say Allah, the God Allah.
Let's get into this right here. We'll start at Daniel 7:9. Somebody gonna read it? This blue letter Bible be pissing me off sometimes. Somebody else go ahead, hold it on.
You want me to read it, Apollo?
Am I
I
muted?
have to pull my other phone out. Hold on.
I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the ancient of days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair on his head like pure wool. His throne was like fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. Thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times, 10,000 times stood before him. Did I say times too many times? The judgment was set, and the books were opened.
So
I,
drop down to 13.
okay.
Oh,
I saw.
you might as well just read all the way through that.
Okay, yeah, it's not. I don't like skipping nothing either. I beheld then, because of the voice of the great words which the horn spoke. I beheld even till the beast was slain and his body destroyed and given to the burning flame. As concerning the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and time. 7:13 reads, I saw in the night visions and beheld one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. Again,
Stop right there. Stop right there.
To the brother Jesse, right? So
Right.
at that point that you just read that, right? Now, which one of them is Allah to you?
Allah is not in there.
Oh man,
That's crazy, brother. Like, what
that's
are you
crazy.
talking about?
That's
brother?
crazy work.
Wait, at least he's honest.
Hey, that
I
was
didn't
a
think you would
first.
be able to get that answer out of him. I
Hey,
mean,
man.
no, you know what? I know he's
Drop
honest, and I know
them
that he gonna do
swords,
that.
man. Drop
It's
them
other people
When it
that
talks
wouldn't
about
admit that. Like
when
he
it talks
dope
about the Son
because
of Man, that's talking about Jesus.
Well, he read 10, 9 and 10,
Bin Adam.
right?
Oh,
So
can
who
you
was
go
in
back to 9
9
and
and
10?
yeah, 9 and 10. Who was that?
let me go back, make it
Yeah,
big.
I have to let me see.
Let me scroll up for you.
And question: has this prophecy been fulfilled with Persia? Yes or no?
I would say that it's been fulfilled, being that the Son of Man is Jesus. But 9 and 10.
Who's that?
So Sophia
I don't know
agreement.
who that is,
Sophia.
but
Okay,
come on up.
they agree with me then, Miss Sophia. I appreciate it, Sophia. She say Allah equals Ella. Ella. The root is El, which is linguistic, cognitive, Ilu, Semitic. Yeah, to be specific, Northwest Semitic languages for sure.
Shout
Come on,
out
man.
her. She's dope for that
Jesse
one.
supposed to be
She or he
answering that,
is dope
man. You
for that
keep
one.
on, hey brother, with the words, the word salad sentences, man. We heard you, brother. All right. Yeah,
No, I was
we
just
heard.
reading it. I was reading it. He pinned it. I was just reading what she said.
Yeah, that was a comment on the screen, Apollo.
Oh
Somebody
yeah.
said.
Oh,
Yeah, it's another one right here. I'm gonna show the other one too, because they cooking over here.
where Jesse at, man?
I'm listening, man. Hey,
They trying to
I'm
put the
reading it
press
too,
on
man.
Jesse. He gonna be debating over here soon, so they feeling
It's
him out
called
right now.
prove me wrong, yeah, I mean. So we
Yeah,
gonna,
let's
you know
go.
what I mean?
Let me
At this point, Jesse,
take this
who
down.
is the ancient of days to you?
See, I'm not seeing God's name in that scripture. I'm not seeing nothing that's referring to God in that scripture.
Well, who's sitting on the throne? With angels ministering to it.
Can you go back to that scripture? Because I
Yeah,
gotta
This is
see
Daniel.
where it's
This is
talking.
Daniel's. This is Daniel's vision.
I can share it right now. Is it back up? It's probably small for y'all. Let me make that.
Is Daniel in Babylon in
expand
this vision or Persia? This is the Persian or Babylonian.
You should know that, brother.
I'm
You know all that other stuff.
I'm asking, brother. Damn,
He said he waiting on your presentation too.
It
You heard
says,
him earlier.
"I
He
beheld
said,
till
"I'm
the
gonna be
thrones were
waiting."
cast down,
Be
and
ready.
the ancient
Straight up, man. You know all this other
of days."
I
stuff,
know.
but you don't know
Okay,
what Daniel
I
at.
do know that. I know where Daniel is.
No doubt. So we should Jesse's supposed to be speaking. We waiting on Jesse.
Bring it back. Let's
Oh,
go,
but
Jesse.
I'm gonna say this, man. I don't know who the Ancient of Days is. I'm not even gonna front
All
on
right,
that.
all
But
right,
just
all
just
right.
based off of description,
That's a
just
headshot.
based off of
We
description,
boxed him. We put him in. You know what I mean? We
I
All right,
would
smoking
so
Jesse back at this point.
just based off of description,
man, do you know what the Ancient of Days means right here? It means exist outside of time.
The core. But yeah,
see,
explain it.
but when you're talking about his garment was white as snow, and his hair on his head was like pure wool, and his
Yeah,
throne was like a fiery flame.
yeah.
This is a description of a man, and I don't believe that God is a man.
Yeah,
Wow.
because this prophecy has been
So,
fulfilled
you don't.
already in that
So
time
you
period.
don't agree with the prophets is saying. That's what you're saying.
I don't agree that God is a man.
No,
Go to
I ain't.
Exodus
We're not
15, brother
saying that.
Apollo,
Oh no, we got it. We got it. I just
verse 3.
are you saying that you don't agree with this is saying?
I'm saying I'm not under. To be real, I'm gonna be like this. I'm not sure what this is saying. I'm
All right.
like,
So, but
Like when
you
we talk about
understood
Ancient
who
of
the Son of
Days,
Man was, right?
yeah, I know who the Son of Man is.
He rides on the clouds, right?
Right.
All right. So let's go to Numbers 12 and 5.
I could jump in here for a second, Apollo.
Hold on, Mike.
Okay, cool, no problem.
And what are you saying, Apollo? Are you saying that God is a man?
You reading it.
You gonna go ahead and read it, Jesse? Numbers 12 and 5, starting at the top.
And the Lord came down in a pillar of a cloud and stood on the door of the tabernacle and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth. And he said, Hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, I am the Lord. I will make myself known unto him in a vision, and he will speak unto him in a dream. My servant Moses is not so, whom is faithful in all my house. With him I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in the dark speeches. And the similitude of the Lord shall he behold. Wherefore then ye were not afraid to speak against my servant Moses. And if
Right
the
there.
anger of the
Hold on.
Lord
Hold on,
is
brother. Hold on. Now, the Lord right there, that's Allah to you, right?
I would consider the Lord as Allah.
All right.
Yeah,
So Allah was on the earth,
he could have been.
but you said that Allah wasn't a man, right?
I totally did say that.
But you know the Son of Man is the one who rides on the clouds.
The Son of Man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Didn't the Lord just come down on the clouds?
Allah is not the Son of Man.
Hold on, brother. I didn't say that, right? I just said, didn't it say the Lord came down to the earth on a pillar of cloud?
Yeah, it did, but it didn't say that he was a man. He didn't. It didn't say nothing about him coming down as a man.
No, you made that up. I just said it said
Okay,
the
I'm just
Lord.
making sure we're clear.
It said the Lord, though, right?
Right?
So the Lord, right, is coming down on the clouds. Now you just said the Son of Man is the one who rides on the cloud.
Yeah, he will. The Son of Man. The Son of Man will come down on the clouds.
Is the Son of Man the Messiah?
The Son of Man is the Messiah.
Is the Son of the Man? Is the Son of Man the Lord?
No,
Is the Messiah the Lord?
no.
All right, could you take him to 1 Corinthians 8? Just to be clear.
Can I interject something here or no?
What you
No,
want
This
to
is
feel
your
add,
free. Feel
brother?
time right
free.
now while I'm pulling this up. Go
What you
ahead,
want to add,
Jose.
brother?
I see where Apollo is going, but I think Jesse's a little frazzled right now, and we had to give him a minute. He seemed like you're coming at him a little hard, and he might be a little frazzled with some of his answers. So you might have given him a minute, let him calm down. Let
Because
him
I'm
follow with
trying,
what you're
like,
saying.
to be real, brother. Like,
Man, what the hell you doing? You the
I'm
referee
gonna
now,
say this,
man?
man. I'm gonna say this
No, Apollo.
because
No,
I
no,
can
no.
I can definitely
You the
feel
referee.
I
You
can
the
feel
No,
that
no,
this
referee
brother
now,
is
man.
definitely trying to trap me in something. I don't
No,
know
no,
where
no,
this brother's
no. I'm
going.
not saying
Oh man, get a man a striped shirt, man. Get a man a striped.
I'm not trying to. No, hold on. I'm not saying he's trapping you. I'm saying you're a little nervous right now, and you're not focusing on what he's trying to tell you. You're not following what he's trying to say to you right now, Jesse. And it's no slight on you.
Yeah, it's the way he asks his questions. So
No. Apollo Bay
it's a seasoned debater.
Apollo Bay is just one of them individuals who gonna come at you hard, and if you don't know that he's a seasoned debater, he gonna frazzle you. And Jesse has to understand that it's not nothing personal. That's how he is.
Jesse and Apollo don't have plenty of conversations.
I
That
know
nigga
that.
Apollo here, man.
All
Well,
right. So this is
all
gonna
right,
be
cool.
You
while
ain't
he pulled that
say,
up. I'm gonna read a verse real quick.
I'm
This is
on
Quran
wait, First
42.
Corinthians what again? Did you want Apollo?
1 and 8.
1 and 8. Okay.
All right, so this is Quran 42:51. It is not possible for a human being to have Allah communicate with him except through inspiration or from behind a veil or by seeing a messenger angel to reveal whatever he wills by his permission. He is surely the Most High, the All-Wise.
No doubt. Now, could you read 1 Corinthians 8 and 6?
All right. You pulling that up? All right,
It's
let's see.
on wait, 1 Corinthians 8 and 6. I thought you said 1 and 8.
I thought it was First Corinthians chapter 8 that he quoted first.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what it
1 Corinthians chapter 8. Okay.
All right. Who shall also continue until the end, that ye may be blameless in the day of your Lord?
Eight and what? What did you say?
8 and then verse 6.
8 verse 6. Okay, here we go. It's at the top. But to us there is but one God, the Father, of whom are all things, and we in him, and one Lord Jesus Christ, by whom are all things, and we by him. Keep going.
No, Jesse, how many lords is there?
So in Islam, we don't call Jesus Lord. We only
I
refer to
I
the
know,
Father as Lord.
I know. I'm just saying, how many lords is there, Jesse?
There's only one Lord.
No doubt. So right there, it's clearly calling the Lord, right, who is the Messiah, right? So if you understand what that's saying, if we go to Revelations 1 and what is it, 1 and 7?
Con, that's him coming on the cloud.
Could you take him to Revelations 1 and 7?
All right, and while you say that, I'm gonna go ahead and read my Quran verse
No doubt.
in response to that scripture. This is Quran 6:164. Say, should I seek a Lord other than Allah, while He is the Lord of everything? No one will reap except what they sow. No soul burdened with sin will bear the burden of another. Then to your Lord is your return, and He will inform you of your differences.
Can I ask you a question real quick, just for clarity, Jesse? The word Lord, what is the word they're using in Arabic for Lord as the common noun?
Give me a second.
What, Rabboni?
They're using the Greek,
I thought they might be using that.
Rabbani, Adani. They're using that in the Arabic in the Quran. I hope not.
Let's go get. Hey, Jesse finna get.
I'm trying to see, are they using ill, the word ill, or
Jesse finna get up. I'm gonna drop a nuke on his head in a couple seconds.
Ooh, I just looked it up.
Aror bin.
because we got to remember he said he read
Ararabu the
English.
first time and Aror bin the second time.
The Reuben, the what?
Hmm?
What'd you say? That last word. How you say that? Don't be trying to pronounce it. No. How you say that, Jesse? That last
Bin.
word you said.
Aror bin.
No, how you spell it?
L, son of God.
Oh,
L,
brother,
you
How
said
you
L.
spell
I
that
don't
in
I
English?
don't know how to spell it in English. I don't know how to spell it in English. I'm
Yeah, I
looking at it
bet
in Arabic.
you can spell everything but that, huh?
Brother, I'm looking at it in Arabic.
How is it spelled? Is it spelled?
I'm looking
That's
at
the
it.
Rabboni.
Yeah.
Rabbi. Hey, now you spell it?
Nah, it's there like 3 times, man, and
You're rad.
it's no, no. So in Quran 1 and 2, it says it's there as Al Habdum Ilhahi Rob
Exactly.
Alamin. And
Exactly.
then
So
and,
that's ill. That's the ill I'm alluding to. And I'm like,
Yeah,
when
but
I'm
that
looking,
I was asking about that R word.
okay,
yeah, that's what I was focused on. Here go the other one, Quran
But how is it
113 and
spelled
1.
though? How is it
Uh,
spelled?
no,
well,
but the word they're using for Lord in that sentence is the ill, not the rabbi. You're referring to the R word, the constant. It's ill. It's the ill. That's right.
I'm asking about a
Who
word that
speak?
starts with R, and you keep saying L.
But what are you saying the word R is referring to in a sentence?
I just asked how it was spelled, man.
Because I'm trying to. So the word Lord is what I'm
No,
asking about.
so if I'm asking how something's spelled, why ain't letters coming out your mouth?
Because it's his text. He reading the text. I'm not having it in front of me. I'm asking
Then
him the
what is
same
you
question.
talking for? If I'm asking for
Brother.
something it's spelled and
So
it's
look,
not in
look, look.
front of you, why you keep getting on the mic, bro?
Because why are you? What are you in a sentence? What are you asking? What is the
If
word
it's not in
meaning?
front of you, you can't answer the question, right?
Well, I asked the
I'm,
question in the
Decorum,
first place.
gentlemen, decorum. It's
I'm just
Pastor
saying, why
Rob.
you keep
Does
talking?
anybody have the scripture?
I'm looking at it and it's spelled, it's saying Lord is a rabbi. Rabbi.
That's what I'm saying, man. Damn.
That's not what that says.
There's only one
You're
person.
not gonna tell me that in the Quran this says the word rabbi.
No.
He's
What?
talking
It
about the
doesn't.
Bible, not the Quran.
But we're not
Torah.
talking about the Bible. We're talking about the Quran right now.
Is he not reading the Bible verse?
I'm
Hey,
talking about the Quran. This is chapter 113 and 1.
Oh, my bad.
It says, Kul al ahadu bi rabbi al falak.
Okay.
And so it says the translation is I seek refuge in the Lord of the daybreak.
Rabbi. The
Right.
rabbi.
So
So no. Yeah. So the word for Lord is the ilu.
no,
He's saying
I
what I
tell
think
him to be quiet.
I seek refuge in the Lord. What's the
that's
word for
not what
Lord in the what's the word for Lord in the sentence?
he said.
You
Rabbi.
That's not correct. Because the word rabbi, he never even just said rabbi in a sentence.
He
Say it
did.
again and get a
you
translation and
know
translation.
your
And
all right, I
translation.
got you.
so
I
you
got you, brother. It
you talking
says,
without even looking it up or looking at it, man.
yeah, I got it pulled up. They got that. I thought they got like an electronic Quran with the actual Arabic text in
He
it.
just read it, King J, and he said, and Jesse said the word is rabbi.
No, I
Say it
didn't say
again.
this, Rabbi. It's Rab. Rabb.
That's in Quran verse 1 and 2. The verse in question is Quran 113 and 1. It says, I seek refuge in the Lord of daybreak. Kul ahadu by Rabbi al falak. And if I'm not mistaken, this is a question if anybody knows. Don't by mean the.
Mm-hmm.
So the word that follows the is rabbi.
Okay.
So I'm looking to learn more from this from y'all discussion.
What Quran verse are you reading?
Yeah,
Quran what?
that's what I'm saying. They was trying to foolery with the jewelry, right? So
Fair
I
point. Fair point.
established
You
it,
got that.
and then
I don't know. I
When
don't
Mary
know, Eric.
Magdalene, hold on, when Mary Magdalene, what did she call the Messiah when she seen him? But we'll
Who
get to that. But
whose
right
question
now,
is
as
that
we in
for? Whose question is that for?
that could be for anybody to know the answer to that. I thought she called him Rabboni. That
That
same word, and
so
it's
that's how
only
you
one
know.
time in the scriptures.
But there's no coincidence that they're using a Greek word when the whole New Testament is written in Koine Greek. So I mean that's
Man, stop talking. I'm
hmm?
not talking to you no more, bro.
But you ain't gotta
And
talk to
you
me,
done,
brother,
right? Me and
because
you
you don't
don't have
want
no conversation. I'm
Decorum
talking
should
to Jesse,
follow
bro.
decorum.
you don't
Cause
want
he
no.
keep talking about. I'm talking to Jesse.
It don't matter. We talking. It's an open panel.
No,
We talking. We talk.
I'm saying I'm
You
talking to
talking to
somebody.
Jesse, but I'm talking
At
about
that
the
point, that means
bullshit
I'm
you
not
talking about.
talking to you. That means don't talk to me.
But brother, I hate hearing bullshit that just ain't true. We on an open
All
panel,
right,
so I'm gonna
man.
correct you, brother.
What did you correct? You haven't corrected anything because now you don't even have nothing in front of you to correct.
Brother, you talking about rabbi? You say rabbi. Okay, nigga, the whole Bible is written in Koine Greek. It's gonna say rabbi.
You're reading out the Quran. You acting slow.
Okay, ain't it written in the same time period of Greek Hellenization?
Is it reading Arabic?
Yeah, why does it have the word rabbi, dummy?
That's what you need to figure out, dummy.
You need to figure it out. It's
No,
Greek.
I did.
Shit.
You're the one that don't know.
Shit. I'm telling you.
You're not telling me nothing. Why is it there then?
I think that no, Paulo, let me jump there. I think you're trying to say that that is the same word in Arabic and Hebrew. If I'm wrong, correct me.
I'm saying this, right?
They're similar
And
for sure. They're similar.
yes. And there's
Right.
only one person in the whole Bible is called that name.
I'm following where you're going, Apollo.
Facts, John
You're
149
trying
for a
to.
perfect example. John 149.
Bro, rabbi is a title. This dude is so damn stupid.
No,
That's not
Adani,
what he's
it's not.
saying.
It's
Adani,
called.
That's not what he's saying.
Adani. It's more than one person that's called rabbi.
That's not what
That's
he's
called.
saying, King
Yes,
K.
it
He's
is.
saying
He said
no, no,
only
no, no,
one
no, 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 no.
person that's being called a
That's
rabbi.
not what he's saying.
Keep talking. He
Multiple
don't even
people
know what
are
he's
called
talking about,
rabbi.
yo.
It's a title. Adani, rabbi, they're all
He's
titles.
saying
Anybody can be called
it's the
that.
same word. There's a connection. That's what he's
Okay,
saying.
yeah, I heard him say that. I heard him say that. Yeah, we heard that. And I'm telling you that it's a title that multiple people are called
He's not
rabbi,
disputing that.
Adani.
Somebody
I don't
else
think
in
he's
the Bible
disputing
calls
that.
that. Slow
That's
dance.
not where he's going
This
with that
point,
argument.
man. This dude's a weirdo. Somebody else in the Bible being called that.
He's not going there with that argument. What he's pointing out at this point in time is the same word.
He said
There's a
multiple people
connection.
being called that. That's what dude just said.
Well, I'm not arguing that. I'm saying you're pointing out that it's the same word. I think
It
that's
is
the
the same
difference.
word, right? And I don't know what he's saying other than it is the same word.
Is Adani the same word?
It's
You're
who
missing the
else is
point.
called that.
No, you're missing the point. So shut up. So you don't even understand the conversation.
You see, there you go
Who
I'm
else is
asking this.
called that?
We don't need you to filibuster. You don't even come.
Who
I'm
I'm
else
not
talking
is
to this
called
brother
that?
filibustering.
Apollo.
I'm talking sense.
No, I
Who
don't
else
need you
is
to talk
called
at
But
that?
he's saying
all.
it's the same word. That's what
Okay,
he's saying.
but we're talking. We don't need
He's
you
not
to,
going anywhere with you. He's
brother.
not.
Yeah,
He's not arguing with
it's
the
not gonna
argument.
go anywhere. I think you two are arguing past each other because he's not arguing that.
But
He's
yeah, the
saying that.
reference.
Yeah,
Yeah, but Joey needs to just. We're not asking him to diatribe between us. Like
I'm
that's
not
what we're
diatribing.
confused.
Nobody's
I'm
talking
not
to you
talking.
though. You're still talking again.
Yeah,
I'm not
nobody.
talking to you. I'm saying he's saying there's the same
No,
word.
not you,
the
brother.
He's
I'm
not
chord,
going
talking
the
any
to this
further.
chord,
other dude.
Apollo. Let's just scale it back. Let's scale it back.
Look, I'm saying this, right? I
Everybody,
was
everybody.
talking to Jesse, and it seems like everybody want to keep talking instead of Jesse.
You know, it's an
Jesse's the
open
one.
panel, but let's let Jesse see what Jesse thinks about this
Yeah.
real
Oh,
quick, and then
I've been
we'll
talking
pass
to
it back
Jesse
to
this
Jay
whole
and
time.
back around.
I've been
It's an open
talking to
panel though,
Jesse
so
for.
everybody can get in. But yeah,
I'm saying
if
they've
you
been
want,
talking to him for hours. I only try to talk to him a couple questions to keep getting all this.
hey,
No, but keep making
try.
up shit.
Man,
Keep
that's
making
what
up shit.
barbarians do, man. They swing that sword, man. Shout out to the
Hit that sound
barbarians,
effect,
man.
man. Hit that sound effect. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
just to go ahead and diatribe it. I mean, diffuse this. Let's go see what the host has to say. Jesse, response.
Yeah. So just to remind y'all where I'm at on this, they might have called Jesus Lord in the Bible, but we do not call nobody Lord except for Allah. Allah is the only Lord in the Quran.
Okay, now
So
let me
that's
hear
going to be
from
a correction on that part.
No doubt. I'm saying I took you to the word Lord, and it's Rabboni, right? And then my stance is in the whole Bible, it's only used one time, and it's directed towards Jesus, who is called the Lord. So at the end of the day, right? I'm establishing that there's only one Lord. That's why I took you to Revelations 1:7. Is that on the screen? I can't see, it's too little. Okay, so now because we talking about these clouds, right? I showed you the clouds in Daniel, right? The Son of Man. Then I showed you the Lord going to Moses, talking to Miriam and Aaron, and now I'm in Revelations with the same Lord with the same clouds. So, for somebody read Revelations 1 and 7.
It's on the screen.
Oh, let me pull my phone out, man.
Yeah, I
'Cause
don't feel like getting up right now, man.
it's cool. I'll
I'm
read. I'm gonna
chilling
bust
right
it
now.
out. Hold on
I
one
had to
second.
sit all the way up to read that.
One second.
It's on the
Almost. Oh,
70 inch, but
I
I'm laying
got it.
it down.
I got it. 1 second. Revelations 1 verse 7. Behold, he cometh with the clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, amen. Who that, Jesse?
It's Jesus, the Son of Man.
Yeah, right. On the clouds. That's the same Lord, right? He's the Lord, right? So let's read number 8, Jesse.
I don't believe he's the Lord, but
Okay,
continue to read.
no doubt. It says number 8. It says, I am the Alpha, right? I am the Omega, the beginning and the end, saith the Lord, right? Which is and which was and which is to come, the Almighty. What that mean, Jesse?
Allah is the Alpha and the Omega, the Almighty, the Lord
I
of the
agree.
worlds.
Yeah, and that correct. And who is that saying right there that the Almighty is? The Son of Man that's on the clouds, right? That
No,
Moses was talking to, right?
no, I don't agree with that.
Hold on. Moses was talking to somebody that was riding on clouds, right?
So let me explain something. You know, when we talk about Revelations, Revelations is written by John, and it's supposed to be a revelation that is given from God to Jesus to an angel to his servant John.
Yeah.
First of all, these verses in Revelations is not Jesus speaking directly.
It said
This,
the Lord.
so once
And
again,
let them get it out, Apollo.
these verses
Yeah,
are
no
not
doubt.
Jesus speaking directly. This is the words given from God, the Most High, to Jesus, to an angel, to
Yeah.
John, according to
Do,
Revelations 1:1.
do
And
you know
and then
how
and
revelate
and then
Let him land this plane. Let him land this plane. Go
and
ahead.
then with this Alpha and Omega, it's Allah who is the Alpha Omega, and it's not really no problem for us to hear this being said, being that this is a message from God to Jesus to an angel to the servant John, and so I just want to make it clear, it's not Jesus who's saying that verse. You know what I'm saying? First of all, it's not Jesus. Jesus is not in this verse. This is supposed to be this is a revelation of God that was basically traveled all the way down to an angel. So it's an angel who is speaking these words to John, and when we receive a revelation from our Lord, we say it in the same way that He says it. So typically, if you receive a revelation from Allah, you have the right to say it in first person, even though you're not Allah.
Okay, go ahead, Apollo, if you want to
do you
respond, and then we'll pass it back to King J.
no doubt.
And and I, and I do have a verse that I wanted to read as well, but
Somebody
no,
cooking
I'm gonna go ahead
in
and
the
read it. I'm gonna go ahead and read
background.
it.
Mute your mics up.
I think that was Jesse. He over there making
No, no,
juice.
no. I ain't making nothing. I'm
Uh,
I'm I'm relaxing.
oh,
So
okay.
this
Sorry.
so this is going to be Quran 9:31. They have taken their rabbis and monks as well as the Messiah, son of Mary, as lords, besides Allah, even though they were commanded to worship none but one God. There is no God worthy of worship except Him. Glorified is He above what they associate with Him. So in Islam, that's how we're gonna take that belief. That verse clearly says that y'all were not supposed to take Jesus as a Lord. And I land my plane.
And Apollo, it's on you to respond.
All
And
right,
let timer go just in case we need it.
you
Go ahead,
could,
do your thing.
no doubt. You have your stance, right? My stance was I showed you who the Lord is, right?
And who's the Lord
No,
to you, Apollo?
the Lord is the Messiah. There's only one Lord. I read that to you.
All right.
Everything, just like how you read
My Quran
in
said that y'all are wrongdoers for taking the Messiah as Lord.
no, I'm saying I understand your position,
Okay.
right?
All right.
And I only could say that do you pray to the God of Moses?
I do.
Okay, so did the God of Moses come down to the earth?
Yeah.
So you're saying Allah came onto the earth.
Yeah.
Where does that say that in the Quran?
It says that Allah is closer to you than your jugular vein. Allah is all
Yeah.
encompassing.
We understand that that's in spirit. So we're talking about the of something that you could see, like could the
Oh no, I'm
Allah
not
that you could
saying that,
see.
brother. I'm not saying that Allah came down as a human or an angel. Allah sends his messengers. He sends his angels. He does not come down in a human form or an angel form.
So you saying nobody's seen his form?
No, Allah does not talk to nobody except that he has a veil in between them.
Could you take him to what's that Exodus 33? I'll land my plane with Exodus 33 and 20, I think, or something like that.
And then I'll read Numbers 23:19.
You said Numbers?
Yeah, Numbers 23:19.
No doubt. You could read that right now. Go ahead.
I don't have it up, but I can quote it. God is not a man that he should lie, nor is he son of man that he should repent. Had he said a thing, and will he not do it?
Right?
I know that one by heart.
So what are you trying to say?
God is not a man that he should lie, nor is he son of man that he should repent. Had he said a thing, and will he not do? So I'm saying God is not a man, and God is not son of man, and God does what he says.
All right. So, like I said, brother, I mean, you saying that, but you taking that out of context because I don't believe that you understand what you're saying. Because I just took you to the verse right here where it
Brother, I
said that
just said it word for word as it is. God is not a man that he should lie, nor
yeah,
is he son of man that he should repent. Had he said a thing, and
yeah,
will he not do it? That's
right.
basically the same thing. That's like word for word.
So when you read, let me read, you know what I'm saying? If you can understand, I'm gonna take you to Exodus 33, right? Because you said that nobody's seen him.
I
But
muted you out, Karab. You was doing something in the background. Go ahead, yo.
all right, let me see. Exodus 33 and 23. It says, and I will take away my hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. So at this point was God on the earth talking to Moses and Moses seeing his backward parts?
No,
Who was that?
God, Moses did not see God, and I'm gonna pull
Was
up my verse to back it up.
hold on. I'm asking you right now, in this verse right here that we're reading, is this God talking to Moses?
Right? Yeah.
Huh?
And God did talk to Moses. I'll make that clear. That is clear. God did talk to Moses,
I
but
mean,
I
in
don't, I
this
don't
verse
think I
right
don't think that God seen Moses,
here
or Moses didn't see God. Excuse
is
me.
in this verse right here, is this God talking to Moses?
Yeah.
And what did he say he was going to do?
You said show his back part, right?
Yeah. Did he show Moses his back part?
No.
So he was lying right there.
No. And I'm gonna read a verse.
Hold on, brother. Now, I understand what your position as a Muslim, right? But this is the Exodus. This is in the Torah. This is Moses wrote this, right? So I'm saying you clearly just heard me read that God said that Moses could see his back parts. Is that a lie?
No.
All right.
So let me explain something to you, Apollo.
I took you the
The Torah,
numbers where he said, hold on, brother.
the Torah has been altered, brother,
Yeah,
according to
hold on,
Jeremiah
brother.
8:8.
Wait a second, brother.
So with that being said,
Wait,
I can't tell you what is 100% factual and
no, I'm talking about what we're reading.
okay. All right, and go
Brother,
ahead
your
and read your verse.
opinion.
Let him get it out, Apollo. We
Hold
got
on.
all night.
I
We got all
understand
night.
that, brother. I'm saying his opinion is his opinion, right? But his opinion can't say like what he's reading and say that's not what. Because if he take me to the Quran and I read something, I have to go with what's on the paper. Like he's reading his verses, and I gotta take that as it is what it is.
You might not like his answer, but you gotta let the man answer.
No doubt. So I'm just saying, brother, when you giving your answer, just make sure that you giving it in a way that you're not saying that the words is lying that you're reading.
Okay. Now go ahead and
Don't
read
cut
your
him off
scripture
though.
again.
If you think you hear it,
Now
just
go
wait
ahead.
till
Go
it's
ahead.
your turn to rebuttal.
No doubt. For sure. You
Did
right.
we need a timer out?
Nah, he cool,
Okay,
fella.
let's get it. Go ahead, Jesse.
So this is going to be Quran 7:143. And when Moses arrived at our appointed time, and his Lord spoke to him, he said, "My Lord, show me yourself that I may look at you." Allah said, "You will not see me, but look at the mountain. If it should remain in place, then you will see me." But when his Lord appeared to the mountain, he rendered it level, and Moses fell unconscious. And when he awoke up, he said, "Exalted are you. I have repented to you, and I am the first of the believers."
Can I say something back to him?
It's on you. You got the
All
floor.
right. So, brother, now is that allegory or is that real?
This is real.
So you can which mountain crumbled to the ground, brother? You
Oh,
know?
brother, I no, I don't know.
So you don't know if that happened or not.
No, I'm 100% sure that it happened.
Moses seen. Now hold on, brother. You saying Moses looked at a mountain and it fell?
Yes.
And that's not.
Allah revealed himself to the mountain, and the mountain rendered itself level, and Moses fell unconscious.
And nobody that wrote about that in history nowhere.
Nope. This is going to be in the Quran.
No doubt, brother. All right. So when you say that right there, right, a mountain got level, right? I gotta believe that, right?
Oh, you don't have to. This
No, I'm
is for the
saying
believers
because
to believe.
no, I'm a believer. So I'm saying I believe in the Most High, right? So I'm saying since you saying that the Most High wrote that, then I gotta take it that the mountain did fall, right?
Right.
All right. So when I took you to the verse in Exodus where Moses said he seen the backside, you got to take that the same way how I got to take that mountain, right?
See, I think this verse would be a correction to your verse.
Oh,
I think this is going to be
that's what we playing now.
I think this is going to be the same story, but this is going to my verse is going to be the more accurate verse.
That's what we playing.
Because you
So
gotta
at the end
remember.
of
Don't get me wrong.
look,
I
at the
believe
end
in
of
the
the day,
Bible.
you
I
should
believe in the
never
Bible.
you can't have a hold on, brother. You can't have a dialogue with anybody else that's doesn't read the I mean, because at this point you're saying whatever you say is what it is, and then whatever the other person say, no matter what is written, doesn't mean anything. That brother, you can't have a conversation. Like at that point, what are you debating people for? What are you even talking to other people for?
I'm just giving you the information as it is. I mean, don't get me wrong, brother. I believe in the Bible. I believe in it being the previous scriptures, but the Quran declares itself to be the supreme authority over all previous scriptures. So wherever these scriptures differ, I have to take the Quran as the one who is going to be correct. So, you
All right,
know, so let
so
me say
let's
this. Let me just finish and say this.
no doubt.
Had I came from Christianity,
Yeah,
so I used to believe in some of those concepts as far as like Jesus being Lord, or I thought it was appropriate to call Jesus Lord. But it wasn't until I received the Quran that I recognized that this term Lord is only for the Most High. It's the Quran that corrected me on this. So I
no
mean,
doubt.
I have to, I'm not just going to sit up here and deny your verses
Yeah,
without having something that says, uh the Quran says, we do not what is that word? We do not change a verse except that we bring one better than it, or no, it says we do not abrogate a verse except that we bring one that's better than it or similar to it. Don't you know that Allah is over all things competent?
I
So
got
so
you, bro.
so this Quran is supposed to be an abrogation of the previous scriptures, and you know the only reason I'm going to deny something that's within your book is if my Quran tells me something different.
Got you. Now, so we gonna deal with that. So the Quran that you're reading from right now, did Muhammad ever see that Quran right there?
No.
Okay, so then you're saying you're reading something that the prophet never read or never seen.
Right, and it
So
would be the same. The
hold on. I just yes or no. You can
the
hit me with the
similitude would
yes.
be of that of Jesus.
No,
The Gospels did
I,
not see the Jesus did not see the Gospels neither.
yeah, no doubt. So I'm just making you understand
That's not
what.
true though.
Hey, real quick. Jesus is him. You got something you want to say, real quick, brother?
Yeah, just to say what Jesse
God,
said. Jesse just said Jesus did not see the gospel. That's false. Jesus was a rabbi, and he was a refound Jew. So he had to read the scriptures. He had to have read the Torah. So that's not accurate.
I
Uh,
didn't say he didn't see the Torah. I said he didn't see the Gospels because the Gospels were written years after him.
yeah, but if you want to go into technicalities, I can say that Isaiah the prophet was prophesying about Jesus being born. So technically, he did see the gospel because he himself referred to the book of Isaiah to the Pharisees. So I'm not. I
That's
don't agree with that.
that's Old Testament.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. He
But I'm
referred to the
saying
Old Testament
that
about
that
his words.
those books were here before Jesus. The point that I was making was, see, the brother asked me, did the Prophet Muhammad see the Quran, and I said no, because the Quran was not compiled or put together until after the life of the Prophet Muhammad by his companions. And the similitude is that of Jesus, because even though the Gospels are about Jesus, Jesus did not witness the Gospels being compiled, because the Gospels were compiled, uh, you know, years after Jesus's
no
uh,
doubt, no
ascending.
doubt. Let's roll with that. Let's both agree that that happened, right? So now you said that the Quran was written by his companions, right?
Right, written. Now, don't get me
Written.
wrong. Like the
Yeah,
Quran was an oral recitation.
yeah,
The Prophet Muhammad is the one who provided this oral recitation.
for sure.
People memorized it. So, like, the companions of the Prophet, they all memorized the Quran,
Yeah.
but it wasn't written down until after the life of the Prophet Muhammad.
Right. So when his companions written their stuff down that they had, did some of it get thrown away?
Yes, the there was a brother named Uthman who was left in charge with burning the Qurans that didn't uh, fit the standard.
Right. So the companions, right? They wrote stuff that the Prophet Muhammad said, and then after he died, some people said that whatever his companions wrote down that was coming from him, they burnt it.
Not of it was his companions that burnt. They end up coming up with a um, Uthman. Uthman.
Yeah,
He was
he
also
wasn't his companion, right?
no, he was.
He wasn't.
He was.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Hold on real quick. Let me cut you off. Jesus is him, man. You don't have to. Definitely don't have to wait on me to let you in. Just start talking. But definitely let Jesus is him. Introduce yourself to the panel. Can you tell us your background? Not background, your ideology, I guess. I don't need your background. I'm not the feds. I don't need
I
none
was
of
like, oh no, what is this, an interview?
that. No, it ain't no interview. I just haven't heard him speak before, so I
No,
just wanted to give him a shout out for coming up to the panel. This is Coliseum Arguments. Only the brave speak here. This is the Titans Debate League page. So yeah.
That's my friend, by the way, y'all.
Oh, okay. Shout out Jesus is him. Are you muted? Jesus is him? No, he's
no,
unmuted.
I'm here.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a Christian. I believe in the Trinity. I believe in the blood of Jesus. I believe that Christ actually died on the cross as proclaimed, and it was seen by 2,000 plus eyewitnesses when he rose from the dead. I'm a Christian, man. I believe in the full gospel.
Okay.
That's my stance.
Did you have anything you wanted to add? I know
Yeah,
you probably wanted to get in on this.
yeah. I was listening to what Jesse and the other guy was saying, and my biggest theme when it comes to Islam is, you ask a Muslim is well, the Muslim's biggest argument is that the Bible is corrupt because it was translated and a lot of things got taken out. Which to me, it's kind of funny that Muslims argue that point. Now, what Jesse was quoting about Moses, how Moses, the Bible clearly states in Exodus that Moses he was on top of Mount Sinai, he spoke face to face with God. But in the Quran says that Moses never saw the face of God, which is kind of weird. And to me, that's a contradiction. If Muhammad, the prophet, said himself, if you have any questions, go to the Jews and the Christians and read your holy books. So in my head, I'm not understanding how a Muslim is going to claim that the Bible is corrupt. If anything, the Quran will be corrupt because they're the one who changes the verses about almost every verse. They pick and choose what they want and then they change it. So to me, it's, if anything, the Quran is corrupted because the Bible and the Dead Sea Scrolls are predated by like 4,000+ years.
That makes sense.
So
He killed
it's to me, it's kind of comical how some guy comes 4,000+ years after, proclaims he's a final prophet. And I ask Muslims this all the time, and Jesse knows me. He's my friend. We talk about this all the time. Almost every major prophet who came was prophesied about and was told about their coming in some shape or some fashion. My question is, if Muhammad was the final prophet of God, you would think that God will say something about him, but you can't find that in the Dead Sea Scroll. You can't find that in the New Testament or the Old Testament. You can't find nothing about Muhammad. So to me, it's I'm not understanding the argument that Muhammad is supposed to be the final order, but even God himself didn't even prophesy about him that he was even relevant to the scriptures. It's a question mark there.
So,
Okay,
brother, now I have plenty of scriptures that would point to the Prophet Muhammad being a messenger. You know, when it talks about Jesus, now I do recognize that the Old Testament prophesied Jesus. Would you say that verse where it talks about Emmanuel, that's referring to Jesus, right?
Emmanuel just means God is with us, so it can mean. I guess you can use it in that statement as though he's talking about Jesus, but if you want, the origination of the meaning Emmanuel has nothing to do with the new. I mean, it wasn't the New Testament that you first see it. It came in the Old Testament.
Right.
So,
And I'm saying that Old Testament verse where it refers to you
Sure.
know a child being born of a virgin woman.
A1, can
You,
I
you
get my
would say
2 minutes?
that's Jesus, right?
And that's funny. I was about to come to you next too. I was waiting to get you back in, but yeah, let's let these two finish real quick, and then you next for sure. If y'all could pass it back, am I still muted? Okay, no. If you could pass it back to him without me even having to, that would even be doper. But I'm gonna make sure you next, King J.
You would say that verse where it talks about Jesus, or not Jesus, excuse me, a baby coming from a virgin birth, and them calling them Emmanuel. Would you say that verse was about Jesus?
well, I don't want to say it's about Jesus. Now, I can argue that I believe in the Trinity, and if you're gonna throw that verse at me, I can say yes, it is about Jesus because we believe it. I believe in the Trinity, and I believe that God is more than three person. So technically, I can say yes, he's talking about Jesus, talking about God, talking about the Holy Spirit, three in one. So I can throw that back at you and say, okay, yes, that verse is talking about Jesus and God
So
and
that,
the Holy Spirit.
so that verse doesn't talk nothing about the Trinity, but it talks about a woman giving a virgin birth, and they said that she will name him Emmanuel.
Yeah,
Now,
exactly. God is with us. That's what it means. That's why we believe Jesus. We also believe that Jesus is God in the flesh, manifested in the flesh. That's also why when Jesus in the New Testament, Jesus also quoted when he was preaching and teaching in the synagogues, he opened the Torah and he quoted from Isaiah, and he quoted Isaiah saying, he said, a virgin birth. He quoted that exact verse, and he said, "Today, this verse is manifested before your sight." That's the exact reason why the Jews wanted to kill him, because if you understand Hebrew and Aramaic, that's blasphemy. No one equates himself to God. That's why they want to kill him, because he quoted that same verse. So he's furthermore affirming that he is whom Isaiah was talking about. But just to go back to my argument,
I disagree with that.
you're kind of proving my point that Isaiah the prophet prophesied about Jesus coming, but no other major prophet said anything about Muhammad. I'm yet to find that. If he's so major in the world's changing of the world, why in my I can't fathom why God in his wisdom and eloquence will not think to put Muhammad in any scripture. It's just not, it doesn't make any sense.
That's a
so
good
the
question.
reason
Real,
why
real
I
quick,
asked
Jesse,
you,
real quick. We've hit the 5 hour mark. We're about to keep this going, but since y'all have had me working so long, I'm gonna go ahead and go to a word from our sponsors.
In every debate, there's power, passion, and purpose. Titans Debate League isn't just a podcast, it's a movement, a place where big ideas collide and voices that matter are heard. But to keep this arena alive, we need you in our corner. Your support through Cash App isn't just a donation, it's an investment in truth, in dialogue, and in community. Every dollar helps us bring sharper debates, stronger guests, and bigger opportunities for growth. And here's the best part. When you give, you're not just supporting us. You're standing tall as part of the Titan family. We see you, we value you, and we appreciate you. So if you've ever felt inspired, challenged, or entertained by what we do, show some love and send your support to $Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Again, that's $Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Together, let's keep this debate alive, keep the fire burning, and keep the Titans rising. Have a blessed day.
Recommend surgical precise pin, hand heated, the room will spin. If men get treated, them goons gon' spin.
Okay, back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I was waiting for what Jesse to respond, I guess.
so I just wanted to point out.
After you respond, we're gonna pass it back to King J and let him double back because he may have had a response or a question about something that you said as well. So yeah, let's go ahead.
So I just wanted to point out that this verse does not say Jesus's name direct. It says Emmanuel, but we just like you, I accept that verse is referring to the Messiah Jesus. Now, the reason why I brought that up is because in Songs of Solomon 2:3, there's a word that is pronounced Muhammadan, and this is referring to the Prophet Muhammad, Muhammadan. So Songs of Solomon 2:3 pretty much says his name when you read it in Hebrew, uh, as his name would be pronounced.
That's actually not fact. I mean, I'm gonna let the other guy talk, but that's actually not fact. You can actually look it up right now on Google. In the Aramaic, Muhammadin or in Hebrew does not mean Muhammad. It doesn't.
Muhammadan is going to be the plural form of Muhammad.
That's not. No, I don't think any scholar would agree with that. No
brother,
scholar would agree with that.
check the pronunciation. Now you just over here accepted that Emmanuel is Jesus, and I'm telling you, Muhammadan versus Muhammad, same. You get what I'm saying? Like if we're gonna if you can accept that Emmanuel is Jesus, then you should be able to accept that Muhammadan is Muhammad. But beyond that,
But
there's
I
also
mean,
there's
I
more
guess you
verses
can you
that,
can you can use that argument, but okay. Let's go with your theology that Mohammedan means Muhammad. Okay, fine, it means Muhammad. I don't agree with that, but I'm just going to use your theology. But that doesn't. The Song of Solomon, that verse has nothing to do. Like even if, okay, let's say it says Muhammad, but what the verse doesn't say anything. It doesn't say a Mohammedan is going to be the final prophet. It doesn't say anything about Muhammad. It just says Mohammedan. But my question is, in the Old Testament, you have factual scriptures that talk about Jesus, that talk about the Messiah, the Mashiach. But you will not find a single scripture in the New Testament or in the Old Testament that point to Muhammad. My big question mark is, if he's so important to God and he's the final order of all the prophets who live, why he not mentioned in the Torah or in the Bible or nowhere? That
brother,
not just
he's
that. No,
mentioned in both the
hold
old
on, hold on.
scripture and the new scripture.
And okay, and do you believe? Okay, every Muslim believe that the Torah, and well, it depends on what Muslim you ask, but in the surah it talks about, Muhammad says, if you have questions, go to the people of the good book or the holy book, right?
Right.
So Muhammad, knowing that, he knew that there is no verse. Well, I don't know if you read the Bible or the Torah, but there's
I
no
have.
verse that says that Muhammad is the final prophet. And I asked a Muslim the same question I always ask you, Jesse. I ask you, does God change his mind? Yes or no? The Muslims say no. Do we believe God is sovereign? Do we believe God knows all things? The Muslims say yes. So if God knows all things, I think God understands basic words and basic language how to say Muhammad is my final prophet. But you will not find that single word or that single verse in the Torah or the New Testament where he even affirms Muhammad as a prophet. So that, to me, that's question marks everywhere. If we both believe that God is all knowing and God does not change his mind, nor does he second guess himself, why did God not list Muhammad as the final prophet in plain letters for everyone to understand? It makes no sense.
So,
And let's let
brother,
King J get in real quick. Do
all right,
you
but
have a
let me just say
response to that
this.
question, or
Let me just say this real quick. Now, I just brought up Songs of Solomon. This is just one verse that I brought up to you, but I have verses from the Old Testament and the New Testament that would point to the coming of the Prophet Muhammad, and I have time.
Do y'all want
if
to
you
say that argument? Because I swear to God, I'm not detracting. I had some points that I'm like, damn, y'all trying to hold on to my head, like, damn, I want to say
no,
this,
you
and
you can
I don't want to
you can
make
get
it
that out, but let me just say this, because
okay.
if we can come back if we want to me bringing up proof as far as the Prophet Muhammad being mentioned in the Old and the New Testament, because I have plenty of verses. But I also just wanted to say, the brother mentioned verses. If you have any doubt, ask of those who've received like the previous scripture, and what I would say is, I am of those who received the previous scriptures. I've came from Christianity. It wasn't, I read the Bible in totality as well. And I read it from Old Testament to New Testament. And then when I received the Quran, I recognized the truth that was within the Quran. So it's not just ask any of the previous believers, but it has to be somebody who is well versed in the book to make these connections between what Allah has revealed in the Quran to what has been revealed in the Bible.
All right, I'll just let the other guy go. Then I will we'll come back to that.
I appreciate that. Cause yeah. All right. So peace to the panel. Couple points I did have in my head. I'm gonna kill a couple birds, two, maybe three birds at one song. Right. I'm going back to Apollo. This is what I had in my head in regards to you because I don't think that you guys really were being disingenuous or maybe just didn't have a proper understanding because Jesse, you agree with the bullshit, right? So when you said I believe Alhamdulillah Rab al 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 El Halim, right? When that word is not rabbi. And Apollo was like, yeah, it's rabbi. And he was like, yeah, it's rabbi. It's Greek, just the Greek word rabbi. And it's not rabbi. It's Rob, right? Which is Arabic. And it alludes to more of a word for sustainer, right? Sustainer. I can say the sustainer, or maybe translated as the nurturer, to nurture, right? Rob, in the Arabic, and it's different, right, than the word that's used because he made a correlation when he said, "What did the Mary say when she saw Jesus? What did Mary say when she saw Jesus? Right? She said Rabbi, right? But that's it. She said Rabboni, right? And that's the Hebrew Aramaic, right? That's different than the Arabic, right? And
Right.
it literally means Lord, right? Or master, right? And that was the title that she addressed him as, right? So I just wanted to make the distinguishment between that Rabboni in the Arabic in the Hebrew and Aramaic than the Arabic Rab which is two different contexts. Literally means Lord or Master as a title. The other one would allude to more of a sustainer or nurturer, right? Two different translations, right?
Okay.
And
Can I say
and
something now, A1?
no, you can't. And quit filibustering. So
A1.
so
A1. Can I say
also
something?
I stepped away
no.
for 60 seconds. What I missed?
A1. King J just said something about what Apollo Bay said. So I want to know if I can respond to what he said.
I'm still speaking at one, and he cut
Af-
me off
Oh,
right
you're
in the
not
middle
finished?
of my word.
After
No,
King
yeah,
J, it's on
Sorry, I thought he was
Jose.
finished. I thought he
yeah.
was finished. I apologize. I thought he was
Yeah,
finished.
and I
Sorry.
would like maybe some sort of response from them back instead of you because I'm directing my conversation to them in regards to what they said in regards to the word.
We still
Um,
gonna let Jose get in there.
yeah, in regards
Thank
to the
you. And my
word
comment is to him too.
in the word regards to the word Rob, the Arabic, and the word Rabboni, right? So that's my contention with what they were saying, right? Also with the brother Jesse, right? In regards to this um correlation that they're trying to make with Yahweh, and I was on my commute in regards to what they're trying to correlation is trying to make with Yahweh and Allah being the same deity, right? And this is the case, right? And they have the Torah, right? So Jesus, all he would have had was the Torah, right? He would have had the
Right.
Torah. He wouldn't have the New Testament, right? The
Right.
only thing that
Well,
Muhammad,
he was given the New Testament, but yeah,
however you want
he
it,
can't.
whatever, woo, bang, however you want to say it, he didn't have it. All he had was the Old Testament. Muhammad wouldn't have had the Quran, like the brother mentioned. All he would have had to probably reference, if you could have had it, was the Torah, right? Is the argument that you're probably be making. So the point that I'm making is what is the need for anything else outside of the Torah if Jesus didn't change anything, he came to fulfill the Torah, right? Muhammad didn't change anything. He came to fulfill. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why are there 800 different thousand surahs needed when there only if we needed would be the books of Moses?
Because the Jews changed the Torah, and this can be found in Jeremiah 8:8.
They
Jeremiah
changed the
8.
Torah, or did they add like a Tanakh and different things? But the books of Moses are the same books, right? They haven't changed.
Jeremiah
Deuteronomy.
Jeremiah 8:8, according to the complete Jewish Bible, says that Adonai's Torah has been turned into a false. It says that the lying scribes of the pen. Wait. I'm trying to quote it. It says They say, how can let me just pull it up. It says, how can you say you are wise? Adonai's Torah is with us when lo, Adonai, the I'm just gonna pull it up. Give me a second.
Um, yeah. So quick. So that was a question. Also, in regards to Emmanuel, right? I keep going back to these steel pork names, right? And you keep mentioning, like you mentioned that possibly being as a prophecy to Jesus, right? So if Emmanuel translates to El, the deity El, how are you corresponding uh, the word Jesus, which was what Yeshua, which can translate to English Joshua? It literally
I
could
would
be the
refer
English.
to I would
It
refer
could
to him
English.
as Isa.
It could literally be transliterated to, like, when we actually talk about etymology. Yeshua is English Joshua.
But
It's
I refer to
Joshua,
Jesus as
huh?
Isa. I refer to Jesus
It,
as Isa. We don't
and what
refer to
language?
him
And
as
what language?
Joshua or as Yeshua.
And what language is that?
It's it's Aramaic or it's Arabic, but Jesus spoke Aramaic, and the way that the Quran works is, even though it's an Arabic Quran, the names of the prophets are going to be the same pronunciations of how they would have been pronounced in the language that they would have spoke. So when we talk about prophets, you might be familiar with the term Yaqub
Yakub.
for Jake. Yeah, Yaqub. Yeah, exactly. Yaqub. That's how we say his name as well in Islam. Um, you
Jacob.
know, yeah, Jacob. We refer to Moses as
Moses.
Musa.
Hmm.
Yeah, we refer to him as Musa. We refer to John as Yahya. We refer to we refer to Jesus as Isa. So like the the Quran
So
is
so can you show me Isa in the Old Testament?
I can show you a name that would be close to Isa in the New Testament according to the
No,
Greek.
not the New Testament. I said the Old Testament, because that's where the prophecy was supposed to come from, right? We would be the Old Testament.
See, but the prophecies about Jesus don't say his name direct.
So the answer would be no. You can't show
No,
me Isa in the Old Testament. Okay,
no.
okay, that's the honest answer. So you have your own theology that you kind of just made up, right? But I don't see
Real quick.
I
Sorry,
don't
real quick before you go. No, go ahead. Land your play, then I'm gonna pass it to Jose.
no, but I don't see the Yahweh. Like, I don't mind what he's saying if he would use El. I could, like, you know what I'm saying? El is a better, even linguistically, El correlates better to Allah. Ilu correlates better to Allah than Yahweh. Yahweh's a giant come lately deity into, you know what I'm saying, the air, what he's talking about. So, I would just ask him to consider this. Like, if Yahweh, if he can understand and agree that Yahweh takes the epitaph of El, right? Then he shouldn't have a problem understanding that the traditional indigenous religion that they're talking about in Islam would be that the worship of El, instead of the Johnny come lately Yahweh that takes the epitaph. Right. That's just the conversation, the understanding. I'm like, I would have, like, Jesse, do you understand that?
Yeah, and I think you made a good point of proving that. I've seen how the comparison of El was drawn with Allah. Someone put that on the bottom of the comments, but I'm still saying that Yahweh is Allah as well, because me personally, I believe that El and Yahweh are the same deity. I don't think they're father son deities. I think that they're the same deity. It's just a different name for them.
So you don't think maybe, like, so when we talk about, like, the epitaph Elion, like, sometimes the younger deities can take the title of the Elion, the Most High, in their in their particular pantheon, depending on who's worshiping them, right? Like how the Hebrews are late are come lately, and they take, the epitaph of El, and they assimilate. You know what I'm saying? That's really all it really is. And that's the same thing that happens with Islam. You know what I'm saying? They come along after.
So
I feel like
Hold
Islam.
on, Jose. Did you have you had some thoughts that you wanted to add?
Yeah, I think what Apollo Bay was trying to say was that
You're after Jose.
it's this that Rabbi
After
and
Jose is Jesus is him, and then we can go back to you.
I
No
think
doubt.
Apollo Bay was trying to. I don't know if he's a Bible believer or not, but he can answer that after. He was trying to make the connection that there is a connection between Islam and so-called Judaism, and he was trying to point that out to Jesse, that Rabbi and Rabboni are essentially the same word and they mean the same thing. So if you are a Quranic believer, then by all rights you should believe in the Bible, the Torah, and any other writings associated with the Bible. Now, if I'm wrong, Apollo, you can correct me on that. Is that what you're trying to say? Or am I wrong?
In a nutshell, basically.
Right. So, and I think Jesse agrees with what he's saying, but he's letting his religion cloud what the brother was trying to say to him. He wasn't really disagreeing with you. He was just taking you on a long journey to see what you would say based on him putting pressure on you. That's what I think he was trying to do. If I'm wrong, you correct me on that too.
No, I was
Long
showing
walk
him
down
that.
a short path.
Listen, I was showing him that when he's trying to say that the Lord, right? There's a Lord in his Quran, and there's a Lord in the scriptures. And I'm saying there's only one Lord. So if he's gonna say that he believe in the God of Moses, who is the Lord, right? Then I showed him that the Lord is the Messiah. Then I showed him the Messiah even being called the same name as
I'm
So
following what
you
you're
know you
saying.
did. You made that up, brother. And that's where
I'm
I came
following
in
what you're
and I
saying.
gave Apollo, and I can't. And that's why I gave you the when I said Rob in the Quran is not Rabbi, brother. It's Rob, and it means sustainer and it means nurturer. It doesn't mean the same thing as it when you gave John 20 in reference to what and asked the question, what did Mary ask her and say when she saw her son Jesus? He said Rabbani. That's totally different than what it says in the Quran when it says Rob. That's the distinguishment that's the point that you tried to make, like the brother Joey just said, and you were
that.
wrong.
This ain't that. I'm trying to tell you, man. This
and
ain't
and,
that. Because at
and
the
I
end
just
of the day, nobody was talking to you. That don't mean you bust in and go on
It
some
don't matter
long.
who talking to me. That don't mean you can just
Yeah,
say
but
what you
that it
want
do matter because
and
there's
be
some
stupid.
decorum up here. It don't. We're gonna keep the decorum. So if
Yeah,
somebody's talking to somebody,
brother,
you
we
gonna let them
talking.
two people
We
talk.
talking,
The
brother.
people who is
Lord.
asking the question
Make sure
and
you
the
right.
other
Make
person
sure
get
you
the
saying what.
answer.
Make sure you
You
right when
don't
you
get
talk.
to
Don't just
bust
say
in and
bullshit.
say whatever you want.
Yes, I
A1. The
do.
dude right here, he need muted, man. For
Hey,
real, he's getting out of pocket.
I would
At
say,
the
man, I think I appreciated the brothers' comments. It wasn't for me. I know you were probably expecting it from me, but I think what the brother was bringing to the table was pretty good.
I understand that, but Jose was talking to me.
but you're
So
mad because I'm busting your ass with
no,
everything I'm saying.
if somebody
You
asks
don't
me a
have a response
question,
back. You
that
don't have a
doesn't mean
response
you
back but
come in and
that.
start talking.
That
That
we
doesn't
all
mean that.
talking, brother. It's an
That
open
means keep your
table.
decorum.
Forum.
Wait for it's your turn. Just like I was waiting for my turn.
I think his God must have muted him.
The brother. So I'm saying that the brother Jose asked me a question. Now I'm going to answer his question, right? At this point, brother Jose, right? I was explaining to him how the correlation was the same, right? Then I'm asking brother Jesse could in verse chapter 5, verse 1 14. What's the word for Lord in that verse right there, Jesse?
And he said,
Hold on, and
Rabboni.
if anybody else interjects, it's okay. I don't want you
It's Rob.
having people scared to be able to
R
speak when
R
they have
A
a
B
thought.
B.
He
The
said Rabboni.
decorum is really when the over
No.
talking gets really bad.
Rob.
You
But
know.
he said Rabboni.
No,
But
no,
go
I
Or
ahead.
never
Rob.
said Rabboni. I said
Sorry,
Rob.
he said Rob.
RABB.
But,
RABB.
but do you realize that Apollo is trying to point out to you essentially it's the same word and there's a connection between the two?
And
They
it's not
essentially
the
mean the
same
same
word,
thing.
and that's what I'm saying. It's not the same word, and there's no connection. So understand, Joy, when I'm
Sounds like a
We're not
debate.
arguing
Sounds like
that
a
with you.
debate. You might
We're not
have two
arguing your
lined up.
opinion, King J.
yeah, they need to
But King
comprehend.
J,
Joey don't even know what he's talking about.
King J, we're not arguing your opinion. We understand that you say that, but we're just disagreeing with you. It's nothing personal against you. We're disagreeing. We don't agree.
I have
Joey,
And real
We
quick,
don't agree.
real
Hey,
quick,
real quick.
gentlemen, real quick, because I want
I-
everybody to be able to have a chance to speak at the
But
Coliseum
I was gonna
arguments.
say,
Yeah,
I agree
but hold
with
on, real quick. I just want to respond to Joey. You're disagreeing out of ignorance because in
I
this
might be.
instance,
I might
just
be.
stop
Yeah,
cutting me off. Just quit cutting me off. In this instance, there's a right and wrong. Right? You don't even know what you're talking about. So that's why
well, I mean,
I interjected because I heard y'all agreed. Correct. And that's why I'm like, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. You're wrong. Let me interject. The word is Rob, not
I know
Raboni.
that may
And
be
it
the
does
case,
not, and
but
it
they
does,
still disagree. You
yeah,
know,
Right.
but we can look this up. It's not
and
Raboni.
we can pull it up. I think we should
Yeah,
save the sources for later. I want to go ahead and ask what Jesus is him, what his thoughts are on what he's heard so far.
Wait, can you ask the question again? I apologize.
Oh, okay. No, they were just go ahead. You can come back around. They were just talking about they were going back over the scripture again. Go
no,
ahead,
but
you guys.
hey, I did want to say that I actually agree with the brother who is saying that Rob and Rabboni are not the same. Because it's very important to understand that. So what Apollo has been doing is showing me that they use Lord and Jesus
exactly.
as being synonymous
And they
in the
don't.
Bible. And what I'm telling you in the Quran, the Quran declares that only God is Lord and Lord is not the Messiah. So like even if they were to refer to Jesus as Lord,
It's not the same word.
yeah, like in the Quran, it's not Jesus is not Lord in the Quran, and the Quran makes that clarification. But it's definitely not Rabbi or Rabboni or anything like that.
I appreciate that because that's the only point of distinguish that I'm trying to make. He keeps avoiding it, filibuster, and bringing up other stuff because the actual point that I'm trying to bring to the conversation is like, brother, you just made that up.
Hey, brother Jesse,
That
could you
word
go
is
to
Rob. It's not
Surah 19, number 4?
that
What's
word
the word
Rob.
for Lord
It,
in that verse right there?
that word Rob is Arabic. It's not. It
Hey,
is
brother
not. Hold
Jesse.
on, brother. You talking to me
Nah,
mid sentence, brother.
no,
Now you cutting
you
me off
wasn't.
mid sentence.
Yeah, you said
Now
that.
you
That's
cutting me off
cool.
mid sentence while I'm speaking.
Hold
Let
on,
me
real
finish the
quick,
sentence.
gentlemen. Real quick, we have a new addition to the stage. I haven't seen this name before. Sterling in the back. Who are you? Can you show your camera?
Oh yeah, sure. I'm Sterling, and thanks for having me.
You
Let
don't
me
have
get
to
my
show your
camera.
camera. You don't have to
All
show
right,
it.
cool. All right, cool.
Can you give them real quick? Just can you introduce yourself to the stage? Give us your background, the ideology, and let us know how you found this.
Sure. So I just searched open panel and changed my filters to live, and that's how I found you. My ideology, um, I guess if I had to put a label on it, I'd call myself like a agnostic atheist. Like I mean,
Mhm.
I lack a belief in any god, but I don't say that it doesn't exist. You know, it could. And I certainly don't mock anybody's beliefs, and I'm not offended by anybody's belief. Sometimes when people claim like knowledge and facts, that kind of it kind of bothers me if they don't give like evidence for it, or if they get offended when I ask for evidence. So yeah, there you go. That's me.
Okay, but appreciate you for pulling up, and you're more than welcome to hang out. And if you want to chime in, just go ahead and speak up. But if I don't see you speaking for a while, I'll make sure that you get a chance. Apollo Bay's been bullying the room a little bit. I don't want to have people scared to interject. As long as it's not like 5 people interjecting, that's when I'm definitely gonna stop it and pull the timer back out. So yeah, and we do a 2-minute timer if it gets a little bit too rowdy. The rules of respect: we don't do any crazy race stuff. Nobody's gonna bully anybody on either side about race. We're here to attack ideas, not anybody personally. The only time we attack identity is if you're talking about DNA, something like that, or bloodline. So welcome to the channel. And back to you guys, gentlemen. You can pick up where you left off.
Just to answer the brother's question, he asked about what was the Lord translated in Surah 19:4, and it's Rabbi.
That's spelled, brother.
That's Rob, brother. It's not the Aramaic. It's not the Aramaic or the Hebrew, brother.
I'm not talking to you. Why you keep
I'm talking
interjecting,
because
man?
you keep lying.
I'm asking the
Because you
brother
keep
how
making
it's
up
spelled.
shit, brother.
How am I lying if I'm
Yeah.
asking him how it's spelled?
All right, give me a second. And this is my Lord that is being translated.
That's why it's the rabbi with the mind. Well, he's ignorant. Jesus.
Nah, man, you need to shut your mouth up,
Come
man.
on, and no ad homs and no responses to them. Let's just keep it like that.
The Arabic word is Rob. The Arabic word is Rob, brother. If you
Nah,
can't
it ain't.
understand that,
Shut
brother,
up, man.
Come on. See, that's how it starts with the ad hom, and then it goes back and forth, and then it escalates. That's why I try to keep
Can I say something kind of
put a
in
cap
between
on
these
it.
guys?
Hey,
real quick?
Karab, what verse was that you brought out? Because now they calling you a liar. Dude is just
All
straight
right,
calling you a liar now.
So the verses that I pulled out was, I'm gonna quote them directly.
Now, Jesse don't know how to spell the word that he just said, the word, but he can't spell it.
It's
He
still
said,
more that
"My
needs to be added
Lord."
to it, but the verses were, I know it was chapter 1, and it was hold on, I'm pulling it back up. Let's see what I was searching. And it kind of got lost in this long thread right here.
Yeah, disingenuous, brother. Like, come on now. We know
Nah,
what words mean, brother.
chill.
Rabboni is Aramaic,
Chill.
brother.
Stop bumping your gums about something you
Learn the
don't know
difference
about.
between Rabboni
Hey,
and Rob.
here go another one for you, Jesse. Surah 3 and 38. How you spell that one? Because now you keep pronouncing them, but you can't spell them. How you spell that one, Jesse?
In Arabic, they're all spelled the same. Rob is
No,
only
they ain't.
spelled one way in Arabic.
You need
Rob
to
is only
stop
spelled one
talking to
way
me,
in
man.
Arabic.
For real.
Let him interject,
Rob is
Apollo.
only
Yeah, but
spelled
he
one
keep
way.
on saying lies.
All right,
Without
so
nothing pulled up in front of. Why don't you share a screen and
so the
show
brother-
us? Share your screen and show us then, man. For real. Let's
You can
see.
share your screen, King J.
Yeah, share your screen and show us Surah 338.
I
The
can't.
word
You can't show me any
for Lord.
contention. You can't show me any contention in what I'm saying. Rob is
You want,
only
If
you want
you're
me to
not
pull it
gonna
up?
show it,
Apollo, you want me to pull it up for you?
Yeah, pull it up, man, because they acting weird.
Would that help? I mean,
That
if,
would
if it won't help him, will it help you? I got you.
Why
And
are we
Sterling,
getting that
anytime
A1?
you are chopping it and you want to share your screen or need to pull a source, you can just ask
No
the
doubt,
host, and we'll pull the source for you.
Yeah, because there's a lot of disingenuousness.
Because like you say, Sterling, you know you don't want people getting upset when you ask for evidence. We're gonna get to the bottom of it over here. Okay, what am I looking up again?
Rob in Arabic.
One more time.
You could
Rob
go
in
to
Arabic.
Surah 19 and 4, or you could go to Surah 338.
Surah 19.
So it's Rabba.
How's it spelled? You keep on saying that, but I keep asking you, how are you spelling the word that you're pronouncing? Obviously, you're looking at it to be able to pronounce it.
No, say the word you're pronouncing. It's my Lord you're pronouncing. When you're saying Rabba, that's my
Man, I'm
Lord.
not.
That's not. You're not
What is it?
saying
Oh, this
Lord.
dude is the
This word
You're
weirdest.
not
is his
saying
Lord.
Lord. You're not
The
saying
word that it
Lord
says now
when you
is his
say
Lord.
Rabbi.
I keep asking you to spell it, but you pronouncing it, so obviously you're looking at the word you're pronouncing.
I don't even know where
Brother,
do I
I'm
go?
looking at it in Arabic though. 'Cause
Yeah,
this
how
is
you spell that?
I got it spelled in Arabic. It's not pronounced.
Yeah, what
Doesn't pronounce
letters
it in
is it?
English. It doesn't
It's
have
cool,
letters. It's
man.
showing
I
like
know.
it's showing the
I
Arabic.
know, man. I know.
Here we go. I got it right here for you. Sorry about that. Let me share this
And I'm gonna
screen.
start reading these verses that you're asking. This is going to be
Yeah, I'll
Quran
start sharing your
338.
screen for you, Jesse, if you need me to.
This is 338. It says, "Then and there, Zechariah prayed to his Lord, saying, 'My Lord, grant me by your grace righteousness, righteous offspring. You are certainly the hearer of all prayers.'" And
I see it right here. Rabbi, Rabbi.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Surah 19:4 right here.
But
It's
see
on the
how
screen.
easy that was? See how
Is it on
easy
the
that
screen?
was?
Oh, it's
But
not on
he
the
kept
screen
on
yet.
saying it's
Oh no.
just rad.
And
No, it's not
A1,
on the screen.
He's a
A1,
lamb.
Sorry about that.
A1. Let's
It
be
is
He's a
clear.
not.
lamb.
And
There it
A1,
is.
A1.
Right.
Let's be clear.
so the
Yeah,
reason
no,
why
it's
it's
clear on
spelled
the
like that
screen.
is
You've
because
been
it's
Yeah,
my
lying.
Lord.
I'm not lying. Let's be clear. A1.
And I'm
It
gonna
says.
highlight it right here. It's on the end of this top,
Yeah,
the first top gray
yeah.
section.
And Rabbi is going to be my
Oh,
Lord, my Lord, my Lord.
Correct. That's my Lord.
It's my Lord.
It's not just Lord. It's my Lord.
Right. And if
Who, but who
Lord
is
is
all
Rob.
right, but who is
and if
that, my Lord?
Apollo don't understand that, then
Man,
his
shut your
comprehension level
trap
is
up.
low.
Shut
Come
your
on,
trap. At the
decorum,
end of the
gentlemen.
day, he was lying. He said there ain't no RBBI.
No, I didn't, brother. I
Yes,
said
you did.
Rabbi is my
It's
Lord,
cool, but it's
brother.
hey
You're
Jesse,
being
is this my Lord? Is this Allah?
why did you
I'm
interject
not
this?
talking to you. Hey Jesse, is this Allah? This my Lord right here?
Yeah, but it's pronounced Rabbi, not Rabbi.
It's cool, but you
So you are
understand the
so
spelling,
Apollo.
right?
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not talking to you. So won't you chill?
Yeah,
Because you're trying to be weird. I'm
that's
talking
pronounced
to
my Lord.
Jesse, trying to have a regular conversation with him, and you're jumping in, making it not regular. So just let me and Jesse have a regular conversation. Then you can have a regular conversation with whoever you want. Is that cool with you? All right, no doubt. So Jesse, when I was kept on asking you how it was spelled, how was A1 able to pull it up real quick? And now it's on the screen for everybody. So now we understand it all of this time, right? We could go to now we want to go to Surah 3, Surah chapter 3:38. Because we gotta have two, you know what I mean? Two witnesses, man.
And what did it say? My Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the contention? The contention
So,
is with Rob, meaning Lord.
man, back up, dude.
You
You
didn't change
keep
the
on
whole word. We're
you
talking
trying to
about
be
Rob,
all in the
not Rabbi.
video. You
We're talking
trying to be
about
all in the
Rabbi.
video. Nah,
Rabbi is not
nah,
Rob, brother. Stop
Y'all
that.
nah.
got me rolling over here, man. Come on, man. Tighten up. It's
So
funny, but
right there. Is
He
it
act
on
like we can't read the languages, brother.
nah. I'm talking about Allah. You talking about something else. Go keep your L conversation. That's all you know about.
Right now, we talking about Lord.
Nah, nobody's talking to you though.
Jesse.
We talking about Rob right now.
I
And
know.
how you didn't know the difference between Rob and Rabboni.
It's cool. Them backup dancers always be trying to yell in the mic.
Rob is Arabic, brother.
It's
Rabboni
cool.
is the
Go
Hebrew,
ahead and
brother.
bust your
Learn the
little
difference.
move, man. Bust your move.
Learn the
Dance
difference.
with your pinky out. Go ahead.
So all you showed, if you give me the mic, all you just showed
Nah,
was you showed Rabbi being my Lord.
it's cool.
Okay, that's fine. It's
Nah,
my
it's
Lord.
not
And
fine.
it's
Back up.
Rabbi.
That's my
It's
Back
Lord.
up.
Rabbi.
Back up.
Yeah.
Back
Rabu.
up.
That's my Lord.
Rabbi is my Lord.
It's
Yeah,
cool.
my Lord.
And
Hey,
Rob
hey,
and
did
And
you
Rob
put
Rabbi
is
the other
and
one
Rob is Lord.
is
So
Lord.
Jesse, in this
is we all
so
still talking
Jesse,
about Allah, Jesse?
so Jesse, in this
Yeah,
instance,
Is that Allah?
that's Allah.
Jesse.
All right,
So,
no
so
doubt.
Jesse, in this instance, who's right between me and Apollo?
Yeah, y'all are both right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to put y'all together on both of y'all understanding. I think
Thank
what
you.
you
Yeah.
haven't
what you haven't said. What's the one with the J name? I forgot that quick.
King J.
Yeah, King J. This the one who this your show tonight, right?
No,
No,
Jesse.
It's
Jesse.
Jesse.
That's who I'm talking. I'm trying to talk to Jesse. So when you go to these verses that say, Rob, what you're not declaring is that your root word exists in all these words, but just like people that read the scriptures have to rely on the Masoretic text because different prefixes and suffixes and the geshes and vowels can determine how that root word is manifested on the page.
correct.
That's what we need to get to the bottom of it. So the Arabic text is right in front of us. And from what I just looked at, it's working just like the Hebrew, which makes me understand it really quickly. So if you look at the final vowels over the end of these words, the root word stays the same, but how it's meant to be understood is determined by what's above the Arabic expression of what Rabbi is. So that I came from a vowel to make it possessive and say, my Lord.
Right.
Right.
So,
But
so in that
So
instance,
all you
so
should acknowledge once you see the Arabic text is that the root word is there, but the Arabic text, which is the source of the Quran, is what determines how you should understand it.
so you
And
agree
and
with
I
so
don't
you just agree with everything I just said. Thank you.
no, well, I agree with it, but I don't think that the way that you're using it is still proving your point because even when you step outside the context of what we're reading, all of these rabbis are who you call the creator as well.
Well, no. In the context when they're using it in the Hebrew, when he gave the context of used in John 20th, when Mary sees Jesus, and he asks, "What does she say when he sees Jesus?" She sees Jesus. She says, "Well, she says in the Aramaic, not the Arabic. He says in the Aramaic, Rabbani, which literally refers to Lord or Master, which is totally different than what we're reading here. And when we're talking about Rob, when I say Alhamdulillah, Rob al El Halim, right? And
The
it's
father
totally
language,
it's
the
totally
parent
it's
language of Arabic. What are you
totally
talking
it's
about?
when I said Rob, it was used in the meaning of sustainer and nurturer. It was not used in the context of Lord or Master.
Hold on now.
Now the verses that
Wait,
got pulled were in that context because it said
yeah.
Lord of the morning, Lord of the daybreak, Lord. I was so that would only make somebody like me that don't fully understand your position. Who is the Lord of daybreak to you?
but that's not
Allah.
The nurturer, the creator, the sustainer, Allah, the Elu,
So
the Allah.
that rabbi in the verses we pulled earlier,
In John 20th is totally different. That
no,
literally
and,
Let's go to
translates.
and
John
this
20.
is where you lost me though. This is where you lost me. I thought you had a point, but you just told us earlier. You went to a verse where you said this is Muhammad in this verse, and
Oh, no,
it
no,
was a different
that wasn't
language
me.
and
That
had
wasn't me.
absolutely nothing
No,
to
that wasn't
do
me. That
with
wasn't
the
me.
context.
That wasn't
that
me
wasn't
talking
him.
about.
That was
Oh,
That
Jesse.
my
wasn't me.
bad. Oh no, that's what I'm talking to. I'm talking to Jesse.
Yes, but King J is jumping in, so you're
No,
actually
you're not.
talking
You
to
haven't been talking to Jesse. You've been talking to King J. I haven't been jumping
no.
in.
Oh,
You're
okay.
talking to
All
two
right.
people.
Cool. I got it. I thought
Brother,
that, but I thought
No,
that was Jesse
hold on,
that
brother.
said that
we
earlier.
are
Keeps
doing
But
doing that.
it. That's why Apollo was like, back up.
But hold
Yeah.
on.
oh,
When
But
you're
hold on.
trying to
What
talk to one person, he keeps
he's
answering.
confusing two different people
yeah, it confused the
because two
mess out of
different
me,
people
man.
are talking, and
Yeah,
he doesn't know who he's talking to. So he was
yeah.
addressing you, but he thought you were
Hey,
Jesse.
man, their voices
That's
are
what happened,
slightly similar coming through these microphones, slightly. And
and
when
that's
y'all talking fast, they kind of merge together because sometimes they agreeing with each other.
And it don't
So
right.
that's what
And
got
it
me
don't
confused.
matter who you talking to. We talking about the same point. The point is the word, the meaning of the word
But he
of the
wasn't. But
word.
but
Shut
King
up,
J,
Joey. Down.
King
Like, what are you
J,
talking about? We are
King
talking
J,
about
King
Rob.
J.
King
I'm
J,
Let him hold it down, King
Joey.
J.
Can
We
you
King
just
got
J.
please
He
just
was
shut
King
up,
J.
Joey? Shut
He
up.
was
you.
he
You the
was
only one got
confused
a
as to who
present.
he was
Oh,
talking to.
Damn.
you got a
Damn.
presentation coming up, King
He
J.
was
You gonna be able to get it
not
all out.
Damn.
no, but A1. I'm trying to explain to him the brother was
Joey,
confused
you
as to who he
don't. But
was
you're
talking
not
to.
even saying
He didn't know
anything.
who he was talking to, so he was addressing, but he thought he was addressing someone
Okay,
else.
well, Joey, we don't need your
What are you
narration, brother.
arguing for?
No,
What are you
brother,
arguing for?
because
I'm talking to the brother, not
brother.
you.
The
I'm
point on
trying to
the
explain to
table,
him,
the
not you.
point on the okay, that's fine. You explain. We heard, we understood.
But
The
you're
point
still
on
talking out of turn again. And
it's
that's what I'm trying to
it's an
tell you.
open, but you're not the
The
referee,
brother,
Joey.
you're talking out
You're
of turn
not the
again.
brother. The brother A1 has said 100 times. Jump in whenever I get ready to.
It wasn't gonna put your ass off this platform just now to keep
So
doing it.
Joey. So
Come
He
on,
Joey.
wasn't
let's
gonna put your
tighten
ass
up,
off this
gentlemen,
platform just now
Joey.
for
gentlemen.
doing that.
Let's have
So
a little
Joey.
respect for each
I'm
other,
telling you, he
gentlemen.
will.
So
I
Joey.
hate having to jump in, man.
So
Y'all
Joey.
making me
Saying
work too
A1,
much.
So
he's doing it so much, people don't
Yeah,
even know who they talking to.
yeah. King
This is
J,
what I'm
lighten up on
saying.
him, King J. You putting the belt, major belt to the
they
ass
done
over
been
here,
that
Man,
they,
they
man.
they
ain't putting no belt. He got panty liner on.
Nothing wrong.
well, we can just deal with the point that's on the
Going
table.
down.
A1, you crazy, A1. Oh
What
wow.
happened? What happened was the brother thought that we weren't able to understand the word rob, and we thought that he could use it and trick us. Brother, that's very disingenuous, brother. We definitely know the difference between the
Hey, brother
Arabic and the
A1, could
Aramaic,
you
and the
please, at this
we
point,
Come
now you got to
on,
definitely.
put
King
John
J,
on
King
there.
J. You explained it. You explained
Look,
it eight
you
times.
keep
Okay.
repeating
But
yourself.
they
But no,
Could
keep
you
they
yeah.
put
keep
John?
talking.
Hey,
Hold on,
trust
brother.
me.
Let me.
But
Hey,
A
Could
I
could
one.
know
you
this
put?
like the back of my hand after King Jada put it down tonight.
Hey,
I
hey,
promise you.
But A one.
hey,
Let me
hey,
let me
brother
let me
I'm
tell
gonna
you
be
A1.
able
why
to
keep.
break it
Cause
Let me
down.
tell you
hey,
why
hey,
keep
brother
repeating it.
A1.
A one.
We trying to make points here. So could you please put John 20 on the screen
But
for him in the
so
blue
let me.
letter?
So A one.
Okay,
Because
I
Just
got
dude
you.
keep on saying he ain't shared no screen. He ain't showed nothing that he's talking about. He just keep
so
rambling. But I'm
A1.
John,
putting the stuff up
This
on the
is the
screen
reason
so
why
y'all
I keep.
what?
see what I'm talking about.
This
Let's
is the
go
reason
put
why I keep
John 20
responding.
on the screen for in the blue letter, and let's see if the context fits what I'm saying.
So this is the reason why I'm responding because you keep
Nah,
taking my
wait till they
talking
get on.
points and then saying I
You
can't
just
respond.
talking in the air.
No,
You
I'm
talking in
just.
the air, and I'm saying I'm
What
putting
am I
the
looking at?
information on the screen.
Oh,
So
John,
you
what?
just deal with the information. John
It's late.
20.
Oh, I got me.
John 20 in the blue letter.
John 20. Okay, let's go see what John talking about,
This is
man.
what we'll do,
20.
John A1, because I think this would be fair. Because they keep
Man,
mentioning
he
me.
keep on talking. It's
He keep
crazy. You
he
got a
keep cutting
problem,
me.
yo.
He keep
You
cutting
got a
me off
problem, yo.
in the
You
middle of
really
my
got a
sentence.
problem, man. You need to chill.
You're filibustering,
You don't even know what I'm going to say. At least let me say it and
brother.
then respond.
I'm talking to
Take
the
it up,
host,
then get money, yo. Like, what's wrong with you, yo?
brother. I'm
All
talking
right,
to A.
so
Let's
I'm
could
just
you
talking to.
pass.
go down?
Let's
I'm
Could
pass
you
talking
it
to
go
A.
down?
around, King J. Let's pass it
Let's go
around.
down to
Trust me,
Yeah.
John
the
20.
more they talk, the more ammo you get when you get
Oh
John,
yeah.
to
No.
get
No. No.
yours
No. No.
in.
No. No.
I'm
How
about to
you
pull
gonna?
the
John
timer
20.
out after this too. I'm pulling the
That's
timer out
the.
on
That's
everybody after this.
that's
That's what we
exactly what
Yeah,
I
about to
was
because
do.
this
gonna
dude
suggest.
can't stop
Yeah,
talking. It's
we getting the
only him,
timer
but
back out.
he
We getting
needs
the
the
timer back
timer.
out.
Nobody else needs the chime. He's the only one butting in.
All right, let's
So
go. Go ahead, read
John
this,
20,
Apollo.
go down to John 20 and where Mary Magdalene is talking to Jesus
Man,
and she
what
called him
what
Rabboni.
this John
What's that?
21? What verse you want?
16, I think, or something like that.
Okay.
Just keep scrolling down till you see Mary Magdalene call him Rabboni. That was right after
Jesus
she.
saith unto her, Mary. She turned herself and saith unto him, Rabboni, which is to say, Master.
All right. Now, at this point, this is after Jesus transfigurated, and this is after the crucifixion, right? Now, she's seen him. She called him Rabboni, right? Now, we want to know is that because now that they call him a different name, but you drop down to 28 and we'll see that Thomas be the second witness to what I'm saying.
I appreciate that at Coliseum of Arguments. You can't comment.
John 20:28. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Oh, I didn't even hear you say go to something else. That's what you said,
Yeah,
2028.
yeah.
I heard him say he appreciate the pin comment. I got you. Actually, you can thank Karab for that. Karab shared that in the back. So shout out him. Yeah, if y'all drop little stuff back there, if you can't share your screen or whatever, I'll post that too. My bad. One more time, Apollo.
20:28.
John, right?
Right. Because
20.
that Rabboni that she called him, It's only said one time in the whole Bible.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
And Thomas answered and said unto him, my Lord and my God. Keep going.
No, right there. Thomas just called the Messiah Lord and God. Right? That's the same thing with Mary just called him. This is after he came back from the crucifixion. They're calling him God. Thomas said he wasn't going to believe till he could stick his hand in the wounds. After he stuck his hand in the wounds, he called him God. So my stance is being written. I don't have to say no extra or filibuster. The words is there on the screen. Everybody see what it say. She called him Rabboni. Nobody else has called that in the whole Bible. It's only used one time. And
Is your 2
he's
minutes
calling
up?
him Lord.
Is your
And
2
I'm
minutes
saying
up?
that when he's calling him Lord and calling him God, I don't, you know what I mean? You got to deal with John and Thomas. Deal with them.
Okay, let me I don't like none of these layouts we got over here. Let me go ahead and remove this down and pull this timer back up.
Yeah, I didn't finish what I'm talking about.
Timer is up. Hold on real quick before we go into anybody else. Sterling, did you have any comments to add to this? You're unmuted, Sterling. You can are you speaking? If it's messing up, maybe drop down, go out and come back in.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, let me try this. Let me know if it messes up. I guess what I was going to say in short with respect is that, when you show these scriptures from a holy book or passage to someone who maybe is a non-believer, I don't think you can expect them to take that on gospel, no pun intended. But you know what I mean? I feel like just pointing to the book doesn't necessarily prove that the book is true. You know what I mean? It doesn't prove that it actually happened, or that even someone named John wrote that. And if he did, well, I mean, like, I heard it was like 100 years later, and someone else wrote it based off of what he told him. So, like, I don't know. I'm always very skeptical of any holy book or passage.
Can I respond to that?
Well, who was? I think it was on you. Who said? Can I respond to that? King J.
Nah, but I do need my little 2 minutes for sure. So my little 2 minutes, A1, real quick. Just pull up real quick. Just pull up meaning of Rabbani in Aramaic.
Man, let
Why
Jesus
why
is
do you
him
keep
get to speak real
Yeah.
filibustering
quick.
on
Oh, that
my
was
2 minutes?
Jesus is him. Okay. Let
Yeah.
Jesus is him respond while I'm pulling that up. What did you want me to pull up again?
Meaning of Rabbani in Aramaic in coordinates with John 20th, I believe. Or you can just pull up Rabbani differences in between Rabbani in Aramaic and Rob in Arabic.
Well, I put meaning of Rabboni in Aramaic in accordance with
Yo,
John 20.
What's up?
I'm gonna bring him to his knees on my next turn.
It means my honored teacher or
guarantee
my
it.
beloved teacher or
It
my
means
great master.
it means what?
My great master, my honored teacher, or my beloved teacher. That's
Okay,
the
thank that's the Aramaic, right?
yeah, that's the Aramaic.
And that's what would have been used in John 20th, correct?
Hold on.
The verse that he pulled, just pulled up and tried to and say was Rob.
Yes, to say my teacher, which is
Okay,
to say my teacher.
it's just teacher. Okay, thank you. And when I do get my 2 minutes, I'll show the distinction in the word in the Arabic word Rob, which is used in the Quran. So he was very disingenuous. He was very disingenuous when he tries to use the word Rabu or Rabi in the Quran, which really means my Lord. In the word and contention is literally Lord.
I'll make you
But
look like
hold
a
on, I
fool.
didn't. I should read this too for context, though. It also says that for recognition, honor, and personal connection. So it was like my master as well, my great teacher. Oh,
Two different words. Then when we're going to read the Arabic Rab, when it talks about more of it being as a sustainer, a nurturer, all types of stuff that aren't the literal word or title. Because when we think of the word Rabbani, and when they're saying Lord, we're getting it twisted and thinking of God. It's not. They're literally using it as a title or master or Lord. That's it. So
yep, that's what
and
it says for John
that's
20,
that
at
that's
least.
it. That's it.
But
So
Thomas calling him.
Apollo,
Nah,
you would lose that
I
point.
wouldn't,
You
because
would
you
lose
ain't
that
deal with
point.
Thomas. You ain't deal with Thomas calling him God. The same thing. So what is you talking about?
He calls him the same thing in the same context as master or Lord.
What scripture was that?
Thomas called
I'll
him
go right here
God.
and see.
What did you talking
Apollo,
about,
I thought
man?
you were smart. Your comprehension is low. He calls him Lord.
What scripture?
We just was looking at it at John 20 and 28. He just literally called him
Okay.
You gotta
my
be
Lord.
you gotta
I
be
thought you
there.
said in Thomas. You said in Thomas, though.
No, Thomas is the one who said it.
Oh, okay, I'm tripping.
But listen, you don't even comprehend. He's still saying the same word. It's going to be Rabbani. He's using Aramaic. It doesn't change the definition of the word. Thomas
When I
said it. Okay, he
when I
said the
get my
same
when I
word.
get my
But
let
time
me
when I get
the meaning of the word is not going to change, brother,
is this
because
his
whoever's saying
2 minutes?
it. Yeah, it's my
'Cause
2 minutes. It's my 2 minutes
yeah,
right now. So
yeah, all right.
the meaning of the word is not gonna change depending because if Paul used it, if Timothy used it, if Matthew used it, it's still gonna mean the same thing, Apollo. It's still gonna translate to master or Lord. That's it. So comprehend the point being made and quit making arguments out of ignorance. That's it. And the other word is Rob. It doesn't mean Lord or Master, and
All right.
it's a total different language. It's
Real quick,
Arabic.
King J, real quick. 'Cause, yeah, you've been cooking them on the same point for an hour. Let's Jesus is him
Let's
had
move on. Let's move
something to
on. But
add.
only reason why I'm saying it going over because they keep saying it, A1, and I don't want them to keep thinking that they right when they say it. That's why I keep going back to
I
it.
mean,
It's like
oh
they
no,
keep
that's something we can't do. I'm telling you, you gotta learn to let people be wrong. Cause you will take over the whole panel the whole night trying to make somebody else realize what you're saying. Like
okay, for sure, for
you
sure,
know
for
what I'm
sure, for
saying?
sure, for
And
sure.
you
My
know
bad.
we can't, especially when we dealing with religion, like it is what it is. Like, but I don't know, it's just something I've learned. I'm just now getting that down.
That's
Cause I
okay.
used to be going hard too.
But I thought when
So
we were dealing with word etymology that we could all come to the conclusion of what actual words mean. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like the word rob only means one thing.
and then like if they still don't agree, that's when we just take it to the debate stage and see who get the money for it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's when you
But
just be like, oh, I ain't gonna argue no more. Let's get the bread. Let's tell them set it up. You know.
but A1, I think there's two different arguments being made here, because we're not disagreeing that the words are from two different languages. I think what I'm trying to point out, what Apollo Bay, I mean, what Apollo is trying to point out is that Hebrew and Arabic have a common language. There's something in common with the language, not necessarily the meaning of the word. We could agree on the meaning of the word, but he's trying to point out to Jesse was that they are in their sister languages in some way, and if he believes in one, he should believe in the other. The meaning of the word is not in question. We agree with the meaning, but that's not what but I don't think we're arguing the meaning. We're arguing, I think he was trying to argue that if he believes in one, he should believe in the other, because there's a connection, and both books tell you there's a connection. I think that's the argument that he was trying to make. If I'm wrong, he can correct me.
And real quick before you correct him, we had a question from where did it go? Right here from Miss Black, I believe that's a female. She says, "Is King J arguing that the Arabic Rab means or doesn't mean Lord?" Just for clarity for her. I don't need to pull out the timer, do I, for you, King J?
No, I would say in the context that where I was used in al with the Rob al Alim, that is used in the context more of as a sustainer or a creator, in total contrast with the Hebrew or the Aramaic Rabbani, which is literally just a title or Lord that would, servant master, you're my Lord, I'm your servant type of a deal. Um, it's not the same.
Appreciate you answering that for her.
That is a what?
She says thanks. Say that one more time. Who was talking? I couldn't hear you.
That's me, Morris Barbarian. Can I get my 2 minutes?
Yep. Let me pull up that timer. I just like pulling out this timer. I
Yeah,
feel like it
no doubt.
really
I ain't
keep
got
us on
no
point and
problem with
keep
it.
it looking professional.
So
You know what I'm
before you
saying?
start my time, could you pull out to go to the Aramaic? Because he keep talking this Aramaic. Let's go to the Aramaic Bible in plain English.
Where do I find that at?
Just go to your Bible Hub, or you could go to Google search and just type in.
Blue Letter Bible. It's on here.
No, it ain't a blue letter. Just go to your Google search and type in Aramaic Bible in plain English.
Okay.
Revelation 22.
You get it off Bible Hub I think it's the Peshiot translation.
Aramaic Bible. What did you say? Which scripture?
In plain English,
hmm
Revelations 22. Cause I'm just gonna put the bullet right between his eyes, man. I ain't playing with him.
Here we go. Share the screen. Well, you want the timer or you want the screen share? Which one you want?
Screen share. Could you go to
I can't do
Revelations?
both.
Go to Revelations 22 and 16.
22 and 16.
Yeah, read that.
You always give me the whole verse and then the actual line you want later. But okay.
Because I might want to go, you know what I mean, anywhere in there.
I feel it. Yahshua have sent.
Hold on, you gotta put it on the screen so the people can see it.
Okay, so I'm gonna read it and then you're gonna start your time after I read it.
Yeah.
Let me pull
Put it
this
on
up.
yeah.
Okay, why'd I do that? Let me share this tab instead. Make it big.
No doubt.
Okay,
Yeah,
here
people
we
need
go.
to see this.
Yeah, let's get it. Okay, Yahshua have sent my angel to testify these things among you before the assemblies. I am the living God, the root and the offspring of David, and his companion, and the bright morning star.
All right, you can start my time now. So at this point, right, I went in the Aramaic Bible in plain English. And it clearly says right here that I am the living God. Back to my point that I've been making the whole time. And now I'm not using my words. Now you get to read it straight in the Aramaic and plain English Bible, right? Where he been trying to jump to this Aramaic the whole time. Now I got him trapped in the Aramaic Bible, and now he's getting smashed. Because now it's saying what I've been trying to tell Jesse the whole time, that he is the living God. So it don't matter what y'all saying, right? All you got to do is write a Bible, and then you'll get to have an opinion. But until then, so you write a lexicon or a Bible, what y'all saying it don't mean nothing. When we go to is what it is actually saying with the people who speak Aramaic, if they was reading the Bible, this is what they'll be reading. That Yeshua is the living God. Bombs should be getting dropped at this point. Straight up, man. Swords, bombs, nuclear warfare. Right? Because at this point, right, we're going to have to come with some scriptures. Just saying this is a lie. How much time I got?
26 seconds.
In my last 26 seconds, man, you know what I mean? I'm going to just say this, man. Step your game up. You know what I mean? Stop sitting silent. All you doing is just throwing around sitting silence, man. You ain't put one thing up. You ain't say, yo, put this up. The only thing you put up was the rabbi. And I'm not trying to show you that Rabboni, yeah, it's the same thing what Thomas said.
Okay.
He is God.
Okay, and your 2 minutes is up, and Jesus is him. I actually want him to respond next. We're going to set the
Also, everyone, do
timer.
I get the 2 minutes to rebuttal?
You
The rebuttal?
do, but Jesus is him. We skipped over him, so I want
Okay,
to make
okay.
sure he gets in. Timer set, and time starts when you start. Jesus is him. Let me
Yeah,
go ahead and add an extra minute for skipping over him. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes if you need it.
yeah. Oh, just to respond to the agnostic brother, was talking about. I kind of understand where he's coming from because everyone is just throwing scripture and just different things, and he's like, what the hell are y'all talking about, right? Because he doesn't really understand or necessarily believe in these things. I was gonna respond and just talk about Jesus for a second, and Jesus, the way Jesus is portrayed in the Bible, not just the Bible. He's portrayed as a peaceful person. He's the only person. I've studied a lot of religions. He's the only person that I've seen who assured you heaven. Most other religions, even in Islam, no matter where you go, they always have the question mark. They don't know, or what's after the veil, after you die, where you go, or they just tell you just go into nirvana or whatever. But it's all about works. But the difference that separates Jesus from every other religion is he doesn't say it's by work. He says if you believe in him and you repent of your sins, he assures you he guarantees you heaven. You know, so like, and secondly, I was going to also just talk about the fact that uh, that over 2,000 plus witnesses saw this man after he resurrected, and secondly, over like 15 plus apostles and disciples got brutally murdered for the sake of just believing in him, not for doing anything out of the ordinary, but just having a banner of being called a Christian was enough to get killed. So for me, I rather follow a man who knows the way, who says that he's assured me heaven, who not just assured, he guaranteed me heaven. And factually, we can't compare the life of Jesus with any other major prophet because Jesus crushes them 10 times over to even begin with. So I just wanted that's just my two piece. I'm just gonna talk about that. And like I said, I challenge anyone here, study any religion Jesus is mentioned, and even in the Quran, it talks about how Jesus is going to come back and resurrect Muhammad. It talks about how Jesus was the only one who gave life. Then you ask the Muslim, only God can give life. The Muslim says yes. And then, so why the heck does Jesus give life into a bird? And I just don't, I'm not understanding how the Muslim will argue that Jesus is not God, but he's doing everything that only God can do, which is, to me, is crazy that even Muhammad didn't even do these things. So it's, I mean, that's my two piece, bro.
And you still have 36 seconds.
Yeah, and yes, my final thing I'm just gonna say, I challenge anyone to look up a religion who they don't talk highly about Jesus. Like in most religions, even in Buddhism and Hinduism, they see these man as an elevated being or peaceful being or enlightened person. But you won't see Muhammad being talked about in any other any other religion as an esteemed being because no one even knew the guy respectfully. So I'm
I
done.
think there is. Well, I'll pause it real quick. Well, yeah, 3 seconds. I think there is some historical evidence for. I think there's more historicity for Muhammad than Jesus, but
Yeah. No, you're
him
right.
being a mythical figure and all of that, I don't know about that. I know that we have other people documenting that they were conquered by, these people, or if they didn't pay the jizya, they were after him. We have documentation of things like that from people. So that's the stuff that lends me to say, I would say I'm agnostic. I'm the panel host. You usually don't hear me talking too much about my own philosophies and stuff, but that's something that made me say, well, at least we have that for him. We don't have too much for JC. And real quick, Sterling, did you want to respond to that before we let King J go ahead and respond to all of you?
Well, yeah, I would say, like, first of all,
the title of the panel is "Prove Me Wrong," right? And
Mhm.
so I'm assuming, did you come up with that, the host?
Actually, I did. Me and Jesse in conjunction came up with that.
And it was like in regards to what exactly? Prove me wrong about what?
Well, he practices Islam, so we just figured it was a
Right.
title that was triggering, thought provoking. But we would always
It,
talk about topics, and he would always stand on his beliefs, at least.
and it's a great title. But here's my point. It's a little bit flawed because to the agnostic, to the
Mm.
atheist that lacks a belief, they make no claims about God or any claims whatsoever. The person who makes the claims has to support it with evidence. So you don't get to say that my God is real, prove me wrong. That's not fair. Like, if you're going to make the claim that my God is real, then you have to support it with evidence. You should be the one to prove it. So to the agnostic, telling them, hey, prove me wrong, it's like saying Bigfoot is real, prove me wrong. You know, you can't prove the negative. So it's up to the person with the burden of proof to prove their point.
I definitely agree with you there. I usually take the agnostic, atheist stance in the debates. So yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. The person making the claim, but yeah, like we usually picking topics though. So today's topic was: is the Quran a continuation of the Torah or a correction? I had it posted, so it was more topics like that versus the prove your God stuff. You know what I'm saying? We were
Gotcha.
delving a little deeper into the scripture and stuff like that. Even me as an agnostic non-believer, I still love the conversations, even if I may think all of it's bogus, because I'm still learning how people think, why they think. Like, let me say it right. I'm learning what people think, why they think it, and how they come to these conclusions.
That's what they
So,
call epistemology, right?
uh, it goes by
Uh,
many different names, many different arenas. Yeah, don't lock me into one thing, but I don't like labels. But yeah.
yeah,
So, with that
yeah.
being said, yeah, I agree with you. Let me reset this timer real quick. King J,
Hey,
you had
one.
two people to respond to.
Could you put my verse back up there so when he respond back to me, the words is on the screen and he don't get to just talk about anything because he'll go on along. He won't even. He'll just be talking about his own thing. So could you put the verse Revelations in the Aramaic Bible? Put that back on the screen so when he's got anything to say something to me, he could say it to that right there.
With all due respect, sir, my 3 minutes, I'm gonna put my sources on the screen, sir. But that will debunk your Aramaic babble. Please believe you will be dealt with respectfully.
I like that. I like that. Okay, it's on you, King J. Actually, so what you
All
want
right.
me to share them for you? You got them.
I mean, honestly, Steve, I wasn't finna spend too much time on fam. Like you said earlier, I done spent overkill at this point on this topic about rap. You know what I'm saying? Like those who know, they know the definitions of the words in both languages. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to keep overblowing it. You already pulled it up when you pulled up in regards to John 20 verse 16 in regards to the context of the word Rabbani in the Aramaic, how it was used in the context of Mary and Jesus. It wasn't used in the same term. It was literally used as Lord or Master in regards to like a servant, of that sort. Um, I would like to speak on the the actual, title of the show in regards to was the Quran a continuation or a replacement.
That's what I
Um,
thought.
Continuation for sure, because how can you change the word of God, right? If the Torah is the word of God, then there is no changing that or adding on to that or taking away from that. It just is the Torah, and what we will have is different people interpretations of those laws of Moses. You know what I'm saying? Jesus didn't change them. I made the point earlier. Jesus didn't change the laws of Moses. He gave a different. He just let the Pharisees and Sadducees know, hey, you're not adhering to them right. these customs and rituals that you're adhering to isn't the heart of the law. It's love. It's love. You know what I'm saying? And that's in any religion that I've studied. At the core text of all of them is really just love. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you there.
So
I don't know what your ideology is, but I agree with that.
yeah, just that. And it's an unbiased one because they all say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Just different, messiahs or whatever you want to call them. But, just treat how you want to be treated. You know what I'm saying? That's really it. I could deal with anybody. I don't care what your ideology is. We can get some money together. You know what I'm saying? Just, your spirit right, we gonna be good, cool. We feel me? We gonna get some bread. But whatever you believe in. You know what I'm saying? So I just like to debate information. You know what I'm saying? Like to be honest, but you know.
You in the right
Yeah.
place, brother. You in
That's
the right
2 minutes.
place. You go
That's
get
two
that
minutes
debate.
right there, man. Come
Yeah, I was
on.
giving him 3. He good. He
Oh,
got 10
all
seconds.
right,
There
no
you
doubt.
go.
He
He
could
got
get
10
two more
seconds.
minutes. He could get 2 more minutes.
He was responding to 3 people though. Did you still?
Yeah,
You know
give
what? I'm
him
gonna bring
two.
this Aramaic Bible up. I'm gonna pull up another 2
Give him
minutes
2
for
more
you.
minutes.
Yep. Hold on. Let me reset that. Go ahead. The time is on you, and it's the Aramaic Bible. Yep, it's big right there for you. Go ahead. You got another 2 minutes. Apollo Bay wants that. That worked. King J.
Go ahead,
Oh
brother.
no, I'm here. No, I'm here. My bad. Okay, I didn't know it was on me. This is English. So if you're saying Aramaic, why not? Because brother, I'm
Hold
big.
up, King J. Somebody snoring.
No, not over here. Then not over here.
Yeah, that's Jesse then, because he's the only one unmuted besides you.
I can't. My
But
bad.
that's all right. That's his show. He can
But
fall
yeah,
asleep.
he keeps talking about Aramaic, but you're showing English. I don't understand that. That's one contention I would have with what you wanted to show. That you're showing English. I would rather you pulled up the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon. We could pull up the Halat, the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, and we could do that because that would change the whole. It wouldn't say Lord; it would give the actual word. The context of what it is. It would say Rabbani. It would say Rabbani, and then we could go back to what the definition of that word of what A1 already pulled up earlier in regards to John 20th. It would show that it's meaning Lord or Master. And that's it. It's simple. It's simple comprehension of words. He's trying to make Rabbi. He tried to make the rabbi, my Lord, in the Arabic synonymous with a different word in the Rab.
You got 20 seconds.
So I mean that's really all it is. So I don't understand how he can make synonymous the Arabic word Rab, which means sustainer and creator or nurturer, synonymous with the Aramaic Hebrew word Rabbani.
That's time. I'm doing it like it's the real debate. This is just an open panel.
Can I
I'm dropping
respond?
bombs for the
Can I
time.
respond now? A1?
Yeah, let me
Hey,
reset this timer,
because
man.
you
Let's
know what
get
we
off
gotta
this
get up there,
topic. We
A1?
got to get off this
We
topic,
gotta.
man.
Hey, it's hold on, brother. It's
Okay, I'm
not
gonna
that.
let him respond, and then we are gonna shift the topic because I did have
No doubt,
something else to talk about
no
as
doubt.
far as in
I,
reference to Islam. So
I'm
the time
saying this
starts when you
right.
start.
Hold on. Let me just say this one thing. We gotta get that one meme on "Don't drink your juice," and I mean when he got the bomb and he be like, "Do we have a problem?" Like we gotta
Hey,
get that up there, right?
I'm about to get it. It's gonna be up there tomorrow. Watch.
Yeah, we gonna have that there, right? Because at this point, right, I went because we speak English, right? So I went to the Arabic Bible in plain English. It don't get no plainer than this right here, right? And then the verse was on it and said, "I'm the living God." You see, he ain't touched that one. Like he said everything but the big capital. Could you put that back up there so the people can see it, so they can understand what I'm saying, right? It was on there for him to deal with, right? In big capital letters. He said a whole word salad and they touched that one time. That's why I said, do we have Pablo? Obviously not, right? Because if you can talk for 3, 4, 5 minutes And that right there is on the screen. Oh, my brother, man, that's crazy. Then you said you want to go to Hebrew. You start shuffling all around. Nah, man. I got you right here. Either you saying this is a lie or the truth, right? And at that point, you got to stand on that. Because if you say it's a lie, I will wear you, brother. I'll wear you out on this subject. Bombs drop, man. Nuclear warfare, man. All y'all gonna kneel, man. Every knee shall bow, man. What's wrong with you?
Got 15 seconds.
A1, man. We gotta get that meme up, man. Do you want a problem?
All right, time. It's getting lit in the late night West Coast edition.
That's funny for sure.
Yeah, it's going over here, man. I like both. I like your fire, and I definitely like King J's wisdom, man.
Who's gonna
He
get it?
definitely had a good point, I think.
Who's gonna get it? For
Am I
sure.
supposed to see? I don't want to take sides as the host, but I'm just gonna be the unbiased host. We have a new addition to the panel. He's a long time listener, not a first time caller though. How you doing? Jesus is Lord. You're maybe you're muted. I can't hear you if you're speaking. Got you on the big screen. Okay.
StreamYard's been having problems all day with like external microphones.
Is it working? I can hear you now though. Did you have any comments or thoughts on anything you've heard so far? If not, I can just pass it along. Just want to make sure you weren't left out. This place is where we create a voice for the people who don't have one. So yeah, did you have any thoughts or anything to add? Okay, I'll come back to you. You may be having mic problems right now. I can't hear anything you're saying. Okay. And there he goes. Let's give it another shot.
I don't know what's wrong with my mic. Oh, there we go.
There we go. You in here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, thanks for having me on. I really, you can call me Jill, by the way. Everyone calls me Jill.
Okay, got you.
But no, I just clicked over, so I'm not sure what's being discussed. But
okay, we're going over some Quran stuff, getting into scripture. He's bringing up the Aramaic Bible in plain English, and they're having contention over the word rabbi, rabboni, and the context in which they're used in John 20 and a few other places in the Bible that they're using for supporting evidence. And that's where we are now. Is that right, gentlemen?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll sit and listen, and not really familiar with the topic, so I'll just sit and listen in.
But I wasn't either until these gentlemen schooled me thoroughly.
I would like to learn. I would like to learn more about when the brother's talking about the different deities in Mecca, right? And almost basically choosing Allah as the deity. You know what I'm saying? From the 300, however many they were. So, like the polytheism in that, right?
Real quick, gentlemen, I'm sorry to cut you off again.
Sure,
We have
sure.
a new addition to the panel. I've never seen this name or icon before. Dub, before I let you up, can I see your screen to make sure you're not AI? You know how they have those things now. They want to see if you're not a robot. Can I just make sure you're not a robot before I add you up here? Okay, you showed your ceiling. Okay, here's what we're going to do then. I'll probably put you on the bottom. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, what's up, man? How's it going? I'm Dub. How's everybody on the panel doing? Good?
I'm doing amazing. What's your background, ideology, and how'd you find us?
Well, I mean, come on, let's not just jump right into the water like that. But come on, man.
Don't worry about it.
I just came up here to hear what the topics were. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't really get much time to hear what everyone was talking about. So,
okay, until you catch up, because this is one of the I can't say that. That's somebody else's slogan. This is the Coliseum of Arguments, and only the brave speak here. I'd like you to at least catch up just a tad
Yeah.
bit before you hop back on up here. Because these gentlemen have their swords out and they're taking heads off on these topics. And I don't want you to get hurt. So just go ahead
I'll
and
take
check
some
us
heads
out.
off if I need to. Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'll take
Gotcha.
some heads off if I need to. Yeah,
Yeah,
no
subscribe. So
problem.
definitely hit that subscribe button. Check us out. And when I see you pop back up, I will recognize this icon and I know you have something constructive and positive to add. So have a good rest of the night and keep subscribed. Okay, sorry about that, gentlemen. And if he pops back up, hopefully he has something constructive to add. I'm not sure if he knows exactly what we do here, but back to you all. Back to you all. Can you hear me?
No doubt. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying this, right? You know, there's many verses that support what the verses up on the screen. And I just feel like because he's saying it right here, like there ain't even no way to get around that. It's saying that he sent the angel. We already know who's the only one who sends angels. And you know, I feel like this is like a nuclear bomb to anybody that's saying anything different, man. If somebody got something else to say, you know, matter of fact, could you go to, you know, um, what is it? Second Phillips.
But Revelations isn't even the scripture in contention. It's John 20. You brought
Yeah.
John 20,
No, look,
not
to
Revelation.
support to support it. To support
No,
what Thomas said to the Messiah.
well, let's just go back to the original scripture in contention. Let's go back to John 20. In fact, that's the whole point.
What is the whole?
I don't see Rabbani here in Revelation.
No, I'm saying the point that's being made is the
So where are you
same thing.
watching?
I took you to where John 20, where 28, where Thomas said the same thing that the Messiah is saying right now, right? And I'm saying when Mary Magdalene knew that he died on the cross and then she seen him again.
But the contention is the translation of the word in John 20, Rabbani, the meaning in the Hebrew Aramaic, not corresponding scriptures that support it in Revelation. The meaning of the word Rabbani in the Aramaic Hebrew in John 20 in regards to what Mary said in context in regards to her son Jesus. What does that mean? It meant master, it meant Lord, not as a literal divine Lord or spiritual being, but as a master or Lord as a servant. That's the whole argument.
Now and then Thomas called him Lord too.
So let's go back to John 20.
Right. So
every
when
instance,
Thomas was calling him Lord, what did he mean? What I took you to in Revelations 22?
Did he say Rabbani?
He said Lord. Do Rabbani mean Lord?
So you're showing the English. I'm asking you, what's the word? That's why I'm like, why are you showing this? Because the
No,
contention
I'm
is the word
showing you because
Rabbani
you
in the
acting like you
Aramaic.
can't understand what's going on here, right?
We
Just
know
like
what it
you
means
don't
in
agree.
English.
Do you agree
We
with it
know what it
saying
means in
in
English.
no, before
English.
we go anywhere, do you agree what it's saying in Revelations 22:16?
I agree with the English translation of Lord. Yes.
No,
It
I'm
means
talking about no, what the verse say that he's the living God. Because we could just stop right there.
that's not contention. That's not
Huh?
what's in contention.
No,
It's
I'm
it's
asking
the
you, do you
translation
believe
of
in
the
that?
brother. I don't believe in the Bible at all.
Oh, all right. Well,
I don't
I don't need to
subscribe
be
to the
talking to you.
Bible.
There's no you
I'm
can talk to
talking.
somebody else.
I'm talking about
All
word
right, talk to
etymology.
somebody else for now.
Yeah, you talking about something totally different.
I'm saying you move around. You move around
Yeah,
over that way.
we wasn't talking about were we believers or not. We
I'm
talking
only
about what the
saying
word meant.
move. So when
What the
somebody
word meant.
you don't know what move around mean,
You move well, okay. Well, regardless of what you're talking about, we're gonna talk
there's
about what the
all these
word,
people on the panel.
the
Talk to one of them.
etymology. I'm not indoctrinated, brother. Sorry, no.
Let's go. I got some questions for you, King J. And at Dub, if you're ready, like I say here, you're welcome, but I'm strict on the trolling and the bullying. Just so you know, I don't know. I'm just not familiar with you. And if I did drop you down, See, yeah, you're saying things like Koran with two O's. It's already giving. It's very telling already.
Could I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead. How you doing, Newsnet?
Hey, good evening. I
How
never
you feeling?
participate too much. I just kind of listen a little bit, but I'm just kind of curious
Hmm?
because I just want to know who's who on the panel regarding the topic of the Quran. Is it is there a some Muslim in here or whatever?
There's a Muslim on the panel, but he stepped away for a little bit, so he
Okay,
can't
is he
actually
the one I
answer
was
your
talking about?
questions.
Okay, yeah.
But if you take a look right
Because I
here,
wanted to ask
you
maybe someone
will
else can
see.
answer.
Yeah, this is his show tonight. You'll
Gotcha.
be seeing this to prove me wrong. It's going to be a show centered around Islamic, versus whoever. So
When was
someday,
that religion with Muhammad and Islam started? When would you guys, the
Somebody
gentleman on
who
the
got Islamic faith up here.
well, yeah. See, he fell asleep. So I mean, but if somebody like to tackle the question that's knowledgeable,
I'm saying I'm a Muslim.
oh, okay, go ahead. So you're saying he's not talking to you? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I just want to ask.
I'm
When
saying
did
he
the
can.
Muslim
I'm
religion
saying he can
start?
ask me questions. That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Yeah, you can ask Apollo Bay.
Okay, when did the Muslim religion start? Do you know?
All right. So, are you talking about like the far as like with Muhammad, bro, or a Muslim being a faith in God?
Well, when did the Quran come about, and all that? Is that like the basis of it? Is that the final authority, the Quran?
So let me explain something to you, right? You talking
Sure.
to a Muslim.
That's cool.
He doesn't know
What
what hit
happened
with
to
Apollo Bay.
What happened to your audio?
You're chewing really loud.
I'm
News
sorry.
Unit.
Let me mute.
It's all right. You got a really good mic over
Yeah,
there.
I'll mute
That's
between
that's
it.
not
Yeah,
one of them
sorry.
team you joints.
You chewing on that bacon?
Yeah, it's
I'm
kosher though.
with
Don't
you.
worry. It's got a U with a circle around.
As it should be. As it should be. Some of the finest meats and
640.
pickles. Pause. That's usually what I get. Corned beef, and then they usually slap the pause pickle on there. So yeah. All kosher, man.
Just basically, when did the Muslim religion start? Do y'all got an idea, or
When you look, I'm saying when you saying Muslims, right? The Muslims, the faith in Allah, the faith in one God, that been around for ever since the Testament, from the time of man. Now, if you're talking about what is in the Quran, it was written in 640 something.
So who were involved in that belief before 640?
Anybody that believed in one God.
So Paul the Apostle, is he one of them?
If you just understand, a Muslim is somebody that submits to it's a servant of God.
I know, but I'm just asking you, was Paul the Apostle one of these believers, and was Peter, was any of these apostles in Scripture? According to the
If you believe that they believed in God, yeah.
Well,
what
that,
do you think?
That's disingenuous. It's Allah, not God. Allah. It's a particular deity. It's
yeah,
the belief
exactly.
in
Wait a
Allah, not
minute
God.
now.
Like, quit
So
lying to people.
it's
I don't
complete.
think y'all
It's
really know what y'all talking about.
hold on.
A1, could you put Psalms? Could you
Can I
put
talk real
Psalms
quick, sir?
47 on the screen for everybody?
Can I talk real quick?
Hey, Dub Track, pop back on up here, man. If you ready to debate religion and the topics that we are talking about right now. We're not,
Psalms 47 and 2.
I'm not familiar with you, but hey, if you are a debater, hop on up.
I think it's an interesting discussion because most people that talk about the Muslim
it says
belief
it's
or whatever,
full.
I would like to go back and
Try to
see
hop
who's
back
who.
up again. Sorry about that. Try to hop back
No,
up
that's
again.
okay. I'm just kind of hurrying the question again. But people in history like Paul the Apostle, did he believe in Allah? And did he teach things of that nature that showed up later in the Quran?
He actually did not. So just to rebuttal what that brother was saying, he's talking about anyone who believed in one God. Well, you do understand that Muslims were not the only ancient people who believed in one God. There are many other nations who had just one deity they worship. So that doesn't.
So
That doesn't
Muslims come
equate.
from a nation? You mean like a nation with a king?
Hold on, man. Are you talking about the Most High?
I'm just asking. You just said Muslim nation. I was just curious. Is that a nation of people with a king? A nation?
Well, technically,
like the United
yes.
States is nation. I'm just asking. That's
No,
just
Well,
when
the Arabs they did have
the
a
dude who keep
dynasty.
on saying something about who was what, when are you talking about the Most High?
You mean
Talking
me?
about God. Whoever said, I don't know who said that, but he said, if you're if a
I'm
Muslim
talking
is
about the one true God. If there is a one true God above all other gods, who is he? And what's he all about?
A1, could you put
I
Psalm
believe
40?
I believe his name is Jesus Christ, man.
I'm
A1,
listening.
could you put
Yeah, me
Psalm
too.
47 on the screen, blue letter for these people? Because now
Hey,
I gotta
why,
drop nukes. Now
why
I
you,
That's
gotta
why you,
cool.
drop
That's
nukes.
cool. We'll check it out. We'll check it out.
you
No
dropping
doubt. Do you
dropping,
believe in Psalms 47? And do both of y'all brothers believe in Psalms 47 before he should? Huh?
You want me to put it up? I can put it up.
But
Are you,
you're a
oh, I have
Muslim.
it pulled up.
In the
You
blue
You're a
got it
letter.
already?
Muslim.
Okay, I'm
You're a
sorry.
Muslim asking people, do we believe in the Bible? We don't
I'm
believe
not
in the
talking
Bible.
to you. I'm talking to the two. Why you keep
Damn,
answering for other
because I'm on
people?
the panel.
I'm talking to
And
two
you asking
brothers.
stupid
I asked
questions.
them a question though. The people who's talking to me, I asked them, do they believe in Psalms 47? 47 and 2. Could you go to the word Most High in that verse?
You mean in the Hebrew?
Click on the word
47 and
Most
2.
High.
For
Yeah, all
the
you got to do is
Lord
click on
Most
Strong's.
High is terrible. He is
Click
a
on that.
great king over all the earth.
Click on the word. Click on that
Click on
verse.
tools. Click on tools and then just
Yeah,
look at Most High. That's fine.
yeah.
That'll work. Just go down the column. Yeah, it'll be there.
Go
I
down
don't
to
know
which
why.
You don't
one?
have
I
to
don't
click any
know.
of that.
No,
You
just click
just hit
on it
tool.
twice. Just
The
Just
hit
hit
word
the
is
tool.
verse
the word
twice.
is
Just
Elion. So what's the
That'll
problem?
bring
Like
it up.
common sense. Elion.
yeah.
There it
Elion.
is.
Go. Click on the word Elion in that verse right there.
Strong's
Click on the
H
number.
5945.
Yeah, click on the
No,
Elion. Click on the
click on the number.
H5945 number. It'll bring it up
Yeah.
what they're looking
Could you
for.
please click on the number A1?
Yeah, there you go.
Could you
That's what
go
they're
to the
looking for.
root word? The root word
Back
5927.
up. You were there. You were there. Almost. It's up at the top more. Yeah.
Right there.
Trying go to the
There it
root
is.
Where's at
word
the
of
bottom?
L.
Oh, I'm tripping.
Click on it. Could you hit the listen?
Strong's H 5927. Allah. Allah.
Who? What did I say? So in that verse right there, it say Allah is the root word of the Most High. So all of y'all who've been saying Most High and you pray to the Most High, the root word of that is Allah. Drop a
So,
bomb right now, A1.
don't
Drop
it
a
sound
bomb
like
right
you
now.
and Jesse been saying the same thing, but you
Drop
coming at him?
drop a
Hey, hold
bomb,
on,
man.
King J, am I lying?
Hold on.
Don't it
Drop
sound
a
like him
bomb.
and Jesse on the same team
Hey,
now?
Jack, he
Hell
freestyled
no.
that
Hey,
and he don't know what
A1,
he
let me
talking.
make my stance, bro.
He ain't
2 minutes.
freestyling. He spit
I'm
this
not
to me
saying
like
the
2
same
months
thing as
ago.
Jesse. Jesse need to be saying the same thing as me. Let's understand that.
He stepped away, fella.
A1,
Yeah.
I'm
Could
riding
you hit
woke.
that
Just
one
give me
more
30.
time,
Just give me
A1?
30
Because I
seconds,
ain't hear no
please,
bombs.
to
Hey,
respond.
A1, let this
It ain't a
show them
bomb.
that the
It's
Most
not a
High
bomb.
is
It's just not a.
Allah, and you ain't drop a
No,
bomb.
no, because it's not a
That's
bomb.
crazy
It's
work.
not a bomb.
Crazy.
Please, just A1, 30
That's
seconds,
what
please.
these dudes was
I
asking
gotta
me.
hype him up.
These
Please.
dudes was asking me about Muslims and yo. Now, where's the brothers that was just asking me about the true God?
Oh my God, you made this up, brother.
Where they
Please,
at?
A1, 30 seconds when you get done with the
Nah, I'm not
diatribe.
talking to you. Stop answering for. This is why people don't even know who they
Jesse
talking
not
to.
here. Jesse not here. So it's just you and the panel now. So
Yeah,
everybody
man,
can
I'm
answer.
talking to the two dudes that came on the panel that was
Okay,
new.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Let
You
me
talking to the
respond.
people
Okay,
you
Let
think
so
you
them.
can? You
Hey,
talking
we
to the
hold
heard
on.
people
you
you
Can I
think
already,
you
can I
can?
dude.
can I
You talking to the
can I
people you
Let
think
respond
you
to
the
can
new
somebody?
beat up?
dudes.
Let the new
Can I
dude
respond to
start.
somebody?
He talking
What
to the
One
did
people
mic.
he
One
think
mic,
Done.
guys.
he
One
think he
mic.
can
respond to
beat
somebody?
up.
Wait. King J, before you pull in with your cape on,
I gotta respond.
I'm gonna let you respond before you pull in with your cape on. No, I see what he is saying. Will you let him, he wants you to let him? He's hunting out here, and you keep
Yeah, because they don't know what he can
You
pick
out
on
here
the
like an
weak. He can be
environmentalist
picking on
right
the
now.
weak. He picking
Yo,
on the weak, and I don't like
video. Hey,
that. I'm a bully.
Diddy,
I don't like that.
get out
I
the
don't like
video, Diddy.
He
Get
trying
out
to
the
come home with
video.
a nice new fur coat. And you
He over
over
here like,
here.
oh, take that. Nah, chill, pause. Get out the video. Let somebody else, yeah, I mean, get they shot.
And then we gonna let you come and play cleanup crew, man. Can we do that?
He messed
Everybody get a
up,
Can we
bro.
let
turn,
you
man.
play cleanup crew? Can we let everybody else get their turn and let you play cleanup
Yeah,
crew?
man, but he just messed up all up. It's just
Let's
okay,
do.
Sunday.
I think that's how we can go run it with you. We gonna let you play the cleanup crew, man,
All right,
because
for
a
sure,
lot
for
of
sure.
responses are
He
gonna
need a,
overlap that you gonna be able to
he do
respond
need a
to. I'm
broom.
sure.
Give him he's a janitor at this point. He in the
Yes.
basement.
So go ahead, news unit. Would you like
Okay,
to
so I'm
respond
just
to that?
looking at this word Allah 59:27, the root word in Psalm 47 that the brother pointed out, and so I'm looking at some other verses in the King James Bible that got this in there, and so Genesis 2:6 has it in there, but there went up, so I guess it means up also. A mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground, unless it means there went up or there went Allah and watered the whole face of the ground. Maybe Allah was watering. Is that his name? Allah in 59:27?
Context. Because when you go to the Strong's, we can see what context those verses fit up under. Right?
Could I bring up my screen real quick, right quick?
Of course.
Please do.
Let me do that on the deal here. Hold on, real quick.
Hey,
Let
do
me
it.
read.
Does anybody know where Dub Track is, or is he just commenting random stuff?
You,
Like, what
I
page is
took you
he
to
on?
a verse where it
Dub
say
Track. The
Elion.
link is in the chat. It's also pinned in my chat. Now it seems like the room is full. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Let's go to
No, there's only 9
51.
people. There should be room for one more person. Maybe that's an old message.
So I'm just looking up Allah in other verses is all it is, and then I scroll down here to find them, and it says here, but there went up Allah from a mist from the earth. There went up. There went Allah, a mist from the earth. Maybe he's a mist. Is Allah a mist?
No, you need to be looking at verses that got the Lord in it.
Well, I know, but it's the same word, right? Allah. Doesn't that mean Allah no matter where you look?
Nah, that's why there's called context, brother.
Well, that's what I'm doing. That's why
So
I'm
you're
picking it
not
up.
you're all out in left field. I took you to
How can
where
I do anything
the
without
Lord,
learning?
no,
Is
just
English
go
not
to
going to
any
work?
verse where it says the Lord is the most high.
Okay, hold on. We'll check it out.
Okay, I dropped somebody for you, Dub Track. Come on up.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do.
Noah built an altar and looked, took every clean beast, every clean fowl, and Allah burned offering.
Try one more
I'm just checking
time.
it
It
out.
should work.
And Allah Abram went up when Allah out of Egypt. So Allah Abram.
I mean, you know.
I'm sorry, and Allah Abram went Allah.
Hold on, brother.
He went Allah. He went
Hebrew.
Allah Akbar, maybe too, huh? Is that what he did?
Yeah, this dude is a
He might have.
clown, right? So he don't understand the Hebrew. Got words
Brother, you
that
don't
the
understand
word can
Hebrew.
mean.
Of course, I don't understand Hebrew. I don't speak
Hey.
Hebrew, but you do.
All right, so then why you playing around then?
And
Why you do?
real quick, gentlemen. One, we gonna slow the pace of this down when I let you guys back at it. But we do have somebody new to the panel. I've never heard this guy speak. I want to give him a shot. Let's just see what he's talking about for a second, and then if he does want to chill back, he can. But we got to hear him out first. Dub Track, can you talk to us? What's your background, ideology? How did you find this?
I'm Christian. Yes, I found you on StreamYard Live somehow. Yeah, I'm ready to go. What do I need to prove you wrong on?
So you haven't been following the conversation, even though you've been in the chat.
No, I've been in the chat for like a good maybe 5 minutes, and there ain't nothing I've heard that I'm supposed to prove you wrong. So I'm waiting for you.
I'll help you out real quick. Is there a God named Allah? Is there a God named Allah?
Well, is that Sterling?
Yeah,
Sterling, is that
there is
you,
a
brother?
God.
No, that's not Sterling talking. That's somebody else.
There is a God. There is a God named Allah. That's
Is
just
he the
a
true God?
different language. There's just it's just a different language for the word God. So in that sense, it can mean God, and I'm fine with that.
The
But
clown, yo.
other than
Well,
that, now we
if
need
I
to move
may,
into
if
the
I may ask,
theology.
if I may ask a question that probably will at least try to get to the answer to this question of Allah. Is it true that Christians in Arabia, in the Middle East, were calling God Allah long before Muhammad arrived. Is
Yeah.
that true? And if so, what did they mean by God? Did they mean the same thing as what Muhammad later meant by Allah?
I'm gonna answer your question on my
Who
2
is
minutes.
that? Oh, that's Joe. Okay.
He's talking to the
I'm
yeah,
putting
that was Joe.
everybody picture
He's
up, but
talking
it's
to the
Joe.
No,
Muslim
that
in
was
the
that was
person.
Jesus is Lord. That was Joe. Me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's not. What? Hey, yo, what's wrong with your boy, man? He just want to yap
He
his
didn't say
mouth.
nothing. He didn't say nothing.
He was
That wasn't
about
him.
to. The dude
You be
talking
in
to
his
me,
head.
right?
Nah, he didn't even. He on
I'm
mute.
look.
So,
I'm
so
saying
what's
this,
the
right?
proving wrong though?
Now
What's the
look. Hold on, brother. You could
Brother,
just listen.
brother,
That's
this is
all.
a dialogue, and we've been having the same conversation for about 10 minutes. And there, if you haven't been able to follow along now, that's why I was saying I'm not sure if you're ready for this environment. Maybe if you drop down, listen, and catch up, and see what we're talking about. We're talking about, and he just News Network just tried to help you out. We want to help him out one more time, News Network, and try to help him follow along.
Well, we're just talking about Allah, and I asked the gentleman when was the origin of the religion that followed the God Allah, according to some, either historical record or, and prior to the Quran coming to be some kind of writing. So I'm curious about this, and I want to see where this most
Yeah,
Allah
yeah,
or
because
whatever it is,
so
most Allah.
A1 real quick. Let me get my 2 minutes just so I can just
I
get
want to, but I also want to make sure this guy isn't a troll. So I'm still trying to
go ahead.
hear him
No,
out.
let's go.
I'm a
I
troll,
wanna,
but
I wanna, I wanna hear.
I'm a
I
troll.
wanna
Just so
hear
you
what
know, I'm a
somebody
troll, but I'm an
No,
executive troll.
yeah, you're an executive troll. You know
Right.
that's why I
Listen.
asked you to check him out for me. Like, can you sniff him out for me and see what's going on over here? I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
That's all right.
So,
let's let the conversation play out. Then let's go.
okay, keep going. I'll keep going. Okay. Dang, this
Well,
background is
I
nice.
think
I made this
my
myself. If
questions.
anybody needs graphics, hit me up.
Yeah,
I'll get you right.
I want to answer the question. Put up Apollo's chart where he just showed the Allah real quick. I just want to.
Here, I'll do it. You want mine up there again? I got that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
got the one.
yours
Yeah,
is
I
already
just
up there.
yeah,
Let
I
me
just
get
want to
it on my
show.
right
Man,
screen
I
here. I'm
got a
sorry. Let me get
stand
back
up
over
here,
to
yo. I
Now,
really got A1. I
now
got
just give me my.
fans, man.
Now just give me my 2
You ain't
minutes.
never
Thank you.
seen nobody with fans
I
and
appreciate.
stands.
I
Yeah, I
I
think
appreciate
we're
got
it.
talking
stands
past
and
each other if
fans, yo.
we're
But
not going
yeah,
to
Hey, look at that.
acknowledge.
So,
but I
yeah, go ahead.
appreciate it during my 2 minutes that no filibustering. I just want
Okay,
to
I'm
have
gonna
the 2
start the
minutes to go
time.
through.
Let me add 1 more minute to this.
Yeah,
Let me know
man.
when you're
I
ready to
feel
go,
you.
King J. It is on you.
But this isn't the right one. So the brother that I'm talking about, it showed the
I can share
strong.
the one I have because mine is already still on it.
Okay,
So give me 2 seconds. I'm just
and it
gonna
actually
remove
just showed
this.
Allah. Yeah.
I have to share my screen all over again.
I don't want to interrupt the brother, but when I look at the first verse, I just want to make sure I got the right thing up here for it because I'm reading this. All I'm doing is I'm imposing the word Allah where it belongs, and it goes, "But there went Allah, a mist from the earth." That's it. That's
For
all I'm
sure.
doing.
Can you see mine? The one I have up here now? That's what we were showing
Yo,
earlier.
you're the dude who definitely
Yeah.
got E's in
Right.
English.
Right there. And that's what I just want to stay with because, and you can start my 2 minutes now whenever you're ready, Steve.
That's
Okay,
Allah.
hold on 1 second.
Is that Allah in the Bible?
That's the root. Go back to the Psalm 47 and show people what this is.
We're
I can do
talking
it real
about.
quick if you want me to do it.
No,
I can do it really, really
This is what he
fast.
wants to see. And go ahead. You can
Yeah.
start your time, King J.
Okay, he's got it. All right. Sorry
So
about that.
we're talking about etymology right here, right? So
Okay.
this is the root word of the word is Allah. So don't trip on how it sounds, Allah, right? So we're talking about how it's
Don't
really.
provide sounds. He's a clown.
Let
These
him finish.
clowns.
He's on his 2 minutes. You tripping?
So what we see here is and we look at where it says transliteration, right? We see Aleph Lamed, right? That's L, right? Aleph Lamed is L. So this is why it's important to have a understanding of earlier when I mentioned Northwest Semitic languages and linguistics.
But where's the L? I'm
Right?
sorry, I didn't
Let
interrupt
him
you. I'm just
let him
trying to see
finish.
it.
Let him finish, and
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
respond. Let him get his 2 minutes
Gotcha.
out. He can continue. I'm gonna add another. I'm gonna add 30 seconds if he gets interrupted again. Go ahead. You got 1 minute and 10.
The L is the AL. The Aleph, when I said Aleph Lamed, those are the words that you see on the screen in Hebrew. The A is the Aleph, the L is the Lamed, right? So real quick, just to show when I was talking about Ugarit and Hebrew and how Ugarit and Hebrew are the same cognate words, meaning they have the same root words and through those same root words, they retain the same meaning, right? So when I'm saying L, which is Aleph Lamed in the Ugarit, In the Hebrew, El is written the same way. Aleph Lamed. You can't distinguish
Okay,
the two.
okay. So I want to interrupt really briefly.
No,
Just
he has 30
Hold on, hold
seconds.
on.
J
Hey,
Dub, we're on a
yeah,
timer, and he has
Yeah,
30
okay.
seconds.
exactly. These are what we call cognates, right? And in the
I want
Hebrew,
I want after.
and in the Hebrew, in the Ugarit, they all share the same Canaanite lexicon. Ben in Ugarit is the same as the word means son, and we'll go to Hebrew. We'll find Ben in Hebrew means son as well. Malet means king in Ugarit. Malet means king in Hebrew. Same spelling, same word, same cognates. That's what that means.
All
So
right, is he done? Is he done?
No,
Come on.
he's not done. I added 30 seconds because you interrupted him, and I said if he
right.
gets
Oh, yeah,
interrupted again,
okay,
I will
okay.
be
30
adding 30
seconds.
seconds.
So
All right.
If you continue to interrupt and be disruptive, Mr. Doug,
Come on, bro. Just be real.
thank you. I
I don't know
appreciate
what
that.
being real
Let him
is, but
let him finish his point.
I know that. I
Thank,
know.
that's
thank you.
it
I
for
appreciate that.
you. And you have a great rest of the afternoon. Maybe you can come in the morning when you appear
Brother,
to be sober.
can you pull back up that source
I
and scroll
appreciate that.
down so
So
I could see the definition of why you continue? I'm not trying to cut you up, but I just want you to pull that source up and scroll down for me. That's
Okay, I got
yeah,
you.
yeah. So we'll see the same. So all
definitions to the
yeah.
definition.
So what you need to really understand is they're called
You have
Northwest.
1 minute left. Go ahead. I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
let you finish this on
Any
all the way
if
out.
anybody has any questions, you just have to be familiarize yourself with Northwest Semitic languages. All Northwest Semitic languages have the same cognate root, meaning they have the same root words, and they retain the same definition. So when we were looking at this word where the brother here is showing Allah, Allah, Allah. Well, guess what? It's spelled the same way. Aleph Lamed. It's spelled the same way as El is spelled. Aleph Lamed. It's spelled the same way that Il is spelled. Aleph Lamed. When you spell Elohim, you spell it Aleph Lamed, Hav Min, right? It's the same word. It's the same word as Elohim in the Hebrew. Same direct cognate, right? So in me saying that says everything. But what he's showing that says Allah, Aleph
15
Lamed,
seconds.
he's showing Allah, Aleph Lamed. That's the same way that you pronounce El, Aleph Lamed. The same way you pronounce Il, Aleph Lamed. He's showing the same thing. He's not showing anything different.
Okay, and that's time. 3 seconds. 2,
Sentences,
1.
A1, man. You be back in this bull crap.
I'm
A1,
not.
man.
I just
You
wanted him to be
ain't
able to
gonna
finish.
hey,
Now, do you
no
want your
one.
time set?
No, yes. I'm saying this,
Just
A1.
get your time set, bro.
All
That's all you
through
gotta
this,
do.
right? You've
Go.
been acting like this dude been on point, right? He just said a
What you
bunch of
talking about? I'm about to use some of these sources in my next debate. Yeah,
no.
that's what you talking
He
about.
was hey yo, you
I don't
looking
even
for
got
an
one set
ass
up, but
kicker.
I'm just.
I'm saying this, right? He just said a bunch of nothing, right?
Your time starts now.
I showed that the word most high, the root word of it is Allah. He didn't come on here and say no, nothing different, right? So if he didn't disagree with that, it was like you just wasted 2 minutes. And that's what the one brother was trying to say. Like, come on, man. Like, yo, you just saying a bunch of nothing. Because I'm showing what the scholars say, right? You don't have to agree. Nobody has to agree with me. But just know that when he hit that button, it said Allah straight out. And that's the root word for the most high. So when you go on your knees and you drop and you say most high, just know the root word, you're really saying Allah. And
Yeah,
you know,
that's the Arabic translation, but
Exactly.
in
That
no,
common
makes
it's
no
not. It's
sense.
the
And
Hebrew.
Arabic
Hey,
comes later.
And
once
we're gonna
again,
come, Gil. He's
it's
got
the
1
Hebrew.
minute. Then we're gonna come to you, Gil, and we're gonna
Could
put the
you
timer on you.
could you hit it one more time? Because this is Hebrew. Hit it one more time for me, A1. They ain't
Strong's
understand.
H 5927. Allah. Allah.
It burden your soul, right? I'm saying that at the end of the day, I'm not making it up. He asked me how long was people following this. He said Muslims. I said, yo, brother, that don't mean nothing but somebody that believes in the one God, right? And I'm showing you that the one God, the Lord, that is Allah. So this been going back since ever, like I said, ever since people been writing it down. And there's nothing wrong with that. You just got to know who you dealing with and who you talking about. What's
25
my time?
seconds. 25.
What's my
Okay.
time, man? On the Deuce Pound.
Let me reset the timer for 2 minutes. Time starts when you start, Joe.
Or you can call me Joe.
Yeah, that's
I
what I
know.
said.
I
That's
know.
what I said. I
Oh,
got
okay. Yeah, God is the English translation of the Hebrew El. So, and it's Elohim or the Greek Theos for most English Bibles. So, yeah, that word there that you propped up, the definition is not God. If you look at the definition, it's to go up. It's not God. So, but my question, rather than to squabble on these irrelevant factoids as far as the language is concerned and how language changes, and you go from the receptor language to the during these translations and how there could be differences. Rather than squabble over that, answer my question: were there Christians before Muhammad arrived with the revelation of Islam? Were there Christians in Arabia calling God Allah
Yes.
before Muhammad arrived? Okay. So then your point is irrelevant. If there were Christians who already believed in Allah and believed something different about Allah than what Muhammad came later to preach about Allah, then you have two Allahs. So which one is the
No,
correct
no,
Allah?
no, let me, Joe, let me jump. Joe, can I jump in here?
Yep, let me go ahead and set the timer on you, Jose. And
me
you have wait. You have actually 40 seconds, Joe. Did you want to finish and expound on anything else you just said?
No, that's my question. There were Christians who believed Allah was God, that Jesus was God, that the Holy Spirit was God, and they called this God Allah, and they believed in the Trinity, if you want to call it that. Allah later did not believe
Are you
that
asking me this?
God had a
I don't
son.
want it to be my turn. I just want to know who I got to address when it is my turn. So you was asking me this, right? It's
Yeah.
Jose's turn, though. All right, no doubt. Go ahead, Jose.
Jose,
was
time starts
saying,
when you start.
Go ahead.
Joe, what I'm saying, but what I'm going to say to you, you need to listen carefully. He is not disagreeing with you. He is saying that in his view, if you believe in God, you are a Muslim. You don't agree with that. But he is saying in his view, you're a Muslim. And Allah and Yahweh are the same deity in his view. He's not disagreeing with
And
you.
I just refuted that.
No, hold on,
That
hold on,
right
hold
there.
on. Can I
Timer,
finish?
timer.
Let me finish.
You'll
Okay.
be able to get a
We
chance to respond.
understand.
Yeah, please respond.
We understand it. There is a religious argument, but in his view, he doesn't have a problem with you saying you're a Muslim or you saying Allah and Yahweh are the same God. That's his view. You're talking past what he just said, and you're
Okay,
saying something else.
okay. So theologically, no, but as far as the linguistics, yes, they're the same word. Great. I
Right.
have a problem with that. I have no problem with that.
No. I understand what you're saying, but I'm just pointing out you're not really disagreeing with him per se. You just have a religious difference that your religion tells you shouldn't say that because that's something wrong. But he
No,
doesn't share that view. He's okay with that, and I
no,
agree with him that
Nexus. Come on, Nexus.
I'm saying that the original. I'm saying that the original people who used the word had a different view of
No, they
what they
don't.
meant by Allah. I'm not
No.
changing. Yes, they
Hold,
did.
hold on.
They
Hold
believed
on. Hold on.
Allah was
Can I finish?
the
Give me
Son.
30
God
more
is the
seconds.
Son.
Give me
Right?
30 more seconds. Give me 30 more seconds.
Okay.
When you
Okay,
deal with
go
Arabic,
ahead.
there's only one word for God in Arabic, and Christians and Muslims use
That's
the same
irrelevant.
word.
That's
30
irrelevant to
seconds.
the
30
point.
seconds.
It's irrelevant to you, but the fact of the
That's
matter
irrelevant to the
is,
point that I made.
Let him get his 30 seconds.
okay,
Well, let's start it
perhaps,
now.
okay, perhaps it's irrelevant. Perhaps it's irrelevant to your point, but I'm speaking
Right.
towards Apollo's point that he doesn't have a problem with Allah and Yahweh being the same God. You do, so it's not irrelevant to his point.
Well,
It's irrelevant to your point, not
linguistically,
his.
well, there's a difference between saying potato is the same as potato, and there's a difference between
There's an order, brother. You
it's
can't
a
just
word.
jump in. You
Yeah,
can't just
I
jump
want to
in,
set the
brother.
timer back and forth so that way.
Oh,
I
okay.
was
I thought
next.
his
I
30
was
seconds was
next.
over. I'm sorry.
I was
He had
next,
about
though.
10 left, but
Yeah, but
now
I
I'm
was
going to
next.
pass it to Apollo Bay, and then I'll let you respond to everybody at once with your 2 minutes. That's what the whole 2 minutes is for, so that way
No doubt.
when
So
2 or 3 people go, a lot of the responses overlap anyway. So you get a chance. You actually get a chance to respond. But if we nitpick, then nobody gets to talk. And the over, a lot of people just have to sit back while somebody else argues a point they believe in. But I do want all the voices to be able to be heard. So it is. It's still your question, though. Everybody's responding to you right now, so it's actually best to let it all go around and then come back to you. So hold on. Before we go again, I'm going to give him another 2 minutes. Go ahead and restate your question, Gil. So that way, when we go back around, I want everybody to get around, and you have to wait.
I don't need 2 minutes.
Take us yield when you finish. Go ahead. Restate your question for everybody on the panel because it was an amazing question.
Very simply, rather than squabble on the word itself, words are not univocal or univocal, meaning they just don't have one voice or meaning. So let's deal with what they meant by Allah. The meaning that they poured into Allah. What did they mean when they said God? What do Jehovah's Witnesses mean when they say Jesus? Do they mean the same thing? It's the same word in the English, same word in the Greek, same word. That's irrelevant to the point that people pour meanings theologically into these terms. What did they mean by Allah? Christians were using Allah long before Muhammad, and they meant something entirely different than what Muhammad came along and said Allah was. That's a fact historically. So that's why I see it's pointless to argue about the root word, the Hebrew Elohim, the Greek theos. It's irrelevant because theos to a Christian is something different than theos to a Greek pagan. True, even though it's the same word.
And real quick, finish with this last 30 seconds by posing your question again.
Yes. What did the Christians mean by Allah? And is it different theologically than what a Muslim meant by Allah later?
Okay.
Hold on, Jose. Hold on, Jose.
Word.
I want to do it a certain way because I left somebody sitting on the sidelines for about the last 10 minutes. The news network is going to go. Then Jose. I really feel like Apollo should go before you, Jose. Let's go News Network, Jose. Apollo, and Jose. I don't know if News Network is going to be long.
Yeah, I'm right here. Let me know when you need me to start. Could you bring up my screen while I talk?
Time starts.
Go ahead.
Start talking. Go ahead. Start
bring
talking.
Up my screen
and I'm sharing it.
Okay. I originally asked a question basically to one of the gentlemen, and I forgot who it was. But I asked him, historically, when did the Muslim religion start? And when did the Quran start, basically? And then if the Quran was in AD something or other, some year, I can't remember when, 300s. Before that, when did the people consider, God to be the true God, Allah, basically? So he took me to Psalm 47, where it says, for the Lord the Most High, in verse 2, is terrible. Then he said, click on 59:45, which is the Hebrew word for apparently Most High, Elyon. And then he said, well, go to the root word. So 59:45 is not good enough. You got to go back into the root word. I don't understand Hebrew, but I'm going there. Okay, so I went to the root word, 59:27. And he said, look, it says Allah.
Strong's H, 59:27. Allah.
So that's the Most High.
Allah.
So all I did was looking at this, and I'm trying to figure this out as we talk. And I'm looking, a quick look at the biblical uses to go up, to meet, to spring up, to come up before God, all these different things. And this is hard to read. How do you read all this, really? As far as, but it's English. I mean, it's just an outline or something. And then you go into all these different definitions and lexicons. And you get down here to where it says each verse in English. Obviously, this is the King James Version, impressing 59:27 in the text. And all I'm doing is reading it like this. Let me just go through these real quick. But there went Allah, a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Noah built an altar in the Lord and took of every clean beast, every clean fowl, and Allah burned offerings on the altar. Allah Abram went Allah out of Egypt. Maybe he went Allah Akbar. I was kidding. And he left off talking with him. Allah, God went Allah from Abraham.
Thank you for exposing his disgenuineness.
And when the morning Allah, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, okay, there's one. I'll go quick. And then here's one, Genesis 9, look towards Sodom and Gomorrah. It's burning up, Smoke of the country went Allah, went up as a smoke of furnace. And then it says Allah Lot went Allah. So Abram was Allah, maybe too, and then Lot was Allah. Maybe they're both Allah. Because he says there's gods, many, right? Little GLs. I don't know. And I'm just
Busting
fixing to
your
try to
ass.
figure it out.
Drop some
We
bombs,
just chopping it
man.
up.
Hey,
Drop some bombs, man.
what's crazy is he was sitting on that for about 10 minutes. He asked me to go about 10 minutes ago. You know, y'all would have never been able. Y'all would have never.
I told you I was the executive troll. I ain't
Shout
kidding.
out to
But I respect the panel,
news
and I
network, the
thank you for
news
participating.
unit.
Yeah.
And
Is
shout
that
out for
the
him showing the decorum that I'm trying to have shown on the channel because he held that. And y'all would have been cutting in about 50 times before.
So just consider that food for thought. Thank you. I'll be on the side. Thank you.
I almost want to pass it back to Apollo, but he's going to get a chance to respond to that. I know he's not going to let that one go.
Yeah,
let me go to
that's just-
Jesus is him real
Come on,
fast.
no, that's crazy. Hey, it's cool. Hey, well,
Come on, I got you, man. I got you. Let's just pass it around.
Clown work.
Because
Dude just said some clown shit. Then you gonna act like he really said something and then skip over me, bro. You acting weird.
Come
bro.
on, man. Go ahead, man. Don't be mad. I will. It does make sense for you to respond to that right now because it seemed like that was heavy right there.
Come on, man.
I just wanted to apologize quickly.
That's the weirdest shit ever. But I'll let you be weird.
I wanted to pass it around fairly because certain people have been dominating the conversation. So if you can understand that, then it makes sense.
Brother. It's not on Apollo right now.
I just want to apologize for bringing this Esau to your channel. I apologize.
I don't
Bringing
know
Esau over here. That's Dave. Esau.
You talking about me? I'm not no with madness. What up?
Dave's the man.
All right, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys.
He just I felt like he cooked, but let's let Apollo respond. I think he just went crazy. Apollo, it's on you though. You know, I don't want to be weird, bro. I don't want to be weird. Go ahead.
Bro. I'm gonna call it as I said because that was the weirdest work ever. You know what I mean? First of all, let's deal with what this clown just did, right? I could go to any word in the Hebrew. I could go to any word in the Hebrew, and it's going to give you different definitions for the same word, right? So let's deal with what's really going on here. Because the first one, it says to ascend, to go up, right? So we know with the fact that I'm saying that this is the Messiah, and we know that he's the one who went up, right? Not the Ancient of Days. So what I'm saying is actually going to exactly with the word that we clicked on, because he gonna act like we didn't click on the word Most High, right? We clicked on to the word Most High. And then it said that the root word of the Most High means to be exalted, means to go up. So at this point, I'm saying this Lord was exalted. This Lord is the one who went up. So it goes all the way back to what I'm saying. He ain't cooking. I could go to really any verse and say the first 3 sentences or verses in there, and that's why they got in here in that biblical outline. They got 1A, B, C, D. Then they got 2, and they got 3. Like, what? Oh, so we don't know how to read an outline now? Come on, man. This is very basic English right here, man. And then he did some foolery with the jewelry, and y'all bigged it up.
Some foolery with the jewelry.
I clicked on the word Elion, right? And let's go to that because the word H5945, yeah, what does that say? Let's go back to what that's actually saying, right? And when you click on the for the word Elion, right? We're going to say, what is the definitions? It says upper, highest, most. It's still saying the same thing. What is he talking about? He's just butthurt that Allah is the Most High. And I showed him that that's the root word of Elion. Everybody says Elion is the Most High. I could go to anybody and be like, ain't Elion the Most High? Everybody will agree. And then I'll be like, well, what's the root word of Elion? So they were saying Elion, right? They were saying Allah. And it means to go up, upper, the highest.
Hey, y'all, let me get my 2 minutes because this dude is just on drugs.
Before you go, we gotta let it's on Jesus is him. Jesus is him. Go ahead and get your 2 minutes.
I gotta say this. I just need you to put it on the screen one time. one time, put on the screen the definition H5945. So everybody can see the first word in there is upper and high. The definitions go to the hidden outline biblical uses.
Where you see that at?
When you click on H545, it's the first thing that you can click on.
On what word? Ilion?
Yeah, Elion. When
I'm
you
on
scroll
Ilion
down,
right now.
when you scroll down, you click on the first thing.
High up.
Yeah, upper. Then it got Devonic kings exalted above monarchs, highest, most high, name of God. So we understand that I'm talking about Elion. This right here is talking about God. And then when you hit the root word of this word God, that's how you get to Allah. And it still means the same thing when you click on the Bible uses of that. It means to go up, to ascend. Because that's what the Lord did.
Oh, rebuttal game crazy right there, folks. We got to give him a bomb on that one. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna see what your arch rival tonight, King J, has to say right after we go to Jesus is him. Jesus is him. Time starts when you start.
Are you saying Jesus is him because you can't say Jesus is Lord?
No, that's just my name. I believe Jesus is Lord.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Because the Bible says only by the Holy Spirit can one say Jesus is Lord. No, I'm just kidding. No, I actually thought he was talking to me.
Time starts
but
when you start.
there's someone called Jesus is him. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I guess I just had a question for the other brother when he was talking about anyone who believes in one God is a Muslim, and trying to quantify that by saying it says in Allah, it says Psalms. I mean, it says Allah in Psalms. I'm just trying to understand what that has to do with everybody. If a Muslim just means someone who believes in one God, that I don't know how that makes any sense, because so the other dude was saying Allah, they could use the word Allah to describe God at the time, which factually Islam came like 400 to 600 years after, 1,000+ years after Judaism, and like 400 to 600 years after Christianity. So it's possible that they were using the name to describe God, and then some random guy, some random Arabic guy goes and says, "Oh, I'm the final prophet," and then he uses that same name. So I'm not understanding that. It's not making sense to me how he was trying to use that to say, just because you believe in one God, you're Muslim. That doesn't make any sense.
You have 1 minute left. Do you yield your time? Jesus is him.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean,
who would just say who you asking that to, so everybody don't try to talk at one time.
No, he asked me a question.
Allah.
He said the term was used before Muslims. So when they use that term, do they feel is it theologically the same thing? And let me give him the answer. The answer is Allah is simply a generic word for God. It means the God. So they were using that word before, and since they only had the one word, they took that word Allah and fit it into their theology, but the word existed before. So the answer is yes, it is a generic term, and yes, it is a theological term. So it is the same word, but the people who use it may not have viewed it the same way. Just like in English, when you say God, it means God. There's no specific theological meaning to the word God in English. It just means any being you believe in, anything you worship as a God is a God. And it's the same thing in Arabic. It was one word. So they just took it and made it something else.
That's not true. You just made all of that up. On my 2 minutes, I'll clean it up on my 2 minutes.
It's on you. Time starts when you start.
Peace. Because what he just said was pure garbage, right? It's common sense. You have what we have called in Northwest Semitic languages. This is why I keep stressing it. Northwest Semitic languages, they all have the same cognate. When this brother just sat here and made that mistake and said in Arabic, the name is all. So what we have are called common nouns, right? When you're using common nouns, you will use the word ill or el or Allah or ill in a generic form as a word for a word for God. That's as a common noun. But when you're using it as a proper name, it is different than a common noun. It is the actual name of the deity. So, for instance, if I say Il Allah, I, Il is the word for God, or El, or however you, or Allah, or however you want to pronounce it, Ilu. But Allah is the name of the deity that is being invoked or being talked about in this sentence. So you have to know the difference between a common noun and a proper name. And back so and once again, this is all comprehension level, and it's 101. I've been going over this all night. When we're talking about the Ugaritic script, and it mentions ill, and it's written Aleph Lamed. The same way, if you go to this Hebrew cognate of the same word, El, which is written Aleph Lamed, you see the same thing in the Arabic when we for the word God, Il. Aleph Lamed. It is the same word. It's used as a common noun for God.
So you're
So
saying that it's
throughout
Allah is correct right there?
15 seconds.
throughout give me 30 seconds how you interrupt me. Throughout the lexicon of
Keep
Canaan.
saying the same thing over and over.
Yeah, because you're not comprehending it. You keep saying Allah, Allah, Allah. And I'm keep telling you it is a lexicon. It's the same word throughout the Levant. It carries the same meaning and same cognate meaning. You guys don't understand it. So this is what I really want to talk about. The god Habal.
You got
When we're
15
talking
seconds.
Habal, right? Habal is the god of the
Who's
Koresh
that?
tribe. Habal is the family god of the Koresh tribe of Muhammad, not Allah. So we were talking about the 360 deities in Mecca. We have
That's
to
your extra
continue.
30 seconds on
Thank
there.
you. Thank you. When we're talking about the
No, you just
360,
used it. You just
I
used it.
did damn.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Land your plane. I'm gonna
Because
give you another 30 seconds, and everybody
okay.
else get 3 minutes.
Because when we're talking about the 360 deities in the Kaaba in Mecca that we find, Allah is one of the 360s. It's not even the deity that's worshipped at his family's deity. Habal is the deity of his Koresh, his family's tribe. Allah is one of the deities of Allah. I think Allah has 3 daughters. Allah is one of the daughters. Long story short is Muhammad destroys all of the other deities
That's
similar to the.
time. That's
Go
time.
ahead. Okay. But yeah, like
So you realize no one here is disagreeing with you.
I'm disagreeing with you.
Up, his
Hold
time has
on.
started.
Hold
He's
I'm
on
on.
his 3
disagreeing with
minutes. He's
you.
on his
But
3 minutes. 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
But nobody here is disagreeing with you. Because the word cognate means they all share a common language. It means they are basically the same. It's the same word from a parent language. That's what cognate means.
So why aren't you comprehending that? It comes from the Eucharist
Because
script.
you just said that and you don't know what you just said.
No, I'm
You're
correcting
arguing for
you. I'm
nothing.
correcting you because you
No,
guys
you're
are
not.
misusing it.
So,
Yes,
so
I
You're not.
am.
be in line.
Yes,
Hey,
I am. Because
Hold
the
on,
word
hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
because
Apollo,
the
we go.
word
Apollo,
So
derives.
leave
you
him, leave him,
next. You
leave him,
next.
leave him.
Yeah,
Leave
because
But
him.
hey,
you
come
don't
on,
know what
King
you're
Because
J.
you
talking
Come
don't
on,
know
about.
what
please,
cognate
please. I'm
means.
pausing his time. King J, please don't argue over his time,
No.
please.
The point is not the argument. You
No,
don't
no. Well,
know.
I don't want him to talk over your time because
Cool.
nobody spoke over him.
Okay, he doesn't
So go
understand.
ahead.
Cognate means they're the same language. All of us are saying the same thing.
It's
We
just on
know
you.
that.
I'm just trying to make sure you can talk. Go
Okay,
ahead.
no
2
problem.
minutes. You got 2 minutes left.
We know Muhammad at some point was a pagan. We're not disagreeing with that. We know that he would have taken words and used them. That's not the argument. We agree that Muhammad was a pagan. Yes, we know that. But when he converted to Islam, he started to use the word Allah for God. No disagreement there. We know that Allah was from a pantheon of gods because they have 99 names of Allah. So we're not disagreeing there. So you're arguing for nothing. We're all agreeing. You just want to argue.
No, I'm jumping in because you
Hold
don't
on.
you
Minute
not
and 30
Let me
seconds
finish.
left.
Let me
Go
okay.
ahead,
finish.
Jose.
You're
extra 30
arguing
seconds.
for
He should get an
nothing.
extra 30 seconds.
He's arguing for nothing.
On the
And he's
next
gonna
one, he will.
continue. And he's going to continue to argue for nothing. We're agreeing. So there's no argument with I'm not arguing with you. You're arguing with yourself. Because I nothing you said I disagree with.
I
And the
agree with
time
everything
is
you
on the
just
center
said.
of the screen. You can look at your screen and see how
I
much
can't
time
see
he
it.
has left. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but go ahead. Minute left.
I'm saying we're not disagreeing with you. You're disagreeing with yourself. We all agree to everything that you just said. Everything you said is correct. So there's no argument. You just arguing for nothing. That's all I'm saying to you. Nobody says you don't have the right to argue, but realize you're arguing for nothing because we're all saying basically the same thing. So you don't need to
30
argue that point.
seconds.
So if you're gonna argue, you're arguing with yourself, not us, because we don't disagree with nothing you just said, bro.
And do you
He can
yield
say
your
what he
last
wants to
30
say.
seconds?
Yes, but he's not arguing me. He's arguing with himself, just so he knows that.
Okay. He yields his 30 seconds. Let me reset the
Um,
timer for 3 minutes, and it
and
is on
then-
Apollo Bay right now.
So Aeon, if
gonna go
can I
with
not respond back to that?
King
Okay.
J.
man.
I have to
Yeah,
keep order, King J. Please.
yeah.
Apollo Bay got
I
skipped,
wanted to ask the
and he
first
wanted to
guy.
respond to the last thing you
Yeah,
said.
look, I'm not even addressing the king weirdo dude. I'm addressing the other brother
Right.
that was asking me the question about like how did this
No
even
names.
come
No
about?
name calling. No name
No doubt,
calling, Apollo.
no doubt. And I apologize. So I'm gonna say the dude who was asking me how did this all come about, and do they like basically are they saying the Christians and the Muslims are they saying the same thing? And I'm going to say yes. For the most part, if you believe in the Abrahamic faith, then you are basically saying that you have a common ground with the other religions. So when they're saying Allah, if you go to the Middle East and you go to a church, they're going to say Allah for God too. And when you go in the mosque, they're going to say Allah. It doesn't make no difference of the word that you're using as long as they understand who they're talking about. Now, if you want to understand who they're talking about, if you ask a Muslim, do he believe in the God of Moses? He's going to say yes. That's his God, the God of Moses, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Every Muslim will tell you that. And then you ask a Christian, do they believe in the God of Moses? They're going to say yes. So while there's all this disagreement, it's really all coming down to with how you believe in the Messiah, because everything else is agreed upon. This is how do you believe in the Messiah is where the arguments start. Other than that, everybody got the same prophets and the same God. I'm gonna rest my time on that by saying that that's why I took him to Psalms to let him know that they had been saying this for a while. I took him all the way back to the Old Testament to let him know they've been saying Allah. That wasn't nothing new. What was new is, like I said, the ideal of the Messiah and his role in the whole scheme of things. I read in my plane.
Lance is playing with a minute left.
Let me know when my
and,
2 minutes are coming up, just so you know. I'm still
okay,
rolling.
it's going to be on King J, and then it's going to be on you next. News Network, News Unit. I keep saying News Network, News Unit, and time starts when you start, King J.
Peace to the panel. I definitely wish I could share my screen right now. So when the brother Joey says we don't disagree with you, I know I disagree with you. That's the point. I don't disagree with myself. I disagree with you because I hear the bull crap that's coming out of your mouth, and I'm like, they don't know what you're talking. So for instance, when you just said Allah is a generic term for God. For God, yes. Any deity can be referred to as Allah. Any deity, and when it's used as a common noun, right? But in that 300, in that Kaaba, and the 360 deities, there was a deity with a proper name of Allah. So I just want you to understand that it was 360 of them. Is, right? Or however you want to call them, right? And all of them had different. Habal was the name of them. See, this is why I'm like comprehension is key. Each deity had a different name. They all weren't called Allah. Allah was one of the deities amongst the 360 that Muhammad actually just chose, right? He chose the deity Allah. So So just understand that the word ilu, ilhim, all those can be used as generic words for God. Baal can be used as a generic term for God, but there's still as a deity name named Baal. So just keep in mind that every instance you're not using these words as common nouns. You're actually using them as the proper name, as the deity, right? I keep saying il Allah. I'm using the word il as the common noun or a generic term for God, and I'm using the word Allah in the same sentence as identifying the deity as well. So at the same time, that word God, il, was a deity. If you're using it, and so you just have to know the context, when to use it, how they're using it, and that's really it. That's really it. In this El, we're talking about El and Baal and Yahweh, and it's just all the same. Honestly, for real, for real. I look at it as monotheism and polytheism, things of that nature. The same story was with Abraham when he smashed his idols from his father's house and Tara, his father. We find the same story. Abraham smashed the idols of his father's house in Mecca. It's the same story. So, like I say, this Abrahamic faith, religion, they piggyback off of each other. I don't hold any weight to any of it. You debunk one, you debunk all of it, right?
That's time. That's time. That was nice. It is on you, news units. Time starts when you start. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm trying to get clarification on the Muslim religion with Allah and Muhammad and the writings of the Quran, and I'm slowly piecing together what the brothers are talking about here, and I'm not sure who's who really and what they believe completely, but I'm trying to figure it out. But this word that we went to, the root word Allah, if you could bring up my screen again, is interesting, and so is the word Jehovah.
Let me remove this.
So when you look at English, either English is perverted and we got to go back to Hebrew, or something's not right. Because if I look up Jehovah, see, Allah is this God that people talk about, generally referred to with the Muslim people in the Quran, and Muhammad the prophet. But Jehovah is talked about specifically, and the Lord says in English here that that's his name. By my name Jehovah was I not known to them. So where was the first Allah entry? Did the Lord ever, this God, the true God, did he ever tell anybody his name was Allah, that they needed to call him Allah somewhere?
Yeah,
Or did that just come about? You know, I can go one-on-one with the brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that because
Before we do that, let me just figure out how this is going to go. I'm gonna pause your time in a minute and 30. You want to go back and forth with the news unit?
Just for a couple times, not too much. We don't want to belabor it. But
I'm gonna run down your time while we're doing this. Then
that's cool. Yeah, whatever you need. Just
Do
let me
you
know when
want
to
to talk
stop.
to the Muslim or the non-Muslim?
he want to talk to the person who's gonna bring some information to the panel.
Ah, man, he's asking a question to a
Come on, bro, and
Muslim
I'm
or
answering
not.
them, brother. Stop it, brother.
Well, I'll take
Stop.
both of you. If you both want to say something, that's cool.
Yeah, go. So yeah.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe you got something important to say. I was just checking.
So yeah, I'm trying to answer your question, brother. So when you asked about
You're the Muslim, right? You're the Muslim, right?
No,
and I'm going to let them both respond, and then you'll be able to finish your minute and 30. News
Right. And
unit.
I just want for clarification. And what's the name of the gentleman that's the Muslim?
Moorish barbarian.
Gotcha.
So you speaking in King J at this point?
Correct.
Okay. So the question that you posed, brother, was about the word Allah, and when was it used during that time? Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So when I mentioned for the thousandth time, when I keep saying the cognate and I keep using the Ugarit as the first instance of the word ill, right? And it's spelled Aleph Lamed, right? The same way as Aleph, the same way that you spell Allah that you just showed with the Aleph Lamed, ALA, right? That's the same way. When I'm talking about cognates, that's what I'm talking about. It's the same cognate as the Hebrew cognate El, right? And it's the same cognate as the Hebrew cognate, as the Ugaritic cognate, il, right? Same cognates, right? So when Abraham comes into this Levant Canaan, right? He's introduced to El Elyon. He's introduced to Melchizedek, who is the high priest of El Elyon, right? In this instance, El is the deity, and Elyon is the epitaph of the deity, right? So the pronunciation like if you just went and typed in that Aleph Lamed, it'll say Allah too. You know what I'm saying? So that's disingenuous because it says Allah. It says Allah. Well, brother, it's the same direct cognate of all Northwestern Semitic root words that are spelled that same way. They all are going to say the same thing, and they are, and in some instances they refer to specific deities. And that's just what it is. So when you ask that, if we're being technical and going off of what he just said, when they say Melchizedek is the high priest of El Elyon, then that's going to be the same exact pronunciation that the brother just showed on the screen on the Strong Concordance. That is the direct. When he showed Elyon, he said the root word of Elyon was El, correct? He showed.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not real
Yeah,
sure.
that's what he showed. He showed Elyon. What he showed was El, Allah being pronounced as Allah, as being the root word of Elyon. Elyon is simply the epitaph of El. That's it. That's it. Elyon is simply a epitaph. They need to learn definitions of words on this show.
I think I can explain it a little bit clearer than what
Yeah.
he's saying, right?
You need to understand words of definitions of words because Elyon is simply a epitaph of the deity El, and that's it. And what does Elyon mean? The Most High.
So
I got a follow-up question. Quick question.
Do other deities assimilate and take that title? They do.
Let me just say this one thing real quick, and whoever got the screen showing right now, could you type in H5946? Because this is going to explain everything that I'm saying. Right? We're going to get to the bottom of what I'm saying and make it clear to what is being said.
You're supposed to answer the brother's question.
I am. So when you go all the way down, right? Go down some more, brother. Go down some more so you can see where it says plural. That this word H Elyon is a double plural. So go all the way down. No, come up some more. No, you went down too far, brother. If you want to see where the box where it's given a definition where it only has all the verses that it's in, you went down too far.
This is the one with all the verses.
Yeah, there's going to be a box. Go up.
Go up. Go up. Go up.
Yeah, you should. It's to say, the lexicon. The driver lexicon. Scroll up till you can see where you can click on. See right there where it says that right there, brother. Where it say plural of God. Do you see that you just went past that? No. I don't know why you can't.
I'm going into 7 hours and 30 minutes. 40
I don't
minutes.
see it. Where's the plural most? Where's the one? I'm not catching it.
Scroll down slow so you can see it and read every box.
Okay. Outline biblically is the Most High God. Strong's definitions.
Keep going down. No, you're going up, right? I said
I'm going down.
Yeah, down. Keep going down. Keep
Briggs
going down. Strong's definitions, and then it
plural
says
of God.
Brown. It says Brown, Briggs, Bravard lexicon right there. That you see plural of God right there, brother. Now, do you see where it says? Right now, it says biblical Hebrew. And when you go to right now, we're talking about the Ancient of Days. This H5946. If you go to any of these verses down in Daniel right here, it's going to talk about the Ancient of Days, right? So, but you see right here, it says plural of God. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And you see ID identical. So the identical, this plural of God is the H5945. Do you see Now scroll back up.
Plural of God is Elohim. Like, stop with the bull crap.
Nah, you don't even. This is clowns, yo. Could you please scroll up, brother, so I can show you what I'm talking about? Scroll up
We
to the
read we
top.
read the Hebrew. Elohim plural means
I know.
God.
Scroll up
Like,
to the top, brother, so I can show you what I'm talking about. Scroll up a little bit more.
That's as
so
far
you
as it
can
goes.
see where it says bad. But all right. Do you see we got the word Elion right here, right? Now scroll down just one box so you can see what I'm talking about. The root word, right? Of this, it has no root word. This is the root word. Do you see right now? Go down to where it says under the translation count.
brother, you just said that Allah was the root word of Elion.
Now
it ain't got a root word. Make up your
these got
mind.
two. You are an idiot. Do you see that these are two different numbers? One says H5945, but we're on H946.
So you're being disingenuous.
No. He's not on 4-6 on the screen.
Huh?
Because
Yeah,
I
you're
caught
being
that too. He's
disingenuous.
showing the wrong screen.
He is not. Scroll
Oh,
down.
okay.
He is. That says
But you did just
corresponding.
say that didn't have a root word. You confused
That
me
says
too then.
Exactly. He
corresponding.
making up stuff.
No,
Yep.
you confused me too. I swear I'm listening. I just heard the same thing.
Okay. Did you see that says corresponding?
Okay.
All right. So that's not the word. That's saying that this word, it deals with this word. That's why I showed you it's a double.
Okay. Well, earlier you were saying it was the root word for it. So that's
Hold
all.
on. I'm explaining it right now, brother. Right?
I'm
I
not
was
trying to
talking
interject. I was
about.
confused. I'm trying to
I,
follow.
I
My bad. Go ahead,
understand
dog.
right now.
Thank
But
you, brother,
if he
because I'm
would
not the
just
only person who's
if y'all would
confused.
just stop talking, it would get explained. You keep saying you don't understand. Just let me explain it then. So you was seeing the part that you didn't understand, and everybody went crazy. You should have just let me keep talking. Could you just scroll down to the box just under that, brother?
Sure.
And when it says 4 times, to show y'all this word H5946 is only used 4 times. You see it right there, the Most High. If he scrolls down a little bit more,
we know Elion means the Most High.
hell, man, just shut up.
God.
At this
I'm
point,
not, it's
you don't
crazy.
even know what I'm talking about. Scroll down a little bit more, brother. Scroll down a little bit more.
Let him get it out, King J.
Yeah, a little bit more. Scroll down. Just keep going down a little bit more.
This is for news unit, not for us, for real. So let him
Scroll
respond
down
to
a
news
little
unit.
bit more. Keep going. Now, stop right here. It says, Daniel, we could go to the verses. Daniel, stop. Please stop. Just stop.
You must be on a lag because I'm on the screen live and I did stop.
Oh,
You must be watching on YouTube. Are you watching on YouTube? Yeah, watch on the StreamYard.
I can't. It's too little. That's the reason why I had to turn my TV on.
Yeah, so you're behind me, is what it is.
No doubt. So could you go? But you see that I'm trying to get to the part where it has 4 verses. So if it's where it says 4 times, it's showing the 4 verses. Could you just go to the box where it says that? Like,
yes,
try
right
to
there.
follow along with me a little bit, bro. I
It
know I'm
means the
behind.
Most High
I'm
in
behind
4
you.
verses.
I'm behind you a little bit. Nope. Right there. Okay.
Jesus is him.
Stop. Right there where it got
Yeah,
the
I'm
4
stopped. Don't worry.
verses.
You think I'm stopped, but I'm not.
No
I mean, you
doubt.
think I'm not stopped, but I am.
I'm just saying, if you go to the 4 verses right here, right?
Yeah.
This right here is talking about the Ancient of Days, the Most High, the Father. Anywhere else did you go to in the Bible that's not this H946? Then you're talking about the Lord.
Stay right there. Stay right there.
Anywhere
You just
else?
made that up.
King J, fall back for a second. Because
Anywhere
after him, it's gonna be Jesus is him. So you gotta wait for
Well,
a
when
second.
you look at Ancients of Days, you should find 5946 then, right?
Thank
And then when you
you.
look at
Thank
Ancient of
you.
Days,
Thank
I don't
you.
see it.
No,
It's 60. It ain't there. Where's
you're
5946 for Ancient of Days?
Look, you're just running your mouth and you're not listening to me, yo.
No, I'm just a
Right?
follow-up question. That's all.
So go to the verse, right? When we're talking about the Ancient of Days, it's in the verse right there, right? So is the Ancient of Days the Most High?
It doesn't say 5946 or any of the
I
words.
know that,
It
but
doesn't.
we're talking about common sense. Do you know that
Slow
the Ancient
down,
of
Apollo.
Days?
Slow down. Slow
Do
down.
you know
Remember, I
that
don't
the
know Hebrew,
Ancient of
so I'm trying to follow.
I
Yeah.
know. Do you know that the Ancient of Days is the Most High?
I believe the Ancient Days is the Most High. I believe Jehovah is the Most High. I believe it all. He's
Okay,
all
so
God's the
now,
Most High.
so if we're on the same page of that, I'm in Daniel 7. It's talking about the Ancient of Days, and then it mentions the Most High. So are we on the same page that
You know what I
when
really think? I think the English is an improvement over the Hebrew.
I know, but that's not what we're talking about, brother.
No, I'm just
You
mentioning
trying
that.
to- all right, but why are you trying to go off track, right? I'm
No,
saying
because I'll
that.
tell you why. Because everybody that
Hang
looks up
on.
Hebrew words reads an English
I
definition
guess you
anyway.
know it. I'm gonna let you teach the people
That's all.
then,
No,
man.
I'm just making
Go
that
ahead, show the
observation.
people what I'm talking about, man.
Because he can't read the Hebrew, brother. That's why we read in English.
This is ridiculous, man. Right? Because
Go
for
ahead,
people who
Apollo.
didn't,
Finish. Land
I'm
your plane.
saying I'm gonna land
Just
my plane, right? Because at this point, nobody even knew what I'm showing, right? I'm showing y'all that there's two Most Highs. I showed you that it's the plural of God, and when it's the plural of God, that is the other number, the H5945, right? And everywhere that you go where that 4-5 is, and you're talking about God, it's going to mention the Lord, right? That's what I'm trying to show you, that there's two Most High. So when somebody's acting like that, when you say God, that there's not somebody over top of him, the Father, yes, I'm showing you right here. The Ancient of Days, Elion, is only used 4 times in the whole Bible. So if you're not using it in these 4 verses right here, then you're talking about a different Most High. Because this Most High is talking about the Ancient of Days. In Daniel 7, the Ancient of Days is being mentioned, and the Most High is being mentioned, and it has its own number. When you go to the other one, that's when you got all these other definitions, and that's where it's talking about the Lord. So the Most High is the Lord, and the Most High is the Ancient of Days, dictated by the number use.
Here, let
I'm
me
in
ask
my
you
plane.
real quick. It will
and
only take me 30 seconds.
after you, we're gonna pass it to Jesus is him.
Okay.
Apollo, don't respond to him. Just eat the question until it comes back to you.
No doubt. I'm on
Okay,
mute.
so in conclusion, and I'm just saying this for right now until we get more further into discussion. I'm open to further discussion. But I only know the English. I mean, I know of the Hebrew to look up some things, of course, but I don't know Hebrew. I don't know how to read it and stuff, very little. So, in conclusion, I believe that all these words in English that reference the Most High God, the Ancient of Days, Jehovah, Jah, all caps, the I am, God, just God, Lord God, I believe that's the same God all the way through English. Same one, the one true God. So I didn't even need to know Hebrew to believe that, just for start. Just wanted to set that as a talking point for later. And I yield. Thank you very much.
You didn't have to rush off the mic. You sure that's all you wanted to say?
Yeah, that's cool because you've been going pretty long on that. We get somebody else to go.
Okay. Jesus is him wanted to respond. My bad for having you on wait. If there's anybody who like wants to be able to get in and they feel like I don't know, they feel like they just don't want to jump in the middle for reasons, whatever. Just go ahead and comment in the private chat. Hey, get me in the next rotation, and I'll make sure.
Well, listen, A1. I'm gonna drop off here because it's 5 in the morning. So
shout out you,
we'll
man, for
talk.
sticking around all night.
We'll talk tomorrow about maybe doing a reaction video sometime later on today.
Let's go. We're gonna make it happen. All right, have a good day. Yeah, it's about 4 a.m. It's about to be where I'm at. It's 3:48 right now, Eastern. So yeah. It is on, and we have Fro to the panel. We're going to go Jesus is him, then we're going to go to Fro, and then Sterling, and then back around to King J and Morris Barbarian. And Karab, I don't know if he even has anything to add. He may just be listening. That's cool too. So Jesus is him. It's on you.
Yeah, just to respond to my brother talking about the that Allah means the Most High, which I kind of timed out when he said something about if you go to the Middle East and ask who is God, they will say Allah, which furthermore confuses me even more because it's like there's a group of people in, I think it's Iran, who are, they're called Zoroastrianism, whatever it's called. It's like a religion.
Mm-hmm.
They themselves, they call their god Allah too in Arabic, but they're nothing like Muslims. They don't believe in Muhammad. They're actually the complete opposite. So how can you, just because you read one thing and say, okay, yeah, this means that Allah is the Most High? That doesn't make any sense, because that word Allah just means God, and anybody who worships anything in Aramaic is a language. I mean, in Arabic, they just use that word to describe God. Doesn't necessarily mean they're talking about the Most High God. There's many. Even the Bible says there are many gods. So I just think that's not accurate, man.
Hey, he wasn't long-winded. That's the yeah. Let's pass that around. Anybody got anything to add to that? Well, not anybody. It is actually on Fro next, and then we're gonna go to Sterling. Fro.
Yeah, hello everybody. I just wanted to say God bless and thank you for having me on the panel. When it comes to the Quran, I kind of want to say that as someone that has read the Quran, I find it utterly repulsive that people are comparing it to the Bible.
Okay, appreciate your comments. Sterling, do you have anything to add? We're not ending anything. I'm just going around to make sure everybody got a chance to speak and rebuttal what's been said. And if you're just listening, that's okay too. We'll go ahead and pass it back to King J.
Yeah, I'm definitely here. For sure. Just to build off what the brother just said, in regards to Zoroism and how they refer to their deity as Allah as well. And that just goes to show everything I've been saying about earlier in regards to the shared culture and the linguistic cognates. They're all linguistic cognates getting these words out of the same lexicon. And that's just really it. Ilah can be used, il, ilu can be used as generic terms for any deity. So that's what we'll see um, when we talk about the assimilation of Yahweh with the epitaphs of El. So that's when we see Elion. Elion. So if I get a chance, I could do a presentation on the history of Elion. Elion is strictly originated as an epitaph for the deity El. The deity name is El, and the epitaph is Elion. You know, it's the Most High. El is the Most High. El is the oldest indigenous Canaanite deity in the pantheon. El is the Most High of that pantheon. El is the El Melech, the father of that pantheon. And we see throughout the Canaanite lexicon that he had 70 sons, and throughout those 70 sons, each son was assigned a nation. You know what I'm saying? And each nation that son was a tribe to, each God that nation was a tribe to, that God or son is that Elion. I mean, it's not really hard to comprehend. You know what I'm saying? To comprehend once you have an understanding of the Levant area, Canaan, spirit culture, the culture of that land, because most of the practices and cultures are the same. You know,
And can you, news unit, can you drop that link in your chat just so that way anybody on your end who wants to hit the panel can come
Sure.
in?
There aren't any really differences in Semitic languages. If we have any people who are familiar with Semitic languages, like that, they're not any different. They all are the same. So that
May I ask a very short question? Is there anybody on the panel that are Muslims?
We had one Muslim here. This is his show tonight. Allah's gracious warrior Jesse Valdez. He ended up stepping away after about 5 hours on stream. We are currently 7 hours and 54 minutes in right now. Shout out to you guys. You guys are the real MVP. Up at 3:30 in the morning, wake.
Yeah, no.
And
So the reason why I'm asking is because I would love to hear an answer to the Muslim dilemma.
pose it for the people who may have never have heard of it.
Yeah. So the Muslim dilemma is this, more or less very concise. It is that they say that they need the Quran because the Bible is false, but in the Quran it also says that they need to understand and read and take everything from the Bible to have the Quran. So they get in a dilemma where they say, "Oh, uh, the Bible is corrupted. We cannot trust the Bible." But they are also using the Bible to prove the Quran. So it goes in a bad circle where they have to say that the Bible is false, therefore they need the Quran, but the Quran is telling them that they also need the Bible.
Mm.
And then to piggyback off of that, so just that's my exact point. If the Muslims are going to claim that the Quran that the Bible is corrupt and the Bible is false, that means the Quran is false because Muhammad said, go to the people of the Torah and the Bible to prove the Quran. So if
Yes,
the
exactly.
Bible is false, that means the
Yes.
Quran is false, and if the Quran is false,
Yes.
that means the Bible is true.
And that is the Muslim dilemma,
Can I get out of
because
here back on?
they kind of have to
Bro,
they
we
have
heard
to
you.
have the Bible as a
Can somebody
grounding.
respond to you, bro? We
Let,
heard
let,
you.
let him land his plane one time. You
Oh,
go.
all right.
Yes, yeah. They need they need the Bible to push their agenda when it comes to the Quran, but the Quran is also telling them that the Bible is false. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's a dilemma.
So we
It's on you,
respond.
Paulo. Go ahead.
All right. So maybe you, because you wasn't watching the show, right? So at the point that you in a Christian dilemma right now, right? A1, put the Psalms 47 back up on the screen so he could figure this out. Because you
I can
believe
do
in
it.
Psalms, right?
Go ahead, take mine up there. I'll put it up there for you if you need it.
Gotcha.
No doubt. Because I just want to know, because he's saying that there's a dilemma, and I'm like, hold on, man. The dilemma started way before there was Muslims, as you saying Muslims is, right? And then there ain't really no dilemma because the Muslims believe in the God of Moses. And I thought that's what Christians believe in, the God of Moses. Right? All Muslims
Yeah,
will
but they
say
say
every
sir, they say go to the people of
of the
this
book.
Bible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but they also say that the Bible is corrupted. They say that the Bible is not true.
I'm saying
So
I'm a
when they
Muslim. I'm not saying that. But I'm
okay,
asking you, do you believe in Psalms 47 and 2?
Bro,
Huh?
you keep bringing up Psalm 47 verse 2, but that doesn't prove anything though. That's like redundant.
Look,
You keep saying that, but it doesn't prove it.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to somebody new. So at this point, I said he got a Christian dilemma. You had the Christian dilemma and you couldn't get past it because you couldn't even understand that Muslims and Christians believe in the same thing. So at this point,
No, we
oh,
don't.
they definitely don't,
Have you
sir.
read the
The
Bible and read the Quran?
people that
I've read
are
the Quran.
Muslims
Matter of
believe
fact,
that the
what?
cross, when Jesus died on the cross, they
Mhm.
believe that that was an illusion, sir.
Yeah,
So no,
I addressed that
Christians and
earlier.
Muslims do not believe the same thing. That is heretic to say that.
So I addressed that earlier. I said, except when it comes to Jesus, everything else they believe in the same thing.
No, they don't.
Do Muslims believe in the God of Moses?
they believe in the
Yes,
God of
yes,
Do
Moses.
they do,
Muslims
but they
believe
also
in all
say,
of the
they,
prophets? So let's just
sir,
go.
you asked me a question.
Let,
You
let,
asked
Yeah,
me a question.
let's let
it's
Fro respond
yeah.
to you.
I can
Paulo.
answer that. Yes, they believe in the God of Psalms here, but you also have a problem that they say that this scripture that we are looking at right now is corrupt.
I'm not saying
They are
that.
saying that this is corrupt.
Are
Yes,
you
they
talking
are.
to me?
Let him finish, Apollo.
But he
And
keeps
then
saying they. He's
whoever is,
lying.
we'll figure it out after he finishes.
All right.
I'm done.
I'm
Okay.
saying when you're saying they, you're not talking about me, right?
No, I'm saying Muslims.
All right. So I'm saying when I took you to Psalms 42, 47, and 2, do you believe that Lord right there is the Most High?
It doesn't matter what I believe. I'm just saying that when you're pointing at this as something that is in my is another dilemma,
Yeah.
that could be true. But the Muslims don't even believe in the Old Testament, so why
Correct.
bring this up?
Yes, they do. I'm trying to
No, they
say
don't. That's incorrect, sir, because they believe that most of the Old Testament is corrupt.
Fro, can you yield me 10 seconds for a quick question?
Yes.
I have to ask the Muslim gentleman here. I think you're the Muslim gentleman, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to know for clarification. Are there two types of Muslims that we're talking about? Are there the difference between a Louis Farrakhan Muslim and the Muslim actually from out in Saudi Arabia area there?
that would be I'm not no Louis Farrakhan Muslim, if that's what
I
you're
just want to know if there were two
asking.
different.
Oh yeah, if you're
Are you
different
Shia Muslim, sir, or Sunni?
who me?
Yes, sir.
I'm Muslim.
What's
Yeah,
a
are you
Louis Farrakhan Muslim?
Shia or Sunni?
The fruit of Islam
He's
associated
neither.
with the history of Malcolm X
Yeah,
and
first of all,
Barack Muhammad. I'm
to
sorry,
even
what?
to even quantify that, most Muslims do not even they don't even call people who believe like the black Muslim movement. They're not even they don't scholars wouldn't even acknowledge them as real Muslims. This is an actual debate.
That's
Farrakhan,
correct.
Farrakhan and the other
Yeah,
guys
that's very much correct.
they were never credited by people in Saudi Arabia. That's one of the reasons why Malcolm X and what's his name, the other old guy, the other old weird guy who ended up setting him up to get killed because he was jealous because Malcolm got invited to Saudi Arabia, he didn't. So like,
I mean, we ain't gonna get into all that conjecture, but
we're not
And
gonna.
there's
saying,
another
If he's not a Louis
problem.
Farrakhan Muslim,
yeah,
There's
it's
another
just really
problem.
all left
The
field right
point
now.
is that
There's another
true
problem with the
Islam,
Quran as
true
well.
Islam does not respect the
it
fruit
doesn't. And
of
I'm
Islam.
hold on, we got to understand this, right? When you saying that same Islam don't respect Shiite Muslims, they'll tell you a Shiite Muslim is not a real Muslim too, and there's more Shiite Muslims than there is Sunni Muslims. So Sunni
Yes.
Muslims do not have the overall say so on who's a Muslim and who's not. There's all
And this is
different
the
type of
issue.
Muslims, and everybody got a right to represent the Muslim way the way they want
There's
to.
another problem as well,
This is
because
the
the
issue.
Quran
But one at a
needs to
time. One at a
also,
time. We don't want
yeah.
to tag team anybody. Let's do one person
The
speaks, one
the the,
person
the other
responds.
problem is also this: that the Quran needs to be read in the original language. If you talk to anybody
I'm
that
waiting for
are
the timer, brother.
so-called real Muslims, they all agree that it needs to be read in the original language. And as someone that does not understand Arabic, I have a question for the gentleman. Have you read the original manuscript in Arabic?
I would doubt if anyone can speak
So,
Arabic. I would doubt
Yeah,
that.
so
I
at
would
the
doubt
end,
that as well.
when you're saying in Arabic, right? In the Quran that you're actually reading, when you go on any Quran.com, and they're not reading it with the original Arabic language, which is the ancient Arabic language. It's not even written in that. So when you are saying stuff like that, you need to know that there's not just one Arabic language. And the one
I
that the
understand that,
Quran is
sir.
written in is not the original Arabic language. So
I
somebody who
understand that
speaks
as
the
well.
original language, Arabic language, wouldn't even be reading that Quran that you're reading it in.
But if I bring up things that are false in the Quran, you will or Muslims that I have met at least will say, "Oh, it doesn't say that in the original language."
I've
So
been slapping a Muslim dude around the whole night.
when people bring up, sir, things that are very false in the Quran, the answer is always, "Oh, you don't know Arabic, so you don't know what you're speaking about."
With that being said, I have a question for you regarding something, if that's all right.
Real quick before we go, what
All
I'm going to
right.
do is
It
bring. Hold on, real quick. How do you say your name again?
Mela.
Mela. I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing it right. Real quick,
Thank
I'm going to
you.
bring the timer out. I want to bring a little more order and decorum to what we're doing. I love the conversation and I love the passion, and I don't want to tone it down, but I do want to make sure everybody's voice is able to be heard. So, um, who was it? Who was it? Was it on someone else before Malia started, or is it on Malia right now?
I think it was just her.
I
She was
think
about
I
to go.
think
Okay, go ahead, Malia. You have three
okay.
minutes, and then we're going to pass it around on a 3 minute timer. I'd appreciate it if no one, if you have a question or there's something that you don't agree with, instead of cutting each other off, we all have either a notepad somewhere, whether it's digitally on the phone or you can grab a pen and paper. A lot of people do that as well, and they just take notes so that way when it's their 3 minutes to respond, they can cover the topics as we go around the room.
Hmm.
Okay, so it is on you, Malia, and time starts when you start. The
All right.
timer is on the center of the screen so everyone can see it if they look at their screens. Go ahead.
Thank you. Pleasant greetings, and my name is known online as Mela. My assertion would be that in Islam, a wife's disrespect is considered a serious issue, right? And there's a word for it. As a matter of fact, let me pronounce it correctly. Recalcitrance. Thank you. Google. So recalcitrance is pronounced something different in the original language. And I wanted to emphasize with the brother who just spoke about there's a difference between an English translation versus what the original text in the Quran would speak. Um, but for my interest in regarding a background, my first husband and I married Christian. Eventually, he would prefer that we take Shahada, and I'm interested, I'm dutiful. And then as serendipity would have it, I open up to this passage where it says, if your wife disrespects you, you may beat her lightly. Now, I was opposed to that. I was totally turned off to Islam on that day. However, I could not help but acknowledge the peaceful order of that. It's a peaceful order. It's a peaceful lifestyle. It's very peaceful. However, the for a woman who is an American that is introduced to Islam, that it is a threat of potential physical harm. Can the brother explain where that would not be the case?
Yeah, I can explain that to you. And I,
Wait. She has 50 seconds left. Do
oh,
you
my
yield
fault.
your time?
Okay.
No, you're all right.
In the
Do you,
interest of those 50 seconds, it emphasizes to beat her lightly. And what I'm interested in is either you're being beaten or you're not. What's the lightly got to do with it? And that's my that's my concern. It's like why are the in between words? Like either you're beating your wife or you're not. So I know that sounds kind of adversarial, but I'm just curious as to what the original text would mean in the Quran. Are they advocating for beating your wife or not?
and
Thanks
that
for
is
listening.
time. No problem. And that is time. And Apollo, I am going to give you 30 seconds to respond. And then after that, we'll pass it around to everybody else to comment on this as well. And it'll be 3 minutes to everyone. Time starts when you start, Apollo.
Again, I'm gonna state that I'm a Muslim, right? I believe in the teachings of the Messiah, and because your question was layered, right? So I'm gonna deal with the first part of what does it mean to beat somebody lightly, right? So You have to understand the time period when that was written, right? So they didn't have the same structure of how we have in place for things when it gets out of hand or situations that need to be dealt with. It wasn't no phone that you could pick up and put, or PFA papers you could put on somebody. Like, so you got to understand what's the context of that right there, right? Because at that point, your husband was your everything. He was your defender, your provider, and all the things of above. So at that point where they were beating their wives lightly, right? So when they're saying beat your wife lightly, so you're obviously that means you're not fighting. It's not a fight, right? And they're talking about some smacks on the hand, is what they're talking about. If you want to just get personal. So if you're talking about your husband smacking you on the hand, I mean, so what, and it's lightly, is that doing something to you in physical harm? No. So this getting took out of context, basically, right? And it's not a beating over your body, it was on the hand. So, you know, if you can understand somebody's husband smacking their wife on the hand, then you can understand what that's actually saying. How am I playing with that?
You have a minute and 15 left. Do you yield your time?
Yeah,
Now
yield your time.
hold on. I just want to say one other thing, right? Since I am a Muslim, what I won't be doing is taking those shahadas, right? And somebody who did take their shahada can't tell me how to be a Muslim, right? Because that's not how it works. There's many different type of Muslims, and we all don't agree to the same thing. So, you know, I'll just leave it with that. But like I said, the time and the context has to be taken in consideration when you're reading.
Okay,
Yeah.
can I
All
respond?
right. Well, he was responding to me.
He's got
So
30 seconds left. I'll let I'm sorry, pronounce your name again. Go ahead.
Nella,
Mel.
the thank you kindly. The emphasis on the context is valid, as well as Shahada, because I understand that there are 5 pillars. I didn't take Shahada, um, but I do understand the concept of being loyal. So I just want to acknowledge that you said something and responded.
Hey, and appreciate
So
you
I'm
for
saying
that. Let
this
me get
one
my
more
sound
thing. How
effects. Go
do
ahead.
you feel the smacking on the hand? Did you have that understand? Like, did you understand that when I was breaking that down? Like, that it's not like beating your
I
wife.
think you have misinterpreted the original Arabic. I think you've misinterpreted what the Quran actually reads in Arabic. That's what I think. I just didn't want to say that until now.
So
No,
it
Because
said beating your wife
No,
bad.
let's
it
pass it
doesn't say
around, Apollo.
smacking on the hand.
yeah,
It doesn't
We're gonna
read
pass
that.
it around.
Can I go?
We got a bunch of people. Even if everybody got 3 minutes, that's still what
No,
we got 10
can I?
people up here. That's 30 minutes right there. So, you
Okay,
know, let's
I
pass
got.
it around.
Can
Go
I,
ahead.
can I respond to that? All right, so
Yep.
I come from a different background than most people. I went to went to elementary school in Nigeria, in Lagos, Nigeria, which Lagos is a huge Muslim city, very huge Muslim city. I actually went to a Muslim owned school, so I understand the Quran. Like I, I understand the du'as. I'm a Christian, but I like I said, I used to do du'as as a kid with in the morning before class and stuff. So I understand what it means. That actual word, like she was stating, it doesn't mean slap on the hand. First of all, that's not what the Quran. That's not what the Arabic says. If you translate it to English, it means literal beating. Because also, and I got surahs. I can throw surahs at you for days. There's also a verse in the Quran that talks about how Muhammad said a woman, your wife, is equal to an animal, equal to property. So why that doesn't make any sense. It's like if I had a pet dog and my pet dog was biting my ankle, I wouldn't slightly tap my pet dog on their hand. I would hit it. So if Muhammad's equating a wife or a woman to a pet or then it doesn't make any sense why he would say tap lightly. It makes perfect sense when you translate that word. It means beat, to hit. So that doesn't even make any sense to even begin with. And then secondly, I'm going to go ahead and talk about the brother talking about Muslims and Christians believing the same thing. We actually don't. The Jesus in the Bible is a completely different Jesus in the Quran. The Jesus in the Quran is two completely different people and conflicting people. They do two different things. But
Hold
the
on, Fro. He's got 1 minute left.
I got 1 minute left, brother.
You're
The
next.
interesting thing that I would say I do appreciate in the Jesus in the Bible and the Jesus in the Quran, the Bible, the Quran testifies that Jesus was in one of the hadith. It talks about how Jesus formed a bird from mud and he bred into it and he gave it life. The hadith also testify about Jesus is going to be the only prophet who is going to resurrect Muhammad from the dead. The Quran also testifies that Jesus is the only prophet who would come back to judge the world. Then you ask the Muslim brother, who has the power to give life? They will say only God. You ask the Muslim brother, who has the power to judge the world? They will say only God. You ask the Muslim brother, who has the power to resurrect the dead? They will say only God. So my question is, the Quran is testifying of the attributes of God, mind you, through a prophet they claim is only a prophet Jesus, and Jesus is the only prophet in the Quran or the Hadiths to ever give life, to ever raise the dead, to ever come back and raise their final prophet Muhammad. So I'm not understanding how a Muslim can claim that Jesus is only a man. He's doing only thing God does. And finally,
That's time. That's time. Go ahead, land your plane. Get 2-3 more sentences.
Yeah, and finally, just to finish my whole point is the fact that Jesus comes back to resurrect the final prophet to me is even mind blowing, and the fact that my last thing here, Jesus in the Quran never died and never was buried. According to them, he was taken to heaven by God. No other prophet in the history of Islam was taken to heaven by God. So I'm so confused how a Muslim is going. Even their own final prophet Muhammad was not
And
taken.
that's time. That's time. Go ahead, give you a bomb on that one. Fro is on you, and time starts when you start. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, so I want to go to Quran 256. There is no compulsion in religion, it says. But also in the Quran it says, fight those who do not possess the true faith, Islam, till they pay the poll tax with their hand of humility. And it says in Quran 9:5, then the sacred months have passed. Slay the idolaters whenever you find them, and take them captain, and besiege them, and prepare them for each ambush. In Quran 47:4, it says, when you meet an unbelievers in jihad, strike off their heads. In Quran 191, it says, and kill them wherever you catch them, and turn them into from what they have turned into such is a reward for those who suppress faith. And in Quran 8:65, it says, "O apostle, rouse the believers of the believers to fight against the unbelievers." So in the Quran contradicts itself multiple times, and I seize my time.
He has a minute. You have a minute and a half left. You yield your time.
Yes, please.
Okay. Anybody want to rebuttal him for the rest of his minute and 20 seconds? Go ahead. Anybody can hop in right now.
I'll pop in right now, man, because these dudes are saying a lot of stuff, man. It's like them address, basically how he doesn't have the understanding of no matter how you feel about the situation, no matter how I feel about the situation, there's
1
only
minute.
one truth, right? And then one truth is everybody agrees on the one truth. And like I said before, the only thing where the misagreement coming is that Jesus. If you take that off of the table, then everything else is something that could be agreed upon. You know what I mean? Except maybe
No, I don't
Brother,
agree. I
brother,
don't agree.
I
I don't
object to that
agree.
because the Moses in the Quran, like I said, I'm very different from other Christians, bro. I went to school and I went to a Muslim school, bro. Like I know
Well,
the
what's
Quran.
the hadith? What's the hadith on beating your woman? Since you said you went to a Muslim school, pull the hadith on what it says about beating your woman. Because I don't think you was
I
being
just said
truthful.
I just said what Muhammad said. Muhammad said you strike your
No,
woman.
pull the hadith out. We don't want to hear you what you gotta say. What's the hadith? And let's read it.
That's your Quran. Pull your Quran up. I can do it.
I'm a Muslim. See, y'all came late because y'all would have seen me beating up the Muslim that was on the panel. He wasn't in what y'all could even try.
Dude, you didn't answer my question. I asked you a simple question though. You never
What's the
answered.
That's time. That's time. It's not rebuttal time. We are passing it around. Fro just went. We already had Jesus is him. We started with. I keep wanting to say Malia, but I know that's not right. And my apologies. It's late. Okay, so who do we have over here? Wait, who is this? I had to have seen. Okay, that's correct. Let's go to Joe. We'll stay on the left side. We'll go right down. Joe, are you still there? I'm not getting any audio from you. It says you're unmuted though.
You were asking for who?
Joe, he's actually behind the screen. I mean, behind my comment back here. It looks like oh no, that's the news network, the news unit.
Okay, I'm still here. Yeah.
Yep, it's on you.
So one of the Muslims, I believe, was saying that they believe in the same Messiah that Christians do, if I'm not mistaken. Just break in and correct me if I'm wrong. So if that's the case,
timer,
and the Quran teaches the same Messiah that we believe, then I can look at my King James Bible maybe and get the same message. So could you bring my screen up for just a second?
Gotcha. You have 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
That's plenty.
Okay.
So there's a capital P prophet that's written in English. Now, of course, I'm looking at English because I don't know Hebrew, but I believe in the same the same English words that correspond to all different Hebrew words, and they're not all the same root word and all that, with El Elyon and all different things, Allah, and different root words and different words. But I believe in the Most High. I believe in God, the Lord God. I believe in Jehovah. I believe in the I Am. And here's another one. Who's this capital P prophet that's talked about by Moses here? The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee of thy brethren, like unto me. Unto him he shall hearken, according to all that thou desirest of the Lord thy God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see his great fire anymore, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a capital P prophet. Who is this guy? From among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. Who's the capital P prophet? Because I'm curious who that is in Scripture. And if they believe in the same Messiah, well, then let's go to the quick nav over here and head for John chapter 4. And this is when Jesus had to go through Samaria. He must needs go through Samaria, it says. And down here, this woman meets him, and he starts talking to her and about the gift of God and give him a drink and all the different things. And he gets down here talking more to her. And he says, the woman says unto him, sir, I perceive that thou art a prophet. So she says, she thinks he's a prophet. He's talking to her, and we're not going to get into it because we don't have time in 3 minutes. But let's get down here to where it says, she says to him, I know that Messiah cometh, which is called Christ. When he is come, he will tell us all things. Well, did he tell us all things? This is a Samaritan woman hated by the Jews. So let's go to Hebrews. This is another book in the Bible. Chapter number 1. Hebrews chapter number 1 says, God, who at sundry times in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets. I guess Moses was a prophet. He was talking about the capital P prophet coming. Hath in these last days spoken out to us by his capital S Son. That's the Messiah. That's the Christ. That's Jesus, whom he had appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds, who being the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the Majesty with a capital M on high. That would be God too.
10
just like
seconds. 10 seconds.
10 seconds. So I'm just looking at this, And if you believe in the same Jesus, if you believe in the same Messiah, what about these scriptures? Just curious about them a little bit, just to put them out there for discussion. Thank you.
Apollo, can I tap in real quick?
Karab, we haven't heard from you in about an hour and a half. It is on you.
Yeah,
And
I've
time
been
starts when you start. You have 3 minutes. Are you ready for
I
that?
don't really need no time. I just want to answer this brother questions real quick. Yeah. So when you go read John chapter 4, you tried to make a distinguishment like the Samaritans was hated by the Jews. I agree with that. But what I think that you might be missing in context is that that lady declared herself to be an Israelite in John chapter 4, which is where I believe that you're getting that from. The proof of that is when you go to and you read John chapter 4, she literally says, my forefather Jacob built this well. So she's saying that she has a patrilineal identity of Jacob, who built the well that they were discussing, having that conversation that in what I believe you're referring to as John chapter 4. To answer your question about Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 18, respectively, I would suggest that you go read Deuteronomy chapter 34, verse 9 and verse 10. And verse 10 is going to specifically make the statement after Moses passes the torch to Joshua, whose name means salvation is the Lord of salvation or something like that, which is the same name that Christ had, ironically. But Deuteronomy 34 and 10 says, there arose not a prophet uh, since in Israel like unto Moses. So that's what I would suggest that you read to get a little bit more context in what you are, what you're using to make your questions.
Follow up?
Yeah, you got a minute left.
Can I ask you? Can I respond to that, or how's that work?
Yeah, you got a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So can you bring up my screen here, Deuteronomy? Let me do this one. I got to do the other one here. Sorry. How did that go? What happened here? We did something wrong. All right. So Deuteronomy 18. Deuteronomy 34. So I should look at Deuteronomy 34. All right. I'll look at Deuteronomy 34. So Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, his natural force abated, down here in 34:10. And there arose not a prophet since in Israel, like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. Well, that makes sense, because this is a long time ago. This is written thousands of years before Jesus. A couple thousand, I think, maybe, or so. 1,005, some, I forget what, but it's over 1,000 years before Jesus for sure. And way before the kings come along with Saul and David and then Solomon and Rehoboam and the divided kingdom and all the rest of it, and the prophets.
30 seconds.
And here's the deal. So if there arose not a prophet since Moses back here, when this was written, that makes perfect sense. But it don't make it now, because the prophet that came later is actually Jesus. And you don't have the timeline, I believe, correct. Maybe you could shed some light on that for me. Thank you.
And you have 2 seconds. And time is up. Time starts. Hold on. Let me see who's going next. We were passing it around the news network. It's just Fro and Sterling. And okay, so Sterling, did you have anything to add?
Well, yeah. Can you hear me okay? I've had audio issues. I apologize.
I can hear you perfect now. Time starts when you start.
Sure. So, I've heard this argument before about, oh, we need to go back to the original language, whether it's Hebrew or it was translated to Greek or, Arabic or the old Arabic or whatever, But the point I'm trying to make is, even if we all understood that language, we still wouldn't agree on it. And it seems to me like if God was trying to deliver his message to a group of people, he could do it in a way where everybody was crystal clear on it, where we wouldn't have to rely on word of mouth or alleged books that were written by alleged people, and it would also help if we had the original text, the original paper and the books themselves. And as I understand it, we don't. So we have to just go on kind of like word of mouth. And as far as the violence in the religion, I'm not sure about Islam. I heard the lady say that you could beat your wife lightly. I don't know about that. It could be true. But I would just say that, in the Bible, there's plenty of horrific things like that too. There's instructions on how to beat your slave with a rod. There's instructions on how to take an unruly child out to the edge of town and stone him to death. So, like, I feel like even if you understood it, and even if we all agreed on it, there's so many horrific things in those books that I would probably choose not to believe in that God. And I appreciate all of y'all listening.
And there's a minute and 15 seconds left for for you to rebuttal again who posed the question, or anybody who already went. It's your turn to rebuttal with this minute left. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just, I guess, yeah, like.
I yield my time. Thank you.
Oh,
yes, I appreciate
it. Just.
Let me say something about them original manuscripts that I think is very important to present to people.
Hold on, news unit.
Sure.
We'll come back to you.
Okay. I thought it was open to respond for that minute. I didn't. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus was him. He was talking low, but he was talking. Go ahead,
Gotcha.
Jesus is him. Let me go ahead and put 1 minute back on this timer for you. No worries about that. It's at 3, but I'll stop it at 2. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to rebuttal what the brother was talking about, how there's bad stuff in the Bible. So yeah, we can't discredit that, but we cannot compare the Bible to the Quran. Two different things. And then secondly, if we want to go off the New Testament, I mean, Christianity is based on the New Testament. I mean, the Old and the New Testament. I mean, we use both, but I'm talking about the personality of Jesus and the Messiah, the Mashiach I follow. I compare him to Muhammad, and they're two different people, man. Two different people. Jesus taught about salvation. Muhammad taught about slaughtering people, and Muhammad, and this is fact in history. Muhammad started more wars than even some conquerors did. The guy was bloodthirsty. So I don't know how we're gonna claim that that's a person to live your life after, and someone who knows God. Even Muhammad said in a surah that he prayed to Allah. He said, Allah, I don't know the straight way. Show me the straight way. So how is a person who claims to know it all and be the final prophet of God, and he's asking God, I don't know the straight way? I'm not understanding. I thought God told him the straight way. So there's a lot of red flags in Islam to me, and in contradictions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I gave you an extra 30 seconds. You was cooking. Okay, go ahead. Now it's on News Network. Take this last minute and 30 to rebuttal, and then we're going to pass it on to the Moorish Barbarian.
I'm not sure I got a direct rebuttal, but I want to make a comment about one of the things the gentleman said about the scriptures and the original manuscripts. Many people don't, I think, know this, or maybe they do, but they overlook it, and it's all over the place. It's in about every single Christian church that would be claiming to be some kind of Bible believers, Bereans, or whatever they are, Christian denomination that believe the Bible across this country, the United States, for instance. And in their statements of faith on their church websites and in the past in their bulletins or whatever, it will say something like this: we believe the Bible or the scriptures or the Word of God is inerrant and fallible in the original manuscripts, without error, preserved perfectly. And then they cite all sorts of verses. So what they're really telling you is that they believe in something that does not exist, they know nothing about, and they need to give you the Hebrew and the Greek private interpretations on everything. And they do the same thing that people do when you get into these discussions, and they go to the Hebrew numbers in Greek, and they tell you what it really should say. So what I'm requesting, and I do this all the time, is that somebody would please come up with an RSSV Bible, a really should say version. And I think that's a fair request. I just thought I'd mention that.
I like that idea. And if you're not subscribed, actually, make sure you come on over to @Titans Debate League on YouTube. I forgot the @ on this one right here, but it's @Titans Debate League on YouTube. Give us a thumbs up on this video and hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live. And now I'm going to restart the time for 3 minutes. Before we do that, and before we let the Moorish Barbarian go ahead and respond to you guys, all three of you over here, I want to go ahead and get a word from our sponsors because we are going into 8 hours and 34 minutes. Let's go. We working today. Let me start this ad over.
In every debate, there's power, passion, and purpose. Titans Debate League isn't just a podcast, it's a movement, a place where big ideas collide and voices that matter are heard. But to keep this arena alive, we need you in our corner. Your support through Cash App isn't just a donation, it's an investment in truth, in dialogue, and in community. Every dollar helps us bring sharper debates, stronger guests, and bigger opportunities for growth. And here's the best part. When you give, you're not just supporting us. You're standing tall as part of the Titan family. We see you, we value you, and we appreciate you. So if you've ever felt inspired, challenged, or entertained by what we do, show some love and send your support to $Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Again, that's $Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Together, let's keep this debate alive, keep the fire burning, and keep the Titans rising. Have a blessed day.
Recommend surgical, precise pen, hand heated, the room will spin. If men get treated, them goons gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm to box you in. Got a pair of dimes in the box.
Are we the only ones here?
No, I'm still here.
Hey, Owen, can I ask you?
Oh,
a
I'm muted.
question?
Sorry. I was muted.
I
Real
thought we
quick.
were the only ones here. Okay. I'm
No,
sorry.
that was just me muted. Real quick, another word from our sponsors, the tournament that brought everybody together here and that had me start this page.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
And back to you, gentlemen.
Are you
Hey,
starting?
Owen,
To sound,
can
are you
I
starting? To,
ask
are
a
you starting?
question?
Are you starting to sound like Senator? This is the big leagues.
This is the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Like
Hey,
he used to
can I ask you a question?
That's okay. Go ahead, Fro. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I just wanted to say
No,
that Senator
all
always
good.
told me. He says you in the big leagues now. He told me, but that's all right. Go ahead.
Hey, can I ask you a
I'm
question?
still a
As
small
someone that
fry,
lives,
a small fish in the
yeah,
pond. But go ahead,
and as someone that lives in a country that does not have Cash App, is there another way to support?
You can support by hitting that bell every time you hop
Done
up
that.
here. Stream it to your channel. Let all your friends get a bite of this. And that's you can show your support through that way. I don't know any other monetary ways to really send money, cash
You
app.
should get like a PayPal.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'll set it. I have one. I'll set it up for the league tomorrow.
Yeah, because Norway don't have Cash App.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. I'll set up a PayPal tomorrow for the league. I'll set up a business one. Yep. So we'll get that going. So the donations. Yeah, I have to figure out how that works actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm going to look into that. I appreciate you for telling me because you may not be the only
What do
one.
you like to be addressed at the moderator, the channel?
A1. Everybody
A1?
calls me A1. I don't know why the
A1.
names
Okay,
aren't
sorry.
showing. Yeah, A1 like the steak sauce.
Yeah.
I just put it all together as one.
Like the steak sauce. I like that.
So I think we'll pass it back to I debate too. I just haven't had the chance. I've been running this panel. So
Are you fixing to change the topic a little bit on this round, or how's this work?
Shoot, we're just going. Like I
I
said,
wanted
because
to, I wanted
I
to,
understand
like
the topic has changed like 8 different times tonight.
I forgot to say something about that
yeah.
scripture reference that I mentioned, the original
Yeah.
manuscripts.
I just want to make sure Karab didn't have anything to say. If not, we could take you guys can take it over wherever you want to.
Just a
Karab.
quick deal, yeah. If he doesn't have anything,
It's a
to add.
marathon.
I wanted to get back to these original manuscripts because
I'll
the
share your
Quran
screen.
versus the Bible. So you got the Christians with the Bible, and you got the Muslims with the Quran.
Do you need your screen share?
No.
Okay.
And the Christians got the statement of faith in most of their churches, Bible believing churches, generally speaking. If you want, whatever they called, there's sometimes Baptist, fundamental King James only, sometimes just the Bible believing church, all different Bibles. So they believe the Bible, but which one is inerrant? They'll tell you infallible, the Holy Scriptures or the Scriptures. They'll say the Word of God is inerrant and infallible. They'll use all different terms like that, and they'll categorize it and say that it's inerrant, infallible, pure, and without error, but only in the original manuscripts. And the original manuscripts don't exist. So what they're telling you is they believe in something that don't exist. What I'd like to know, and then they got to give you the interpretation of the Hebrew and the Greek and what it really should say. So I always ask them to give me a really should say version. Well, I want to say to the Muslims on the flip side of that, is your Quran perfect and without error, or does it have errors too in translation? And it's
Oh,
only
it has
pure
so many errors.
how about the pureness of it? Is it pure in the original manuscripts, kind of like the Christian Bible that doesn't exist, and they got to give all the private interpretations? Is that how that works, or is the actual Quran perfectly pure and without error? Can somebody tell me?
I don't think we have any Muslims up
Well,
here now. I think they all
Muslims
tuned
would
out.
say that the Quran is perfect, but
I'll ask them
there are
sometime.
so many contradictions in the Quran.
It's definitely time for prayer, I think, actually. So
But not
yeah.
Allah Akbar.
Bismillah.
No jokes. No jokes. Let's
I
keep
know.
it clean, but let's keep it clean. But I don't think the Quran is perfectly preserved. That's a good question. And you know what? We may pose
Well,
that
they
as the next
say it
topic.
is.
We may pose it as the next topic because I've seen Jesse stand on it, and he's one of the best.
Right, and are there different versions? Like, is there like a for instance, is there a different version of the Quran that's the best one or whatever, and it's got
No, the thing is, you according to them, and I'm going to say according to people that are Muslims, you need to understand Arabic because the Quran cannot be translated.
That's why I asked the brother. I guess he left, but like I was trying to ask him those questions because I know if
Yeah.
how it depends on how he answers it. Because most Muslims, when you ask those questions, they won't answer, or they will default because they know if they answer, then they're not Muslim. Because it's
Yeah, no Muslim with respect for themselves can say that the Quran can be translated because the Quran makes it very perfectly clear that it needs to be read in Arabic. And that is why I find it so interesting when Western people are converting or taking the Shahada into Islam, is that they are reading a book that they actually can't not understand. I know a lot of Western people, especially like here in Norway, a lot of like people in Norway that are so-called reverts have never read the Quran in its original language, and it's pretty heretic actually to read it in another language than Arabic because it makes it very clear that the Quran cannot be translated, and especially when it's like has so many contradictions, like when it says there is no compulsion in religion, and then like over and over again say that you have to fight against people that don't believe the Quran. That is very, very interesting. But it also says in the Quran 44:58, it says, "Verily, we have made the Quran easy in tongue in order that they may give head." And that is interesting because, like I said, you need to. There is no
Did I hear
English
that right?
translation. Sorry?
Did I hear that right? They made the Quran easy in tongue to give head.
Yeah.
What the hell? That sounds pretty. That sounds a little risque, like something that
Yeah. That is, if you look at it up in, like I said, in the Quran, it says that in 44:58.
Did you get what that said? Did everybody understand that? I wasn't trying to
Yeah.
twist it.
No, I got the joke, but yeah.
Okay, but I mean
know
that's
what
what I
he
thought
was
it said. I mean, I'm like, what?
He
You
was
know?
talking
Yeah.
about he was talking about it made it easy in time for the translation, but
I won't go there.
I know
Don't
what
worry.
he's
But I
saying
just
about you
you
have to
couldn't help but hear it. I'm like, what?
pause.
That is
Pause.
what it
That's
says in
big
the
pause.
English translation. Yeah.
Well, then the English has been corrupted, right?
That's what they say. That's what they say.
I'm kidding, but
Yeah, and that is also one of the interesting things about the Quran. The Quran itself is a type of scripture that uh, uh, I would recommend people to read the Quran and then read the Book of Mormon, because there are so many similarities between the Book of Mormon and the Quran.
And
It's
don't
not
forget
even
to tell them to do what it says in the Morons, chapter 10, verse 4, to ask God, the eternal Father, if these things are not true.
not true. Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
That's more fun. Yeah, with that.
Yeah.
So you ask God if these things are not true. And then it says, and then when he reveals the certainty of those things, well, wait a minute. What if I ask God, the eternal Father, if these things are not true? And he answers me and says, yeah, these things are not true. Well, then what?
But Dave, you know my past. I've been
I'm
a Muslim, so I know.
But it is
what
funny that the Mormons got that
talking
in
about.
that book. Ask God, the eternal Father, if
Yeah.
these things are not true. And then they tell you when he reveals the truth to you to them, well, wait a minute. What if you ask him if they're not true and he tells you, yeah, they're not true? Then what are you going to do? I love to ask them that. I love playing with them in real life. They don't know what to do. They looked at each other one day at my porch and they said, we got to go to the elders about this question.
Oh,
We can
yeah.
we can see that they say to me, we can see that you know the Bible very well, but we're looking for people, the guy told me, that don't know the Bible so we can convince of them our religion. And then they left.
Yeah.
That's what they said to me.
That's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
It's like preying on people.
Isn't that something?
That's that. There's so many things in the Quran that have similarities to the Book of Mormon. I once looked at it, and there's a very interesting book about the similarities between the Quran and the Book of Mormon. And I would really, really, really recommend people to read the Book of Mormon and the Quran at the same time, because, like I said, there are so many similarities.
You know, the funny thing is that this is what no Muslim can answer my question. Muhammad apparently saw Angel Gabriel in a cave, right?
Yeah.
Joseph
Yep.
Smith also saw an angel. And it's
Yep.
funny to me that both people, when they both saw the angel, they both felt like killing themselves, or they both felt a certain type of grief or pain.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you won't read in the Bible that where any prophet or any person who met an angel ever in the Bible
Nowhere.
killing themselves. Never. But in
Never.
Islam, they did. In
Yeah.
Mormonism, they did. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, you bring up a very interesting point there, Jesus SM, and as someone that has both left Mormonism and Islam, I'm a heretic for both of them. I would say that I find it utterly confusing when people that say they are in the Muslim faith have absolutely no clue what it says in the Quran about the Quran itself. The theater for Islam is in the Quran. It's very, very, very easy to say that, and it's easy for me to say that the Quran is so self-defeating that it's not even worth your time.
Yeah, that's why I told the other brother. I said, because like I said, I went to my elementary school. I went to a Muslim-owned school, so they made
Yeah.
us like certain prayers in the morning. and they read the Quran. So I fully understand the Quran, like back and front. So it's like when a Muslim tries to argue with me, like what surah, what hadith can you throw at me that I don't understand? Like they have nothing for me. I don't see any pathway in Islam. I'm sorry, I just
What do you
don't.
think
And
about
then
this
that is also one of the things that people don't really think about is that if you really have converted into Islam and you think you are a follower of the Quran and that is enough, it isn't, because there's nowhere in the Quran where it says how to pray. That is in the hadiths. The pillars of Islam isn't even in the freaking Quran. It's in the hadiths. And when you talk about the hadiths, there are Sunni and Shia Muslims that today fight against each other of which hadiths are really the true hadiths of Islam.
Do they sit down
And
to coffee after they're done later?
sorry,
Do they have coffee when they're done fighting later, like a lot of Arabs do?
no.
I heard that they do that though. They fight during the day, and then at night they have coffee together and go back to fighting again.
Yeah, but the problem with Islam is in the hadiths. Like the Quran itself, you could say
That
that
sounds like the
it,
American politicians, if you ask me.
true. But yeah, no, I would say that the main problem with Islam is in the hadiths, and also to figure out what hadiths you should follow or not follow, because there are things in the hadiths that are also contradicting things in the Quran.
Yeah, that's my problem with majority of Islam. But there are hadiths that are very, very commonly accepted amongst them, and I think Aisha is
Yeah,
one. Aisha
yeah.
is one of them that's highly credited.
Oh
And
yeah.
well, you know where I'm going with this if you are aware of it. And it took forever for us to get around on this with some Muslims and Muslims on the panel, but they don't like to talk about the fact that you know Muhammad is receiving carnal knowledge of a 9-year-old, and
Yeah, no, there's no doubt in my mind that he was a PDF file. Like everybody that has read any of the hadiths or the Quran needs to understand that Muhammad was a PDF file, and that is one of the things that you can say about Jesus Christ. He did never touch a woman underage.
Hey, let's shorten that word. Let's shorten that word up a little bit. You don't got to say the whole.
Who's
Sorry?
calling who?
You don't got to put the file on the end of it. It just, I don't know when the YouTube algorithm is going to click over one day and start taking those down. So let's just,
Yeah.
so who would you say
you know,
pedo?
they change it up. Yeah, they change it up quite often. So
It's great.
But
that is
yeah, no,
close.
it's very clear that Muhammad was a PDF. Like
That's better.
it
I
is.
appreciate you.
Yeah.
Hey, that's dope. He was a PDF. That's code word.
Yeah.
He was a
Hey,
PDF.
what I'd like to do is I'd like to request. Well, I don't know if this is a good request or a bad request, but it might be not. It might be neither, or just forget about it. But
And I'm actually 10 subscribers away from monetization. So if
what
you
I'd like to
guys can
do,
get over here and subscribe to the page, 10 more subscribers, I'll be
yeah,
at 500, and I can go ahead and do members only.
can we
Nice.
request a person come to the platform sometime to present their position and then have a rebuttal against it, whatever it might be? Can we
What
do
are
that?
you talking about? That's what we do on a regular
No, I
basis.
know that, but I would like to specifically somehow encourage the participation of one particular individual.
I would encourage you to do that.
Well, yeah, but here's the problem. I can't seem to get him to come. But maybe I could get some help with
Put
it.
the name in the back chat. Put the name
There's
in
a
the back
guy.
chat.
I'll
I'm
just tell you who
scared
it
of what
is.
you're going to say. I'm
No,
scared
it's
of what
nothing
you're going
bad.
to say.
Trust me, I'm not doing anything
Okay.
bad. There's a guy named the Dude. He's on the Praise I Am Junior channel, and the Dude is like the godfather of free grace. Whatever is free. He claims that if you don't believe the free grace gospel is the true biblical gospel, you're a devil. And I'd like to see what the panel of the brothers had to say on that one. If he could come to the microphone here sometime and
Definitely.
have a round discussion.
I can get
That
him
will
post
never
panel.
happen. He's a chicken shit.
Yeah.
Well, y'all will have more contact with him. I'm gonna tell y'all where he can get his head cut off on that. So if you go read about the Nicolaitans in the Book of Revelation and you look at where their doctrine stemmed from and where it came from, that's where the source of grace teaching came from. And the scriptures literally teaches that he hates the doctrines and the deeds of the Nicolaitans.
Which I also hate, the Lord says, yeah.
Yeah. So when you look up the Nicolaitans or the Nicholas and Laetan, which means like ruler of the lay people, that was a doctrine that they, I can't say it definitively, but it's linked to Nicholas, and the most evidence points to the fact of that they perpetuated grace.
Nicholas, is that interesting? That's like Saint Nicholas.
Yeah, so it was like he perpetuated grace to be abound. Like
Yeah.
it was super
That
abundant.
is
And
true.
what's crazy is that Christ said he hates their doctrine.
May I request just about a 3-minute interval here from the channel owner to play a song for Christmas, if you don't mind?
Oh, no Christmas carols, man.
No, it's not a Christmas carol at all. It
It's
really
already
isn't.
snowing here, man.
I know it's snowing here. We got a foot of snow. It's actually the best thing you've ever heard in your life.
No.
Now this isn't. I understand.
Share your screen.
That,
Share your
that
screen.
the black community.
Is it
I will.
copyrighted?
Nope. You
No.
won't have any copyright.
Okay. All right.
It's actually kind of funny, and I think you guys will enjoy it, even though
You wrote it,
You said
Dave.
Finish what
you
you were
did.
saying about the.
This guy, I call Bro. I call him Bro Fro and Techno Fro.
You said something about the black community. I want to hear you
No,
finish
no,
that.
no. This is good, man. I love it. That's great. The black community is terrific. I say peace and black power all the time.
Okay.
And
Shout
check
out
this out. I hope you guys just get a kick out of this. If you know a little bit about the white culture and Frank Sinatra, just think Frank Sinatra.
You sure this isn't copyrighted?
I'm absolutely
Yeah.
positive.
Okay.
I made the song, so.
Okay. Shout out to you, Fro. What is going on?
Underneath the mistletoe,
I don't know whether
Mama
to snap or
kissed
clap.
Santa Claus or some horned red weirdo. Oh, the sleigh bells might be warning bells.
This is nice though.
Depends on who you know. Christmas, sweet confusion. Baby, deck those halls with woe. He said you move the N in S-A-N-T-A, just slide it to the end. And suddenly good old Jolly Claus ain't looking like your friend. He shouts, now what does that mean, children? Is it doom for you today? Is Christmas just 666 in peppermint display? But the cocoa's warm and steamy, and the kids are singing bright, while Dave is doing sermon time on Facebook Live tonight. Is it Santa or is it Satan on that reindeer-driven flight? Is Rudolph guiding through the clouds or straight into the night? Oh, the jingle bells are mystery bells, depends on who you ask. Is this Christmas joy or trickery wrapped up in tinsel mask?
Yeah, send that to my email, man. That's like the best Christmas song I ever heard.
I told you. We won't disappoint you.
But the neighbors start their caroling, the cookies fill the tray, and Dave's still yelling, Christmas is a deception anyway. But even he can't help but smile when the lights are shining through. 'Cause even if he thinks closet sus, he loves December too. Is it Santa or is it Satan? Let the season take its shot. 'Cause whether it's the North Pole or a place that's kinda hot, we'll still gather around the firelight
and laugh the night away. Merry Christmas, Dave, you legend. Hope Santa finds you anyway.
Yeah, shoot that to my email, man. I'm gonna need that. You care
That's
if
a
I
beauty.
sneak?
Yeah,
You care
everybody
if I
go and
sneak that in some
follow.
Christmas ads?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I don't
go
Everybody
think
go
ahead.
and follow Fro from Norway on Suno.
Yeah, go
Here, I'll
ahead. I'm
put
gonna
it in
put
the
you on the
inside
big
chat
screen.
for you.
Shout your stuff out one more time, Fro.
Here's the link to you right on the inside chat to that song.
Yeah, that's
Gotcha.
Fro from Norway on Suno. Go and
Yeah.
follow me.
You know,
Yeah,
I
and
gotta
I'm gonna
tell you,
make sure I'm gonna sneak you in some of my Christmas ads, and I'm gonna make sure that I put you your name and link in the corner, so that way they know where to
yeah,
go to follow you.
Thank
I'll
you.
tell you, he's got
No
a couple
problem.
of songs in there that are just the right R&B. They sound like either a combination of Barry White or Marvin Gaye. I'm serious. It's terrific.
Oh
I have
yeah,
to
that
check it out.
Suno app is crazy, dude.
Isn't it funny? It's just fun because what it makes it nice though is you don't get a copyright, and it's just kind of fun, you know.
That was nice.
Yeah.
Suno, the AI is doing it. I got you bookmarked.
It sounds like that one song that Phil made sounds like either R. Kelly or somebody like that, you know, or Marvin. It's really good. It's an R&B style.
I've seen this name before. Hold on
It's
one
called The
second.
Last Babylon. One of Fro's songs is The Last Babylon. You should hear that one. That is really good. You guys would love it. You
The
guys would
news
love it.
unit. Shout out to news unit. We got somebody new addition to the panel. I've seen this name before, never on this channel. Now
Yeah.
Valley Hebrew. How you feeling today? Mic check 1 2. You muted. You're
How many
muted
you got
now
watching
Valley
right now?
Hebrew. If you can hear me.
Oh, is it quiet tonight or what? No, you
Fro
got some
hopped
people
off.
here.
Fro hop back on.
Man,
Yeah,
there should be
now
more.
Valley Hebrew. You're muted. If you can hear me, trying to get a mic check.
Everybody on like some kind of vacation today, or what's going on?
And okay, Fro, you're back on.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I was backstage when you were saying now, Valley. You hear me? I still wasn't off backstage.
Oh, hold on 1 second, Fro. Real quick. Hold on 1 second, Fro. I got you. Yeah, peace to you.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing today. I'm feeling marvelous. Real quick, introduce yourself to the panel. Tell them
I
a
heard you
little.
saying now about the Hebrew.
Oh yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
heard
brother.
you.
Go ahead.
You good?
My apologies.
No, you cool. I was gonna say real quick, introduce yourself to the panel. Give them your background, your ideology, and tell them what you're standing on.
Okay, I'm now Valley Hebrew. Yahshua, Libyan now. Jesus DiCaprio. You know, I've been known by those attributes. When I was debating Brother Garfield, I was Yahshua Libyan now or Jesus DiCaprio. When I deal with Asarim Ka, I was Yahshua Libyan now. When I deal with Brother Reggie, I was a Now Valley Hebrew. You know, I just deal with different attributes under the same umbrella because I deal with four corner facts. So when I deal with these attributes, brother,
I'm sorry, that drawing you out.
I had to break it down, but I am a Hebrew Israelite. You understand me? From the tribe of Judah. I just deal with facts. You know what I'm saying? No fiction and four corner facts.
Let's go. Shout out to you. Nice
Hey, well.
having you on the panel.
So-
real quick, Fro. Real quick, everybody, hold on.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
first time on the panel, just introducing them to me. My name's A1. I'm the host. I run the channel. If you're looking to do any presentations, holler at me or one of the other hosts. I'm keeping real tight decorum, so we won't be picking on anybody. I don't do the bullying. Definitely don't do pulling the race card or race baiting people. I'm real strict on it. People are just gonna be dropped down quick. Like I'm trying to think what else. We here to challenge ideas, not people's identities, unless you trying to challenge the DNA as somebody or the bloodline. Like then that's different.
Can
You
I
already
say
know
one
how
more thing, A1?
Go ahead.
I'm not a Hebrew Israelite that deal with the. I'm not a camp Israelite. I'm not one who subscribed to the white man is the devil ideology. You would never get that out of me. Your panel and your audience won't get that out of me. I deal with four corner facts.
Facts.
Simple as that.
And even if like that was your ideology, you would just have to express it in a way that is like a PG-13 way. Like, you know, if you can keep it biblical. So you know they
Yeah, but it's
terms
not.
that are in
It's
the
not.
Bible
I
are in
just
the
want
Bible.
the panel and the audience to know that.
Okay.
So you're not like
I
the
tell
G.
people they can still hold their beliefs. They just gotta make sure they're not spreading the hate.
So,
We're gonna build on the knowledge. Like I
right.
said.
Does
Go
that mean
ahead.
he's like? Does that
Absolutely.
mean you're not like GMS or whatever, where they tell everybody that they're Edomites smitten with madness or whatever?
Those are camp Israelites. I'm not a camp Israelite, brother. I've debated Christians, right? And the first time they heard me and they found out I was an Israelite, they tried to debate me based on what they heard the camp speak on the streets, and they had awakening. You see what I'm saying?
No, not really.
Hold on, I can explain it to
Absolutely.
you for
No.
News Unit. Me and News Unit been kicking it for a couple of days.
Yeah,
But
Said no,
just
not really. What is
I'll
it?
let you explain yourself. My
You
bad.
see-
My apologies. Let me not even do that to you. Big apologies. Go ahead.
Listen,
You talk.
thank you, big brother. Thank you. Listen, thank you, big brother. This brother just said, no, not really. I said this. I'm going to repeat it. I've debated Christians, and they try to debate me based on what they heard the street corner Israelites teaching. And this brother said, no, not really. What type of sense do that make for him to even say that? Makes no sense. All right, I'm in my mic. I landed my plane right there.
I was just wondering if, I just thought, see, because I've only seen a few of them on the videos, and they are always on the street corner. The ones that I've seen, telling you're just they'll tell the white guy he's just an Edomite smitten with madness. I was just curious
That's not my thing, brother.
I mean, that's okay. I
What
mean, I'm
just
okay with that. You know, if you.
Now it seems like
not
you
his
raised baiting News Network. He said that's not his thing.
I know.
When he says by camp Israelite, he means I guess people that are in camps. There are certain
And then
groups
just one more follow up
there are
question.
certain groups that adhere to certain
Right.
ideologies. But after he
Sure.
said that wasn't his thing. Let's move on.
When I talked about the Edomites, I believe Edomite talk, I said that, and I said I've debated Christians.
Sure.
Or I've debated these people and that people, and I don't believe this and that and third. He told me not really.
Yeah, so
Like he know me.
Well, a Hebrew Israelite
That's crazy.
is very quickly.
A1,
He-
I just want to say one thing. A1. Yeah, that if you find any of my music that you want to play on your channel, you have a free card. I will never ever take any of my music down, and it's free use for everyone. So if you want to use any of my music, A1, you're more than welcome.
No problem. I appreciate
And then
it.
real quick, I wanted to ask
Valley,
you
go
about
ahead,
the
though.
Hebrew because I just want some understanding about.
Wait. I think now Valley was finishing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna let the brother talk. I'm gonna let the brother alone ask me a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, the question is just simply is this, just for clarification. So you're a different type of Hebrew Israelite than them guys. Okay. So a Hebrew Israelite is a Hebrew Israelite. I would like to know just briefly, when you're a Hebrew Israelite, what came first, Hebrews, Jews, or Israelites? Because if you're a Hebrew Israelite, that's kind of like an African American. So first you're an African, then you become an American, and you're an African American. So if you're a Hebrew Israelite, were you an Israelite first, and then you became a Hebrew? Because which came first, the Jews, the Hebrews, or the Israelites? I'd just like to know.
You conflated a lot in there.
No, so the real simple question is, which came first, the Jews, the Hebrews, or the Israelites?
Yeah, and he's not the only Hebrew
I
here.
heard your
neither.
question. I heard what you. I said, "Can you hear me? Okay." I didn't ask you to repeat.
Yeah,
your
loud and clear.
question.
Go right
heard
ahead.
your
I just want to
question.
clarify. I thought it was
okay.
loud and clear. Go right ahead.
No sweat. First of all, Hebrew is not a people. Hebrew is an action verb. That is an action verb. It's something that we did. Our ancestors did. Hebrew was never a people. There's no language called Hebrew. Hebrew never been a language. We speak what we call Hosa. I don't know if we speak click language. That was Hosa. Now, an Israelite is one who come up under Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jacob's name was changed to Israel. If you look at the scriptures, after he wrestled with the angel, quote unquote, his name was changed to Israel. So Jacob had 12 sons. Out of those 12 sons, you get the Israelite. Judah being a fourth-born son. It's no such thing as Jews. They're called Judites. You have Issacharites, you have Benjamites, you have Levites, Reubenites, so on and so forth. It's 12 tribes out of Jacob. Jews is just one tribe out of 12, or what you would call Jews. We call them Judites in our culture. There's no such thing as a Jew. It's a Judite or a Jewish person. Well, in colloquial terms, let's speak in colloquial terms. In colloquial terms, we can use the word Jew, so everybody can understand what we're saying for right now. Jews. Jews are just one tribe out of 12. You have Benjamites, Levites, Issacharites, Reubenites. You have many ites. 12 tribes out of Israel. Jews are just one tribe. So Hebrew is not a people. Hebrew is not a tribe. Hebrew is not a language. Hebrew is an action verb. It's what we did, and then we were labeled Hebrews. So when you look in the scripture, and this talks about how Abraham was a Hebrew of the Hebrews, it talks about how he was moving amongst those who were moving and moved more eloquently. He moved more proficiently than those who were moving. Hebrew, if you look it up, and anybody can challenge me on this, just look up what the word Hebrew means. It means one who crossed over, or the crossing over. Hebrew doesn't specify people or language. It's not. So when I say I'm a Hebrew Israelite, again, I'm speaking in the terms you brothers and sisters can understand, because that's what we call ourselves today, because it's recognizable through scripture. That's what I mean when I say a Hebrew Israelite.
Okay, let me say one more thing. Follow-up question, if you don't mind. Just brief. So I always find that the Hebrew Israelites, like yourself, they know scripture quite well. They also use the King James Bible. Do you particularly use the King James Bible yourself, and how do you feel about that as scripture?
How do I feel about what you said? Again,
Do you use the King James Bible? Because I wanted to ask you a question about something you said about the Jews are from the tribe of Judah. And do you use the King James Bible as the word of God? Because I know a lot of Hebrew Israelites do.
Yes, I use the King James Bible. I also use many other different translations.
Yeah, could you bring up my screen, the brother? Could you bring up my
I'm not a
screen?
King James.
That's
I'm not
okay.
a King James only. If that's what you mean.
I'm not asking that. Just I noticed that the Hebrew, I don't even know what they call themselves, but I just know they use the King James Bible a lot.
I don't. Okay. I see what you're saying, brother. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use the King
Okay,
James
I
Bible.
will wish you all a blessed day, but I have to go. So I will see you on the flip side, Dave.
Okay, no
And
problem.
don't forget you're doing the podcast tomorrow.
Got it. I'll be ready.
Okay, bye.
Yep.
God bless all.
Yeah. So you said that these Jews are of the tribe of Judah. There was a certain Jew in Esther 2:5. It says, whose name was Mordecai, the son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish, a Benjamite. So if this guy is a Jew and he was a Benjamite, then he doesn't match the lineage of a Jew that comes from the tribe of Judah. What do you make of that?
Because he was from the southern kingdom. You know, you're reading from the book of Esther. At that time, the kingdoms were split. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So anybody was in the southern kingdom, whether they was a Benjamite, whether they was Levite, but you know the Levitical priesthood, we were split up. We was already split up. Some was in the northern kingdom, some was the southern kingdom. Whether they was a Reubenite, whether they was Issachar, or whatever the case may be, because all of Issachar didn't go in captivity. You still have remnants of it down there. So anything that was in the southern kingdom, just like you find in the New Testament, they will be known as Jews, because that was the land of Judea at that time. So you didn't have to be from the tribe of Judah to be referred to as a Jew in the time of Esther, because you were of the southern kingdom, which was the land of Judea. That's simple.
Yeah, can I help you build on your point too, brother? I'm another Hebrew. I vary slightly in your understanding of what a Hebrew is, but if
Go
it's
ahead, big brother.
possible, using the same book in Esther, I believe if you go to Esther chapter 8 verses, well, I know it's in chapter 8, but there's a verse in there that says that they became Jews for fear of the Jews. So it's talking about the people that were in the land that converted, or
That's
that
right.
were proselytes that became. So if you know what verse I'm talking about, it says the Yahudim became
Yes.
I think it's
And you can
Yahudayan.
find that in Maccabees. You can find that in Maccabees too.
Yeah, but you know the one in Esther. Hold on, I can find it real
Yep.
quick since y'all brought this up.
You got it, brother. You got it, brother. And Josephus even states that in his words.
I got you. And this should help the brother out. So while I'm pulling this preset, oh, it's Esther chapter 8, verse 17, and it reads, it says, and this is the KJV, pick whatever version you want. It says, and many of the people of the land became Jews for fear of the Jews fell upon them. So how do you become a Jew for fear of the Jews? So this is talking about conversion, but the point that I would like to push is that the term Yahudim or Yahudi had a geographical connotation, and
There you go.
yeah, so it was associated with the people that was in and around the land. So that is why you don't even find the word Jew popping up until like what? I could give you an exact date. It was a stage play. And I got this information from a book. My source is a book called Facts Are Facts by Benjamin Friedman. Um, and matter of fact, it's right here. If you all would pause for just a second, I'll read something to you real quick.
Yes.
Um,
And it talks about us speaking a language called Yahudi as well, not
yeah.
Hebrew.
So right here. Okay, so here it is right here. It says there's no factual foundation in history or theology today for the implications, inferences, or innuendos that Greek Judaeus or the Latin Judaeus or the English Judean ever possessed a valid religious connotation. In their three respective languages, these three words have only indicated a strictly topographical or geographic connotation in their correct sense. These three words in their respective languages were used to identify the members of the indigenous native population of the geographic area known as Judea in the lifetime of Jesus. During the lifetime of Jesus, there was not a form of religious worship practiced in Judea or elsewhere in the known world which bear a name even remotely resembling the name of the political subdivision of the Roman Empire, i.d., Judaism or Judea. Now, this is just a small tidbit of this book. And this is something that I always like to challenge people on because this book asserts that the word Jew literally did not exist prior to a stage play by a brother. I don't want to be so slow that I bore y'all. Um, but I gave y'all the book. It's
No,
called
bring it
Benjamin
out, brother.
Freeman
Bring it out. You're doing
Facts
excellent.
of
You're doing
Facts.
excellent, brother. Bring it out.
Okay, so uh, boom, boom, boom. I look like I'm getting closer. Oh, here. Okay, here you go. Right, I'm on page 19 of this book. It's Benjamin Freeman Facts of Facts. And I'm
I
gonna
say
start.
prior to the second or third century BCE. It didn't even
Maybe
further
a
than that.
little later than that. It says this book declares, it says, in these 18th century editions with the revisions of the word Jew appeared for the first time in any English translation. The word Jew, as it was used in the 18th century editions, has since continued in use in all editions of the New Testament in the English language. The use of the word Jew was thus stabilized. As you know, uh, God dog it, where's the name of this dadgum play? Um, da, 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 da. I'm scanning real fast, y'all.
Take your time, kid. Take your time.
I'm trying
I
not to
know exactly
use.
what you're getting at. I know exactly what you're getting at.
Okay, so lo and behold, people are gonna be far fetched to find the word Jew prior to when this book declares that it even had a religious or a ethnic connotation like it does today. So this book is perpetuating that the 1948 people, I'm trying to be algorithm friendly here, the 1948 people, they took this concept and ran on it. They were some of the first people to perpetuate this and hide up under it. So in the time of
Yeah, that,
Esther, if we called ourselves a Yahudim, it's saying that like we were remnants of the captivities of Assyria and Babylon and Greek and so on.
and that's what you see in the mainstream circulation in the letter, what you said. And these the 19th century and things of this nature. You see that being circulated, but it's referring to the pale skinned people we call Jews today. They're number white folks. Just tell you the truth. Number the same old white folks that everybody else here. The Russians, the Germans, they all cousins, brothers and sisters, number white folks. Because when we look at, I'll tell y'all something. Look at the Battle of Tel Tuma, the Elamites. And when you look at the Elamites look like your brothers and sisters. Look at the original Arabs battle with the Assyrians, and you see the Arabs. They look like your cousin Dada and Ray Ray.
Yeah, I
It's
have
no
all my
way
artwork.
that
You are 100% correct.
these don't look like the people that's calling themselves them people over there today. I'm talking about there's no way these people. So I don't know what these brothers, you know what I be thinking, brother? These people just read the thing that's cool. You can read, but you have to use archaeology with it. You have to go into these reliefs. You have to go into these steles. They show you who the people are, but people dismiss that and just want to deal with the literary sense of it. You cannot deal with the literary sense of it without dealing with the pictorial and the archaeological sense of it. And they leave that out on purpose. Like if you go to the Battle of Tel Tuma and look at the Battle of Tel Tuma and show me who them brothers look like. Look at the battle with the Arabs in the 7th century BC with the Arabs, the original Arabs and the Assyrians, and show me who them Arabs look like. They don't look like not a person in that Middle East today.
Right.
They look like me and all my hood gangbangers. They look like the gangbangers walking around my neighborhood today.
You know something a lot of people don't never hardly mention in the debate spectacle. They don't mention the effect of the Ottoman Turks on the indigenous populations of Arabia and the Levant and even Egypt today, right? The Ottoman Turks, when they
They
spread through
came from the
caliphs,
north.
yes, they came from the north, and they, we already know what the spoils of war is. It's the women. You can look at the Caucasian slave trade. You can look at all of these different trades, right? To the victor goes the women and the identity and a host of other things, right? So let's say we kick your butt, and to pay homage for you to tuck your head. Hey, we'll send you 5,000 of our women. Do you know what that does to the monogamy of a people? It causes confusion of faces. So a lot of people don't even realize the effect of the Ottoman Turks on the regions that they spread the sword through. And I'm finna get back. I'm back in and I'm back out. I'm trying to stay on topic. So what I was looking for earlier, I found. This is from the book Benjamin Friedman, Facts Are Facts. This is page 18, starting from the top. It says, it is an incontestable fact that the word Jew did not come into existence until the year 1775. Prior to 1775, the word Jew did not exist in any language in the world. The word Jew was introduced into the English for the first time in the 18th century when Sheridan used it in his play called The Rivals. And I quote, "She should have skin like a mummy and the beard of a Jew." Prior to this use of the word Jew in the English language by Sheridan in 1775, the word Jew had not become a word in the English language. And Shakespeare never saw the word Jew. As you will see, Shakespeare never used the word Jew in any of his works. And if I keep reading, it says this also explains why the word Jew is not even in the 1611 King James that people like to often discredit. And I'm not saying it doesn't have fallacies because I'm very aware of some of the fallacies in that translation like any other, but it's an incontestable fact that the word Jew is not in the King James Bible.
Well, why did Paul call it the Jews' religion? And there's a Jew in there. But
Well, all right, so to break that down,
Let me just say something just real quick, then I'll pass it right back to you.
Because
Got
Jew
you.
is in the King James Bible. It actually is in there.
Actually, a J doesn't even exist in the King James Bible, so that's where you're going to be flawed at.
Wait a minute. The word Jew does. I'm just saying that the word Jew is in the King James Bible.
I'm saying it's impossible for the word Jew to be in a book that doesn't have a J.
What do you mean the book doesn't have a J?
The 1611 does not have a J. The J did not exist, literally.
Oh, you're talking about the additions from the fonts and everything from the
No,
1611
sir.
through
No, sir. I'm
1769, 18.
specifically saying that the King James
The
Bible does
letter
not have
J.
one J in it.
The letter J.
So what was the original letter? An I?
I or an E, which if you allow me to read this really
So
quick,
it
it'll
was a
be in and
U?
out. Sir?
Yeah, go. Was it a U then? U?
No, sir. This is the bottom of page 18 of this book. I'll pick it up. It says, from the Latin Judaeus, from the English Jew, these English forms included successively Gu, G-Y-U, Gu, G-I-U, EU, I-U, EU, I-U-U, EU, I-U-W, EU, I-E-U-U, EU, I-E-U-Y, U, I-W-E, U, I-O-W, U, I-E-W-E, EU, I-E-U-E, U-I-U-E, I-V, I-V-E, and I-E-W. And then finally in the 18th century, J-E-W, when the J gets invented. So when the King James Bible was invented, the J was not in use in the English language, is what I'm saying.
That's why you'll never see the word Jesus there. J-E-S-U-S. You'll never see it.
It's not there.
So in Esther chapter 2 there where it talks about Mordecai, in the 1611 version of the King James, the original font, what does it say then? He was in IU?
I have a 1611. If you give me the verse, I
Yeah,
can
it's
tell you, but
it's Esther
I'm sure
2:5.
that, yeah, so I have the book. I can cut my camera on. There is no J in here. So any point that's proven from this point forward cannot be proved with a J. That's the point. So Jew literally can't exist without your
So let
letter.
me ask you. So let me ask you this.
Good point. That's crazy.
Well, we're getting there.
Can I ask
Esther 2:5. Esther 2:5.
Who is that talking?
That was me. You talking about me?
Can I know your name? I'm talking about the brother that's talking to my other brother. Who is that talking?
Oh, that's the
Ask
news
him,
unit.
Can I know his name?
Oh,
Dave, the news unit.
What's his name?
Dave.
Oh, the news.
Yeah, the news unit. David.
You're not a descendant of David, are you, in the Bible?
So in the King James Bible, so we don't have the letter J in the original English, apparently. So you got the IUs.
Uh-huh.
So so the original, I guess they're let me see. So they didn't use the letter J, it was interchanged with the letter I. And words were spelled with I.
And that's why we're saying it's impossible for Jew to be in this book. There's not one J in the entire 1611.
Okay, so are you do you give any credibility to Hebrew or Greek?
Yes, sir.
You do. So what would be the Hebrew word for Jew for Mordecai in Esther chapter
He was
2?
probably, according to what I know, and using the Assyrian script, you would call him a Yahudim. If you want, I can go to it and tell you what the Masoretic text
No,
says.
I'm looking for the Bible, Esther. Do you believe the Bible's scripture or not really?
I believe the Bible is scripture, and in particular, the book of Esther is one of the only books in the entire Tanakh that does not even mention the Most High.
So what was he was a Yehudi?
A Yahudim, as far as I know.
Because if I look at the pronunciation, if you look at my screen, here, this deal here.
What verse you at, brother? I'm trying to follow along with
Well,
you.
I'm just trying to look at some of the stuff you're talking about. I may not be exactly on what you're looking at completely, but I'm trying. But here's this word that talks about the Mordecai. He's a
Esther 2:5. He's a
Yehudi.
Yahudi.
Yehudi.
Yes, sir.
So even the word Judah was not a J.
Correct.
So you wouldn't call Judah Judah then either, would you?
No, sir.
What would you call it?
I think it's Yahawada, or uh,
Yahweh?
yeah, that's what I would call it. Yahawada, and there are other ways people pronounce like the
So how
Assyrian, for
about
instance.
Jeroboam? What would you call him? Jeroboam?
Uh, so I tend to call myself speaking paleo. So the way that I break it down, this was an earlier discussion on the panel. It's really easy. So if his name is Jeroboam, I would go Yah Ra Ba Ham, right? And since the M is on the end of the word, it would not be a ma pronounced with it. So, it's a lot of people that would disagree with that. But the point that we're discussing is it would not be Jeroboam at all. It could never be.
What about Jacob? Jacob?
Uh like I'll use John for example. His name would be Yakanan, right?
Well, I'm talking about Jacob that was changed to Israel.
Uh it would
You
be,
said
yeah, so
Jacob
it would it
earlier, I
would it
think,
would be
didn't you?
close to Yakab, right?
How about Jared, the son of Adam, down there in chapter 5 of Genesis?
What's the point? So all
I'm
of them
just
are
saying, I
going.
just want to know how they're pronounced. Yared?
Who's the person?
Jared. You know who he is?
No, sir.
He's a descendant of Adam down there before he got one of the descendants from Adam.
Well,
Adam,
here's
Seth,
the
Enoch,
problem.
Adam, Haladiel, Yared. Would you say
Well,
Yared?
well, I don't particularly know what language Adam spoke. So people in close to and around his language, the earliest language I know of is Akkadian, right? And if you have a language that predates that and you know how to pronounce it, that's where your answer lies. If you're
Now,
dealing with if you're dealing with the Semitic people, that's what I'm addressing. But someone is close to Adam, as you are speaking of, basically referring to people that exist prior to Genesis 6. You feel what I'm saying? You need to probably be looking at Akkadian script, which scholars today still don't fully understand.
now
Oh, what?
let me jump in here
No,
and say something.
exactly what he's saying makes sense, and that's crazy because I was actually really trying to get around to Jose because he popped back up about 20, 30 minutes ago. He's streaming to his channel. I want to make sure he is able to chime in. Go ahead. I'm gonna pull the timer out. Not that we haven't been using it, but go ahead and make sure you at least get you a good 3 minutes.
Now I'm gonna be honest. I ended the stream to my channel.
Okay, don't worry about it, though. Keep going.
Now here's the thing. It was too long for me to leave up on the channel. But
I'm not worried about that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But I
Just
did stream it. So
teach,
I
teach.
just want full disclosure. I
Teach.
don't want you to go looking for it and then it's not up there. Right?
You good,
But I
you
did
good.
stream it, huh?
I appreciate you.
Now, if you're talking about what you're calling Hebrew today, then you would be wrong to say that Akkadian is the earliest language related to it. It would actually be Medu Neter.
No. Oh, hold on. Don't think that I think that Hebrew is native to Akkadian.
No. That's not what I'm saying to you. I'm saying if you're talking about Hebrew, the earliest language related to Hebrew would be Medu Neter, because none of those languages are older than
Yes,
Medu Neter.
yes. Hey, and I agree with that. So what you're calling, what I think you're saying is Medu Neter, is you're talking about the language of the Egyptians, right?
Yes, what they
Yes,
call
I wholeheartedly
hieroglyphics.
agree with that. I actually have a etymological type breakdown or a family tree of languages that shows where Ge'ez pops up and everything, and where Aramaic pops up, and I believe what you just said.
Now, full disclosure, there is an academic argument that cuneiform may be older or contemporaneous. They're not sure. But cuneiform is at least contemporaneous with Medu Neter. So if you're going to go to cuneiform, then it's probably contemporaneous.
Well, here's the problem that I would
It
have with
might
that,
be. We
brother.
don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think that if you just sit back and you look at it, right, when you go back to the Mari Empire and you go back to the land of Ur and the Chaldean Empire, where are they finding your language in stone more than they're
Well,
finding
listen.
Akkadian?
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm saying for academic purposes, there's an academic argument that cuneiform may be older. I'm not agreeing with them, but we
Yeah,
have to be
so
fair.
you still agree with
Bunch
me
of
because
academic circles, they're going to argue.
right.
No,
But
I
somebody
will agree
like you
with you
would
that
be on my
Medunacha
side
is
because
older.
I recall you earlier saying that Akkadian script
No,
had
I'm
become
on
a
your
lingua
side.
franca. Yeah. So me and you, we would
No,
tag team them,
I'm on your
and we would.
side.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I'm telling you. We would
I'm on
tag
your
team them.
side, but I'm just no, I'm on your side, but I'm just saying, if we end up in academic circles and we're writing academic papers, there's still a sort of academic argument that they think cuneiform might be older. I'm not saying it's true, but I
Yeah,
think there's still an argument over that. There might be.
it might be, and
So you should be aware.
that's cool too because if they say that it's not older, that's very interesting because it, like linguists still don't even understand the language, but they'll go as hard as Egyptian is to master. If you don't actually know it or come from the language, they still have gotten primarily to the bottom of what these
Yeah, yeah,
scripts
yeah.
mean and determine. But Akkadian, it's like
Yes.
they don't have all the nuances of body language and deflection and emotion in the language because they don't understand the culture enough to really break this language down.
Uh,
That's why they're
um,
trying to
um,
put supercomputers on it and AI to say, let's
yeah,
at least try to put this together.
I'll help you there. When it comes to Medu Neter, is definitely one of the oldest languages in the world compared to mostly every other language. But the thing with Medu Neter is they don't know how to pronounce the words. They don't know how the people would have said it. So they come up with a pronunciation that might not be accurate. And then when you deal with the transliteration, the transliteration might not be accurate because there are some letters that they can't deal with in English. So some of the transliterations are not
How do you
exactly
say
right.
Job and Jeremiah properly?
Wow. I think he answered that question.
Yeah, he did. But give it to him one more time, Karad.
He wants to know, how do you say Jeremiah?
How do you say Job or Jeremiah properly?
Um, just a second here. So
And maybe Jonah too, like Jonah.
look. I'm gonna make this very easy for you, where you can answer all your own questions as they would come from me.
No,
Other
I'm looking
people,
at a King James version. Honestly, I'm looking at a reprint. You're right. I'm looking
Yes,
at the
but
big
you
long
can't.
eyes.
But you can't
yeah.
read. But you can't read a 2025 version of the book. Never having looked at the 1611 and make the argument that there weren't any J's, because he might be correct.
So
And I'm not a Hebrew, but he might be correct. 'Cause I've never read a 1611, so he may be correct.
well,
He might
I
be correct.
always like to send people on their journey to try and find a J in this book, man. And it seems like they all get lost in
No, I'm just wondering how to
translation.
pronounce it, though. That's all. Eob.
So the way I would pronounce Jeremiah would be Yaramaha, right? Or Jeremiah.
So was
But
Abram? I get getting back to the question with the gentleman that's the Hebrew Israelite. You told me that Abraham was the Israelite, correct?
I never
A
heard
Hebrew.
nobody. I never heard nobody say that.
Okay,
They
I'm
say
sorry.
Hebrew,
Maybe he didn't.
Hebrew, not Israelite. Hebrew.
So Abram was a Hebrew, and where does the Hebrews come from?
All right. So he
Abraham.
gave. Yeah, so he gave his answer, and I didn't disagree with the brother because that's his conviction of that truth, right? So if you go to Hebrew in the biblical text, if you actually go to Genesis 14 and
Sure.
13,
Yeah, no problem.
yeah, if you go to Genesis 14 and 13 and you
Mhm.
actually go and investigate the Hebrew word, it means is he said it was a verb. I believe that it's a noun. And I'm not disagreeing with him. I'm just telling you what I believe. And the Hebrew rendition of it means one from beyond, which is what Abraham was. Abraham was from beyond the Levant, closer to Ur of the Chaldees, which I attribute to the land of the Amorites or ancient Amaru, right? So that's the Hebraic expression
I
means
got you,
like a
brother.
like a
I got you.
sojourner, which is what Abraham was. But if you keep digging into the definitions on the page, it says a designation of the patriarchs of the Israelites or a designation of the patriarchs and the Israelites. When you go down to the Hebrew Chaldee lexicon, no, I would actually go to the Strong's definition. It says Ibri, patronymic, which means from the father, from Abraham, and Eberite, right? Eber was a forefather of Abraham, which is how you get Hebrew, right? Eber is in Hebrew, right? Which is, so a brother like me would be convinced that the Hebrews were in the what's the peninsula where Spain and Portugal is? I forget what it's called.
Iberia.
The Iberian
Iberia.
Peninsula.
Iberian
So
Peninsula.
so when we look at
Yeah, it
Hibernia or
has
we
more
look
than
at
one meaning, though, brother. You're right about
Iberia,
that.
yeah,
It can have more than
even
one. Yeah.
people would draw different connotations to what it means, but people
Because
that
that's how the Hebrew
has
language, that's how what we call the Hebrew language is. It had a lot of words have more than one meaning. So we get Ivri, you get what I'm saying, down to the Greeks and Romanized and Latinized. We get all that. You see what I'm saying? And then we come up with the word Hebrew today.
yeah.
But you feel what I'm saying? It's like you saying, you was correct about what you said about the forefather, Abraham, about the Hebrew, but it like you said, it's a noun. Okay, that's good, but it takes on an action. The action is the crossing over of it. So me and you
Exactly.
don't
I
disagree.
got what you
You
were
break
saying
it
too,
down.
brother. Don't think
We
I
don't
didn't.
disagree. Yeah.
So what were Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth were not Hebrews then?
No.
What were they?
You want to know something? Did you know that there are no nations described in the scriptures prior to Genesis 6? Have you ever paid attention to that?
Oh, I have paid attention. Yeah.
Okay, so what? So if we don't get nations until Genesis 10, which is where the table of nations is, then why are we trying to define nations that are not defined in
I'm
the
not trying
scriptures
to
prior?
define nations. I'm just looking at people,
Got you.
where they
Exactly.
came from.
So that's your answer. So what nation were they from? He was Lamech, Methuselah, Noah, all of these people. He was from their bloodline. So he was an Adamite. If you wanted to give him a nation, you'd call him an Adamite because he stems from Adam. So Adam would have been his nationality.
But everybody talks about the Hebrews being a nation.
The Hebrews are a nation. That's what the scriptures
But
call
you
them.
said that there were no. So
By
that
the
would.
definition of a nation, I mean, there are different definitions for nation and different things that we consider nations. So
I'm gonna
I
use
think
the
that
Hebrew
that will
A1.
fall under that
I'm gonna use the
category.
Hebrew, and I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
say that when you read the book of Genesis, Abram is clearly told that his seed will become a goyim. So that right there, in and of itself, explains how I would even try to express that the seed of Abraham is a nation.
So when does a Hebrew become an Israelite?
After, if he's born after Jacob,
So there were no.
There are Hebrews that are not Israelites. Moabites can be considered Hebrews. Ishmaelites are Hebrews. You see, but they're not of the bloodline of see, when that's why you have to mention all three. You say Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You don't say just Abraham coming off of Abraham, that's not counted for the seed. Just coming straight off of Isaac, that's not counted for the seed. Jacob is counted for the seed. So you become an
Wait a
Israelite.
minute. Jacob is counted for the seed.
You
Where's
don't
that at? What
not
writing does that come from?
no, you're not listening to me. I said you
No,
don't
I am
become
listening. You said Jacob is counted for the seed. I thought in Isaac shall thy seed be called.
oh man.
Listen,
So
listen, listen. Let me
you
jump in
finna
here.
go down a
Let me
long
jump in.
road right here, brother.
I
Let
know.
me
Because
I'm
jump
going
in
down
here.
the Apostle Paul road.
Let me jump in here. Let me help
go
you.
ahead.
Let me help you, my Hebrew brother. He knows the
Go ahead.
answers to all the questions. He knows the answers. He's trying to bait you into some kind of weird trap.
I'm just going to
He
tell you
knows
right
the
straight out. I'm
story.
an
He can't
executive
because
He
I
pro.
know the
knows the
scriptures, and
story.
I'm gonna go to a precept
He knows the
that
story.
says
He
that
knows the
seed
story
is
just like I know
single
the
and that
story.
seed is Christ.
He knows the story
So
just like I know the story. People who are Hebrew Israelites, they believe that Abraham is the father of the Hebrews. And when you get to Jacob, his name was changed to Israel, and that's where you get Israelites. That's what
yeah,
Hebrew Israelites believe. We're not arguing history at this point. That's somebody's personal belief. So we're not trying to make this history because he's taking you down a long road unnecessarily.
I don't care because I can defend myself very well.
No, listen. Here's my famous line that anyone is probably gonna chop. I'm with you, but I'm not with you. I'm with you in the understanding that is a religious thing, but I don't see it as historical.
Well, you know,
So,
I
so, so,
disagree
so,
that it's
so
a religious thing because religion is for people that have to put themselves in it, right?
let's use
So,
this. Let's use a less contentious term. Let's say it's a biblical narrative that everyone doesn't believe. I'll
cool.
do it
Hey,
that way.
okay, brother, continue your questions, right? For clarity's sake, Jacob is not an Israelite. So you don't get nothing twisted that I say. I'm gonna emphatically declare that you don't forget that it's impossible for Jacob to be an Israelite. So that's the only thing that you need to get to your head when you're forming your questions as far as Israel is concerned, what an Israelite is. It's impossible for the creator or progenerator of something to be what follows. Just as long as you understand that.
So where in Scripture does it talk about the first Israelites for that type of understanding?
I would take you to Romans
Someone
9 and
sleeping.
5 to start the conversation.
Okay.
I would take you to Romans 9 and I would start the conversation right there. And it'll be up to you to interpret the text as you may understand it. You
That
care
might.
to go there? You want to read it?
Sure. Yeah, we'll go there.
Well,
Let's go to.
before you guys continue, there's someone that's snoring in the it's kind of
I ain't hearing it.
background.
Maybe a little bit. I don't know. Didn't bother me none.
I hear someone snoring. Maybe it's just on my end. I don't know.
No, that's me. I'm over here knocked out.
It's all right.
I'm
I'm the
like, wait.
host. I'm over here sleeping.
You're getting like the snooze. They call me the snooze unit when I do that.
Yeah, what time is it, man? It's about 7:30.
Honestly.
Are you turning into the snooze unit?
Man, I'm turning into a snooze unit.
They call me the snooze unit. We go into that mode once in a while. That's just how it is.
Shout
Yeah.
out Nile Valley Hebrew. If you get a chance to hop back up here, go ahead. If not, definitely hit my email up, TitansDebateLeague@gmail. Shoot me an email. We'll get you a presentation, or we'll get you in a little group chat with all the debaters. So maybe we can get you something lined up. Debaters get paid $50 a debate over here, win, lose, or draw. No more doing it for free. Appreciate you pulling up tonight. Back to you, gentlemen.
Oh wait, you offer $50 to win a debate?
Yeah, debates are $50, win, lose, or draw. We do have a scorecard. We have judges.
Oh, okay. How do you enter? You got. There's a fee to enter. I'm assuming.
No, there's no fee. There's no fee. Do you have a record? Have you debated anywhere before?
I've never been. I'm undefeated.
Really?
That wasn't my
This
question.
guy's the champion. Jill, I didn't know you were the champion.
Well,
You didn't answer what I asked you.
I only lost once.
So you have debated elsewhere.
Yeah. Oh, of course. I have several debates. If you go to my channel, you'll see under my debate.
So you're already ready. 3-minute intro, 12-minute rounds, 10-minute question and answer round, 3-minute outro. So that's the rules of engagement.
G-Man is the only one that's ever defeated me in debate.
Really?
Okay.
I heard of him. I don't know who he is. Though.
So how do I get your info? You want to drop it in the private chat for me?
Yeah, I'll put that. Yeah, I'll put that in the private chat. My email and my channel.
I have everybody added to a Facebook group. I don't know if you're on Facebook. That's the best way to do it.
I got rid of my Facebook like
no worries.
10 years ago.
We'll still stay in contact.
So you're going to challenge one of these gentlemen on here to a debate?
Yeah,
oh, sure.
Whoever comes on and we see some contention, we're gonna get them lined up.
I'll donate some money to one of the schools.
That sounds amazing.
What would be a good topic?
We got to get you a presentation. The people to come challenge your information. I'll have all the debaters show up.
One of the camps. I'll donate some money so you can guys buy some Bibles.
You sure you know scripture like these Hebrew Israelites do?
Get you some ESV Bibles.
You silly.
Because you and the big leagues, I went to Senators quite a few. You got to be able to handle for a white guy like me to come into the big leagues.
Oh yeah, I saw you on that Sinetta, man. You pulled out the AK.
Well, we were just
pulled out the Mac 10, didn't you? You pulled out the Mac 10 on him.
I had a lot of fun with Tahuti and the boys on there, Black Jesus. And...
Sorry, family, my connection just keep dropping.
I know you cool, bro.
I heard you talk about G-Man. I had a debate with G-Man
Whatever
about
happened to
9
Tahuti?
years ago.
Hold on, News Network. I don't know if you can hear
He
Now
took it
Valley
off the
Network
channel.
talking.
Becca know me, all of them know me. Don't nobody want to smoke with me. They don't want nothing.
I got some
I
people
would
who's looking
never
for some
even
smoke.
entertain them clowns again.
Oh, you talking about them specifically?
They done erased the videos off their channel and all type of stuff. Like,
Oh yeah, we don't do that over here.
it's ridiculous.
I've
Can
never
you
debated a
drop your
Hebrew
They
info
don't
in
know.
the
I asked them
private
one
chat?
question that they can't answer.
What's that?
I see it right here.
Oh, the private chat. Yeah, drop your email back there. We'll get you set up with a presentation or something.
Should we use the letter J in English today?
Sure, why not?
Did he drop off again?
No, I'm just curious. Is it a good idea or should we not use it?
Yeah, to get the common understanding for people to understand what you're saying. Because if you run, imagine if you said, it's certain things I can't say right because of 1948. But if you said blankety blank the eaves, nope, nobody would understand what you're saying. So, but if you clearly put that J right there and you went into a synagogue or you was in the middle of Israel, they would clearly understand what you're saying. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
So for
Okay.
communication purposes, why not be as clear and direct as possible and meet somebody where they are and then get the back end out later?
Does the Greek language come before English?
I would say so. I think English started closer to. I think some sources say English started around the 1st century. But I have never seen English being predated prior to the start of the first century. So I would answer where I'm at now that Greek predates English. And as a matter of fact, I think some scholarly consensus put English getting its most earliest significant develops around the 4th century. I would have to double check those, but of course we know Greek existed prior to zero, um, you know, in time or 1 BC. You get what I'm saying?
I want to take a stand that most of the New Testament was originally written in Hebrew because
I
it's
would agree with
idioms
that.
that you cannot translate to Greek and it's still there. Like it doesn't make sense in Greek. It only makes sense in Hebrew.
Yeah.
So I'm one of
Like that's
those
why
who
you
take
got
that stand.
hallelujah in the Greek. It's saying praise Yahweh. You get what I'm saying? Like they
Please
didn't,
believe it.
yeah, they didn't try to make that stay in the Greek language.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's too many giveaways in the New Testament. When you look at the Greek, it's too many giveaways that you can't not go from Hebrew to Greek and translate this into any other language. You can't do it. You can't translate it to the Greek. But I see them boys, Beckel and all them, and all them weirdos in the chat. They can come on in.
So you got Yahweh and you got Yahweh Shai.
That's what somebody
Yeah.
like that is very close to One West would pronounce as their understanding of Abjad consonantal
Yeah.
pronunciation of the
That doesn't
Paleo
take away.
script.
That doesn't take away from the
One mic
teaching at
now,
all.
Valley. One
That
mic.
doesn't take away from.
One mic.
Okay.
Go ahead, gentlemen. Somebody
Go ahead,
was talking.
brother.
Hey, Hebrew can always take the charge when I'm around, brother.
Go
I'm not.
ahead, now,
Yeah.
Valley. Go ahead.
So so to answer this brother's
Okay.
question, at this point I don't really get into that. Like I just told you, as long as you know who I'm talking about, we could still have a conversation. Um, I don't get into the small talking sidebars too deep where I get my feathers ruffled anymore. Um, because I understand the scriptures to say that one of the things that help you even identify Israel is they won't even that language was stripped from them. So when somebody tells me I'm not speaking the original tongue that I'm trying to, you letting me know that I fit prophecy. So I don't even care anymore because Israel was stripped of their armies, their
That's
nations,
right.
their noblemen, their land. They were
That's
stripped of
right.
everything. So if anybody wanted to even come at me like I perceive to say, oh, that's not your language, cool. Thanks for telling me I'm Israel, because that's how we're gonna know who we are. And that's what the
There
scriptures
you
say.
go. That's right.
I have actually
They don't
debated.
understand. They playing right into your head.
I put that conversation in this private chat. I did actually have a conversation with a Hebrew Israelite, so I stand corrected. His name was
Hey,
Deacon Sakari.
Oh
Sakari.
man,
that's funny. I just had
Was
him
that
on the.
Captain Tasari, or is that a
Yeah,
different one?
I just had him
those
on
are
the
two different
channel.
people.
He's
He
not a
did a
captain. He's a deacon. He's not a captain yet.
No,
he did a
they just mentioned two
takeover
different people,
Thursday.
man.
Deacon
Yeah.
Sakari
He's
or
not
Priest
Yeah.
Sakari
Sakai
anymore. He's
or
No,
he's
Priest Sakai, right?
Sakari is the group.
yeah, he's
You know,
Priest
Deacon
Hakah from
Sakari.
Genesis.
Sakari is the
He's
group.
He
he's
just
not
came
he's
over
not
and did
Sakari
a.
anymore.
Genesis University.
He did an open panel.
Right.
He did an interview in the open panel
Him and
over here with
Gorilla
Takeover
Hebrew had a
Thursday.
misunderstanding. So
So he changed his name to something
him and
else.
Gorilla Hebrew
Yeah,
had
he
a
goes by
misunderstanding.
Priest Genesis, Priest
Okay.
Sakai, and he had Brother Hassad with him when they came over.
Yeah,
They're going to
but he a
start doing
weirdo too. But I
open
don't be
smoke over
like,
here. Hopefully, we get them over here
What
soon.
were we
I
fixing to
wouldn't
talk
mess
about
my
in
brother
Romans
for
9?
shit.
What are we
Yeah,
missing in Romans
Romans
9?
9 and 5. You was asking me like, where do I get like a biblical understanding of calling Jacob's descendants Israelites? I would start the conversation with Romans 9. If you could read it, that'd be
You
cool.
know
But
what
if
I was started at? I keep Salakia. You know what
what
I
you
was
say,
started at?
Op?
Just by showing them how Jacob's name was turned to Israel and
Well,
all his descendants became Israelites.
I
Just simple.
perceive that he already knows that.
And
So
real quick, cheap plug, real quick.
Anybody
Hold on.
This Thursday night, the Coliseum of Arguments will tremble. Priest Genesis is taking over. Formerly known as the Deacon, he's a respected scholar, teacher, one of the most prominent voices in the Hebrew Israelite community. And now he's bringing that fire to the debate stage. No sugarcoating, no compromise, no hiding behind falsehoods. Priest Genesis is taking all challengers, every false prophet, every fake doctrine, every so-called scholar who dares step into the arena. This isn't Sunday school. This is war for wisdom. This is Titans Debate League. Thursday night on the Coliseum of Arguments. If you fear correction, stay home. If you crave truth, step into the Coliseum. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Don't laugh.
Hell no, I'm not entertained.
Oh, so that's the same guy. That's
who they talk about. Yeah, that was his ad when he came and did the show.
that's my boy right there.
Yeah, shout out me on the voiceover. You know I'm killing the voiceovers right now.
What
Man.
does
I'm on a roll.
Salathiel have to do with Jacob?
I gotta
Did you say
get you
something?
that A1.
Appreciate
I
you.
gotta give you that A1.
Appreciate you.
A1,
What did you say Salathiel had to do?
Huh?
Yeah, go ahead. What did you say Salathiel had to do with Jacob or something?
I didn't say Salathiel had anything to do with Jacob, but I know the scripture. So if you want to talk about Padiah, Salathiel, if you want to talk about any of those people, then we can. But I never even mentioned Salathiel, but he's very
Somebody
relevant.
mentioned Salathiel. I forgot what it was about.
Well, I didn't, because I like to talk about the temple getting restored and rebuilt, and whether the Persians was
I know
able to
that's
send some
right.
Israelites back. So I get excited when I hear that.
I
So
know that's right.
it definitely didn't come from me.
I know that's right.
Somebody mentioned Salathiel, I thought. I don't know
And
why.
it definitely didn't come from the Nile Valley either. I think it came from this brother's own imagination.
You
Well,
did
I
that,
heard
brother.
you all say Salathiel. I heard you say it.
Yo, funny.
No, I said Salakia.
Yeah,
Okay,
he said
maybe
Salakia,
that's
which
what I
means
thought it
put
was.
away.
Okay, I
He's
misinterpreted.
speaking. Hold on, A1. I do apologize. I don't mean to be overzealous, but I want to explain it. See, that's the thing why I don't care when somebody say what my language is. I could talk to this brother and it's gonna go over y'all head. I understand what he's saying. You get that? So
That's
he says Shalakia. So he's telling me to disregard that or put that away. If I let my hair shalak, I let it grow long and be unkempt. So I can understand what he's saying. So what's happening is people are hearing brothers speak what they call the original tongue, and everybody around us needs interpreters.
That's right.
So who's Salakia?
So Salakia is not a person. It's in action.
Oh
It's
my
him
God. I'm
telling
about
me
to
to
mute
do
my mic.
something.
Okay, I thought it was somebody.
Yeah,
you were
yeah,
talking.
yeah. See, no, you misunderstood. So I see where your fallacy was. So
Well, I
Salakio.
missed it. I thought he pronounced Salathiel, maybe. Yeah, that's
No,
probably what it was.
so for you, if you wanted to dig in deep, well, I don't know if these are pearls or not, but I don't think. Let me be quiet. Okay, so check me out. Here, this is what you do, brother. Well, all you need to do is get to the root of it, and this shalak, right? So it might be precepts in the book of Numbers where he tells them, uh, uh, don't shave your head, I believe, or uncover not your heads, right? That'll get you really close to shalak, and you'll understand what we're saying. Or if you go to Samson's story, or the Nazarites, they
Mm-hmm.
are not, or they're not
There
allowed
you
to
go.
lock their heads, right? When
There you
the
go.
Most High kills somebody for disobedience, you are not to shalak your hair as a sign of mourning or grief. So what we're telling you is that people could try to disprove our language all day. It's just gonna get bigger and bigger. And I got brothers that I could talk to. People could mock me all day and say I don't know Hebrew, but I got brothers I could talk to, and I'll be in
What
a.
type of Hebrew Israelite are you? Would you consider yourself compared to the other
It's
brothers?
only one type of Hebrew Israelite.
Well, wait a minute. You wouldn't. The other gentleman wouldn't agree with that. I don't think.
No, we do
I
agree with
definitely
it.
agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
Really? But you
Definitely
told me
agree
you're a
with that.
different type already. You said
No,
that you
see,
don't.
that's
I never
you
told
trying to
you I was
call
a
that's
different type of anything.
division. That's division that is bestowed upon us by onlookers.
No,
That
I
you can
asked him if you consider me an Edomite smitten with madness. He said no. But would you consider me that?
No, sir, I don't know that. The scriptures say, I know you by your fruit. So if you're not
There you
coming to
go.
cause division, you acknowledging who I am, right? And you trying to keep the Torah or you trying to keep the law, that'll be your fruit. Your fruit would be,
The
you
spirit,
know,
yeah,
you
the
know what I'm
spirit
saying? So
speaks for itself.
it's gonna speak for itself. I don't have to tell
So
you,
if I say
Christ told.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai Rakdash and all blessings and honor to the Hebrew Israelites
No,
and the
well, it's
apostles and
Barak
elders, the great
Athah,
mysteries.
Barak Athah, but
Rakatah.
it's multiple people here. So you would say Barak Atham to acknowledge the plurality of it. Athah would just be one brother.
He just
3B,
recite
tell
what
him
he
how
on
he
YouTube, that's all.
tell
He
him how he
recite
can
what he
keep.
on YouTube, that's
Can you
all.
tell him how he can keep the law? How to go about that?
First of
Some
all, you
laws he
gotta
can't
believe in
keep,
the
right?
Most High.
It's
Okay.
some.
So what laws does he have to keep in order for him not to be an Edomite?
I don't know him. I don't know whether he's an Edomite or
Yeah,
not. I
I
don't
don't
know
know
his
if
All right,
he
all I
Edomite or
am is
not.
I'm a white guy that comes
I
from
don't
a
know his
Polish.
spirit.
Well, he said
I'm
as long
talking
as he
to you.
keeps the law.
Oh wait, I'm not.
I'm
I'm
talking
not.
to him. I'm talking to this brother for about 10 minutes. You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying? I don't know. He everything he said, he's just asking questions. So
But I am a Native American. You know why? Because I was born in America.
Pocahontas.
I don't know, but I have to sit with you. I have to engage with you to test the spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like the
By the
scripture said, I have to
Spirit.
test your spirit. And if you're sincere about it, the spirit is going to let me know that you're sincere about it.
Test it
You see
right
what I'm
now. Can you
saying?
give me the test? I'm ready for the test. This is the
You
big
see,
leagues. I want
that's
to.
not sincere. So
He's
he's
got to be
not. No.
standing
Oh
next
yes,
to
it is sincere. It's 100%
Yeah, so
sincere.
I'd even tell you right now that you would be failing the test
All
because
right. Why would I
after
fail the
what he
test?
just
Why would I
said,
fail it right there?
He's got to be in the same room as you.
because I'm talking to he asked me, but I
Yeah.
was the one who was saying that he would have failed it just on me on my test alone. Because when I told you something sincere like that, to come back with a joke, well, there's
That's not
nothing
a joke.
funny.
That's not jesting and which are nice
To
meaning.
ask me to prove it right now, where
Yeah,
do we hold on? No, let me get it. Where do we test the person's character in 2.2 seconds? We don't. You only test a person's character over time and through their actions, and that's what he said, through the fruit, which would be what you bear. What are you bringing forth in life? Are you bringing?
That's right.
So that's what he means. So to say prove my character right now, that's somebody who is already trying to get one
I
over
didn't
on
say
you. It
prove my
seems.
character.
No, you said I know what
He
you
said he
said.
was testing the spirits. I went into my
That
spirit.
is what your
testing.
spirit is. Your spirit is the character. That's the fruit. He explained all of that.
I thought the spirit of
So
man is the candle
the
of the
only
Lord,
person
searching
who
all the
would
inward
tell you
parts
to
of the belly.
the only person who would tell you to test it right now would be a con man, because anybody else would know
But the
that you have
spirit
to
searches
watch a
all things,
person's.
doesn't it?
Anybody else would know
You know.
that you have to watch a person's actions over time.
And the
and that's my
scriptures say
answer, and I
before
land
you
my
call them
plane.
a friend, you got to prove them first.
So anyone can be an Israelite if their fruits are correspond to, how we're supposed to behave, or
I never said that because the scriptures say in the book of Micah, the
Never said
scriptures
that.
say all throughout the scriptures at the end of the day, he gonna restore the kingdom as in the days of David, and every tree is gonna
But
be
I'm
under their
agnostic
own.
too. I'm
Yeah.
agnostic.
So if every tree is gonna be under his own vine, the Most High is gonna kill the vast majority of most of the nations. A righteous remnant is gonna remain. Everybody's gonna remain under their vine, separated, except for the high holy days and little small places of servitude, and everybody gonna be with their nation.
Does this line up with what you were going to talk about with me in Romans 9 and then added 10, 11 in there
It
where Paul
depends.
talks about?
If you read it, we could start the conversation there. I
Sure,
have
we
been
can go.
wanting
I
you to
like
read
that.
it.
I would love to have a conversation on Romans 9, 10, 11 with you. I really would. Honestly.
Let's
I
get
said
that
9 and
going.
5, and I'm used to people jumping down
I
to
don't
what
need
he
to
said.
jump anywhere. I want to take line at a time and just take a good, serious look at it.
yeah,
Yeah,
Dave loves Romans 9.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
And Jill here, he'll teach you that Romans 10 is second Romans. It begins with a chapter 1. You need to change that.
hey, and you know what I like about it? I think Acts has an additional chapter that's missing and said Paul went to Ireland and Britain. So I'm with you on that, brother. I don't disagree with that.
Maybe he went to the 3 taverns to have a drink too. I don't know. Not before.
All I said was that it might be the case. Scholars suggest that Romans is made up of more than one letter, and Dave went crazy and suggested I was adding to the.
No, I didn't go crazy, but we won't get into that. Let's get
Hey,
into a serious discussion of Romans 9.
I
Seriously,
got you.
gentlemen.
I got one quick question. It's a trivial question. Who wrote Romans before we get started?
Well, there's a footnote that actually says one thing, but then it starts out with Paul. So it
What
looks
does
like
no,
the Apostle Paul wrote it to me.
so Paul wrote Romans?
Go ahead, scribe.
But I mean, if you want to
Somebody
believe
footnote.
that maybe Corinthus or whoever it was wrote it from Phoebe
Corinthus is a region. Corinthus is
or whatever, I don't remember what the footnote says. I thought you might have.
You talking about Corinth, brother? He said Corinthus
No.
wrote it.
Bro, that's a geographical location.
What
well, I don't know if Corinthus is.
Well, we're
Corinthus,
not trying to
I
tease
thought
you,
maybe
but
Corinthus
that
could have
is
been a
what that
person.
is. It's no
It's
person.
possible that I didn't say.
I'm about to mute my mic, man. I'm cool. I'm about to mute my mic.
I know it's funny. It sounds funny, but Corinthus
No,
is
brother,
not.
it's not that funny. Listen, brother.
Paul
You
tells
said
you
Corinthus wrote it. That's all I'm laughing at.
Well, it just
Corinthus
says a stupid footnote. I said a footnote says. I didn't.
I
say
love you no
Corinthus.
less, brother. But that's
Well,
funny as
it's a
hell.
geographical location, brother, and we're not
Whatever.
gonna.
Show me Corinthus on a map, and I want to see Corinthus on a map. Give me a map somewhere.
Well, you can. I mean, that's for you to do. That stuff is too.
Well, you
easy.
got to know. You got a map you know about. I'm just asking.
What I mean, you can pull up. Different people make maps, but known Cappadocia, known Aleppo, known all these cities in Asia Minor are very well known. Damascus, and you know what I'm saying. Like that to me, that's small talk.
They're
to
all
try to-
Roman provinces.
That,
They're all
it's simple
Roman
as
provinces.
that.
All right,
In
is
Asia
Corinthus
Minor.
Corinth or not?
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
simple. Okay, we'll leave it at that then. No, we don't argue about it. No problem.
Cool. Now,
All right, Romans chapter 9. What do you want to talk about?
Romans 16 and 22 did read Romans 9 just to show you that I wasn't even playing with you.
All right, 16:22. I Tertius wrote the epistle.
Okay, so who wrote the epistle?
Paul did.
Read 16 and 22 again.
Tertius was his scribe. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so it would be tantamount to me saying I wrote a book, but then you saying no, the editor wrote it.
I agree with what you just said. I agree with what you just said. No wordplay here. The line literally says Tertius wrote it.
Yes. He's
And I agree with that too.
Paul used the scribe just like I use.
I fully agree with Tertius wrote the epistle too.
All right. Yeah, you just found that out because I asked you.
No, I did not
You
just
didn't know.
find that out.
You
No.
didn't know. You did. That was not your answer. It was not.
No, I did not just find that out.
Well,
That's a
cool.
fact.
It was not your answer.
All right, ask me another hard question somewhere in
It
the
was
Bible. I'll
not
give
your
you the
answer. It wasn't meant to be hard. It was just
No, it
trying to
doesn't matter.
see-
I just want you to ask me some questions.
Well, let's get to the text. All
right, Romans 9. Oh, by the way, Jill,
Paul is the
you
author.
said one thing I want to take up with Jill. Jill's a friend of mine from the channels. But Jill, you said earlier something about potato and potato, didn't you?
Yeah, I think that's.
And you said that there's no difference between potato and potato. It's just like potato or something. How'd you put that?
It's no difference. It's the
There's
same.
no difference between potato and potato.
Same
It's
fruit.
But I
just
just want you all to know
Potato
that
is
there
fruit
is
or vegetable.
Yeah, well, wait a minute now. Just let me tell you what you need to know, because you always do this, Joe.
You green thumb.
And you're the champion of debaters and all that. So you say there's no difference between potato and potato, but there is a difference between ask and axe. You know that, right?
Oh, that was okay. All right.
Romans 9. Let's do it. You want to do Romans 9?
See, if I was a liberal, I'd have called Al Sharpton on you right now.
Sure. Okay.
I'd
Whatever.
call Al Sharpton on you, bro.
Yeah.
I am a liberal.
Well, I got liberty in Christ. I'm a liberal too.
I'm talking about I'm far right. Dixie.
But there's a reason why. Read Thomas Sowell. He'll tell you why we say axe. Read Thomas Sowell. He'll educate you on why we
I got
say
an
axe
axe out there where I chop my firewood, though.
It's because of
Maybe it's just a
poor
different definition.
Irish white men. Poor Irish white men in the South. That's how they spoke.
Whatever. That's okay. You can call it.
Actually, that wasn't even poor Irish white men. That's how all white people spoke.
Just make sure you guys know how to say et cetera instead of et cetera.
Even the educated ones spoke that way.
Because the T comes before the C and et cetera.
So as a result,
some stereotyping, racist stuff right now, man.
I missed it. What happened? Because you know we don't play that over here, man. So whoever doing it, cut it out before I get wind of it.
Well, no, me and Dave, we have that relationship.
We're not doing
okay,
nothing.
that's them too. Okay,
Yeah, it's just us two. Yeah, he wasn't trying to.
I think
I want to get on
I think
Romans
Dave
9.
brought Jill over here, but Jill black. You're black, Jill.
I kind of, they follow me
Something
around
like
too.
that.
They like to
He
do
said
that.
they follow you. Well, yeah, they do too have an ongoing thing. I guess
They
cool.
follow Smokey or me or whatever. No, I'm just
When he
kidding.
pulled out
with
the
the rest
Mac-
of us, we
Oh,
don't.
yeah.
I can't let that happen. So
Look,
yeah, you
when
too.
Dave pulled out the
Do your
Mac
thing.
10 on Sonetta, that's when I said
I pulled out the Mac Daddy 10,
That's
man.
my
What's
brother
up?
right there. He pulled out the Mac. They was threatening him, and he just pulled out the Mac 10. And put it
Nah,
right
those.
there. I said, "That's my nigga."
I'll tell you.
It's funny, man.
I said, "That's
Yeah, I could say some more stuff, but I won't. I
He's
respect
black,
your
man.
channel. I'm not here to mess around, but I do want to talk about Romans 9 if you want to get on that subject.
Hey, hold on. I'm about to switch the background for a second so everybody can see, because we had an incident where people were race baiting the company that I was having over here. I had to do a whole episode. What is all of this?
Yeah.
Who did this? Okay. Yeah, I guess something switched in the StreamYard while we were streaming in this marathon right here.
Was that a Mac 10? Was that a Uzi or Mac 10?
I was showing this right here with the Rainbow Coalition of Content Creators. I had to make an announcement this morning that, the racism, race baiting, and things of the nature won't be tolerated. And I'm just dropping people off, and we'll deal with it later. Shoot first, ask questions later. Man. I'm just dropping people off and talking.
Here come all the white people following me around again. I'm asking.
You got black people following you around.
Boy, I like to get away. I'm a strange white guy,
You got black people calling you my
I'm kind of a.
N-word. This
I don't
is
know
funny.
what's
I don't
going
know
on.
what's going on over here.
But
But
these
just
white
yesterday
people,
they were
man.
trying to call you a racist.
I'm not.
It's funny.
I know when and how to use the N-word when I need it, but I don't do that here.
That's what
I
you
did
got
it on
Jill for,
Sonetter's
man.
channel, though,
Don't
and
you
they
say
didn't.
it. You got Jill, man. If you
I did it right on Sonetter's channel.
Hey, and that's
for
another
2
thing,
hours.
man. You call
I'm
me
gonna
the
drop you.
N-word
I
all
promise.
day.
I'm gonna drop you. You don't play.
He got his
We don't
black
play
card.
over here.
He pulled out that Mac 10. He got his black card in my book. That's the black. If Vecco gave him a black card too, so he can say the N-word all he wants.
Some people don't pass them out, man. You got to check.
I'll be honest with you. I enjoy talking the scripture with Hebrew Israelites.
A white
I've
guy
never-
went on Sonetta and then and to debate them first and foremost, he already gets my black card right there. He went on there to debate him. Then they tried to threaten him. He pulled out the Mac 10.
Look, he could come to the cookout.
It
He can get
wasn't
us to
quite
go
like
away,
that, but yeah.
but we're not letting them cook the potato salad. Nothing like that. Okay, so
It's like you stepped
I'm
on his
talking shit.
sneakers, right? You pull out the 9. You
Look,
stepped on my
and hopefully we get him in the ring over here, man. You know what I'm saying? Real soon. So
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm honestly, and this is true. I enjoy talking scripture with a lot of the Hebrew Israelites because they actually know it, and a lot of these white guys, these Christians, don't know nothing. They really don't. They don't study like they should. And I get mad at them all the time on my channel. You should hear me go ranting and raving about it, and I do. They know it. They all. Joe, you hear me ranting and raving all the time about it.
I clipped one of your rants, man.
Yeah, all the time.
The best one was, I can't remember it, but exactly.
I get upset about it. I think it's weak and terrible. I think it's disgusting that they don't know their Bible.
free grace. The free grace is you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and that's why I like to discuss things, even if they disagree with me. But I want to sharpen it up, And Romans 9, you want to do it? Let's do it.
You want to share the screen?
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead. Let me get it.
Share the screen. Let's get it popping, man.
All right.
Karab was over here cooking, man. I can't wait to Karab come through and bless the channel with his joint, man. I got about 5 presentations booked tonight with all new people. This is a dope.
No, I know that this is eSword. I just use it for the text, so don't worry about these subtitles and stuff.
Everybody, make sure you drop your email in the private chat for me, man. If y'all trying to get with me and get your own little presentation set up, drop some info. Let the debaters come challenge you.
So I just use eSword as a text. That's it. That's the only reason I got it up there on the screen.
Okay, my bad. Let me pull it up.
That's okay. No, I just want to let the gentleman know that because I'm not, and the subtitles are in there. I can't help that, but and if you want to,
I'm gonna start the timer. Timer starts when you start. 3 minutes.
So where did you want to go with that again? Can you refresh me on the other gentleman?
I was gonna start at verse 5 for speed.
Can we just start with 1 just to do it and just get the context?
That's fine.
Then we'll get there. Okay. So anyway, you're right. You don't mind the King James, right?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. I say the truth in Christ. I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Ghost that I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ, from my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came, who is over all, God bless forever, period, amen, period. Now, what I wanted to do that for was because I know you want to look at verse 5, but the thing is, the sentence starts in verse 3 in the English. I know maybe that don't matter, but it does to me, because it says, for I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh, colon, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom is concerning the flesh Christ came, who is over all, God bless forever, period. End of sentence. Amen, period. Amen's the sentence. That's all. So now, Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption. What is the adoption? What does that mean? What is it?
That's good that you asked, and I'm not sure if this is pearls either. But
I'm not baiting you either. Honestly,
I
don't. We're just having a discussion.
Hold up. I got the timer out, actually. So
I know. I just want them to know that because they said that earlier. I just want them to know. I'm not baiting you.
You actually still have 1 minute left.
Oh, I
use
see.
your time, brother. Use your
No,
time.
no, go ahead. Go ahead. You have it. I use it. We're good.
What is the adoption?
Being
That's
adopted back.
Yeah. So he wants to know what
Like
the
the Most High
adoption is.
said, I will call them the people. I will call them my people. Who I said were not my people, I will call them my people.
Yeah.
We being back, adopted back into the glory and the light of the Most High. That's all. That's all adoption means. Being
Right, but I
brought
wanted to
back
go a little
into
farther
what
back.
we
Like,
was
where can I
kicked out
find
of
the
by
reference?
going against the law statutes.
Hold on, gentlemen. Here what we gonna do. We about to start
Yeah,
this
I'm
over.
sorry.
Let's start this
sorry.
all over because y'all abusing the timer.
Could I ask you a question? Wait. I wanted to just request the
no.
moderator.
News
Just a
Network.
request.
Okay, talk to me real quick, and then we about to
Could
get
we
order
just?
back.
Could we, if it doesn't? I sincerely think that all three of us can have a conversation without timer, if you would allow it, because I will honestly not cover up, and if I do, I'll just stop talking.
Actually,
I would
you're right because
respect-
nobody's been tripping.
These
so
guys
go ahead.
are cooperative.
It's
I don't
really
think
for
this-
it's really for the nutcases. Go ahead. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So to
I'm gonna
answer
still
your
let it flow just to see. Go ahead.
cool. So to answer, I will answer your question with Numbers. I would start with Numbers chapter 3, verse 12.
Okay.
I will start with Numbers chapter 3, verse 12 to show you what the adoption is, because I was going to actually ask you what the adoption is. So when you go to Numbers chapter 3, starting at verse 12, we already know, since you know the scriptures, you know that he say that Israel was his firstborn when they came out of Egypt, correct?
Yes.
All right, so now let's read Numbers chapter 3, verse 12, right? And it says, and I behold, I have taken the Levites from among the children of Israel instead of the firstborn, that opening matrix among the children of Israel. Therefore, the Levites shall be mine. So right here, Everybody except for the priesthood was excommunicated from being considered his firstborn, and the Levites were set aside to do his priestly work. All right. So now, in order for the Israelites to come back into the fold, the Levites have to do their priestly job and help the adoption take place by what they were ordained to do. So if you keep reading in this chapter, you will see if you start at verse 44, it says, "And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take the Levites instead of all the firstborn children from among the children of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites instead of their cattle, and the Levites shall be mine. I am Yahweh. And for those that are to be redeemed," this is the adoption. I'm declaring that the redemption is the adoption. You can look at the Hebrew word for that. It's basically insinuating you got to be bought back into the fold with a price. Like it's an adoptive connotation to this. It says, "Of the 203 score and 13 of the firstborn of the children of Israel, which are more than the Levites, thou shalt take 5 shekels apiece by the pole. After the shekel of the sanctuary shalt thou take them. The shekel is 20 gerahs. And thou shalt give the money wherewith the odd number of them is to be redeemed, and unto Aaron and to his sons." And Moses took the redemption money of them that were over and above them that were redeemed by the Levites of the firstborn of the children of Israel. Took he the money, 1,060 and 5 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And Moses gave the money of them that were redeemed unto Aaron and to his sons, according to the word of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. So this is as far as I can go back to the adoption, which I can kind of tell you was asking for something a little bit earlier than Hosea or speakings in Jeremiah, where he said, "I divorced Israel." So right here, I just showed you a verse where he excommunicated the rest of the Israelites as his firstborn sons, and in order for them to become adopted, the physical priesthood of the Levites has to perpetuate the adoption.
Now, when we had our discussion on Romans 9, you wouldn't allow.
And that's 3 minutes. I'm going to
What's
reset
that?
the
We're
timer.
not. I don't care. He can have 5 minutes.
I know.
Well,
I mean, well, when he's taking that up
yeah,
to 3
I don't have any
minutes,
problem with talking
we
to these
have-
guys. I don't think there'll ever be a problem, no matter
No,
what.
no, no. It's not even about that too. But once we
Yeah,
start
and
to
I
get
love
so
listening to what he's got to say. I want to
hold
hear
up.
what he's got to say.
Once we
Yeah.
start to get so many people on the panel, though,
Right.
even if it's 3 minutes apiece for 4 people, now that's 12 minutes.
Sure.
So I do want to make sure within the hour that
Yeah,
everybody gets a
you know,
chance
I'm
to
just,
speak.
I'm just trying to get to know these gentlemen, you know, and
Yeah,
that.
and
And
go
just on the
ahead, Gil.
character.
I don't need a timer, but I just wanted to, yeah, I'm not trying to butt in on their conversation, but
You're not even. I don't
was
even
just
consider
curious.
it. Button in. Go ahead.
I was just curious when I was trying to have this discussion with you on your channel. You made me read the whole book. You wouldn't
That's
stop
all
and
right.
say, "Okay, what
Ain't
is this?"
nothing wrong with that. It's good to do that.
Okay.
They
Well,
had to write it out
think,
as kings. They had to write all that out. How would you like to do that?
I think Dave is. I think you're just confused on the terms that are used.
No, I like to study scripture. I love it so much. That's why I like talking to Hebrew Israelites a lot.
Well, I got
love the
this
word.
from a scholar, so I'm not going to be able to go.
I could walk down to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and talk to those dudes on the corner down there, no problem. In fact, I went down there one day, and then they weren't there the day I went down there. How
Well,
do you
no,
like
I'm talking about Jews. I'm talking about Jews, Hebrews, and Israelites. Each of these terms have a different meaning when used in Scripture, and I can point you to a scholar that will break it down.
Well, I don't need that. We can talk about it right here.
Well, I don't have the proof text for all
Well,
three.
who needs it? Well, then learn it, and we'll learn it later. That's okay. I don't want to go to some dude. I want to talk to these guys. I'm right here talking to men right now. And if
Okay.
you don't, it's okay. If whatever you don't know about it, I don't need to reference some scholar.
Okay, well, I'll just tell you what I know, and
Yeah, tell me what you know.
Research in return, but the term Jew is used to show the opposite of Gentile. That's it.
Well, we hear that all the time.
The rest
you
of
know.
the world.
And then some people tell us that the Greeks were actually Hellenistic Jews, and and then some people are saying now, like these universalists are telling you that the whole Bible is a Hebrew book and it's got nothing to do. You thought Gentiles were non.
Later. It just came later. It's a
Sometimes.
used to show. Hebrew describes a time in Jewish history, or I use the word Jew, the J word again. Hebrew describes a time in their history where they spoke Hebrew. And then Israelite is a term that's given to God's chosen people. Okay.
Israel's my son, but he changed Jacob's name to Israel. Supplanter to Israel. Pardon me?
Does anybody disagree with that? Those categories, or?
No, it's no. I don't disagree. It's not about Hebrew. but there's nuances to that.
There is, of
So
course. Yeah,
brother,
I'm just trying to give him a simple
new
breakdown.
units, you have to understand it too. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand that
absolutely.
there's a lot of
Yeah,
nuance.
in the layman's terms, so you can understand that. So you can understand that. Yeah, but it's nuances to it because when you're looking at the Old Testament, uh, Gentile refers to Israelites as well. Gentile just means goy, just means nation. One person can't be a nation. Uh, when you're dealing with goyim, it means nations. That's referring to Gentiles. When it's in the Greek text, they mistranslated and mess it all up, and they try to use the word Gentile in reference to one person. In the Old Testament, Gentiles never meant one person. It meant nations. Sometimes it meant nations outside of Israel. Sometimes it meant the nation of Israel. When you're dealing with goyim, but the word goy means nation simply. That's the word Gentile. So it's nuances to it. It's outside of Israel, but it also could pertain to Israelites. And then when you get to the New Testament, it pertains to Israelites that have lost their way. A lot of the times it does. So
Okay.
it's nuances to the word, like the brother was just saying, Gio. He's correct on that. That's in the layman's term. So he broke it down for you. You can understand it on an elementary level because I see you don't have the fortitude we say right now. So he got to break it down to you like that. So then you can start bringing it. You know what I'm saying?
It's all
Start
right.
graduating from that. So,
Well, here, let me go
you
to
know what I'm
Genesis
saying?
10 for just a second, bring it up to Gentiles. So you have to remember that I'm a white dude that's been a. Hey, let me just tell you a little something about me so you know where I'm coming from. I was a Roman Catholic kid. My dad was a cop in Milwaukee. I'm an only child. We grew up in a Roman Catholic church. Then my dad started listening to a Southern preacher preaching the King James Bible when I was a kid, and I started learning this from little on. But we went through the whole typical Christianity thing about being born again and believing on Jesus and all that and praying the prayers and this and that, you know. But then I got more and more in tune with studying the King James, and I believe the gospel that Paul preached, Christ died for my sins and was buried and rose again. And I'm just giving you it real quick, just a quick summary. And I believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and he sent his only begotten son, who's the Lamb of God, the Word in the beginning with God. All things were made by him. I believe all of that. I don't always understand everything, but then I ask the Lord to give me understanding according to his Word. And I long for discussions like we're having here, even if you don't agree with me, and you know you guys are Hebrew Israelites or whatever it might be. It don't matter to me. I just want to see what's going. Yeah. And the Gentiles are mentioned first thing here in English anyway, in the King James, in Genesis 10:5. Before even anything's mentioned about a Hebrew or an Israel or a Jew. You know what I mean? So I always ask these Christian stuff because I know they don't study their Bibles, and they never do. They all talk about fighting tulip or Calvinism all the time or something stupid like that. But they never want to find out who's who in here. When you ask them questions about stuff, they have no clue. They're even more clueless than I am. All right. And I'm a white dude. But here we are. And I'm glad we're looking at this stuff. So, what do you gentlemen think who these Gentiles are? These Goyim, like you said, or how is this deal here?
Goyim are nations. Goy are a nation in itself. Goyim is
Right. Is this book, is that a Hebrew word, Goyim, or how does that go? I forget.
yes, yes it is.
So before God called Abraham out of the Gentile land nations,
Mm-hmm.
there were only Gentiles. Is that what you guys? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what he's saying. I think
I
he's
don't
just
understand
asking.
that one because, you know, when you got Noah coming off that ark, and he says, "Cursed be Canaan, blessed be the Lord God of Shem," and he still enlarged Japheth and dwell in the tents of Shem. I don't know, man. You're getting into more stuff here, and I don't mind talking about it because this is the stuff I like to talk about with men that know the Bible. So I'm asking you, Hebrew Israelites, kind of take Jill's question, which is kind of incomplete or whatever. I'm not really getting what you're trying to ask. Say that again, Jill.
When you see nation or nations, That word is goy or either goyim in the Hebrew. When you see the word nations, it's either goy or goyim in the Hebrew.
So when you see that
Nation,
guy named Title, King of Nations, is that Goyim?
goyim, it is.
Remember
Goyim. So
that
in
big war with
goyim,
Chedorlaomer and all those kings? And that one guy is Title,
yeah,
King of Nations, right here. Is that Goyim, that word nations?
goyim,
I'm just
king of
asking.
goyim, king of goyim.
I'm just
If it's
looking.
if it's nations with a plural,
It's
it's
Goy
goyim.
or whatever. Yeah, Goy or whatever.
Now, when you get to the New Testament, what the Greek translate goyim as is a singular. They translate goyim as Gentile, which is a Helleniste. They translate goyim, and you cannot have a goyim or a goy as a person. That's only a nation or nations. But the Greek messes everything up. The Greek, I'm
So
talking about
I'm
slaughters
not
the
under.
original context of it.
Yeah, if I say American, I can't be referring to an individual person.
I don't know. That's not dealing with Hebrew or nothing like that. So that's just that's a bastardized
Well, no,
word. I
I'm
don't know
asking.
what that.
Well, I'm asking what the distinction or contention is with using. You said that they mistranslated or the Greek messed it up, or were they referring to an individual person that was from a Gentile nation, and that's why they said
No,
that's why it's
no.
singular, or how did?
I see the correlation you're attempting
Yeah,
to make. I see the correlation you're attempting to make.
yeah.
But
I'm not sure how the word is used in the
I see
text,
what's
but
happening.
I'm just asking because I'm not familiar with
But
how the word is used in the text.
when you're dealing with a Greek, they use Greek synonymous for Gentile, and they use Gentile synonymous for goy. That's a
Oh, okay, I
misrepresentation.
get it. So even though because Greek represents many nations.
Yes, it does.
Okay, okay.
Greek,
All right.
what you call Greek is goyim. That's what we would
Well,
call, because Greek
yeah.
is not just one nation; it's many nations
Right.
under nation.
So Greek is not just people from Greece.
No,
No,
no, it's
not
not.
back then. No.
It's not. Yeah, it's just like the brother said. I like when he used American. That was cool too, because
Mm-hmm.
we're American, but we are not native born. We are not. We just citizens, naturalized, and things of this nature. Even Paul, he was a Roman citizen, but what was he? He was from the tribe of what? Benjamin.
Benjamin.
You see what I'm saying? But he
Benjamin.
was a Roman. He had Roman citizenship. You see what I'm saying? So Paul would have been what you would call a Gentile in the Greek aspect of it, because he was a Roman, but he
Was
wouldn't
he
have
a
been
Roman? Do
called.
you think when he was a Pharisee under Gamaliel?
Say it again, brother.
Do you think when he was in that straightest sect of Pharisee under Gamaliel that he was a Roman?
Yeah, because where he's born.
Oh, absolutely, because he knew the law. That's
Saul
where
of
he learned the
Tarsus.
law from. That was his teacher. That was one of his teachers.
Yeah, I know, but the law
So
was
Paul.
he? Is he talking about the law of Moses and all the commandments and ordinances, or is he talking about like
Oh,
Roman
absolutely,
rule?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. But he had the Pharisaic law too, and that's what these rabbinical laws try to emulate, but it's all off. That's passed down to these white Jews today. You get what I'm saying? So that's all off anyway.
Now, there's no
But
Pharisees today. People, you know how these Christians will point fingers at each other because they don't like each
yeah,
other,
they
and they'll
are.
say, "You're a
That's hard.
Pharisee."
Yeah, so like what
But
that
y'all
brother
on point, brother. Y'all on point.
Well, I
Your
think
your mic was breaking up a little bit or
He
something.
said you on point.
there's no Pharisees today.
Okay, that's right. There's no
I
Pharisees today
wanted
anywhere.
to just point out a
What about
fact that
Sadducees?
Go
African
ahead,
Americans.
Lorel. Go ahead, Lorel.
I just want to point out the fact that African Americans are not naturalized citizens. Maybe our ancestors were, who were up under oppression and stuff, but we are natural born. We're naturally born here, born, bred, and come from here. Like we are no other people but us. We are the descendants of Africans. but we are Americans, undoubtedly, without a doubt or contradiction. There's no way going around that. There's no other people on the planet that shares your history or your genetics nowhere where you're gonna have Native American, Native African, and European all in the same body sharing this particular culture that we share. We are homegrown indigenous here. We precede the Union of the United States, 1776. We had organized communities already here. I don't know. Like I think we just need to change our perspective when we looking at our own ancestors.
Well, but there's still. I mean, there's like I mentioned earlier that I'm from Polish and German descent. So, but I you know, I was born in America. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I doubled with you. Go ahead.
I got you the news. I just want to say one thing to my brother. You said we are descendants of Africans. Are you of the Shemitic stock, brother?
How would he know that?
I don't know how to identify a Shemite.
You said you're a descendant of Africans.
Yeah. But you asked me was I a Semite, and I don't know how to identify a Semite. I don't know how to.
Do you know where the original term Africa comes from? That comes from the Afar people, the Afri people.
I'm aware of that.
Those are Shemitic stock of North African people.
Again, that doesn't give me the ability to properly identify what a Shemite is. I don't know what that is.
Okay. Listen, what I'm saying to you is this: according to historicity, history, Shemitic people, or what you call African people, goes back to the Afri. The Afri are North African Semitic, what we call in the Bible Shemitic. They are a Shemitic stock of people. This is where you get the name Africa from. Comes from the Afri people. So if you're saying we are African descendants of Africans, you're saying we're descendants of Shemitic stock of people.
No, that's you engaging in logical fallacies, right? So just because the name Africa comes from a Afar people doesn't mean that every African person is from the Afar tribe. That name was placed on the continent and thus placed on all of the other inhabitants. So that doesn't mean everybody. So that doesn't mean that everybody is from a Semite stock. With that being said, when you talk about the Bible, right? You're talking about Ham, his sons, which is Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan, right? When you're talking about those people,
I'm not talking about Ham, Shem, and Japheth. I'm talking about Shem.
Right. But when you're talking about the sons of Ham, but brother, you're talking about the sons of Ham.
Absolutely.
I'm
on the same page.
Let him get it out, though. Let him get it out, though. Let Anu get it out.
Okay, so the same people that you're claiming to be Semitics, right, are Cushite people. The people who descend from Cushitic branches of people. The Ethiopians, the Eritreans.
I thought that was Shem, not Ham.
No, not Cushitic. No.
When you go look up Ham, his sons.
I'm not talking about Ham. I'm talking about Shem, brother.
I don't know why anybody's talking while I'm talking. So
wait, back up again and clarify with the brother there, because I think he's confusing me too a little bit.
I'm talking about Shem. He's talking about Hamitic stock.
Yeah, right. That's because you're saying that
I'm not talking about the Hamitic stock. I'm talking about the Shemitic
North
stock.
African Berber tribes are of Shem. That's what you're saying.
I'm not talking about Berber tribe. The Berbers only mean barbarian. There's no such thing as a Berber tribe.
Those are all the same people. Berbers, Afar, those are all Ifri. Those are all the same people. You're using different names.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
In different eras of
time. I agree with you. But they're only
brother,
because...
like I mean, you need to show some decorum. Like if you represent,
listen, brother, I agree with you. I'm saying I agree with you, brother.
I don't understand why you don't
have patience. You have to take it one step
I don't know why
at a
you
time.
don't have peace and patience that surpasses all understanding.
I got you, brother. I got you.
So then why can't you just hold your peace until the other person is done? It's almost like you're a spiritual rapist.
I'm about to bring the timer back out.
No, you're good. I'm cool. I'm not. It's not bothering me.
I know it's unit. It's bothering me.
Okay,
bothering
I just
me.
wanted to let you know if you thought it was bothering
Bothering
me.
me.
It's
No,
not.
No, I
since
know.
Laurel has come, it's gonna be like this because it's different spirits in the room. I know the brother,
Yes.
and
So
Go
me
ahead,
I'm going to
knowing him,
bring
he's
Abdullah.
out the
gonna need the
timer.
timer.
I know what I'm doing. Trust me. I
That's
got it.
fine. No. I just wanted you to know that it wasn't just in case you thought it was
I
offending me. Or
definitely
something.
didn't think it was I wasn't
Yeah,
doing
I
it
can
in
handle
defense of
that.
you.
Yeah.
I'm doing it in
Right, I
decorum
get it.
for the
Yeah, that's
people who are
cool.
watching
Yeah,
at
this is your
home.
channel.
And
I
I'm
just wanted
doing
to let
it
you know.
because we have a lot of voices. So,
Correct.
and I already,
Yep.
I
And
do
I want to
the
hear what they
math.
both got to say so
If we
that we can
divide this
process
time
it.
up with 3 minutes
Yeah.
apiece with 6 people on here, that's 20 minutes. That's 18 minutes for real. Let's just say
Yeah, but
20.
like the brother,
That's 20
what the
minutes
brother
for
probably
everybody to
saying,
talk one time.
Yeah.
That's
hey,
so
Monk,
it takes a lot to get back around. So
Mm-hmm.
what the brother probably saying, I'm gonna take like 15 seconds, so I don't think he or I need 3 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
and usually people can
Yeah,
everybody
you
who
could have
doesn't
waited
need
for
it
15 seconds. All it was gonna take was
they've been
15
waiving
Yeah,
their
so
time
let,
for a rebuttal.
I was done.
So
let
when
me
you
just
don't
be let me just be quiet and let him build real quick.
and
'Cause I know he
then
gonna
if he doesn't finish the 3 minutes, whatever's left of the 3 minutes will go to you for the
okay, that
rebuttal.
sounds good.
Got you.
That'll work. Go
And
ahead,
time
big
starts
brother.
when you start
What
on
you
him.
saying about the
Oh, it
brothers?
already started. Go ahead.
Can you guys start over what you're trying to argue about? Because I want to get the gist of it with
Yeah,
that
start.
Shem man.
Now, Valley, can you present what you were saying first, and then
Well,
I
he
knew there's a
asked
full 3
Hold
minutes.
on, this simple
about
this
Semitism, and I'm telling him that I don't know how to identify what a Shemite is. But when it comes down to who the sons of Ham are, if we're going to use the biblical narrative, right? Canaan put that's Eritrea, that's the Somalians, right? So you're talking about a Cushitic branch of people. Those are the same people that the history are calling Semites, even though the Bible are calling them Hamites, right? So that's already a conflict of interest. Second thing, Semite, Shemitic is a language group. It's not genetics, it's a language group. So you need to explain how you're identifying Semites by languages as if people can't learn languages. Like I can't, and so if I learn this language, all of a sudden I'm a Semite because I learn and I speak. That don't make logical sense. So again, if you're talking about genetics, you're talking about bloodline, then you need to present Shem's body, Ham body, Japheth body, so you can cross-examine to see if there are actually these people are actually Hamites. For example, the Canaanites are supposed to be a Hamitic people, but when you go do the actual research, science, they don't find no African DNA in them. So how is that possible if they're supposed to be brothers? If Canaan is supposed to be the brother of Cush, and Cush is supposed to be the brother of Put, and Put's supposed to be the brother of Mizraim, then why they don't share the fucking same genetics? You see what I'm saying? So again, I'm gonna just land my plane there, unless he can pull up in the scriptures how to identify a Shemite. You can't sit here and try to place that on everybody. You can't say all of these people are Shemites because it supports your narrative. So again, we're only looking for specifics. Where in the Bible does it tell you to identify what a Shemite is? And if being a Shemite is only based on your language, then that means anybody could be a Shemite if they just learn the language. Again, when you say, "Oh, these African
landing
people,"
your plane, brother.
yeah, I am letting
He's
my
got
plane.
52 seconds. Go ahead.
I see it on the screen. My bad.
You got a problem with me having 55 more seconds? Exactly.
No, I don't, brother. Not at all.
Okay, so again, like I said, when it come down to the Far people, these are Berber people. You could call them whatever you want. You could call them Numidians. You could call them Riffians. You could call them Turag. You could call them Amazi. You can use whatever name you want, but you're still talking about the same people. And when you go do their genetics is attached to sub-Saharan Africans. Their ancestors are attached to sub-Saharan Africans, which are also what you would consider Hamites. So again, y'all just maybe need to update what y'all talking about, bro.
And with that, your time is up. Now I'm going to reset the timer. You have 3 minutes to respond. Now, Valley Hebrew.
Okay.
And time started.
I'm gonna just start with asking this brother a question real quick, and then I'm about to go to. I'm gonna just start like this. He said something about Canaanite people. When they did DNA on these Canaanite people, they didn't find a trace of African in them. What Canaanite mummies have you witnessed them finding? What ancient Canaanite mummies? What Canaanite mummies for 2,000-3,000 years ago? They don't have any. That's first and foremost. When you deal with DNA, you're dealing with modern populations that's already in that region. That's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with ancestral genetic testing. That's another thing. Now, second of all, you keep talking about Kush, Punt. Those are Hamitic stocks. We're talking about Shemitic stocks. You see what I'm saying? We're not talking about language at all. We're not talking about linguistic phylums. We're not talking about language families. Language has no bearing on geographical landmass or location. Now, if we was talking about population genetics, that'd be one thing. But what you brought up is ancestral DNA testing. DNA testing is genetic, dealing with ancestral testing. That's different than population genetics. You have two different testing mechanisms there. Now, the brother brought up one other thing. He said something about what was that last thing you said, brother? He can't interact with me.
I'm gonna pause your time while he catches you up on what the last thing you said was.
He can't interact with me. He said something because I didn't write nothing down. I don't have a pen in front of me. But he said multiplicity of things. What else you said, brother? About
look in the Bible for Shem, show you how to identify a Shemite.
Yeah, it's real simple. Like y'all just heard him say, it's not about language.
This what I wanted.
I'm clarifying.
This what I wanted to ask.
No, he got it. He got it. I knew he got it. Let me let him finish his last minute 16.
Okay, this what I wanted.
Oh,
to
damn
ask
it!
you,
It started
brother.
over, but you got a minute 16. Go
It's
ahead.
cool. We want 60. This what I wanted to ask him. If you so you okay with a tribe, that tribal name being applied to a whole continent? You're not affiliated with that tribe, but you take on the name of that tribe. You okay with that? See, because you said we know that Africa is this. They call it Africa. So are you familiar with the original term Africa and it coming from a Semitic stock of people? Do you know who the Far tribe is, and are you familiar with them being a Semitic stock of people or Shemitic stock? You can answer that, brother.
You got 15 seconds left. Don't answer that. You got 15 seconds left. Land your plane.
Okay, so listen. The whole point is this. The brother said we had African heritage. We African. That's my whole point. I just told the brother Africa comes from the Shemites or our free people. He said he didn't care. He said he didn't care who it come from. We all Africa because that's what the continent was named. So I might as well call myself Egyptian if the white man want to call the whole continent Egyptian, right?
That's time.
Okay, so
that's time. Go ahead. I'm restarting the timer.
I'm gonna pose it again. He never answered my question.
And then we're going to pass it around. Go ahead.
All right, so I asked him, according to the Bible, according to the Torah, how do you identify a Shemite? He can't tell you because he don't know, because the Bible don't.
Absolutely, I can. I just forgot it, brother.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
That's wild crazy. But you don't have no decorum.
This is his last time to go. Go ahead and finish, and then it's going to go back around. So let him finish.
I answered none of the questions. He couldn't tell us what a Shemite is, how you become a Shemite, how to identify Shemite. He ain't tell us nothing about no phenotypes, no nothing, because he don't know. He said it's not about language and nothing like this, but if it's not about language, then it's about genetics. So then that means that this brother must have some type of access to Shem's genetic material. He must have access to Ham's genetic material in order to make these claims. So again, like I said, if he's claiming the Bible narrative and you're going to say that Ham had sons and one of his sons was Canaan, and when they test Canaanite remains, not just one, not just hundreds of them, when they test those people, they don't find no African DNA in them. Now, here's the other thing, right? Those same people that we're talking about, Canaanites, they started civilizations in Africa. One of them was called Carthage. The Punics, the Phoenicians, those are the same people, the same Canaanites. You know, because when you go check their names, all of them got names like Hannibal because they all worship Baal. They were Baal worshipers. You understand what I'm saying? So here it is. You have these dichotomies, right, within this narrative that you're talking about that you can't clarify because one, you don't have no labs. Two, you don't do DNA testing. You're not doing no field work. So you're going off whatever subjective fanaticism that you have accepted from these religious organizations without any type of real tangible proof or empirical evidence. So it's cool. It's your belief and you want to believe that. That's great. But how are you gonna say how y'all gonna call everybody Africans and this just come from a far tribe, but yet you're gonna sit here and call all of us Shemites? But then you're gonna turn around and call all of us Semites like as if Sem ain't the leader of a tribe or nation of people, and everybody is being called Semites because of him. But it's wrong if we all go by a foreign. Like how does that even make logical sense? So again, if you're going to use that same logic, you got to use it on both sides. Okay, so I'm not saying that we are Africans. I'm saying we're descendants of Africans, and I'm saying by blood we are maroon Americans. We are maroon Americans. We are homegrown right here on this landmass. So all that Hamite, Shemite, all that bullshit, you can keep that because you can't apply it to nothing.
Okay. With that, we're going to. Do you want to do a 1 minute rebuttal, and then we're going to pass it around the room?
I need 3 minutes.
You need 3 minutes.
Let me
I want to let him get his 1 minute rebuttal, and then that's both of their last times to go, and everybody else can touch base on the same topic.
First of all, brother, I don't know where you get the Phoenician with Canaanites at. Phoenician just means seafarer, seaworthy. Phoenician was a group of people. You talking about Carthage and all this. That wasn't one group of people, brother. And there's no ancient Canaanite DNA. You won't find it. You cannot pull up an article where you can find ancient Canaanite DNA. It would not happen. The Phoenicians is not one group of people. The Phoenicians were Israelites, Eurythians. The Phoenicians just means seaworthy, sea travelers. It's not a group of people. Now, let me say, you said what constitute as the son of Shem. Let me show you. Let's go to Genesis 10:22. The children of Shem, Elam and Asher, Arachphad, Lud and Aram.
14 seconds.
Those are the children of Shem. Those are the children of Shem. And you could go on and on and on. That's what constituted children, a child of Shem. A child of Shem constitute everything that come up under here, his descendants. That's what constituted child of Shem. And when you're dealing with the African people, the people of Africa, the original Africans are free people, brother. So I'm not saying you're a Hamite. I'm saying you're claiming a Shemitic stock of people, which are the Arfar people that's originally where the name Africa come from. I'm done.
Okay. Appreciate you landing your plane swiftly. Let me go ahead and pull that timer back up for news unit.
Can you bring my screen up?
You sure can. Let me start this timer first. Go ahead and start talking.
Okay, I'm just doing this. This is all impromptu, and I'm just thinking about what the gentlemen are talking about. And don't take anything personal. I'm just studying out loud, and I'm just responding to things that are going on. When I listen to you gentlemen talk about your African descent, a lot of times, I just want to mention the black community, the Hebrew Israelites. Some people, I don't know if I'm putting that correctly, but in any case, they like to, it seems like a lot of you have talked about your ancestry. You like to figure out where you come from, way in the back. Well, when you look at scripture in Genesis, in the beginning, God created heaven and the earth, and he made man in his own image, and he gets to the specifics about creating man and called their name Adam, actually, I'm sorry. And Adam was the man, and then he called his wife Eve. And we move on into their descendants through chapter 5, the book of the generations of Adam, Seth, Enos, Cainan, Mahalalel, Yared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah. Now we're going to get to after the flood, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Okay, we get off the ark. Let's get there quickly because I'm doing this for the sake of time. And so they go and replenish the earth, and every moving thing is now food. Now they don't have to just eat herbs and everything anymore, fruit trees. And then we get into the descendants. Okay. Paul the Apostle, I want to mention something about him just in passing. I'm not sitting here judging anybody for what you're talking about on here and all the genealogies. But there is a mention by Paul the Apostle to Timothy in 1 Timothy chapter 1. I'm just reading it outside of this one. I can go there on the screen, sure. 1 Timothy 1:4. He's writing. He says, "Unto Timothy, my own son of the faith." He just starts the letter, and I besought thee to abide at Ephesus when I went to Macedonia. Thou might teach some that they teach no other, might charge some that they teach no other doctrine. Neither give heed to fables and endless genealogies. And I don't know if that's what you're doing, and don't get the wrong impression. It just comes to my mind from what you all talk about, because you're always trying to figure out your ancestry, which minister questions. And there are a lot of questions which come from this, and a lot of you don't agree with one another. So going back to Genesis, chapter number 10, when we get to the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth after the flood, you're trying to figure, I look at this. I'm just going to tell you what I look at. I look at what's written plain old in the King James Bible. The sons of Japheth are all these, and the isles of the Gentiles, mentions Gentiles, divided into land, everyone after his tongue. This, of course, was after the Babel experience. Just because people turn the page to chapter 11 doesn't mean this all happened after the descendants. This Babel thing happened in the line of descendants in chapter 10. It happened embedded in that time frame, because it wouldn't say everyone after his tongue, because the earth was with one language. So this all changed in here somewhere, and you'd have to do some research maybe to find it, or maybe you're not going to find it. But anyway, the sons of Japheth, Noah says, God shall enlarge Japheth, dwell in the tents of Shem, curses the grandson. He doesn't curse Ham. I never understood that, but there's Canaan gets a curse. And then these Canaanites are always mentioned, as some kind of a trouble, and all this with Abraham and, all the land of Canaan that he promises them. And now I want to get to the Shem.
That's
all right,
time,
so
but I'll give you an extra 20 seconds to land.
Okay, under Shem. So I'll get to the rest of it. Blessed be the Lord God of Shem. There's a blessing pronounced on Shem. I'm just following along, gentlemen. That's all. And I just wanted to mention what I'm thinking, because, we all don't know each other real well. I'm just watching this, and I'm just taking this all to heart, and I'm looking at all the descendants. This is where Abram came from with Daddy Terah, Abram, Nahor, and Haran, and all that. He marries his half sister, and then we get out of Ur to Chaldees. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Oh, I forgot to say, A1, I forgot to say this to the brother earlier who was talking to me. You said something about, I forgot to tell you this, but dang, I slipped my mind, big brother. You said,
and after you go, when
I know what
Darius
you
is
said.
chime in, if he's
Yeah,
still
just
on
real
the
quick.
panel, is
Yeah,
Darius
just
still
real
on the
quick.
thing? Nope, he dropped
Yeah,
off. Okay, I thought he might
it's
have
still
something to
real
say.
quick. When he was talking about the Berber people saying they all were one people.
Oh, okay.
What I was trying to explain to the brother, the Berber is not a people. Berber is what they called the language that people spoke that they couldn't understand. That's Roman, that's Greek, that's the Greek rendition, or what you call a Roman, that's Roman nomenclature, that's Greek nomenclature. They call them Berbers or barbarians. It's the same thing, because they couldn't understand those folks' language. So they call them Barbari. That's where you get the term Berber from, Barbari, because they couldn't understand their language. Berber is not one group of people. They encountered these North African people whose language they couldn't understand, so they called them Berber. Anybody whose language they couldn't understand, going up north, they called them Berbers. As far as the Libya is west, from West Africa to east. From northwest Africa to northeast Africa.
2
If they
minutes.
couldn't understand the
You got
language,
2 minutes.
they called you a Berber. You get what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to say. So we could start looking up these sources. We can start looking up the sources. Let me pause that. Let me show you where the language Berber come from. Pause that real quick. Pause that time. Pause that for me.
It already stopped. It stopped.
Oh, you need some scripture? What you need?
Yeah,
Origin, I'm
I guess
gonna show you something.
If you ever need scripture, just tell me and go to my screen, and I'll put it up for the gentleman.
I appreciate you, because I'm laying down. I don't feel like.
Yeah, just do it. Just do it. And you can just tell them what the time is. You don't even need to. You can just, I'll follow them along wherever they want to go.
Yep, it's his time's at 2:17.
I'm just going to right now. I'm just going to origin of the term Berber, because people got it in their head that Berber is a people.
Can you drop it in the
what I'm
back chat? In the private chat?
Listen, I can read it right here. I don't know how to do that. But hey brother, can you can you look up that for me, and you can read that for me?
Copy and paste the link.
Yeah, where do you go? Where do you just tell me what the link is, or where it's
Just
at?
type in on Google, origin of the term Berber. Just type it in on Google.
Spell that what that is. Origin of the what?
Berber.
Origin of the term Berber.
B
Oh,
E R
he's using AI.
Yeah,
B
I'm
E
gonna just
R
give me the spelling of Berber properly.
B E R B E R.
B-E-R Bravo Edward Romeo.
There you go.
Got it. Okay. The
He
term
still
Berber.
needs to know which resource to click on once he gets
That's
the
okay.
list.
We'll get it. Just put my screen up and we'll fix it. We'll get it.
We can go to etymology.com. We get online etymology dictionary. That too. Everything is there.
Yeah, I know where that is. I go there all the time.
Go ahead.
I'll go to etymology all the time, or etymology. I almost said Edomite. I don't know why I said that. That's just accent.
Because you are Edomite, man.
Yeah, I know. All right, but I'm not as mad as the rest of them. All right, so here we are. What are we looking for again? B-E-R. You want that in etymology?
Or yeah, you can go to etymology. You can start with AI. Go to etymology. Don't make no difference.
We got Berber, whatever you want. Yeah, Arabic name for peoples living in the mountains in North Africa, west of Egypt.
What is you?
That's what this says.
They're barbarians. See?
Yeah, that comes from the term barbarian.
Yeah.
Really? Is that where that comes from?
Yeah.
Now let's go to the first term you see. The term Berber originates from the Latin barbarus, which was used by the Romans to refer to non-Latin speaking people. The term was borrowed by the Arabs and used to describe the indigenous people of North Africa because of their distinct languages, which sounded like babbling to the Arabs. Today, the term is often considered pejorative, and many indigenous North Africans prefer to be called by their collective name, Amazigh, which means freeman in their language. Now, I said this before I even looked it up. You can see the ancient root. The term Berber is derived from the Greek barbio and the Latin barbarus. Roman usage. The Roman used barbar to denote people who did not speak Latin. Arabic doctrine. The term was adopted by the Arabs who borrowed it from the Greek and Latin word and used it to describe indigenous people of North Africa whose language was different from their own. Modern day preference. Due to its historical context as a label for outsiders and its association with savagery, many Berbers now view the term as pejorative. They prefer to be called by their own name, Amazigh, which means freeman. Now, when you deal with the Amazigh, it's so many different tribes of Amazigh. Now, there is ambiguity, or we call ambiguity. However the fuck you want to excuse my language. Ambiguity.
Yeah.
Ambiguity in the word. So when you deal with the Amazigh people, a lot of these people came over here as well. We're dealing with the rice and tobacco and the Caribbean and all that. I was just trying to tell a brother, Berber is not one people. Those are people who the white man couldn't understand, the Greeks, the Romans, and the Latins. They couldn't understand their word, their language. They call them barbarians. So it's not just one people. And when you go to
this is all circumstantial. It's all circumstantial.
Yeah, the Amazigh are descendants
and
of
that's
Libyans.
time. That's time.
Yeah, so brother, this is all
Let me start that over
circumstantial.
for you, Laurel.
This is all
You get 3
circumstantial.
minutes, and then it goes back to news unit.
This is all circumstantial based on the simple fact that even you just said that those people weren't all the same people, but then you turned around and showed that they're Berbers. Then you showed that they're Amazigh, which is what I said. They're Amazigh, Tuareg, Berber tribes. And again, you still call these people Semitic. But if we go back to your etymology that you just pulled up, and I can show that too. It says right there, Hamitic. It says Hamitic right there. But you call them
right here.
Hold on, pull it back up.
Pull it back up.
No,
yeah, I won't interrupt. I promise. I'm just.
Semitic.
Pull it back. Look, brother, look. Truth is our only.
Let him finish. Let him finish. He's got 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
As you see right there, it says.
You put that full screen so they can see it. There you go.
As you see, it says Hamitic language as the name of their Hamitic language, right? So they ain't call them Semitic. They say Hamitic, right? So, but you call them. Right now, all I'm saying is there's a conflict of interest here because science is saying one thing, the Bible is saying another thing, and the language arts is saying a whole another thing. So there is some discrepancies here. Now, I wanted to show y'all. I wanted to share my screen, bro.
Oh, brother,
Yeah,
before
oh,
you
he's
switch
got
up,
you. Yeah,
so
go ahead.
Hamitic
my
here, does
screen.
that mean that
Share my
they're
screen,
descendants?
bro.
Yeah, show the other brother's screen. I think he's laying down.
Share my
Kind
screen,
of
bro.
tired.
A quick question,
There you
brother.
go.
Quick question.
Share
So
my screen real
Hamitic
quick.
there,
Okay,
does
right
that?
here, y'all see that this says no African DNA has been found in ancient Canaanites.
A minute
Genetic
30.
studies show that they have ancestry from local Neolithic inhabitants and migrants of the Caucasus and Iran. You see that? Caucasus and Iran. It says while modern North Africans may have some shared ancestry with Canaanites, direct sub-Saharan DNA is not present in Canaanite genomes, right? So if Canaan is the son of Ham, then why he don't show the same genome as all the other Africans?
Just a quick question there on the
Bro,
Berbers.
you
30
know what? We
seconds.
ain't
30
gonna stop. We ain't
seconds.
gonna stop
He's
that.
got
We ain't
30
gonna stop that.
seconds.
Oh,
He's got 30 seconds.
You can go to science.org right here and see the whole article right here
47. I'm
for
sorry.
yourself. We ain't gotta lie about it.
Why does Canaan get the curse instead of Ham?
Well, before you ask that question, I
Let
just
him
wanted to
finish.
question about
Do you
this.
land
go
your
ahead.
plane? He's still got
Oh, no, I'm
29
done.
seconds.
Stop.
Okay, go
Just a
ahead.
quick question. That screen that was up when it said Hamites or Hemets. What was that word again?
You want that my screen up? You want my screen up again?
Yeah, the Berber.
That's
The Berber.
Semitic.
Is that saying they're from Ham, or what does that mean?
It said they got a Hamite language.
Okay, so that means that they might be descendants of Ham, or that's what that's saying? Hamitic or Hamitic? How do you say that?
That's Hamitic.
Hamitic, right? Does
It's a
that mean
language.
they're from Ham or from the
We
tribe of Ham?
no,
or-
I mean rational
Exactly. That's
people
why I
don't
say it's a
necessarily.
conflict. It's a conflict of interest because when you deal with language, they're saying that it's Semitic. When you deal with the Bible, they're saying it's Hamitic. When you go to
Okay.
science and then you do the DNA, you find out ain't no African DNA in Canaanites. So
Oh,
there
I
is
see.
some type of
I got you.
discrepancy.
Okay, I got you. I was just confused there on that point. Okay, carry on.
Let me ask you this. So,
3 minutes. Go ahead.
Before you ask that, go ahead, brother.
the Canaanites were
Go
the
ahead,
got the curse. The grandbaby got the curse, not Ham.
And then it's on Jose.
Go ahead. I just wanted to mention that.
I can
Okay.
explain that shit to you when my turn come back around.
Real
Yeah, no
quick,
hurry.
Jose, did you have anything to add before I let these two brothers jump back on each other?
You
Boy,
know I
this-
did. That's why you call my name.
I felt it. I felt it. I'm about to start your timer at 3 minutes, and time starts when you start.
Now, first of all, I will agree. Was that Anu Kakarat that I was reading about the Berbers?
Yep. Well,
Now,
Nile Valley brought it up first, and then I knew expounded with the Hamitic part. So
right
I'm correct.
now, I don't know if you're spying on me, but I had a whole conversation with Silky D on DMG's platform either yesterday or the day before about the exact same topic and what Berbers are, and I agree with what he said, that is a term that comes from the Greeks, who saw anyone who did not speak their language and did not practice their culture as barbarians. So that is what the term means, and it applies to anyone who did not speak their language. But when you look it up historically, it's linked to a group of North Africans, Muslims specifically now. But to speak on the term Ham, that is an outdated term that comes from the Bible that people use to try to discredit it was used to try to discredit the race of the original people of ancient Egypt. They put that together and said that they used that term somehow. First, they said that they were some white people that came from somewhere else, came into Egypt, and that's part of how it links back to ancient Egypt. But it's not a real term. It's a biblical term. It doesn't have anything to do with history. It's an outdated term that we should stop using.
And you have 1 minute and 15 seconds. Do you yield the rest of your time for someone to
Yeah.
rebuttal? So either Nile Valley or Anu, I believe, should rebuttal this.
Yeah.
Whichever one wants to hop in.
Nile Valley.
Yeah, let Nile Valley go because I knew you went last. Let Nile Valley go on this one, and then on the next one, we'll swear. You know,
I don't want to rebut that. I just want to respond to the guy comment about him.
Hold on 1 second, brother. I got you. 1 second, brother. I got you. It ain't gonna take long at all.
Go ahead.
I don't know why this brother keep bringing up Hamites. Did anybody hear me talk about Hamites? I talked about the Afar people, which he says we're African. The term Africa originated from the Afar people, Semitic stock of people, not Hamitic stock. He's talking about Ham. I said nothing about Canaan, Ham, none of them. I talked about a Shemitic stock of people, of Afar people. He went to Ham, the Cushites, Puttites, the Canaanites. What they got to do with what I'm talking about?
Can I
Nothing.
respond?
He started
Can
talking
I
about
respond?
DNA, about
Hold on.
Canaanites.
I'm about to let you get the
It
mic.
had nothing to do with the original name Africa being tied to the Afar people, who's a Shemitic stock of people, North African. Simple.
Time.
He just did a whole straw man argument. And I'm gonna close with that. Straw man.
That's Nile Valley Hebrew talking right there, right? Is that correct?
Real quick before we let Jose go back in for 3 minutes, 1 minute to Anu and 1 minute to News Network. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was me talking.
Nile Valley Hebrew, you're the one that just was talking about that, right? You didn't ask nothing about the Hamites. You were talking about the Shemites.
That's right. Talk about the Afar people, which we get the term Africa from, goes back to North African Shemitic stock of people.
Okay, I remember you asked that other gentleman. I remember you specifically asked the guy, the other gentleman. You said, "Is your back?" You said something, and I don't remember exactly. You asked him, "Is your lineage from Shem?" And then he went to Ham. I never understood that. That threw me off too. I didn't get it. I've been.
He started talking about Canaanites and Cushites and Puttites.
Yeah, and I'm thinking he asked you about Shem, not Ham. I was thinking the same thing. I'm thinking, what's this guy talking about Ham about? Maybe, and I didn't get that.
Maybe he can explain.
Yeah,
you got a minute
I
and
yield
10
everything
seconds.
today.
I knew minute and 10 seconds, and then it goes.
I
to
yield all
Jose.
my time to get the explanation on why he
it's,
went.
it's really simple. It's really simple because he called the Afar people Semites. And so the Afar people, being North Africans, have a Shemitic language. But for all intents and purposes, they are supposed to be Hamites. They're supposed to be Hamites. The Canaanites that went into the area and mixed in with those people, they are also supposed to be Hamites. So they should be sharing genomes with each other. They should be sharing genomes with each other because they're brothers. Ham is their father. You see what I'm saying? So they're all cousins. Like, so you should be able to clearly see that in genetics, and you don't see it. So that's the reason why I brought up Ham, because that's the other side of this. Now, I want to address why you asked about Ham. So whenever I get a chance to do that, I want to
15 seconds. 15
I yield
seconds.
my time to the gentleman to continue.
That's
Okay,
15
so-
seconds. That's only for here. Yeah, it's over.
So check this out. So Ham isn't specifically cursed in the Bible. Equally surprising, right? Shem, the favorite son of Noah, is himself not explicitly blessed. More precisely, it's the God of Shem that Noah blesses.
Take one more minute, and then it goes to
naturally assumes that the God of Shem is Jehovah, but that's not strictly the case. In the Legends of Etna, where you can actually find the rest of the story of Shem, we learn that the god Shem was Sasmash, a form of thought. We can also discern that from the same epic, something even more profound. Shem, the royal wife, could not have children. Therefore, Nimrod was fathered by Cush on behalf of Shem. By right and by choice, Shem became the legal and spiritual father of the first great king and tyrant Nimrod. For the reason the biblical authors cleverly removes the Ham curse and withholds blessings from Shem. So Cush became the inheritor of the entire Shem because Shem was impotent and could not produce a seed. So Cush was chose to give him a seed so he could have an heir, and that was Nimrod. So all of that bullshit y'all talking is always going to be attached back to the Hamite Cushite lineage.
Let's lighten up on the language because
Okay,
once we started,
I get passionate.
I know we all passionate. Once we started though, it only escalates, and I don't want you to be the impetus for Nile Valley. Nile Valley is real when I can hear it in his voice, man. You too. So you know what happens when two real ones get in the room and they passionate about something. I just want to make sure if I interject before it gets there, it usually doesn't happen. And we've been going 11 hours and 12 minutes.
Oh, you better start
Not
a
a
new one because
crash
it
out
won't
in
stop loading.
sight. Start a new one, you said?
Yeah, start a new one because this ends at 11:59. You won't be able to upload it, and then you'll miss all that. Don't ever let that go by you.
Oh, it's already going straight to the channel. But
You know what I'm saying you're only limited on YouTube to 11 hours and 59 minutes of broadcast. So if you go past that, you'll lose it. It won't go up.
I didn't know that. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
you better cut them off at I always stop mine around 10 or 11 hours so I don't get to that
Okay,
spot.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a new stream right now while you gentlemen
Yeah, we'll
finish
get in
that.
there. We'll
Now
do
it's
that.
on Jose to go ahead. If you need an extra minute, Jose, that's cool. But I'm gonna set your timer at 3 minutes. And if you run over, it's cool because
Yeah, don't ever go over. Every time you go over 11 hours, you only got less than an hour before it kills it. And, I mean, it'll still broadcast, but you'll lose all the thing. It won't upload. That's no good.
Okay, so stay below 11 hours.
Yeah, stay below 12 for sure. But you can 11 is a good rule of thumb to get to start a new
All
one.
right, I'm about to make a new stream. We'll be over there in about 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
Jose, it's on you. 3-minute timer set.
Okay. Now let me just. I think that was a new Kakarot that was talking just now. So I just particularly pulled out the Hamitic thing because it was mentioned with the Berber thing, and honestly, I take every chance I can get to talk about ancient Kemet. So I wasn't necessarily directly addressing everything that you said, because I agree with some things that I agree with what you're saying, and I'm not really familiar with the study of the Canaanites that you were talking about. So I didn't address everything that you said. I just picked that out because that's my chance to talk about Kemet. I like to talk about Kemet. So I wasn't necessarily disagreeing with what you're saying. I just picked out that particular thing because it allowed me to talk about what I like to talk about. Now, if you disagree with what I said, you can address, what you disagree with, other than me bringing up Ham. So I'm going to use the rest of my time, and if you want to respond or whoever wants to respond can respond.
All right, you have a minute. Well, you can see it on the screen, 156. Rebuttal time right now for the remainder of his time.
So, brother, when it comes to Kemet,
it's on you next now, Valley.
Okay, so when it comes to Kemet and whatnot, dealing with the Bible, it's intrinsically interwoven with each other. So you're gonna keep going back and forth between Mesopotamian lore, Egyptian lore, and Canaanite lore. You're gonna keep going in and out of those things when you read in the Bible because it's a compilation. It's not just one story from one group of people. It's many groups of people, and there's many different origin stories that all of those things are coming from, which is the reason why it's easy to sell it to indigenous people. It's easy to sell it as psychological programming, but it's easy to sell to the people because you remember it in your genetics. You remember the stories. The stories resonate with you. That's how you're able to sell a lot to a person. It's because it has an element of truth in it. It tastes familiar, right? So you will keep drinking it thinking that it's something good for you. It's kind of like when the hunters up in the north will stick a blade in the ice, and they'll put some blood on the blade, and then the wolf will smell the blood, and then he'll come licking the blade thinking that he's having a good meal. And what's happening is he just keep licking and licking and licking, and he tastes his blood, but it's his own blood. And eventually he just passes out, or he dies right there on the spot, and the hunter can come up there and collect the body. And this is the same thing when it comes to religion and this psychological program that y'all running off of, not understanding that it is designed to control your energy, all of it.
And you have 15 seconds.
So I yield that, bro.
Okay, it's 3 minutes to Nile Valley Hebrew. Time starts when you start.
Well, first of all, let's just deal with what the brother said about his article. If y'all read the brother's article, this is his argument. The whole Ham Shem thing is bullcrap because they DNA should be similar. He talks about the Canaanites not having no sub-Saharan African DNA. Think about that. He's saying if Canaan doesn't have no sub-Saharan African DNA, Ham is the father of Canaan, Shem is the brother of Canaan, so how could all this be real? Listen, this is his logic. Shem is the brother of Ham. Ham had a son named Canaan. Canaan don't have no DNA from sub-Saharan Africa. this, brother. But then when you look at the article, it says it's more toward the Middle East and Levant. That's still North Africa, brother, Northeast Africa. You going all the way to Sub-Saharan Africa. That's first and foremost. Second of all, we could throw this whole DNA thing away. I don't think you understand ancestral DNA or genetic or population DNA testing at all. You're reading articles, don't know what it means. You understand what I'm saying? You talked about Phoenicians was one group of people. You talked about the Berbers was one group of people. You've been talking about, now you're talking about DNA. Like the brother said, I was confused. Why is he talking about Ham and you talked about Shem? And then he said, well, Shem and Ham is brothers. So Shem and Ham supposed to have the same DNA. If Canaan is Ham's son, why doesn't Canaan have no sub-Saharan African DNA? Brother, they haven't found no ancient Canaanites. They don't do ancient DNA testing. When you're dealing with modern DNA, you're dealing with modern populations. Their database only holds so many samples. They're not testing ancient people versus modern people. They're testing modern people versus what's in their database. You don't have no skeletons of ancient. Just like I come from Africa, come to America, I die, they found me in the soil, they test my bones. I've been here for 30 years. Diet gonna play a role in that. Culture gonna play a role in that. It's about database. Brother, you have to understand DNA testing. You have to understand ancestral DNA testing, population DNA testing. It's all a different type of testing. Rick Kettles told you this. If you didn't listen to him from African ancestry, Rick Kettles told you this. I yield the rest of my time.
You have 3 seconds, and what I'm going to do is I am going to take News Network's advice to end this stream. I already have the new stream created. Where do you gentlemen want me to copy and paste this link at?
Right here in the chat.
Right here in this chat right here.
I'll figure it out because I'll get a bell notification anyway. Yeah, to make it
there
easy.
it is in the private chat, and there it is in the regular chat right now.
Perfect.
I'm sure once I end the stream, the live chat won't show, so I'll just actually wait for all you gentlemen to pop out, and then we'll start it up. Because I have 2 browsers open, so I'll see.
Hey, I'm out, gentlemen. This was a great discussion, man.
Hey, I really enjoyed it too. I really enjoyed listening to you guys and all
Rob,
the different
I'm definitely
presentations.
about to be looking for you to come back. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is really good. I've very much enjoyed it. I'll be coming in on the next one.
Yeah, he brought the books out and everything, man. It was lit, man.
Definitely would debate that brother on this. My email right there.
Yep, I got y'all all on the Rolodex now. I'm about to be contacting y'all for presentations and stuff this week. Hop on over to that link. The link is you got my page subscribed at Titans Debate League. Right. Okay, you can either go to that page and the link is in the chat. News Network, you know how to find me. I just want to make sure he gets over there. I don't hear nobody popping up.
I'll get there normal. I'll just get there through YouTube. I know how to do it. Yeah.
I'm going live. I'm gonna just play the music. All right, gentlemen.
All right.
Okay.
Oh wait, let me end the stream.
I can come in a new one too. Yeah.